Thank you very much. I am standing here with Smeb as well as Homan, who's going to help with some translations here. It's almost impossible to know where to start with this match because there was so much craziness, but let's go ahead and start in Champion Select. What the heck was going on there? We had an Alawi, a Garen, a Galio, all kinds of nonsense.
정말 말도 안 되는 경기가 펼쳐졌는데 어디서부터 시작할지 모르겠습니다. 우선 챔피언픽부터 좀 여쭤보고 싶은데요. 가렌, 일라오이, 그리고 갈리오 등 정말 말도 안 되는 챔피언 여러 가지 나왔었는데 어떻게 된 일인지 말씀해 주세요.
네, 저도 모르겠었어요. 그러니까 챔피언픽 시작하고 이제 1, 2픽까지는 좀 정상 픽인 줄 알았거든요. 근데 1, 2픽 이후에 막 이상한 픽을 하는 걸 보고 진짜 이거 준비했구나, 재밌게 게임 하겠구나 하고 저도 좀 신나 있었던 것 같아요.
I myself am also very confused. For the first two picks, we thought they were going rather normal picks, but then starting from pick 3, I was utterly confused and okay, they prepared for this. It's going to be a fun match. And overall, I think it was very interesting.
Oh, it was very interesting to watch, to say the least. Of course, you did have Jace, a slightly more normal pick, but you were up against Alawi. Alawi, not a champion that gets played in Korea or really in any region very often. How did you expect that matchup to go, and did you kind of get a sense of it more as the game went on?
스맵 선수는 비교적 정상적인 픽인 제이스를 골랐지만 일라오이는 아마 처음 상대하신 걸 거고 일라오이 픽 자체가 여러 지역에서 잘 안 쓰이는 챔피언인데 이제 경기를 시작하기 앞서서 어떤 생각을 가지고 시작하셨는지 그리고 경기를 진행하면서 점점 일라오이 상대한 법이 좀 익숙해졌는지 말씀해 주세요.
네. 일라오이 픽을 이제 좀 랭크 게임이나 그럴 때에서 이제 좀 많이 만나봤었거든요. 그래서 제이스라면 이거 손쉽게 이기겠다 생각을 했었는데 제가 이제 솔로킬 한번 따이고 그때부터 이제 정신을 바짝 차리고 했던 것 같아요.
So I did play against Alawi a lot during solo rank games, so I thought it'd be pretty easy with my Jace. But after I got solo kit, it was my wake up call. Okay, this is real. So after that, yeah, I had to play more seriously.
And of course, the entire EU team there was standing up there with their awesome boxing shorts on. Was that at all intimidating for you to step up against this team that was sporting that attire?
또 특히나 이제 유럽 팀의 그 반바지 차림이 매우 인상적이었는데 혹시 그러한 유럽 팀의 모습에 좀 위화감 느끼고 좀 그런 긴장감 느끼셨나요?
아니요, 그 긴장감을 이제 악수할 때 알았거든요. 그래서 악수할 때 알았던 것 같아요. 그 바지를 입은지.
I just noticed that they were wearing shorts while we were doing the handshake. So until then, I wasn't intimidated at all.
All right, but they sported that. I know you have a pair yourself, so maybe we'll get to see you in those some other time. Of course, now I want to look ahead to the 1v1s. You're going to be up against Reckless later today. You just played against them here. How confident are you in those 1v1s and making it to the finals for Team Fire?
나중에 스맵 선수 반바지 입은 모습도 꼭 봤으면 좋겠네요. 그리고 다음 이제 1대1 대회에서는 레클레 선수랑 붙게 되어 있는데 얼만큼 자신 있으시며 그리고 결승전까지 올라갈 그 자신이 좀 있으신 상태인가요?
네, 사실 자신감도 있긴 있지만 좀 이기더라도 좀 재밌게 이기고 싶은 마음이 커요. 그래서 어떻게 하면 재밌게 이길 수 있을지 많이 고민 중이고 레클레스 선수를 이긴다면은 다음 경기가 아니면 그 프레이 선수나 마타 선수로 알고 있는데 레클레스 선수를 이긴다면 결승 진출은 할 수 있을 것 같아요.
Of course, I'm pretty confident, but other than just winning, I want to win in a very fashionable way, in a very fun way. So I'm thinking ways of how it would be the most interesting matchup. And if I beat Reckless, I think my next opponent would be either Mata or Prey. And considering that, I think I can go to the finals if I beat Reckless.
That's what I like to hear. Maybe something tricky up your sleeves. Once again, Smeb and Homin on the translations. But Team Fire moving ahead, 100 points in the standings. Back to the desk to break down that game.
Thank you so much, Dash. An absolutely wonderful interview after an absolutely fantastic match. And to make everything fun, maybe everyone should get shorts like that and sport them all the time. I think that would be a lot of fun. You guys as well.
Yeah, my legs would not look good in those shorts.
I'm sure they would. So they talked a lot about the pick and ban. We're going to take a closer look. Zyrene, you were quite happily saying, well, hey, EULCS, they seem like they have the right ideas for the composition of LCK.
Yeah, I mean, there's all this stuff where it's like,
totally planned,
EU, no coaches, stuff like that. They didn't have a coach on stage, and this was brilliant.
Yeah.
I thought that this was so good because the Garen into the Galio forces the Galio to build armor, wants to build the MR. Also, you silence him. It's almost impossible to get that ultimate off, and you have to wait for the Garen to go through that silence first, and he's going to build Black Cleaver. So the armor you do build, it's even less effective.
You know what's even more impressive? I was listening in a bit when they were trying to think of this. They're like, yeah, okay, we can't give Faker X, Y, and Z's champion, and that's what they did. But they didn't really have any other strategy. Just the veterans coming up with this on the fly.
I was a little unsure about the picks, and after hearing some of Zarin's reasoning, I got a little bit more supportive of it because that early pick, Ken and Elise, you heard Smeb. He's like, hey, we thought they're going to play serious. They lulled them into a false sense of security. They pull out the surprise switch at the end, and for about 22.5 minutes, EU were in the lead. They played well. They played aggressive. I'm not quite sure what happened after that because I stopped watching.
Yeah, a lot of team fights didn't go very well. The TLDR.
Let's focus on the good. Let's focus on the good.
How's this doing for you?
Hey. Let's focus on the good. Let's show you the perseverance of the Garen mid lane strat brought to you by Acer because he was popping off, especially in the beginning versus that Galio, and it started all the way at the bottom lane first with the first blood.
Yeah, this was actually really well played here, Jankos. I love that he threw the cocoon out as the hook was coming through, so it guarantees that you're going to hit the
Guaranteed.
with it, but then it actually just turned around.
It really does. And you've got to remember that LCK were running a double teleport composition. For the first 20-odd minutes, they were actually using those TPs to counter aggressive fire plays very well. But what ice plays rather, but what I did like was seeing how Xpeke as well as Soaz then altered their play style and actually used decent baits to get themselves a couple kills. Peke, he just kept going for Faker time and time again.
Yep, the Ignite on top of it as well to cut the healing from the Bulwark. He took that Summoner spell, and I actually was a little bit confused by some of the builds in this game because when you're that far ahead as an Alawi, you should actually, when you have the Phage, don't go for Black Cleaver. You have a Garen on your team. He's going to spin and do the armor shredding for you. Get a Trinity Force. Kill the Jace. Do a ton of damage to that Ezreal when you actually get in range. Build something like a Death Stance a little bit earlier. Randuin's Omen wasn't really that great of a pick either because of the fact that they didn't buy any crit.
No, they didn't. And the early armor pen from Smeb's Jace, not super valuable, but when you saw how Smeb and Soaz were trading in the top lane with that Alawi, you talked about being a little confused by those itemization points. The LCK were hella confused by Alawi. We've got a couple of clips here of just how Soaz was handling the Alawi because it really felt like Bengi was terrified of that champion.
Wouldn't you be of those tentacles?
In a few minutes, Bengi's actually going to do a flyby. He comes in from behind, gets a perfect setup for a 2v1, and Bengi ran straight past. I did like how Jankos actually double-teamed with Soaz multiple times. Peke roamed up there a little bit later. The problem was, it didn't translate to a tower, it didn't translate to anything more.
This right here, the reason that Soaz actually gets this kill is he uses the ultimate as Smeb is using his E, and Alawi ultimate, you can't be CC'd during it. So people will use it when like Nautilus ultimate is in transit, you dunk, and you actually can't be CC'd during that.
Soaz also, and I like that you talk about the itemization, so we know at least if we started playing it, we should do it better. I think it also proves that it wasn't a genius strategy that they had come up with before. They did kind of go with the flow and pick these things, and it didn't necessarily think too much about these specific item paths, and they were in the lead until 22 minutes.
I mean, this is the depressing replay. This is where I'm going to temporarily get my scarf
the expected replay.
Yeah, pull the replay up because this is exactly what won the game for LCK, for Team Fire. Look at the minimap. This is the most important thing. Soaz is a year and a half away from getting involved. Peke, Jankos, and Reckless, they just dive way too deep to try get Faker, and this is messy. I think Tofisho said it best. Team Ice had a lot of AoE, but you cannot use AoE when you're spread out.
Exactly.
Yeah, they just they overcommitted for no reason whatsoever. Kind of going too crazy in the chaos of everything, I do think.
Yeah, Soaz there as well, he missed his Test of Spirit. Test of Spirit is an absolutely necessary ability to land your E so that your tentacles automatically flail with the guy for you, so you don't have to use the W every single time.
Yeah, that was a pentakill waiting to happen.
Yeah, because if he hits an E, he has the R to avoid the CC.
Trevor.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but
one loss.
One loss. Okay, so it's 100 points. Now, I've been taking a look at those 1v1s, which are coming up later in the day. Ron OP from the GPL is taking on Peke. Levi is taking on Wales, formerly God V. And OP-Timus is taking down Uzi. Team Fire loses 3 people in the next round. Team Ice, 1v1. We've got All-Stars.
Yeah, we do.
Somebody else thought
but you did take off your scarf, so there's not going to be any flip-flopping with the on and off with that one. We are going to Vamoose, but don't go anywhere. One for all and all for one. After the break, we'll be having some fun.
Oh, no, wait a minute.
Oh, yeah! Okay.
Ooh.
All right, we need 2 analysts here for sure. What you got, Tofisho?
Garen mid lane.
Caught up by a second. The Ignite goes down. Faker's in trouble. He's going to heal up a decent amount. True damage is there. Garen spinning to win. The Ice Mark comes out. Mickey's backing up as well. Mankey silenced. Locked up. There's decent damage. Red buffs on both sides.
Faker is worth it, guys.
Yeah, that is so true.
Wait, Peke, you wanted to see if we can take the red buff, and then obviously take the cone out. A little bit out, having fun.
That was pretty good. Shock Blast gonna take him. Baker looking for the 2v1 in the meantime, but Peke gonna grab another kill. Redemption comes down. Team Fire looking to pick up 100 points here. And Korea reminding us why they are on top of the world. An all-star lineup crushing through each and every other region.
And welcome back to Barcelona, Spain. We're about to get a little crazy. I'm Julian Patriot Timecar here with Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kansas, and Richard Pulse Cam to yell about this one for all.
Looks like they started off crazy already. I mean, I thought this was going to be the fun mode, but Garen, Galio mid lane, that was super exciting.
Yeah, I got to see my Alawi as well. I'm forever cursed not to see Alawi in my own games, but it was awesome to watch.
Well, the regional teams are throwing together to create Fire and Ice Super Squad. So first, let's see how Team Fire is lit in the top lane, technically. Although the lanes do not really apply. It is Impact. Bengi there in the jungle. Prey will be AD carry. Levi in the jungle and Ron OP in support. Of course, the players can go wherever they want, but representing their position still.
Yeah, it's a bit all over the place there. Pasty and blustering onto the rift for the Stone Cold Team Ice. It will be Albus coming in here as ADC, Soaz in the top lane, Yankos in the jungle, Clearlove also in the jungle with Ziv as their top laner.
Well, let's have a quick look, of course, for how All for One actually works. It's a bit interesting. I know, Pulse, you have a surprising amount of experience with the mode from last week, but basically each team picks one champ. There's a lottery to determine which champ it is, and then every single person on that team gets the champion. There are no bans. There's only so many champions available as well.
Yeah, as much experience as one can have on this game mode, Pastry, but let's see the champions available for this mode. There's only a couple kind of cheesy picks that we've seen so far, and that's the Zac, because you can actually build tanky. Maybe Kindred could be a bit dirty with the ultimates, but overall, these champions just want a lot of kills to happen.
Yeah, almost all of them are extremely exciting. I did cast it last year as well, the Blitzcrank and that was actually 10 Blitzcranks. That just got ridiculously out of hand. I feel like actually in the spirit of the game mode, I need to like take a knee or something, get down on your guys' level. There we go. Okay. So the rest of the intro like this.
There we go.
So excited for this one though. What are your guesses so far?
I mean, I know you saw some pretty crazy stuff. Jarvan vs. Yasuo felt like a highlight, certainly.
That was probably the most fun one that we had, because most of the team fights were all done mid-air. And then it was like, well, whoever lands back down again is the victor of the fight. So hopefully we see some of that, because that was super awesome to watch.
I do really enjoy the ones that bring CC, because you just multiply by 5. The ones without CC, it makes it pretty difficult unless you're Ezreal and you have that extra mobility. But yeah, generally somebody with some knockups or stuns is going to do well.
And we have seen a bit of the Ezreal as well. And I believe Zac is kind of the pick that we don't want to see. That's kind of the strong pick, the cheesy pick of the mode, if you will.
Yeah, there's a bit of a mini meta that does form in this game mode regarding skins, though. So if you're playing Ezreal, then you will want to pick the same skin, because not everyone will go AP. So that random guy who's like 10-0, you don't know which ultimate's going to hit you and which one's going to hurt most. So we'll see what the players actually pick in terms of skins after we've got the champion picks. But remember, this is lottery mode. So if your team doesn't all agree on the champion, then you might just ram him into something you don't want. But I think everyone knows what they want in this game, Pastry.
I've seen 3 locked-in Lee Sins so far. I see 3 hovered Lee Sins on the other side.
I'm actually curious if this is coincidence or if they actually agreed upon it ahead of time to have the 10.
So from my experience, Lee Sin, very, very fun to watch, because we were all going in as IWC A-casters being like, Lee Sin, he's not as strong anymore, it won't be as fun. When someone's getting kicked against the wall 5 times, they literally can't move for 10 seconds, it gets a little bit mental.
Well, Team Fire is getting Lee Sin, that much I can tell you. Team Ice, Albus can still betray the squad and pick something else. It is a lottery, but of course, if every player picks the same champion, which is now what we've got, it's not really random at all.
Everyone's a winner.
All right, let's see about the summoner spells, though, as well. Junglers, I expect to have a pretty heavy hand in this one. I mean, the Combat Smite definitely helps out a lot. Plus, that's usually going to be the guy getting the most kills, because he gets to come, turn the numbers in their favor as well.
Interesting right now, because of course we have 1 mana piece, which makes sense. Actually, Yankos will be taking jungle for his side, not Clearlove. Bengi over on Team Fire. The top laners, I say that in air quotes, have 2 of the teleports, but our Team Fire, I guess thematically, do have 3 ignites.
So another strategy was to pick a champion like Lee Sin and then be like, all right guys, who's the best Lee Sins in our team? And then you put your resources into them. So they may put Clearlove in a solo lane here to try and soak up those resources and have him as a carry.
It's interesting if, will they designate someone as a tank building Lee Sin as well? Because that could even pose more threat to your team. If he gets kicked into your team, it just does extra damage to everyone as well.
And I mean, there's again a lot of chains. Like you said, Kobe, CC can be very fun in this mode just because you multiply it by 5. We could see some really intense displacement with a bunch of kicks.
I mean, there's a reason this is the most popular champion in the game. There's a huge potential for outplay. There are those Chi-Chi CC chains that you can get, but he's also a snowbally champion as well.
Well, at least everyone has flash, so we can get some really flashy players. Don't forget, of course, to vote at LOL Esports if you want hashtag Iceman or hashtag FireWin. But let's be real, at this point, everyone's a winner today. The biggest winner is actually me.
Yeah, I think all of us here casting this game, everyone at home watching, everyone in this arena watching this game, as well as everyone playing the game as well. But we will only have 5 winners coming out of this and some points on the line. But I believe we'll be on the winter map as well for this one.
Ooh, spoilers.
Also, more spoilers. The skin wars here, I believe, going to be won by Team Fire, as they do have, the uniform style, whereas Jankos and Ziv actually deviating from the rest of Team Ice.
Well, as you can see, 5 knockout Lee Sins as Team Fire leave the fountain. I believe Ice could not quite agree.
I think this is the better play, honestly, because
I love the
ding-ding. Going to hit hard.
To me, Muay Thai and the Boxer one are the 2 best skins. So, deciding between those 2, Acolyte actually, to me, feels like the worst of all of them. Jankos here is going that hipster style, though. Wear it proud.
Well, this is fun because it looks like both teams have actually crept into a brush and they are waiting patiently for their prey. Unfortunately, they're pretty far apart as well, so
all right, I'm gonna check everyone's level 1 skill. Q, Q, Q for all of Ice. Q, 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 Q for all of Fire except for Levi. He hasn't skilled up yet. The surprise E.
Yeah. Everyone connects their Qs, gets into range. He comes in with the AoE finish.
Find them.
This is a game of battleships right now. I think we're not going to see anyone meet each other just yet. I'm a little worried for Jankos because he's going to stick out like a sore thumb with that skin. So if he
or will he have the spotlight on him when he goes legendary?
We'll have to see. I mean, regardless of really how you do when you have Lee Sin still does a lot of damage, especially when you're also against Lee Sin. So we'll see.
Going to be curious to see what the item builds look like. Again, we're going to have relatively standard lane assignments here, and the items do reflect that as well. Of course, the players are not restricted at all in how they can build, so they can go tanky if they want to. And we usually see a lot of Thunderlords. We are going to get 8 here, a Warlords and a Courage of the Colossus.
That's Soaz with the Warlords there, I believe, if they're lined up correctly. And in fact, with
not to tell.
Colossus, maybe he'll be the tank builder of the team.
Ooh, so is in again. Did have a 1v1 on Lee Sin yesterday in a mirror match, but I couldn't quite hit all the Qs he wanted to.
And that's kind of what we're talking about. If they have Impact build the tanky Lee Sin, that's the team that all have the same skin, so he can kind of hide there. I mean, the bars above his head will probably give it away, but we'll be able to tell by skin.
Oh, then. Let's see if... Oh, in the mid lane, we've got that one-on-one trade happening. Prey is going to be close. He's going to jump in. This time, Soaz gets the kill. Redemption for his 1v1.
There you have it. Warlords is OP.
Oh no, Bengi's coming in. Good defense there, but Bengi's actually going to get aggressed on Jankos, backing onto it as Soaz. Going to try and tag him. They need to line up these next Qs. There's a safeguard in. Soaz wants it, not going to get it. Jankos goes for it though. He's going to get it, but they both die.
Oh, it was an execute. Soaz didn't die to anyone.
He's a genius.
Oh my goodness.
Welcome to One for All, ladies and gentlemen. This is what happened.
Let's check back in on the Lee Sin v Lee Sin battle v Lee Sin battle v Lee Sin battle down here. 2 Qs missed by Team Fire.
Oh, disaster for Albus right now. Levi is going to be chased on after by Clearlove. He's got those Lee Sin mechanics naturally from the jungle.
Now, remember, you are going to want to get your auto attacks in. In the early levels, it does matter quite a lot there for Lee Sin when they only have a couple of abilities. Don't want to run out of energy. But here again, is Bengi trying to enter the fray mid lane after First Blood was already had?
I like what happens here. Bengi just dashes in, and Soaz tags him, does die, but Jankos knows he can get it and still get executed.
As you said, no gold credit there for the opposing team. And success, as he was able to clean up the mess.
It was actually really good from Soaz, because if he didn't jump in there and try and make a play, then it would have just been 1 kill over to Fire. So he did salvage that situation with a pretty baller Lee Sin play.
Well, looks like a level up for Prey right now. versus Soaz, but he will even that out relatively quickly. Kind of curious to see if that starts to matter, because of course the first Lee Sins to level 6 could be impactful here as well. In the meantime, No Prey's looking for a roam by the looks of things. Gonna make his way down to that bottom lane, but Albus and Clearlove gonna try and play this a little safer perhaps.
I like what the supports are doing as well. Staying true to their support form, going for that Relic Shield so that they can lane with another Lee Sin and get that gold over to them.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see if anyone actually goes with some extra ward items, because you can just use other people's wards, right? And everyone should probably stick with the yellow trinkets in this game, but we'll see if they pick up any sight stones or the warding jungle item.
Impact's okay that time though, did dodge the first Q, which was nice. Now Bengi's actually waiting behind, but he's gonna skip over. He finds Soaz now, is actually looking for the roam in. Q's gonna land in onto Bengi, damage is decent. That Q's gonna miss though. That one also gonna miss. Yanko's now looking for the next one. They can keep hopping away. Soaz, they're gonna keep moving down. Bengi could be problems, but great Q there from Soaz. Does get himself another kill. Impact gonna look to go down. They're gonna commit for the dive, but Soaz can't.
Do it!
Not gonna happen. Okay, I thought maybe one more turret shot was also coming out, but not gonna happen there.
Oh! Zip making the big play, safeguards back to Yankos there to bail his buddy out on that heist. What a dive.
All right, Ice does have a 1,000 gold lead already, only a little bit over 5 minutes into the game. And this is one of those snowballing modes because, there's no surprise comeback from, any team fight advantage or scaling advantage for either team.
Clearly might be in a spot of bother in the meantime, but Ziv and Yanko's actually going to work on this top turret instead. They should be able to get first turret gold here and will. And you can see that gold advantage starting to leverage nicely. Soaz has been the big recipient of that here at 2-1 and 2. And that early Tiamat, it's going to be good.
Definitely agree there.
Gonna jump in. I think we're all good, guys, for now. It's worth mentioning that Soaz is massive in terms of Lee Sins. Currently with that Tiamat, 2-1 and 2, is listed in every kill so far.
Another Tiamat there as well, actually purchased by Ziv, so I think we're probably expecting some relatively similar builds. I'm wondering if Impact's going to go a little tanker with his Courage of the Colossus, but I mean, that's true. Everyone wants to have fun. The best way to have fun is to kill people on Lee Sin, as Soaz diving in again onto Prey. Ooh, could be getting more action here. Keep trying to make this happen, but no one's sick just yet. Oh, awful lot of safeguards coming out as well, but Bengi gonna tip the scales. Albus tagged in, that's too cute. Execute damage is all right on top. And our Clearlove tagged in, forced to flat, but the Ignite is down, and that's a double kill.
Rano B coming in there for that second kill, and yeah, jungling Lee Sin, Bengi in this one, coming into the bottom lane, getting that quick double kill. I still with a small advantage, but Suat's coming in. They're both gonna kick each other with a DBZ fight in the mid lane underneath that tower. Yankos out of nowhere.
Wait, there's another challenger. Bengi in the brush.
Looking for something here. He's got his ultimate, I believe, as well, but not going to commit. He's going to stalk his prey right behind, looking through the brush, but he's been caught. Yankos found him already. Kick back in. Another anime moment. They'll fly off.
But look at this dive in the mid lane as well.
Well, Soaz motivated. Okay, what a play here as Ziv dives in for another. Soaz on a killing spree.
Soaz, the all-star of the all-star Lee Sin mode here, just going off, being a unique fellow with his warlords as well. It seems to be paying off. Oh no, Albus! By the way, there's only one Lee Sin going a different build than all 9 other Lee Sins, and that is Ron OP being a true support, maxing Safeguard second. Everybody else is maxing Q second for the executes.
That will come into a trade later, but currently it's just 1v1s across the map. Prey's found Ziv, that's the kick. Will we follow with the Q? Back out the way! Straight up outplay. Prey taking out Ziv there in the jungle.
Beautiful flash right there to the side, and lands his Sonic Wave right after.
The Bengi there, you can see again. We're going to go out as they just fly away, but help was on the way here.
Yep, Ron OP, here's the support that does come in. And he's able to chase Yankos away, but remember, he didn't max his Q, so he didn't get the kill him. Bengi does finish it off.
I saw Yankos' hands go in the air there because he got the smite toss, so he had the extra experience. He thought, the extra health rather, than thought he could get that kill, but taken out just as he threw over that wall.
One of the funny things about Lee Sin, I thought we're going to have something again. Soaz playing very aggressive, tags one, finds a resonating strike onto Prey, but won't follow this time.
So we do have an extra sight stone, 2 extra sight stones coming in for Ice and 1 for Fire. There will be plenty of boards for plenty of plays.
Yeah, because I don't know where he went there, but he's going to keep getting chased down, can't get over. Levy takes him down this time.
There's so much to keep track of because when there's one Lee Sin in the game, you're like, all right, who's going to time out? But who's got the kick? Going to knock both each other back. But so has Six, and that's tower shot. Bengi there with the kill, but Ziv wants some revenge for his ally. But instead, he's going to receive some Lee Sins to take home with him. And Ron going to take him out. But Albus for the support, gives him against the wall. Prey with the body block, but the bodyguard goes down. Ron OP backing away, but he's in enemy territory, Pastry.
I think it'd be okay, but there's someone chasing him. It is Albus. They're going to try and take him down here, but up away to the Crocs, looks for the block shot, doesn't get him. Is it enough for an execute?
That actually might cost him with the failure on the blast.
Oh, there it goes! Flashes in to take him down.
I really feel in this game mode when everyone's on Lee Sin, then saving your flash is one of the most important things that you can do. It's not worth it just to get away from a kill. You want to make a montage play.
The earlier you use it, the earlier it'll come back up. That's real though. Kicks through kicks as both of them get knocked out, but so as into the turret does hit a skill shot with his dying breath though. Maybe baiting Ziv in as he gets then chased down.
Play looking good as well. As you can see, Albus trying to convert for the tower dive. Yankos once again having a lot of fun here.
Roller coaster of emotions for Yankos, but he is with 3, 2, and 4, so mostly positive for him.
Ooh, what's this is? They're going to kick one away. Prey now getting chased down by two other Lee Sins. Dodges one.
Oh,
kick
man!
back. That's just gross!
Gets ganged up on in the river there. 4 versus 1 gonna go down. Meanwhile, that leaves the bottom lane here to try and push in the minions. Remember the minions, my friend.
Remember objectives always.
I think objectives have kind of gone out of the window at this point, but we're 10 minutes in. We've got 20 kills.
I mean, yeah, Team Ice, they do have the only turret taken. That was the first turret extra bonus there, so that is actually a decent amount of the lead as Rono Peak goes in to try and get the kick. Ziv out to safety now. They do have numbers for Team Ice.
Oh, clear love again, Rono Peak. Goodbye. Oh, mayhem, what's going on? As it's just a bouncing castle, the kicks. Impact, though, safe for now. Albus trying to look for a cube. Impact gets behind the minions.
Important to keep track of all these wards as well, because any of these things can come out of anywhere. Albus with the kick, but he's going to have the safety. Prey coming in as well. Albus backing away. He's got the safeguard. Yankos there to block up some of these resonating strikes, but Bengi coming into the bottom lane. With the outplay! Oh, we'll take him out underneath the tower.
I mean, I guess we'll take it here as Impact getting low, but Prey going to protect his countrymen. Tag though for Prey here. Just follow it. That's going to be a kill. Damage is enough as Yankos now going to get chased down. Clear love. We're going to move back in onto Prey. First Q misses there from Yankos. Kick's not going to miss those. That should be enough. Yankos, I believe, activated teammate to take that down.
Well, we have learned that there is definitely safety in numbers here, and Team Ice have been grouping up a bit earlier than Team Fire, definitely paying off. But look at that gold. Pretty much back to even after the tower is even. So what's the difference here? It's the objectives. Those are what are swinging it.
I think the hidden hero here from Fire, though, is Levi, who is 3-0-2 right now. He's having a killer of a game. And take a look at his farm. He's completely destroying every other Lee Sin on the map with 107 currently. So Ice need to be careful of that. And he's hidden among the other boxers on Fire. So difficult to find him.
I'm trying to figure out how he found all that time to get farm.
I don't know, to be honest.
I mean, yeah, Team Fire were the ones that weren't grouping up quite as early, so he was left in the bottom lane there, farming away. We'll see if it does pay off. He's a jungler by profession as well.
There's mechanics. Oh, double punch back. As if an Impact just disengaged from the area.
So is the technical term for that the DBZ?
I think so.
Yeah.
Gentleman's trade there. Now Ziv actually outnumbered.
Kick him against the wall, follow up the standard Lee Sin combo. Bengi making it look easy in the top lane, but that means the enemy Lee Sins are going to jump onto the dragon now. A battle of the century.
The dragon doesn't stand a chance.
Because they're taken down. Rono Peak and kick one back. There's the kick answering for Soaz, but he's got Hell. Prey's going to kick him in towards the turret, but doesn't proc it yet. Soaz gets out to a minion. Levi's going to find him. He's got friends, but they don't safeguard him. Levi kicked out, but he safeguards to a friend.
All right, they've got the numbers now, and Team Fire are on the chase.
Bengi, he's on the chase, but maybe he's on the receiving end. He doesn't want to be here anymore. Cleanup goes in, but Albus is the one chasing after. Levi comes out there, but it's Albus who's going to go down, ticking out from the Ignite. Double kill somewhere to someone. 4 kills to 0. Fire definitely came out on top.
Lee Sin with the triple, and Team Fire defend their territory, actually coming back. They've actually gained the gold lead here for the first time as well. See if Ziv can do anything about it.
Winning the first major team by our Fire. Very nice little play in their own jungle, but Ziv and Prey both looking to make something happen here. Ziv slows him down with the Tempest, kicks him back in. Juking land, but Prey moves back in. That should be enough, though. Ziv does collect another kill.
Honestly, very impressed you were able to keep up with the skill names there, Paisley. But then again, if you just say random Lee Sin skill names, it's probably accurate when you get to more than 4 Lee Sins in a fight. So might try that for next time. Benji doesn't quite land the Q there, but he'll back away. Levi trying to get cheeky there and steal away the blue buff, but Soaz not very happy about this intrusion. 4, 5, and 4. He's a pretty beefy Lee Sin. And he has clear love behind him.
Yeah, good flash there. He's the one with the 6 kills, so a huge bounty on Levi. And that is one extra thing that they can actually start to tell the Team Fire Lee Sins apart from each other because of the extra medallion.
Well, something being set up here by Soaz perhaps is Impact doing a spot of farming for the time being. Actually does go Titanic Card, but he's been tagged by Yankos Div. Here as well, looking for something, but Impact can a safeguard away to a what? Is there anyone else to try and chase him down? Div up to a ward to try and take him down, and that will be enough.
The Courage of the Colossus, slightly more tanky build. Not really working out so far in the mode for Impact this time around, but Team Ice, see what they do with this control of the map.
The kick flash, he's got the mechanics, but Bray's gonna kick away Ziv. Soaz going in, but so is Albus, Tempest, Allspits, Dragon Rages, Qs are going on. But after all of that, it's Soaz picking up the death.
I mean, which way's in, which way is out anymore? It looks like Team Ice are going to be the ones trying to defend this turret now.
Who's trapped in with who? Indeed. It looks like they're going to group up and try and do something here. Juke in there as Ziv gets kicked back. That's a kill for Ron OP, and they're going to try and defend this turret, but relatively healthy. Everyone's getting tagged by resonating strikes, but the minion waves are getting cleared, and this is something we might have to look at because it is really hard to push down turrets with 10 melee champions.
Definitely true. It's also hard to keep track of which wards were previously placed for plays like that. Levi gets another. That's 7 for him.
Levi coming in, attack of the Titan, leads it, coming out here. It's going to be that double kill. Yankos backs away, preventing the triple, but Fire starting to get the upper hand.
King of the Lee Sins right now there for Levi. 8 to his name. He is legendary. Will Team Ice be able to collect that bounty?
We'll have to see because he's certainly been impressive. I'm a young player, no those mechanical skills. The Stars can look for a free one. Ron OP says no. Double Qs will tag Levi. For the first one, but it's the bait onto Yankos. Yankos turns it around and kicks to the face. Going to be a shutdown.
Colossal Titan down.
Answer that question pretty quickly, actually, as Levi. Oh!
Cheese it. Okay, we're good.
No, not good. Never say that in
Soaz not reading from the same hymn sheet here. He definitely wanted in. Yankos wanted out.
We've entered all mid mode as all the Lee Sins now gravitating towards the action. Impact with the flank as Clearlove goes in.
Next one in for Prey. Ziv's going to follow him, but Ziv actually over the wall by Prey's kick is going to be Clearlove goes down in a 1v3. Ziv tries to make the big play. Safeguards him for Albus, who flashes forward and does get Prey taken down. He's low though. It looks to be a kill, and Impact will pick up the next one. Soaz and Ziv, just not enough health.
Well, we're 22 to 18 now, gents. 40 kills on the board at the 17-minute horizon. 3,000 gold advantage to Fire, but is that Dragon going over to Ice? So at least we've got that going for us, which is Ice. Ziv Rada coming into the mid lane. Ron, OP, and Impact to find that Q. Got to fake out style coming in. The Lee Sins are evolving. They are adapting.
All right, let's see if they can make a play here. Lee Sin on the other side of the Raptor pit as well. I don't know about the surprise play from Yankos.
There's one tag. Levi going to be not going to go in for it though, as Clearlove will cover. Ron OP looking for his own flank here, so it's potential turret dive series. They get a little stronger and a little tankier.
Meanwhile, we do have Banky off split pushing, and we talk about objective focus and the Korean focus on that. Still remains true, even in the, oh, never mind. Looks like it does cost him his life.
Yeah, macro game doesn't quite work out when you're playing 10 Lee Sins, so gets punished there by Europeans who know exactly what's going on when there's no macro going on. Mid lane, Albus, Prey's going to be jumping in there, getting kicked into his allies. But it's now Clearlove who's under attack. He wants to jump away, but there's yet another Dragon's Rage. Ron OP here to support him. He does have his own kick left remaining. That's Clearlove going down. Now Ziv coming in here to join the festivities in the mid lane, but it looks like it's over.
Say that.
Something, but he's going to duck.
It is ever over.
Levi maybe looking to attack the next one. I feel like Clearlove got left out to dry there by his teammates, but couldn't really do too much. Says Ziv though. Going to dive in, get kicked back for his impotence, and there's going to be a kill. Levi kicked back through though with Ron OP being moved in towards it. Yanko's going to get exhausted as Alba tries to snipe one on the back end of the fight. Safeguards away to dodge the next Q though, as now Yanko's looking for another. Ron OP not going to get tagged as Soaz tries to find Prey, and Prey's going to equal in onto Jankos. Jankos though is going to kick one back. Levi now going to try and shut it down. I thought we were done. Jankos going to flash away and stop the noise for now, but Bengi could be in trouble.
Ding ding, never done with the noise. Here we go. A couple of misses actually on the cues.
Round 16, fight Levi coming in there. So as he's off to the side, he's landed the cue, but he doesn't really want it. The rest of the Lee Sins are following after. Oh, I've made a terrible mistake, says Soaz, as he will be dropping down. Albus will back away. Q goes awry, and that's yet another kill to Team Fire.
It all comes back to the mid lane. Oh, Bengi actually taking a couple tower hits there.
Oh, Albus wants a Q! With the Q, but he gets kicked back by Bengi. I like the thought, but it wasn't enough. Prey looks for the kick, but doesn't get it. Clearlove kicks a bunch of people through as he's looking for the flank, but Prey is going to hunt him down. Clearlove gets that one, but he is going to be answered back by Levi. And it's just everyone trying to take down a tower.
I mean, every once in a while, for a couple seconds, one Lee Sin will go to a side lane to pick up the farm, but has to return mid eventually.
Oh, yeah, and oh, he doesn't get it. Levi and Bengi there to shut him down. 27 kills to Team Fire now. Rift Herald never going to be an objective this game.
No, it doesn't get it.
What even happened there? I couldn't see a thing.
Oh, wait. The Ignite wasn't quite enough there in the end, but Soaz, yet another fight in the mid lane, chased down by Impact, Run OP, tagged up, but Soaz tack Yuri.
We flash too. Not a good sign there for Soaz, and maybe finally we'll take a little extra turret damage. Albus, he's on wave clear duty this time.
Whew. All right, let's see if we are able to get any dive action going here. 2 reinforcements on the way for Team Fire, only 1 for Team Ice. There's a little bit of jungling going on for Team Fire as well, trying to take advantage of the extra experience.
All right, I'm not sure which replay this is.
He saw the shutdown, you know, in his sights there, wanted to get it off of Levi, but not able to take it down. Return to the objective though, and so as clears out the wave.
And it's done!
We tower tower!
The first tower, like clear. Oh my god, that feels bad! Prey! Huge plays! He bolts into the backline to take him down, and now Impact caught out there. Follows in onto Ziv with Albus flanking around the backside. Prey and Soaz are tussling, but Soaz should be able to take that down. Last tower shot's not enough, but the Ignite is from Soaz, as they are going to keep chasing. Ziv kicks one back through as Levi takes the tower. Kick back into the turret, though. Huge play from Jankos. The Europeans try to do what they can as Albus skitters away over a wall, but Ron OP still going to keep chasing as Impact really wants his final kill, and Jankos, there's just nowhere to run. He'll get a double for his troubles, but Ron OP should be able to seal this. Jankos needs to keep juking. Ron OP says, I'm just going to order you, but Jankos makes it under the turret to safety.
Bengi!
Into Bengi's waiting arms. Huge outplay again!
Oh, Jankos, the king of Europe, making sure he gets that one. And what a play. And that has evened up the scoreboard just a little. The hopes of Ice are resting in the Europeans' hands here, but what an insane display of Lee Sin mechanics.
Yeah, from which one of the 10? If we have 10 Lee Sin, we have to have somebody with a good play. So far, though, Team Fire are accumulating a pretty decent lead now. See if they can make use of the extra towers and map control as well. Most of the wards now are on the side of Team Ice, so a bit more plays to be made there.
Man, there's like no chance to take a breather for us or the players in this game. This is absolutely absurd. However, Fire with those 2 extra tower kills over Ice are edging ahead.
All right, we're going to have to work out a system for taking breath now.
Looks like we're going to go around the Baron area, and as of course the game goes on longer, this should be a bit easier. Baron with his many Santa hats is just chilling out for now. So I was looking to get aggressive, and we're pretty early on into the game still, so death timers won't be too long. I think he's going to get tagged. Ziv looks for something. Ron P kicks into the backline. It's Clear, kicks one back to it. Bengi, he gets bolted back into another kick. Genius play, as that's a double kick in. Ron P moved in, and Ice starting to take over this team fight. So his tag by Prey is going to go down as Impact going to try and clean things up, but it's 3v2. Jankos finds it in onto Prey as Albus is getting taken down. Great kick there as well, but Albus just needs to keep the teammates alive. There's another double. Ice coming out ahead as Albus looks for another Q, but isn't going to get it. And Impact, he's fighting with a tanky build. Maybe it's enough, but Impact's just going to juke around, but they will take him down. And there's our A.
Let's go, Ice!
Jankos, new king of the Rift. He's the highest level Lee Sin in the game. Just wore off with the double buffs, but that is going to be Team Ice's turn to strike back and take down mid turret.
When there's no Lee Sins on the board, it doesn't matter that you're all melee range because there's no one to contest you. They'll be finally able to take away this middle lane tower. And we get to see that one more time. All started off by Albus jumping in there along with Ziv and Soaz.
This is exactly what I would expect a team fight to look like when we have 10 blind players on the map here with all Lee Sins in and out, and then Soaz does get targeted. All right, Yanko.
That's what you're getting,
Back to
Kobe.
the
That's
objective.
the end of the replay.
Don't have enough time, I don't think.
Replay live. What's the difference here? Dragon does go down.
Yeah,
though.
another Drake there for Team Ice. So Ocean and Cloud added to the tally. A little sad we didn't get the RNG from yesterday, where we just casually put in all the Fire Dragons, but I guess we'll take it this time around. It's better than nothing for Team Ice. You are still behind one tower on objective.
Yeah, we'll take it. Levi is going toe-to-toe with Soaz, but Soaz does decide to back off. He's got many Lee Sins there to back him up, but as does his opponent in the top lane. Baron is still an objective, but both teams would like, because the team that gets it, the other team, probably can't clear any of those minions because they're all Lee Sin. Benby, I was thinking about going in there, but we've got the old standoff happening here in the jungle. It's just who wants to go in first. I just remember that Impact, he's running Courage of the Colossus, so he is the initiator for Fire.
Seems to be a correlation between Courage of the Colossus and lowest kills in the game for Impact
Take
there.
one for the team, Kobe.
Definitely working out with the tanking, I guess, because their team is ahead. All right, here we go. The engagement, an insect on someone.
Oh, huge kicks there. Ice are kind of scattered around. Ron OP looks for another one, but doesn't get it through. Bengi, they're going to get chased down, and there's another great double kick combo. Ron OP, they're going to get taken, but he gets kicked back into Prey. Who's going to fall as well? No, he lives for now as Yankos flashes out to safety, but he's going to get shut down by Impact. Prey now still trying to chase through, but Ron OP's here as well. Second Q's going to miss, though, and not a bad trade. 2 for 1 in the favor of Fire.
So as kiting around the top side of that fight as well, but it may not be over. Levi, he's down to half. He's going to jump in, but the blast plant changes the course of the fight. Khalilov comes down, but it's the rest of Fire who are in hot pursuit of Team Ice right now. Khalilov, he's trying to get away, but there's no escape from 5 Lee Sins. Khalilov jumps over the wall, but he's going to burn. He didn't have time to stop, drop, and roll. 5 kills to 1, and that's Fire going for the Baron.
Oh, looks like they're going to get it too. Every member of Team Ice in the fountain. And we do have our first Baron going to go down here. Santa hat and all.
Well, again, there's 10 Lee Sins, but only 2 of them have Smite, and unfortunately for Team Ice, their jungler Yankos only just survived. No time to get back in onto the Baron, and that will be the first Baron. We talked about the pushing and the wave clear being an issue before. This seems like a pretty good solution.
Maybe the only solution. All right, let's take another look at the Blast Cone's play here. Take us through it, Pastry. What was step number 2 as far as the plan goes?
I mean, step 1 was Blast Cone, step 2 was Lee Sin Q, and that's kind of all the steps you need in this mode.
Got it. Hit the Q, take the Q. Oh, Albus got hit with a couple there, and that is going to be the end of that replay. Thank you very much.
All right, so 38 kills for 30. Pretty standard at 26 minutes. And Yankos, remember that Team Ice have pretty much no wave clear. So as soon as Fire decide to group up, or even just go for a 1-3-1, there's pretty much nothing that the Lee Sin lineup can do against it.
Interesting strategy here from Team Ice. They're splitting up into the 1-3-1. Classic European split. I don't know if you can outpush the Baroned up Team Fire, though. We're headed straight down mid.
I feel like these are the classic anime glasses push there. It's just like, oh yes, I see exactly what they're going for here.
Well, it looks like it's bad times for Ice either way. It's actually really just ripping through the turrets. Here's the flank. Gets kicked back though, Ron OP and Albus looking to tussle, and there's Yankos going down on the other end. 5v4 now as Ron OP gets kicked back in. Clearly finds a big target on the Prey, but he's going to kick it back into Impact. Not bad, but another counter kick's pretty good. Everyone's trying to get out under the tower. Prey and Bengi are low, but no one's fallen just yet. Yankos, the only death in the team fight.
I mean, I guess it does raise your accuracy. If the other team has all 5 members left up, then it's easier to hit because you missed the one in front of you. There's a bunch more behind him. Looks like Albus, though, no friends around him to escape to.
No, if there's no one around for a split second, you will be ganged up upon by many angry Lee Sin boxers who will be there to kill you. Mid lane now being pushed in. They have this Baron buff. Lots of damage coming down. Turns out you can punch a turret to death.
Oh no, this looks like bad news here. Ziv, yeah, he's got too many people taking Ron OP had the second Q.
Prey's following after onto Soaz now. He's got the rest of his Lee Sins in pursuit. Double Q, triple Q misses. Soaz, the escape artist, can he make it happen in this one? He's been exhausted. He's got one. 1 versus many. Is he it, man? He is not. He's not. He's
Prey
not.
kicked him even though he was dead after that last Q, just to make extra special sure.
All right, now he's got 3 members of Team Fire on his
Good
trail.
luck, Yankos. Oh no, that's not good, but a decent kick's going to get a couple. Pray the next target, but Yankos, he just can't get away from this chain. That's Levi with the killer's album. Tries to get one, doesn't quite throw it towards Bengi though. Impact going to tank that next Q.
Ooh, interesting teleport there from Impact. Levi going to protect him. Necessary to go get those minions, remember? The extra gold there. Look at that. I mean, Levi has not only the most kills of any Lee Sin in this game, but also the most minions. Truly doing work there.
He's been watching a lot of Jackie Chan films growing up, preparing for this one moment where he's going to be in this all-for-one against other martial artists. Now he's bringing it to them. 17-3 and 12. He's just gone off this game.
Certainly a true master, but Cloudrick's up in 40s. About the only good news left for Ice, because Fire have taken over. I can't imagine how difficult it is to kill the super minions in the mid lane, and Baron Buff thankfully has dropped off, but we can start to get some additional pressure and see if Fire can try and close out the game. It looks like somebody's in trouble down here.
Or will he make a magical Lee Sin escape? Let's see. Ziv, go!
Who really knows? He's going to give it a shot. He's going to jump out. No, he's no.
Pretty short-lived escape there for Ziv as he heads back to the fountain. But I have to say, yeah, it is very difficult to defend turrets as well in this mode. And you have to question, what does a comeback strategy even look like? If you all group up in the same bush, someone's going to get kicked through and everyone gets knocked up. Is it even worth? Well, Yankos.
Topsy-turvy fight. Yankos dead already, though. Fire again is hunting together, picking off the Australia Sins, and now Soa's going to try and get his way out. Q's going to miss. Next Q's line up. Impact is going to chase him down. That one's going to hit, but a good kick's not bad. Still the Q will follow as Bengi tries to chase him down. Levi hits the next one. Beautiful accuracy, and just does more than enough damage. Clear up. Now the trouble tries to pop the teammate, kicks him away, but it's not nearly enough.
Oh no, Team Fire, they're just blazing it too hard right now. 4-0, and I think this might be curtains for the Ice lineup. Unfortunately, too many Lee Sins died. They'll head on to the Nexus, and the Nexus towers. A heroic attempt at a defense from Albus there, but he will ultimately be shut down. Ziv just does not have the technology to deal with this. He almost finds Bray. He finds one. If they go down like warriors, maybe he has a chance, but they're on to the Nexus, and it's Team Fire securing the win.
It just felt like towards the end there, it was getting too difficult. Critical mass was reached. You just keep getting kicked. You're going to take execute damage. It was a bad time.
I mean, Team Ice actually had a really good start, and I thought that this was going to be a completely one-sided snowball game, but even with the early kills there and the early turret, Fire were able to make that comeback in the mid-game off of that big Lee Sin play.
Great analysis.
You remember the one I'm talking about, right?
Yeah. First Baron certainly looked like some problems as well, but credit where it's due to all 10 players. Fantastic display on Lee Sin. Levi, what a surprising set of mechanics there on Lee Sin, really showing up for Fire. And the 2 Europeans on the Ice side, Soaz and Yankos looking great.
I don't exactly remember how Levi got all the extra kills or all the extra farm, but the numbers are there to prove it. Yes, he is definitely the best.
He must be the best in this one. And I've generally been impressed by the whole lineup coming in from IWCA. They've had a week's worth of experience playing all these crazy game modes, and they just know how it ticks. They have the upper hand against their opponents. A bunch of them are still in the 1v1s as well.
Yeah, this is not the first time for GPL in Lee Sin's all-for-one as well, and he had a big showing there last week.
Well, certainly showing off there. Unfortunately for Team Ice, that does mean they are going to lose a couple points, but looks like everyone was having fun there. I feel like slowly but surely the players started to develop a couple things. We saw a few double kick combos here and there, which just means you can't get out from under Lee Sin, because a lot of the early problems were just like, even if you land a Q on someone, you're getting kicked out usually.
Yeah, I mean, we have the normal combos down where you get the kick into the Q, and then someone else kicking him sideways, like, oh no, he kicked him out of the first Q, into 2 more.
Yeah.
Yeah, generally the strategy was like get someone low and just kick them to death. If you can land that Q, then you have the execute damage, right? So there was kind of a meta evolving, but like I think it just got into chaos by the end of it.
The meta is the beatdown meta. Yeah. Will determine as actually more than half of them were punches rather than kicks.
It's true.
Yeah. And apparently that won, so that was the way to go, apparently.
That's true. Now we know what the best skin is. We finally settled the red hot debate. I mean, so much fun to watch there as well. I think it's funny to also see people like using flashes or gap close when they're already tagged by a Q, because normally you know to flash, but there's already so many. Definitely a couple problems here.
Whose Q was it?
Exactly.
Am I getting out of range or not?
And you never know who's coming for you as well, because they all went for the same skin. So it's just like, is it Levi who's coming out with 18 kills? Maybe it's Bengi who only had 6 kills. I don't know. Maybe a tank's coming after me. But it was just complete chaos from start to finish. We had over 70 kills in 30 minutes.
We've truly solved the 1-for-all metagame now. Surely after 2 weeks, Pulse. I got it down pat.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, that was our only one of the tournament, unfortunately. I would have loved to see them go for, like, maybe some of the other picks that we saw, like Jarvan, for example, or Yasuo, but I think Lee Sin versus Lee Sin was the manliest way to go down.
All I know is that whenever it comes back, I'm certainly going to play it, but we are going to send it now over to Dash for a post-game chat with Lee Sin.
I'm going to do my best to make sense of this one, but I've got Levi here with me as well as Kai, who's going to help with some interpretations here. Last week, you got to play Lee Sin versus Graves in the IWCA All-Stars. Here we are now playing Lee Sin against Lee Sin. My first question to you is to compare these two and how chaotic it was.
Thì chúc mừng em ha. Thì câu hỏi đầu tiên là tuần trước mình đánh kèo Lee Sin với Graves. Thì kèo này mình đánh kèo Lee Sin với Lee Sin thì em thấy sự khác biệt nó như thế nào? Thì trả lời nhìn anh kia nha.
Nếu mà kèo Lee Sin và Gray thì 5 con tướng bên này và 5 con tướng bên kia nó sẽ khác nhau, thì em đánh giá con Lee Sin sẽ là cửa trên so với Gray. Còn kèo 10 Lee Sin thì nghĩ là đó là kèo kỹ năng, bởi vì 10 con tướng nó giống nhau.
Yeah, so you were saying that last week it was Lee Sin versus Graves. The difference made because of the champions. Like anything, Lee Sin is stronger than Graves. But this time, it's 10 Lee Sin, so it's all about skills. It's all about skill.
And when you speak about skill, you had the most kills, least deaths, and the most CS in the game. Does that make you the best Lee Sin here at this tournament?
Thì hiện tại bây giờ cái trận này là em có giết nhiều nhất, chết ít nhất, hỗ trợ khá nhiều luôn. Thì em nghĩ em có phải là người chơi Lee Sin giỏi nhất không?
Em nghĩ là không, bởi vì còn khá nhiều game thủ đánh Lee Sin hay và không có mặt trong trận đấu đấy.
Probably not, because there are a lot of others pros that play Lee Sin really well, but not in the match.
All right, well, very humble answer there. Now I want to go ahead and look forward. The 1v1s are coming up next. 4 out of the 5 members of your GPL squad are moving on for Team Fire in this next round. How confident are you and your entire team's abilities about getting Team Fire to the finals?
Thì team Việt Nam của mình sắp tới đánh 1-1 á, là 4 trong số 5 người của mình sẽ lọt vào vòng trong. Thì em nghĩ là em có tự tin với đội chiến thắng của đội Việt Nam hay không? Để đem lại chiến thắng cho đội lửa.
Em khá tự tin về khả năng vào vòng trong của đội tuyển Việt Nam. Tại vì có đến 4 thành viên thi đấu á, nhưng mà cũng chưa biết chắc điều gì sẽ xảy ra.
So see, he's fairly confident because we have 4 out of 5 guys, so we have higher chance. But you never know until you got in, so yeah.
Absolutely. Just a little follow-up on that. Given the fact that you guys did get to play last week in a lot of these fun modes, you know, the one-for-alls as well as the 1v1s, do you think that gives you somewhat of an advantage having already played some of these game modes previously?
Thì tuần trước mình đánh IWCA á, thì mình đã từng đánh qua tất cả những cái thể loại chơi này rồi á, thì em nghĩ mình có được lợi thế vì mình đã từng đánh rồi hay không?
Em nghĩ là có và được khá nhiều lợi thế đấy.
Lợi thế như thế nào, có thể nói rõ không?
Lợi thế là được làm quen với các chế độ chơi trước, nên là sẽ có những cái chiến thuật mà người chơi mới không biết được.
Yeah, yes, definitely an advantage, and I think that because we have time to dig and have more strategy for the game. So yeah.
All right, well, we look forward to that. I'm going to let you go get prepared for that 1v1. Congratulations again on this victory here. Team Fire now pulling way ahead of Team Ice, sending it back up to the desk to prepare for those 1v1s.
Thank you very much, Dash. Yeah, Team Fire, in the end, fantastic performance by then, even though we did see some fantastic moves on both sides, but they seem to be coming up short for Team Ice, guys. What do you think?
I mean, you got to start in picks and bans. Sorry to cut you off, Cyrene, but I think, you know, both of these teams, they just put it on the rift, your will, my hands, master yourself, master thy enemy. That's what it was about, playing that Lee Sin, making sure that everybody was aware. Team Fire, more committed though, because they locked in all of those Lee Sins much quicker than Team Ice.
Also, they had the skins. They all were wearing the same skin. That's the synergy right from the get-go. Also, star player on that one. They had him on stage. Levi, that guy, most kills, least deaths, highest CS. At 20 minutes, Team Fire was up 100 CS already.
Cyrene, Levi acted free of doubt.
Absolutely.
Definitely did. What about the Masters? We saw all Thunderlords except for 2-1 Courage of the Colossus as well. I do believe we have a highlight reel of some of those fantastic moves, cues, and all that.
Yeah, you can hear all of the cues coming out. It's quite easy to hear.
Yeah, definitely, especially when you extend your senses. It's something that these quiet steps, the ability to see through things, all of these lessons we're doing, I mean, you can just hear and you can just feel exactly all of those sonic waves, all those resonating.
Dragon Rage.
Yes, and there were 290 wards placed. Talk about vision.
Wow.
There was so much on that map.
There is an irony to that, isn't there? 290 wards placed for 10 blind monks.
Yeah, exactly. How was cool that Soaz yesterday got knocked out in that 1v1 in Lee Sin, so I think maybe he had something to do with the fact that, hey, we're gonna pick this and I'm going to make it work. And in the beginning, he had some fantastic moves with Jankos, who is like a standout player on Team Ice, but they didn't manage to translate those early moves into objectives, given it is quite difficult.
Yeah, it's actually quite difficult when they're all melee champions, and I like the build paths of some of the guys. Everybody eventually picked up a Tiamat and was just going crazy, but the Black Cleavers, the early one for Levi, really helped them get ahead.
And the one thing to note as well is that, blindness isn't important against smelly enemies. And that's something that Team Fire found out. They had an advantage from very early on. They really pushed that through, got that Baron. They won multiple team fights, and they closed out the game to get those 50 points.
Yeah, it was super impressive in the end. And we were talking about how Team Ice was better at the fun modes, but now they're starting to falter in this one also specifically. What does that mean, Zyrene?
It means a lot.
Yeah.
That means that they're going to have to pick up some more points, and the fact that they have 9 people left in the 1v1s, they're going to have to win some of those 1v1s. We actually had a conversation with Deficio about how they have 4 Chinese players left, and that's going to be big for them. Because
however, all right, stop. Sonic, wait and listen. Jankos was back, was as bright as Lee Sin. He hit the Q, the kick, and more, but it wasn't enough to settle the score for Ice, baby.
Oh, that was amazing.
I don't know if you're actually laughing, or are you?
No, that was amazing.
That was great.
Absolutely amazing.
How long did you have that?
So, all the times that we were talking about the game in my head, I was just trying to think of this and then. But my senses are heightened. Apparently, by not seeing, I get better at rapping, so I think I can live with that. But we got to talk about
try that.
We got to talk about we got to talk about the points. I hope I'm not touching you in any. So 500 points is that for Team Fire, 350 for Ice. Although, Trevor, you talked about if Ice can win everything, they can do really well. There are some chances. LMS is going up versus a GPL later. The one, okay. The 1v1 is coming up as well, so they're definitely not out of this one yet, but Ice has to do something.
They absolutely do, but luckily for Ice, they do have some very strong matchups in that 1v1. Also, NA, they got a bit smashed around yesterday. LPL's looking good, so that's going to be a tough matchup at the end of the day. And I just think that, Team Fire, they've not earned the All-Star victory yet, but obviously a 150-point buffer is very, very good, very helpful for them. And I think the 1v1s they're going to follow, that's going to be very indicative of whether or not Ice can bounce back.
Yeah, super. Zyrene, how much do you think Ice can bounce back? How much are you confident in your NALCS and Fire All-Stars that they can do it?
I'm confident in the NALCS All-Stars as well as the Chinese and, LCK on top of it. I think everybody's performing really well, and that's why I'm really unsure of who's going to win this 1v1 tournament that's coming up next.
Yeah, it was super exciting, but as you say, we are going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we're going to hit up the Freljord for the round of 16 of our 1v1 tournament. Don't you go anywhere, because we'll see it.
Your will.
No, we won't.
My hands.
Quiero tener su pelo.
My friend, I love this guy.
You English good?
Not good.
Not good. Me too.
Oh, he's got Q back up. He got him.
He got him.
Oh my god, I'm boosted.
눈을 안 바꾼 거 같은데?
물론 안 바꿨다. 뭘로인데?
특성도 안 바꾼 거 같은데?
에이, 뻥인 거 담. 에이, 연기
맞나,
너무
이거?
티남.
근데 룬특을 안 바꾸긴 했어요.
그것도 이길 수 있겠죠.
파워샷.
지지.
You face Mata now next round.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Mata won.
No, you play versus Mata.
No, you play versus.
No.
Might get the Q up again.
Whoa, you're so close. Oh, yes.
Come on, quick shot.
Okay.
Come on, quick shot.
Fine. Let's do it.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Not in my house.
Level 2, you're mine.
Yeah, with the Ignite and Exhaust up as well, it's over.
After playing and watching people play, that no one really has any idea of how it's gonna end.
야스오나 뭐 사이온이나 근접 챔피언은 좀 준비되어 있는데
不怕，因为我连去年的 solo 冠军1比2胜都赢了。
Oh, he has no mana for anything. But gets him. He's trading back and forth. Afro's going to stun. He's down. Afro disrespecting the stun. Oh!
GPL 的我看他们的单挑都很强，
Oh, he's got Q back up. He got him. He got him. He got him.
所以我觉得应该5开吧。
Oh, Europe. Let's go. Nine. One more. He got it. Mata takes down Faker.
Smeb is a great player, but to become the greatest, you have to beat the great.
Might get the Q up again. And an auto.
solo 赛还是有很多很有意思的东西还没有出来。
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2016 All-Star event, live from Barcelona. We have Pulse and Marcin Jankowski joining us as the 1v1 tournament continues. But first up, you played a fantastic Lee Sin. It didn't seem to be enough. What did it come down to?
Well, I do believe it's a team game, so no matter how good I play, it's about 5 people, and I do think my team contained a few really good listening players, so you know it's just about fun, and I had a lot of fun.
I see how you went from like it's about the team. I did well, so obviously the rest. Well, they also did good, and it's about fun, right? Because I still have to play with them later. But it just got close. But now we're going to talk about the 1v1 tournament. It is a round of 16. As a quick refresher, we all know what is at stake or how you can win a game. You got to get the first tower, you got to get to 100 CS, or you got to kill your opponent. However, guys, we haven't seen any 100 CSs yet.
Yeah, or somebody killing a turret. Basically, they get some chips on it, and they're like, this is never going to happen. So people keep going for the blood. But I like that. I think that's really fun to watch.
Yeah, it's fun to watch, but there are still champions available who can go for that 100 CS. But before we get to that, looking at some of the matches that we had yesterday, players are starting to evolve. Even in round 1, we saw Bengi actually go for that Tam. Kench played a really smart game, just failed a little bit in terms of execution, but he just played exceptionally well. Now we're getting to round 2, we're starting to see the meta evolve a little bit more.
Yeah, we do, and these are the people that made it into the round of 16. Xpeke, of course, after beating out Afromu up versus Ron OP, who had a bye. Impact is going up against Clear Love after winning their first round, and then we have some more, I think, in a second.
Yes, we do.
Mithy is also out, and then Levi is going to go up against Weightless, and Optimus or Optimus is going up against Uzi. A lot of ice still there, a lot of fire still, a lot of chances. Albus versus Karsa, Reckless versus Smeb, which I think is one of the marquee matchups that we're going to have today. We've seen how serious Reckless has been about the competition. QTV versus Maple, and Mata versus Prey. Jankos, of course, doesn't want to see that name anymore because that wasn't too good yesterday. Well, it was close.
I mean, it was kind of close. I just had to all in. You know, it was first time Darius. I never played this champion in practice, but I thought, you know, like Smeb looked. I know Smeb is too good, I guess. Like, I mean, he yeah, he won versus his opponent. I tried the same. I didn't, but I hope Prey wins the whole tournament now. You know, so I don't look that bad.
What? No, but that would be a victory. You need those points for ice.
That's true, but I think my honor is more important than...
No, what are you talking about?
But throw him under the bus.
Never mind about the team game.
You did it. Also, there were a lot of big favorites that are already knocked out, and they were all on the side of Fire because Faker is no longer in that tournament. Bjorkson is no longer in that tournament. Doublelift is no longer in the tournament. Of course, Jankos is no longer in that tournament. But Reckless and for you guys, Xpeke are still in. How much faith do you have in the EULCS guys?
I mean, Reckless is taking it really seriously, so I think he can go very far. Checking the bracket, I think he has the final. I mean, maybe not the final, but at least 2 semis. He should be able to play through, and then we'll see. You know, he's waking up every day like 9 a.m., going gym, playing 1v1 for like 3-4 hours. Like he's really prepared. So
what have
I
you
believe
been doing the last couple of days?
I was preparing some drafts against other teams.
Okay, well, we see out in game 1, rather. Very impressive. But now let's turn it over to Dash and Ibai on stage to welcome our first combatants.
Hola, ¿qué tal, Barcelona? Bienvenidos al torneo de 1 contra 1. Y en el lado azul tiene ojos de sueco, manos de coreano, pero es murciano. Hacho es de Murcia. Xpeke.
And in the other corner, his opponent. It's the GPL's all-star support. The women love him and the men, they want to play like him. It's Ron OP! All right, gentlemen, only one man can advance to the next round. Good luck.
Hello, everybody. Crepo's still here. First they had the Defistio.
Can't get rid of you.
Up and up. Got Zyrene. Even better right now, Azale.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here. I love some 1v1s myself, and very excited to see how this plays out.
Yeah, I hope the crowd noise can be picked up right now because the entire crowd is chanting Expect again. You saw him go for the little cheeky, let's just get rid of my headset real quick to hear my name being chanted, and now he's getting ready for another 1v1, this time against a support. So technically, should be easy.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen things go the way that they're expected to, though. We saw, pretty easy first match for Faker. Oh, guess not. Pretty easy first match there for Bjergsen. Guess not. So we'll have to see, because the GPL guys are very prepared for the 1v1s. They've actually been smashing across the board in the fun modes and the 1v1s, because they talk about how much they love to do this after their scrims. They're 1v1ing. They're playing these other modes because that's kind of their love.
So yeah, you get people that prepare for the tournament. On the other side, you have somebody like Jankos who goes up against one of the best players in the world, decides to play a champion he's never played before, and is then surprised that he loses.
Hey man, you gotta check those boxes. He's like, I never played it before. If I play one game, easy peasy, It's
only in Korean. Anyways, we're back into game here, guys. For the first 1v1, it is again Expect versus Ron OP. Pretty standard ban so far.
Yeah, definitely. And like they talked about on the desk, we haven't really seen Nasus. We haven't seen anyone kind of cheese it out and try to go for the 100 CS. Yeah. I'll be interested to see if people are still going to just go for kills, or if people are going to be willing to kind of play the more lame way, or whatever you want to call it, and just farm it out.
I think the resurgence of like a Darius and Olaf is being seen here, though, for people who feel just individually weaker. Yeah. They just kind of take the shotgun approach. One round in the shell and just go, and hopefully you win. If not, you get kited and you lose.
Yeah, and it works really well, because a lot of those champions, you get a couple levels and you can all in. It's super effective. So even with some pretty shaky execution here or there, we've seen people get like, 20 HP away from getting wins?
Yeah, 1v1s have been ending very closely. I was looking at what other farm champions there could be as well, because initially I was like, Nasus can do the same thing. I thought about Heimerdinger on cast yesterday. I didn't hear any negative points, and then somebody tweets at me, he's like, bro, turrets count for CS, right? And I'm like, yeah, maybe it's not the best idea.
Lowie's off the board, Heimerdinger's off the board. Yeah. Farming tentacles, but yeah, there definitely are some. I guess we wouldn't really want to use Malzahar then either.
Yeah, because the Voidlings especially, you need perfect CS to keep up. Hopefully somebody told Ron OP this. He won't actually lock in the Heimer.
Hey, I mean, none of them have gone to CS yet, right? Maybe you can get a kill, maybe you can get an all-in. Heimerdinger's alt rockets are actually a ridiculous amount of damage.
They're insanely strong.
Yeah, people underestimate that, but if you can land a stun and get a full connection, you will kill that guy. And Peke...
If you're just joining, by the way, guys, Peke played a mean Garen earlier. His build left a little bit too desired, but got the double kill.
If you can kill Faker, you can kill Ron OP, so maybe he'll go with that Garen.
It is Cassiopeia versus Draven. All right, that definitely needs an exhaust if you're expecting. You do not want this Draven coming at you.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty scary. I'll be interested to see how this goes, because Cassiopeia actually has a ridiculous strong, even level 2. Like, if you can hit your Q, you can just go for all-ins very early. The problem with this champion becomes mana. You run out of mana very easily, and that's why you need the tier. You need these kind of builds, and in a straight-up 1v1, that's not the kind of item you want. So Peke, I think, is really going to have to choose his moment and dump the mana there and win the fight there.
This may be one of those games where it's better that you pull the wave backwards on the first wave. You just let them push, then bounce, and then kind of... The same thing Mara did versus Faker. You kind of ride the wave into the trade, then go for like a level 3 all-in with a full mana pool, because otherwise, again, just like you said, you're just going to run out of mana.
Yeah, and it's also kind of decision-making here. How much mana are you willing to spend on the creeps, on CSing and stuff? And none of it has gone to 100 CS, and if you go low on mana, the Draven can keep pushing you in, make you stay around, and they can go for that sort of CS win. So it's definitely a lot of back and forth.
And at the side of Ron OP, he's basically looking for Peke to do a bad Q. That's where he's aiming for both creeps and Ron OP himself. The second that happens, takes that axe, throws it in the face, and just wants to keep, chain hitting them in Peke's face.
Yeah, he certainly does. And And it's also one of those things where he can almost play it a little bit like kind of those mana wins. You know, we've seen Tahm Kench kind of do a similar thing. This is obviously a very different version, but assuming he is playing Warlords, assuming he is going to have that much lifesteal, if you can make Peke spend a lot of his mana, it'll be interesting.
Ron OP, according to this, is right now playing Thunderlords on Draven.
Oh, wow.
That's actually going for an early all-in pretty much, basically saying, you know, level 3, level 4, going to use that Thunderlord's damage. I'm going to check what Xpeke is running.
Yeah, that would be really interesting.
He's also running very heavy attack speed on his runes. So he's pretty much running a standard 80 page with a magic resistance on his blues, on his glyphs, and then for the rest he's running pretty much standard. Xpeke, on the other hand, magic pen, health, and flat ability power. So he's just pretty much going all in. He doesn't really run any armor himself. Just selects for the only defensive stat in his kit being that health, also running the Thunderlords.
Yeah, and Peke is going to start E here first. Some people do like to start Q to try to kind of get some poke there, but obviously the E helps you CS a lot, and it is pretty cheap.
Yeah, definitely really cheap. Doesn't want to waste too much Q since he's going to be yielding the push anyways. RP in a good spot. Peke keeping equal. I think equal is fine for him. RP's not over pushing, just playing with a single axe right now.
And it is going to be scary. I mean, the first time Peke hits level 2, if Ron OP is in a bad position, you could look to see Peke go for an all-in, because I do think if he hits his Qs, he probably could win it.
I mean, there's no better indicator of where you have to pop your Q than playing against a Draven. Like, the game literally spells it out.
Oh, there he hit it. Okay. Ron OP, so that's actually pretty smart. Ron OP levels up his W second to try to be able to back off when he does get hit by that Q instead of the E. So I do like the adaptation, but Peke's low on mana.
Look at the mana.
Oh, he's going for it.
Ignite. Reset. Ron OP has continuous damage, but Peke's...
He zoom.
One more axe is not enough, so it's at least 2. Peke's under his turret. Ron OP's pushing, so we're waiting for the relics. Peke regretting the early E usage, even on the creeps. Even at 90% mana, you just really need to keep more gas left in the tank, and now Ron OP can challenge the relic.
Yeah, and Ron OP does take the relic away, which is actually really big for him. We talked about how problematic mana is for Peke, and at this point, I feel like he has to try to just get enough gold to have a decent back and then wait it out, because he has summoner disadvantage, he has mana disadvantage.
Yeah, definitely all true, but at level 6, he gets an ulti with slightly more impact in these direct trades. Very hard for Draven to kind of dodge that ulti damage since it's 50-50, whereas Peke can dodge half of the ulti from Ron OP. Ron right now dancing on the edge of the turret range. Want to harass. Mild Celeste lead.
Yeah. I do think Peke will have a chance to try to go for that, but at this point, I think you have to play it smart. You have to just try to wait it out for your summoners. You don't want to do a desperate all-in. It's so far away from actually getting to a CS win that you can kind of take your time. And he's going to grab double Dorans. That is going to kind of help him. I don't see him ever going a tier. If I were Peke, if he builds another item, maybe even a Seekers or something like that, could make a lot of sense.
Just some early armor to stop the kind of one-dimensional damage from the Draven coming out as well. He is back very quick. He had a good base timing there. He cancels. What? That was just short.
That was so close.
I feel like if you have Q, it's a quicker animation. I think the throw animation of W is a little bit slower there.
Yeah, and that would have actually been really big, stopping this buy, because Ron OP had the extra CS. He gets the longsword on top of the double Doran, so he has the extra 350 gold in effective combat stats.
Yeah, but Peke has control over his side at least now, equals out rather the relic steal, so things not looking as grim anymore.
No, they certainly are, and as you said, 6 could be the time that we see him go for this. And I think, to your point earlier about picking up some early armor, but the fact that he has none in his runes kind of makes it that much more important.
Yeah, and also remember that if Peke goes at 5, he can easily win that trade. Draven doesn't get that much more damage anyways, and he was winning the trade earlier, up until the point where he ran out of mana.
But he is down a summoner spell now, so that is something that he has to keep in mind, and maybe what kind of holds him back from going for it. But we could definitely see that be the case.
All right, Peke, save your mana. Already dancing around the half point. Every time he lands a CS, obviously the Dorans is going to help him loads, but
yeah,
pokes are being wasted here.
I honestly feel like, especially if you are going to wait for the summoners, don't even bother trying for the Qs that much, because he doesn't have enough mana to win this all in here. He has to now base probably again.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. When you're throwing out those Qs, what are you going to do if you hit it? And if you're not going to kill the guy, he's going to lifesteal back to full, and you're wasting your mana.
Luckily for him, Ron OP is running Thunderlords, not Warlords, so the sustain battle isn't as fierce. But right there, the W from Xpeke. He's so used to having these kind of mid-lane patterns in his play that he's not used to.
It's
have to use so much mana going for the all-in.
Exactly, and it's not the kind of trading you're used to. With double Dorans, with the lifesteal masteries, it's still a lot. And that, in addition to the fact that you're not playing against another mage, right? And you're not playing with a tier here on Cassiopeia.
You're so used to getting higher levels. Peke is level 6 right now, but again, we keep harping on it. The mana is the limiting factor right now.
Yeah, I think, honestly, at this point, he doesn't have enough mana for an all-in, so he just has to farm to another decent item breakpoint. Base, he comes back with his summoners, with his new item, and he looks for that all-in, but we'll see if he disagrees.
Yeah, alternatively, you can drop CS while he regains mana and just goes for the all-in.
Yeah,
that's Draven is pretty squishy, and you know he might just return to base and pick up a null magic. Super efficient early on.
Yeah, certainly. And if it goes too long, if he gets a Hex Drinker, that can be pretty devastating for that all-in. But
we'll need to see a lot of micro-hitting from Ron, because he needs to juke the ulti from Expecting and pick up his axes at the same time, keep them flowing, and dodge the damage, hopefully sidestep a Q. It is so mechanically intensive for a support player.
Yeah, and the summoner disadvantage is no longer there. So Peke has everything available. It's just a matter of mana, but this, to me, tells me he's kind of basing. He's going to base for sure. You don't dump your mana like that if you're not. So he is going to be able to just try to push this out, grab the CS, and he does have a 1,400 gold, so he could go grab a Seekers. He could go for a more aggressive option if he's worried about not having the damage.
Oh,
that is really good.
Max Wings. These guys, man, they play pro for so long, but they still have that greedy base kind of embedded in their playstyle. Ron right now suffering from being a Draven who's trying to push. Juggling those axes?
Yeah. No matter how good you get, you could always still have things to improve on. You can always still have bad tendencies. I mean, I always think it's kind of a fun example to look at Shaq in NBA, how bad he was at free throws, right? This guy is a legend, and he still can't shoot one of the most simple shots in basketball.
Yeah, but if you have enough to make up for it.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, yeah. See, I might base in the right place, Crepo, but you know, the rest of it leaves a little bit to be desired.
Yep. What is your strength? I'm really good at basing.
I'm fantastic at basing. I communicate well with pings.
Yep.
That's all I got. That's all
Watch
I got
the minimap a lot, especially when I'm dead.
Yeah.
All right, I think we're about to see action here, because nobody wants to play the CS game.
Yeah.
That's a good opener now. If you have
Catalyst.
the mana to spare, opening with W allows you to chain your spells.
What do you think about the Catalyst purchase here? This is pretty interesting. So this does give him more sustain, and it gives him some tankiness from the HP and the mana, but he may just look for the all-in here.
Yeah, he's going. I think this is the approach of the Catalyst. He knows he'll never finish an all-in, because the Draven will release it. However, now with the Catalyst, every level up, he'll actually have enough mana left to go for the second all-in.
And this is actually pretty interesting, because even if he can't all-in Ron OP, with enough regen, he can push him back and win on CS.
Yes,
because he is actually up 5 CS now. And especially, he's actually zoning him off pretty well with the miasma there. And I think this is actually a really intelligent adaptation for Peke, who's kind of saying Ron OP is too smart to die to that all-in. But is he?
I mean, he has to fight back right now. This is the pressure that is forcing RP forward right now, because Peke, with the zone and the kind of the implication of a secondary all-in, is now winning on CS. There's about 24 CS to go before Peke just wins the game on 100.
Yeah, and if he forces that all-in, if Ron OP has to engage into the cast, it gives you a super easy ultimate, and that's going to be lights out.
Yeah, at this point, Ron may just want to base and go for an all-in, because I don't think he has what it takes in his kit to deal. Peke's going low on mana again, though. This may be the crucial fight.
Oh, he got
stuns him. That's it. It's over. Peke low on mana, but just one more auto should be enough.
Oh, the E! He got him! Peke in front of the whole crowd.
Representing Spain here in Oslos, but it was so close. An additional Q being used on the wave just earlier. It just shows you how important mana is on this Cassiopeia for all-ins.
That has to feel so good for Peke. The sold-out crowd all behind him here. That's not a moment you soon forget, and everyone is hoping that this guy keeps going further.
I mean, especially in 1v1s. It's kind of tacky when, like, everybody starts cheering your name in a team because you feel kind of bad for your team. But when you're playing a 1v1...
Ooh, but do you, though?
No, you don't, actually.
You love it.
But yeah, look right here. He's so low. If there's like a Warlord's Draven here, there's a world where this gets turned around upside down.
Yeah.
But the second, like, the last E came up, the mana enough, and RP knows maybe it was better going Warlords.
Yeah, I think the Thunderlords was kind of questionable. I don't really think that it worked out very well. It's like, especially if you're not able to go for a straight-up all-in, what's the point of it? I think that kind of trading your life for Peke's mana with Warlords makes more sense.
So much more
and you can kind of grind him down that way.
Hindsight, though.
Hindsight's 2020.
Because we weren't as sure about it when we came into the game, because we could have easily made that statement too. It's like, I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Thunderlords.
Yeah, and especially if he was able to kill Peke early on when Peke oomed with the extra Thunderlords or something. You know,
you never know.
It's hard to see, and we talk about how much these guys actually play the 1v1s, so maybe he's actually experimented with it.
Yeah, but it does confirm that actually sustain is a concept that needs more insights and research.
Yeah.
But the Catalyst kind of came out of left field. Usually you always think about 1v1, what do we want? Like raw stats, raw power in a single exchange. But Xpeke took a different approach, went for more sustain and said, you know what, I'm going to win small trades on my terms, put you away from the wave, and then zone, as you were pointing out, under turret, Rana P was dropping so much CS.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the really cool things about 1v1s, because there is so much flexibility. You don't have to play a standard way. You can kind of suit it to your playstyle. Pick the right champion, pick the right rune and mastery setup to fit that strategy.
If you're bad, you play Darius and Olaf. If you have mechanics, you play 80 carries, and if you're just
and
mid
you
laner,
take Ghost against Renekton.
Yeah. If you're really bad and you like eyeliner, you play Ghost against Renekton. Yeah. Hopefully no more of that today.
No more Ghost Renekton?
No more Ghost versus Renekton, and hopefully no more quick shot.
You know what would be the ultimate, though, is we get all the way to the finals and they recreate that 1v1.
The second is actually a best of 3 extended over the days. Anyways, guys, that's enough from us. So let's go back to the stage. Ibai is ready to announce the next players.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Ya hemos vuelto con estos unos contra unos y es que ahora tenemos un duelo muy pero que muy bueno. En el lado rojo, ayer se volvió loco y destrozó a su rival, el campeón mundial de la temporada 3, Impact. Y para el equipo hielo, a veces el amor duele, es Clear Love. Caballeros, tengan mucha suerte.
Now this one is going to be interesting for me because I feel like Clearlove is such a kind of plagued player. Even in the Lee Sin, like all one for all match, he was kind of struggling, lagging behind. Isn't really known for his mechanics, but he's still here, you know, in the second round.
And he beat Bjergsen, right? Like, so this is
out of all
something,
people, yeah.
Yeah, it's something where these guys, even though there are differences, the differences are not big enough that if you make a mistake, the other person can't win, right? And Bjergsen did make that mistake. He capitalized on it, and going up against Impact on paper, that should be a lot easier than Bjergsen was.
And it also kind of confirms there's this hypothesis that 1v1's all about mechanics. But a single decision made at the right time will outweigh any mechanics to outplay it. You know, that is also why certain players seemingly that are seemingly weak are just much highly ranked in solo queue, for example. Because if you know what to do, you can put your opponent in a position where no mechanics can get him out of that.
Yeah, I actually think it's much more about intelligence within reason, right? If these two people, one person doesn't know how to click his buttons, obviously mechanics are going to matter. But I mean, within this realm of possibility, it's much more about intelligence. Do you have the right build, the right strategy? Do you know when you will win the fight? And a lot of times, theyese guys don't, right? They don't have the experience. They're just here having some fun. And other people are taking it super, super serious. You know, we know Reckless has been grinding 1v1s. He wants to win this.
Yeah, and he has the training partner in Soas as well. Clearlove does a good thing here, though, banning the Yasuo. That is a super annoying champion to play if, like, that goes into the nitty-gritty of mechanics whenever you're playing with the Yasuo. Right now, they're hovering. Guys, remember, if you are just tuning in, there is a giant, massive screen next to these guys, so they can just glance up, see what the opponent actually has selected, and which runes and masteries he's running. They can also talk to each other in-game.
Yeah, and some of these players will agree to just play a mirror matchup, and they can be pretty fun. Varus versus Varus could be kind of interesting. It could also probably just come down to CS.
Can be boring.
Yeah.
They can't actually see runes and masteries. I'm wrong there, but they can see which summer spells, rather, that they're using.
And Impact, to talk a little bit about how he played yesterday, he actually played against Mouse, and he was actually able to tower dive Illusion as the Olaf, take him out with last possible swing before he died to it, and oh boy.
That'll be interesting.
Urgot!
I love Urgot, dude. I am so happy whenever an Urgot gets into the game. Takes me back to like the good old days. Champion is so fun to watch. However, I think we may have a similar conversation here about mana.
Yeah.
Run out of mana. Ziggs is so mana efficient when it comes to pushing.
That's the thing, is it's like, great, you hit your E, you better get all those Qs off, or you're not going to do much. And Ziggs could just drop his satchel, watch away. That's so easy for him. You can jump yourself away, you can knock him away. And honestly, the biggest problem here for Urgot is range. Like, Ziggs never has to get in range of you. So Ziggs can go for CS wins, he can poke you out, try to force you into bad trades, bad positions.
There is still that Ghost on the side of Clearlove. I don't know if he changed it. We'll have to check once we get into game, because I feel like Ghost on Ziggs is a bit of a lost summoner.
Yeah, I mean, he had Ghost, he had Heal. Yeah. Well, I'm not sure if he is going to actually stick with that, but...
Because the range is pretty... Once the E is applied, say, like, when do you want to pop Ghost? Only when E is kind of applied already. You're not going to Ghost out of a flying E anyways. At that point, it might be wiser to just walk up to him and exhaust him.
Yeah, I think, honestly, if he is going with those summoners, he's 100% just going for a CS win. Yeah. Like, he's basically just saying, I'm going to run away when you run towards me. I have Heal to survive any all-in, and it is going to be exhaust barrier. So super defensive masteries makes more sense than that Heal, I do think, and the Ghost. But still, I think it's the same principles that are going to apply here. I do think we're going to see Clearlove trying to stay back.
And we were researching Clearlove's runes earlier already, and we looked at the pages like, what the hell is this going to be? It's ability power galore, 26 in total, flat armor, but then attack speed out of nowhere on like a mage. It actually shows you that he's like, he was ready for Ziggs. This is the champion that he wanted to play. This isn't no reactionary pick here. Now look at his match history as well. No Ziggs game either, so he was hiding this pick very, very well. Showing some Rengar and some Eve in his like match histories. But he may have, I think he doesn't have masteries.
Oh no.
I think he legit forgot to build masteries. He has 0 pages active.
Oh boy. Yeah.
Oh,
Clearlove. That is unlucky.
That's unfortunate.
That is very unlucky. And Clearlove, you talked about his unfortunate streak. Well, apparently it continues. We'll see if it's going to come into play or not, if he's going to be able to make do without it. But obviously not having masteries is a pretty insane disadvantage if we do have that right.
All right, let's see what he does then. Uphill battle if it's true.
Yeah, I mean, I think going for CS win then becomes kind of more the only option, but it becomes much more difficult. You don't have a mono regen mastery. You don't have really much.
You don't have anything. No Tunnel Lords. There's no mana regen. There's no Green Farthest Gift, which is super strong on Ziggs, especially
on this map, right? Yeah. Where you can non-stop just be jumping in and out. And it's the only mastery on that tier that's really going to do much for you. So
Impact actually had a quick glance at his runes. He's running mana regen on his blues. On 6 blues, 2.0 mana regen in total. It's a page that some supports tend to use. He'll need it because, as you'll see right here, that trading pattern is going to be costing him quite some mana later on.
Yeah, I think that's actually really smart. And on these champions that have relatively low cost abilities like the Q and stuff, even just a couple of those mana regen blues can make an insane amount of difference.
All right, we just got confirmed he has Tunnel Lords.
Okay.
It was just a glitch in the system. Yep. Refresh the page, thank God.
Okay.
He actually is running a page.
This is really good. Still, I'm a little bit interested to see that he is actually going to be going for Merciless instead of the mana regen talent. So he has 4 points in Merciless there. And look at that trade. But I just don't see you really winning the fight by killing the Urgot. So to me, you'd rather have the mana regen. You'd rather stay back, be able to have the additional wave clear. But there is an argument for both sides.
I mean, you need to keep some threat at least. You know, if at one point you can never fight back, if this guy overextends to the minion wave, you need to be able to punish him. He probably has good rally control anyways, and may just build more Dorans.
Yeah, so we will see if the mana does come into play, but still, obviously, there's arguments on both sides. I just think 4% extra damage under 40% HP is not worth being able to spam out a couple extra spells, right? You know, if you hit 1 extra spell, 1 extra satchel, that can be more than the difference there.
Yeah, definitely if it's kind of a death on 1,000 cuts. Really good connection here by Impact.
The Ignite!
Too. Good barrier. Nicely timed, just not enough. That should be final tick. Yeah, Clearlove lives. But he loses the zone and the base timing, and he's already behind in CS.
If Impact had enough confidence, he actually maybe could have got that last auto in there, but it's really risky because the turret was there. He would have had to wait for the Ignite burn.
I think if he could play this again to Impact, he would have exhausted, so he could stay close enough to get that final auto. But remember, there is still that barrier that could have soaked more damage.
I think the tier is a little bit silly. I mean, yes, it does have that mana regen, but I'd rather honestly see build something else, like even like a Forbidden Idol or something random like that, just get a bit more mana regen that way, because this feels like this is something that is not going to be as useful right now. I'd rather see an extra Dorans, things like that.
It just gives you, good mana stats though. Like it allows you to do so much. If you need to like unload a full mana bar on the Ziggs, Clearlove has shown that he can't even be competitive in trades. Like the Ziggs counter damage is not big enough, and this is just Impact's wheelhouse. And the beauty of Urgot as well, that he can poke so much while freezing a wave. Because spells will not really draw the aggro for him.
See how it does work out. If he did just have 700 gold, I mean, there's not really a great buy that he could grab there, unless you want to go Doran's Longsword, Doran's Boots, something like that. Because boots can be pretty effective if you can get in range for the E. Can be pretty big, and he's able to just keep landing.
He's going to go here with the slow from W.
Clearlove's in trouble.
Clearlove has to run.
He should exhaust him. Oh, okay.
So that's really important on Urgot. When you connect, you really want to get that slow applied from when you pop that W. Keep Klilov in range. You are walking headfirst into Zig spells though. It's very easy for Klilov to answer. And on level 6, there is more damage that comes out of Klilov than Impact generates. He needs to kind of swap for the resistances as he sees the bomb coming. I think that's the correct play to do.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, with that ultimate, it's flat damage reduction now. You know, it's a percentage damage reduction. That on top of the exhaust is going to nullify so much of the damage. And we have seen, it seems like, oh, this would never happen, but you could swap them into the turret. We've seen things like in the Smeb game, right, where we saw a pull onto the turret, end of game. The same thing can happen here if Klilov kind of slips up even for a little bit, or even if you can swap him into a cannon wave of yours, for example, and make him fight you there. The cannon retaliating could be the difference in a fight.
Yeah, definitely very important, but at this point, doesn't look like we're getting any fighting. Impact really just parking the wave in the middle of the map with a soft freeze. This will eventually push out, but it'll take a long time, and every time he gets close...
Oh, here he goes, he got 6 first!
That's an exhaust. Good satchel blocked out. Impact still whacking away here. Good Q connect, that should be it.
He needs one more Q. Oh! He got the barrier out though, thankfully enough. So Klilov... Oh no, he walked back in! Oh! The E dot takes him out as Impact wins again, and that was scary because if the poison didn't burn him down there, he might have been too close to the turret.
Yeah, he may have just kept on walking.
Just run it down mid.
Run, Impact, run.
Yeah. But Impact comes up big again, and with a non-traditional pick, wins on the Urgot here.
Klilov's not happy. He's like, this champion should be dealing more damage.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. It's champions that you don't always play against, you don't always see. Urgot definitely worked out very well. Impact was able to hit so many of his E's and constantly shoot out those Qs.
Yeah, and also, like, Urgot's passive, to my knowledge, did not get chained right. So he still has that innate damage reduction. He's one of the best 1v1 traders in the game because when he applies his passive, any damage Klilov wants to retaliate is just awesome. Maybe Klilov practiced all these trades on Ziggs and has a certain damage in mind, plays against Urgot, it's like, wait, this guy's really tanky all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Because of the passive.
And once again, we talked about not respecting the ultimate. He was too close, right?
Yep.
He's not kind of counting the minions. He's not really keeping in track. The fact that Impact had more XP, was ahead there. He hits 6 first, lands the ultimate, and then it's so hard for Klilov to really win from that situation because Impact got on the right side of the satchel, so he can't satchel them away. As long as you stay with the Ziggs, he can't separate you.
Definitely. If it's double satchel, same direction, you're winning out. And that goes back to the way Impact played it earlier. Had a really couple strong pokes and zones, which got him a CS advantage in terms of solidifying the first base, but also I think he denied a little bit of experience, which means if you hit level 6 first, you have kind of half a level of buffer combined with a frozen wave there. That's what he got from zoning so well in the early game, and that forced Klilov to step up because he was getting denied much more XP. Every single minion that was dying got too close, just like you said, swapped, and then Satchel did not work out.
And Impact has been known for crushing in these 1v1s in the top lane. Obviously, most people, I think, are expecting the mid laners to be the ones who are smashing through this, but it hasn't been the case so far. And Impact is in the quarterfinals now, and he's doing very well.
That's one thing where AD carries and top laners have a little bit more knowledge. It is in just trading in the wave. Honestly, on bot lane, obviously, there's support interaction, but on top lane, you're playing on an island. You definitely are more cognizant of what an auto attack does to the wave positioning and how much damage minions deal. Because in mid lane, so often you're playing wave mages rather that kind of AoE with spells. Spells do not draw minion aggro. Auto attacks do. So top laners, technically in that instance, have a bit of an advantage.
Yeah, definitely. And I do think that there are a lot of mechanically very difficult top laners to play as well. Like, obviously, the famous ones are more the assassins in the mid lane and stuff, but there is still a lot going on in the top lane, like as far as mechanics, you know, even playing champions like Echo and stuff, there can be some pretty impressive plays. But I believe we are going to send it back to stage, and we're going to find out who's coming up next on Murder Bridge.
Y en el lado azul, el nuevo sheriff del abismo de los lamentos, venido de la GPL.
And 2 days ago, Doublelift didn't know who he was, but he definitely does now. It's OLS! Enough chit-chat. To the game.
I can't get enough of these intros, man. I think it's absolutely fantastic.
I'm just worried where it's going at one point. So like they're
Where is the line? Where is the
We're done. We're out of intros. Where do we go next?
I guess we'll find out. You know, still got another day and a half or so of 1v1s. So
I mean, luckily towards the end, it's going to be best of series, which requires only one intro for up to 3 games. So maybe they can really get some value from their script writing right there.
Yeah. Did they peak on day one? You know, that's the big question, right? Can you top the rat-a-tat-tat?
Yeah, if you walk into a crowd and you get cheered on, sometimes you use your best material far too quickly.
Yeah, there you go. Peak too soon, Grandma. Peak too soon. But we are going to be having another good matchup here. It's Levi and it's Wayless. Wayless obviously kind of put the smackdown on double lift, and
which was really satisfying to see.
Yeah. I think it was. Honestly, I didn't really think double lift had much of a chance in the Twitch versus LeBlanc matchup. So
I think he was in a good position. I think he would have won if he just kept it.
If he just went for CS?
Because I talked to him. He's like, yeah, I didn't want to lose. I didn't want to win on CS. I'm like, dude, you're playing a 1v1 tournament. Just bloody win.
Yeah, because I don't think that you can win in the all-in in that situation. No. It's like, once LeBlanc hits the chain, it's pretty brutal.
Especially if you walk into a rush. Anyways, he's out of the tournament. Doesn't matter anymore. LeBlanc, Urgot, and Tom Kench banned on the left side. Draven, Caitlyn banned by Wayless.
Yeah, so LeBlanc taking off table here for Wayless. And Levi, we just saw him crushing on Lee Sin. That's going to be available. Maybe he could bait Wayless into a Lee Sin 1v1.
Challenge him to a 1v1. That would be cool. He played a mean Kha'Zix as well in IWC8. I think it was in the Assassin mode where he had something like 17 kills.
Yeah, so you know, if you're thinking of the kind of some of those jungle champions and stuff, we could even see Rengar. We saw Rengar work out, but I think that was kind of one of those things where if you respect the Rengar, if you stay far enough away from the bush, it's a lot harder for him to win those all-ins, and it's...
Definitely agree. You can drop like 10 CS to him early, and it's still a Rengar. And all he has is a brush.
Yep.
Just stay away from it.
Just stay to the right side of the map, pretend the left side doesn't exist.
Yep.
It's going to be A-okay.
Safety and relics. All right, time's ticking down again. These guys are not considering a 1v1. There's too little talking. I don't see them communicating too much right now.
Oh, they are. They both are talking between Brand and Lee Sin here, but
they're just waiting for the last moment to switch their picks, obviously.
Yeah, let's see if they do end up locking it. Okay. Lucian Varus.
The crowd goes mild.
The crowd goes mild. Yeah, I don't know. This is one where it's like seems pretty hard for Lucian to me.
It's really
that seems like really hard for Lucian because Lucian has lower range. He can get poked out. It's like, sure, if Lucian gets in on the Varus and is able to have some sort of an early all-in, great. But Varus can sit back. You can poke him out with the E early, the EQ early. Like, it's going to be very tough for Lucian, I think.
In a traditional meta, right, when we see bot lane 2v2s and we see a Varus lane, why don't we see it very often? Well, because it's low mobility.
Yeah, you can
get squashed by ganks or by like a melee support closing gap. Guess what? It's not here. Yep. Junglers or supports. It's 1v1. This guy has no weakness in terms of mobility. Lucian Q harass through the lane is dodgeable because it's shorter range. Varus can always land that E harass over time. If Lucian starts dodging with E, he again is capped in his mana pool, so it's incredibly hard for the Lucian. I think it's a matchup, honestly, where you may even run Cleanse, dodge out of the ulti at level 6, and you put a Culling in the face. I think that's the win condition for Lucian.
Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense. I mean, Culling is not something that he's really going to be able to... He can't flash out of it. He can't really react to it very well. And if you do connect that full Culling, but it's actually interesting. They both swapped off of Ignite, so we're going to have Barrier, Exhaust for both players, which is kind of the more defensive route. And it could be something where Levy could kind of just sit back and try to just actually CS and say, hey, I'm actually just going to farm better than Wayless, try to win it out like that. But it becomes tough because if you bring this to CS, Wayless is going to be able to get some mana, he's going to be able to get some items, and he's going to be able to start trying to poke you out.
But I really like what Wayless has done with his rune page. So he runs the traditional armor on his yellows versus an AD carry, but he's full mana regen on his glyphs. So that is 3.0 mana regen per 5 seconds that he's running. He's spec'd very heavily in attack speed, so all his quints are attack speed, which means he really wants to go for the triple stack proc and then proc away one of his abilities, then get some more and do it again, and really play around that percent damage. And he really understands that he doesn't need to kind of itemize or spec against the weaknesses generally, where you run maybe like CDR glyphs or you run magic resistance glyphs. Like, he's really built for this 1v1.
Yep. And I also think that having that 19% attack speed allows him to push that much easier. If he wants to push his opponent and harass him under turret, this is going to help him to do that. So both players have elected to start Q first. We are going to see that and just going to start kind of farming it out here. But I think the mana regen, once again, it's very intelligent. He doesn't want to get up in the face of the Lucian. He wants to sit back. He wants to be able to poke him out. And the only kind of risk there is if you get pushed in, you have to start CSing under turret. And just like that, you can fall behind. So Wayless needs to make sure he's using his attack speed, keeping the wave at least more even, so he can be able to pick up more of this farm and kind of keep it more neutral.
Yeah, always be auto-attacking the minions, and when you harass with your spells, you want kind of double value, so you want to hit both the Lucian and the creeps, but that's why they start E as well, because if you use Q through an entire wave, one, it's hard to hit, and two, it's going to do much more diminished damage.
And you can see Wayless is actually kind of scared of the Lucian dashing in, so he's sitting very far back. He's using his auto attack so much less. You can even just see, like, he was strafing back and forth with the 3 main range minions there, while Levy was pushing up, hitting his Q, using his passive on the minions, and he has been kind of in control of this wave.
Yeah, but Lucian spikes much earlier, much better early trader.
That level 2 power spike, Crapo. Tell me about it.
Was he backpedaling? Wayless, is this the equivalent of backpedaling, what he was doing, canceling some autos?
Well, the E does not land there, and so far, Levy's doing a really good job with the CS, and it would be interesting to see if he wants to go for something like, he has Warlords, I do believe, so if you pick up the Warlords, if you go something like a Vamp Scepter or whatever, and you just try to kind of push your opponent really, really quickly, and just kind of try to heal up and outlast him in that way and win on farm.
He is running armor on his glyphs, so he's not running the mana regen that Wayless is. That's kind of the only difference in the build. Both are indeed running Warlord.
But he is running Perseverance as well as all of the HP regen talents. So he has the lifesteal talents, he has the flat regen talents, he's 12 into Resolve. So this means he can kind of sit through a lot of the poke, and I think that stacking lifesteal with a build like this makes a lot of sense, because you can get that push, you can kind of tank through and hopefully just heal back up over and over, and I think it's a really smart strategy, actually.
He's also just playing it very well. Whenever there's a window for him to go aggressive, he does up into it, so he's not super tunnel vision focused on this push as a mild CS lead. But as we'll see, as this matchup progresses, Wayless, once he gets access to more spells, is going to be much more comfortable dealing immediately with these larger waves.
Yeah, but Levy is controlling the runes. He picks up both the runes, which is very big there, and he is going to be able to get an advantage from that.
But that's a mistake. Wayless was playing on the left side for burst control, but at the same time, he could have easily been playing on the opposite side and gotten that relic right there. So that is Wayless leaving an opportunity for Levy, and he is definitely punishing where he sees them fit. Right now, he's playing more in a defensive posture, but he's definitely on top of his game.
Yeah, certainly. It kind of talks again about the fact that these guys practice these modes.
Oh, I love this.
Yeah, this is going to be a slow push for his opponent, which is going to deny a lot of the minions there. So I think this is really smart. Most people would have tried to shove it in. I don't think they would have got it in time.
Yeah, I need to look at what the range creeps are doing. If you're wondering ever how a freeze becomes to be, it's basically because there is a slight advantage, especially in range creeps on the other side. Just look at them. They're all going to focus a creep. Melee creeps are really good at soaking up damage. It's the range creeps that you want to keep alive. And then when the next wave comes in, it just kind of stacks up and up and up.
And if you're asking yourself, hey, well, he's missing some minions, why did he do this? It's because the opponent has more minions that are going to kill off his minions. So even though he misses a couple CS, his opponent loses way more and must push forward into him and kind of in a more vulnerable spot. And I do like the purchase here. I think Cloth Armor is actually pretty smart.
Especially in AD carry matchups, because I feel like, as we see the relic being taken, really good punish by Wayless.
But look how little damage that is.
Damage helps you part on your abilities and part on your auto attacks, but it's kind of scaling. But armor, I feel like it works against the base damage of abilities as well. Therefore, it's kind of more beneficial. It's more useful. It does kind of suck in all wins, but if you're playing CS game, armor is a good choice.
Yeah, it certainly is. And this is kind of my understanding of what Levy wants to do. That looks like a not so good trade, but he has more regen. He has more lifesteal. He has these defensive masteries, and his plan is, hey, yes, I lose that little
level
trade.
6 all in,
he has the culling. Is he going to go for it? Oh,
barrier, no exhaust. Really well timed there. He went back, got the last CS ready. As he was dying, he walks up with the dying CS.
This is so smart.
And this is honestly super well played by Levy.
This is so smart. The cloth armor, the defensive masteries, the way he is playing this. He's now going to be able to deny minions. He's up 14 CS, gets a better buy. He's basically tanking his opponent to a victory.
Yeah, he's just like a pseudo bruiser, I think is the closest we could call it. I mean, he has one cloth armor. We're not going to call him a bruiser, but I definitely agree.
Two cloth armors, Crebo.
Two cloth armors.
Yeah, what do you got to say now? He's practically Mundo with 6 items.
This is as close as we'll ever get to a Renekton again. But it is just so super efficient because like any physical damage that is already on the base damage of an ability now gets negated a bit better by the cloth armor. Obviously, there's Warlords, which rewards you on lower HP. I love that he's proactively sweeping every time. He can cancel the back, but instead he's just going for that freeze again, pulling the wave.
Yeah, and I think since the back has gone off, He's just trying to group the minions now, and he's going to be able to pull them all together. They group up. He actually puts the range minions behind the melees.
That's really important. He rearranges the wave in a sense. If you wonder if he's pulling the minions, why did he kill one then? Because he needs to stay sustained. A little bit of lifesteal here and there. Still, there's a massive advantage. If there's a 4-stack of range creeps at the back, and there's a cannon creep, you have control of where you want the wave to go. Now he can pull the wave to him again, and then when crawling is up again, go for the all-in with barrier on cooldown.
Exactly, and he's going to be able to pick up most of these CS, because he has a lot of AD. He has double Dorans, he has double Longsword. This is super free to last hit under the turret, and okay, he misses one, but still.
That, of course, massacres.
Still, I mean, he's up 10 CS, he's doing very well, and for Wayless, he needs some lifesteal. He picks up the Vamp Scepter, but then it's like, well, you're not going to have enough mana. You're not going to be able to really do a huge amount of damage to poke this guy out. So where is your advantage? Where do you win here? And it starts to become a bit desperate for Wayless.
Especially if you see that Wayless opts in the same style with the Vamp Scepter.
Exactly. You're trying to do what your opponent is doing, but you're doing it worse.
From behind, and that's how you never win. So Wayless needs to make a tactical shift and honestly go for open with an auto attack in the queue. Try and outrange and go for the ulti, but there's really good side switch on Levy. Again, he dodges it, turns it to crawling. Wayless right now tanking creeps. Exhaust is there too. Levy can dash again real soon, and that's it.
Oh, the exhaust. Oh, he canceled his auto. He had to back up there. He stuttered the auto because of the exhaust, the attack speed reduction. Levy would have had it, but don't fret too much. He's still up a lot of farm. He can push it in, and both players have the barrier, but that should have been game.
Yeah, that should have been game if he went slightly more optimal. He still has an entire barrier, and he can definitely outplay this
Look at his lifesteal. He's already back so much of this HP. He's being able to heal back up. He's being able to regen back up, and he can look to go aggressive on Wayless if he sees the opportunity.
And the problem is Wayless needs to get a couple auto attacks in before he uses abilities. Levy, the only way he loses this right now is if he gets sucked in and kind of greets for the last few CS.
Yeah, or if he can get baited into an all-in. Like at this point, you don't even have to. You can use Cullings on the wave and stuff. He's 20 CS from victory. His opponent basically has to get almost 3 full waves advantage in farm. And at this point, Levy has the item advantage. He has kind of the CS advantage. If you keep your opponent in lane here, if you keep him stuck in this, then how do you lose?
I really like that he's trading just every time Wayless uses either an E or a Q, it's being traded for the gap calls are on the side of Levy.
Yeah, very smart. He's going to miss that CS, unfortunately. That's a little bit unlucky, but should be able to... okay, well, that was a little bit careless. I mean, he should have at least got 2 of those.
I think he's trying to decide, like, am I getting baited into an all-in? What's the cooldown on Varus ultimate? Should I base? He's trying to run the numbers here. And Wayless is taking advantage of that confusion. I think the best thing to do for Levy here is just base.
Yeah, part of the problem here is that because he's hesitating on what to do, now he's going to lose a lot of minions to the turret when he does base. And he is eventually going to kind of come to that conclusion where that's what he should do. But when you give up the minion advantage, when you give up the wave, then you're not auto-attacking, you're not using that lifesteal. And wow, look at this buy. He picks up a Warden's Mail as well as the Caulfield. So
super efficient,
super tanky. And because it was a cannon wave, he's actually not losing as many minions as he should have, right? The cannon tanks it up, it allows you to get back there.
Because Wayless also hesitated. He would hesitate on the punish, and obviously it's really hard for him to like kind of tear through that entire wave because he's running so much attack speed and doesn't have that much raw AD to enhance his abilities.
He's 10 CS away. I don't think Wayless could have even afforded to back here. He's going to get this full free wave, then he's 4 CS away, and culling is up. He just has to
coming in.
He just has to cull the next wave. Wayless must all in now. Wayless has to all in pretty much immediately. And even still, Levy has his barrier and he can just culling the wave. I mean, what is Wayless going to do?
90% over, but we have been wrong in the past. So Wayless, I don't even know why he's going for CS.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter at this point.
Wayless needs to get out there and start fighting because the minion wave is coming.
Oh, no sweep. There is almost an exhaust. He really wants to get that exhaust up too. Wayless pops the elixir. Levy can just let the minions do the talking for him. There's 12 CS away and he... Look at Wayless. He wants to deny as much as he can. He's ready though.
I think the thing is, if Wayless tanks a full culling, then Levy can just win the all-in, but he just needs those minions. He's going to go for it.
Put a culling on a wave. 1 minion, 2, and 1 more. Levy's Wayless blocking the culling. It's over.
Got it. And we talked about it. Is it mechanics or is it intelligence? And Levy, he outthought Wayless. This was so smart. The crowd a little unhappy it's not a kill, but I got to give this guy credit. He
Screw the crowd.
His
If you get to a CS victory by building efficiently, they can boo all they want. This was very well played by Levy, especially if you look at the early game. This guy was reacting well in every single scenario. He was dashing out of abilities, trading mana, playing very cost efficient. You know, the cloth armor, everybody's telling on damage all the time.
His masteries, his item build, his play, everything spoke about the planning that he had for this matchup, and Levy walks away with a very well-deserved win. And a guy like this, to me, is someone who's a threat to take the tournament, to take the 1v1s.
Yeah, the only issue I feel is if he reveals a style like this and he goes up against somebody like Uzi, kind of, you saw Levy hesitate, right? In certain scenarios of like, should I base, should I stay, should I go? Well, Uzi just, he doesn't even have to think anymore. That's like embedded in his like 80 carry DNA. And that's the problem I have. Also, if you're
just too good, just like Uzi, same problem I have, you know, it's me and Uzi like this.
Just like that, what are you going to do? No, or if you face a Darius or an Olaf and he's actually unfamiliar with the matchup. So that is maybe something that can happen. However, we have our first 100 CS victory.
Yep.
And he still gets the applause that he deserves.
I
like that.
Definitely deserves it. And
because that's the suck. You watch Xpeke win a 1v1, crowd goes like, Peke, Peke. You win, you take off your headset, and the first thing you hear is like, boo.
Yeah, I know. That doesn't feel too good, but
no, definitely not. So we're honestly getting ready right now. Luckily, the next players should be ready. They're preparing in twos, so there's 2 booths on stage, or pods rather. One match is playing, the other guys are preparing. In a CS victory, they should be ready to get going quickly.
Yeah, I would think so. And then speaking of Uzi, he's going to be coming up next. So Uzi is going to be playing against Optimus next, and that should be one that is very exciting. Uzi, I think, is a player. You know, Mata was even talking about him in an interview yesterday, saying he's the best laning AD carry in the world, right? And AD carries are incredibly good in 1v1, and it's not just one. It's Caitlyn, it's Lucian we've now seen win, and it's Varus, right? There's a lot of them.
And it's honestly, the beauty for me about Uzi is not how good he is, but how early in his career he was just so good at that style where you weave in auto attacks in between pushing and then being able to last hit. Because like a lot of AD carries kind of caught up to that style in season 4 and 5, but he was doing that already from the get-go, already in auto space.
Yeah.
All right, guys, that's enough to talk about Uzi, though. We'll see him on stage soon. Let's keep the day rolling and send it back to Dash.
On to our 4th match of the evening. Now, yesterday he put the BB to bed, but he's looking to do the same to his opponent here. Put your hands together. It's Optimus! And on the other side of the Howling Abyss, representing Team Ice, well, his bullets, they never miss. It's Uzi! Time to lock and load, gentlemen.
All right, so Optimus versus Uzi. You know, you heard it. Optimus took down Bebe, or BB. I always do that. It's so terrible. But it's actually the worst, too, because I'm a former player, and I used to get super tilted when people would say my name wrong. And now I'm that guy, and I'm just like, damn it.
Screw that guy.
Why? Yeah.
There's a lot of players. Now you know. Now you get to see at the other side what's it like. Right? Azil?
Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about, Creepo.
Creepo. That's the problem with my name, man. Like, they find like so many unique. Either they go Creepo or they go like Crapo, and either way, like you correct them, it's still wrong.
Yeah. All the Europeans would call me Azil.
Azil?
Azil.
Because they're used to the item, or.
Well, I mean, it wasn't in World of Warcraft, but it could be that. Maybe they're seeing it in the future.
They were ready for the superior.
Exactly. We all were.
Welcome to the mothership. All right, let's see. Caitlyn, Varus being banned. Draven on the other side. So these guys do not like AD carries, it seems.
No, definitely not. And I don't think that you want to play an AD carry duel against Uzi. So
probably not.
It makes a lot of sense that you're going to take him off the table. And he could even leave Lucian up if you wanted. Like, if you have a plan against Lucian, I don't think that Lucian is that dominant, but that's going to be taken off. So this is, in my opinion, probably the 4th strongest in this mode of AD carries.
Yeah, it has to be like a LeBlanc ban. I would argue that like Ezreal is just a fine 1v1 champion as well that we really haven't seen. It's a little awkward to build him maybe.
Yeah.
Because you're so mana-centric, but Ezreal has one of the highest damages, in my opinion, like level 1. Even just straight off the bat. If you can like kind of get around the mini wave somehow, you can really deal really good trades with auto queues.
Certainly, and if you do get into all-ins and you do have your passive stack, the extra attack speed that you give is something that can be underestimated a lot of the time. People aren't always kind of taking that in consideration, but all AD carry bans, LeBlanc, like you said, is on the table.
If you're playing
Nasus,
Uzi blind, I think you should go for the LeBlanc. The counter would actually be like a Nasus who can go for farm.
I think Nasus, you build tanky, like you build MR and stuff, a couple of Dorans, then you just build a Cowl or whatever, you can farm it out. That could be quite effective against the LeBlanc, but LeBlanc actually has so much damage, and with the chains, you can kind of lock down even some of these tanks and eventually take them out.
Especially against a champion with a slower kind of gap closer animation. like Arcane Shift is very like loaded on the front side. I feel that you can always connect a chain. It's not large enough for you to get out of chain range either. So in that sense, it is a good matchup.
Jace.
But we won't see it at the end.
Okay. So we have seen Quinn before. We did see Quinn once. I believe it was actually, who was it? Who played it?
I totally did not cast all these 1v1s and should definitely not know this.
I'm totally spacing out right now. It was Mad Life. I'm pretty sure Mad Life actually did play the Quinn, and we did see Bjergsen obviously play Jace. Jace is definitely very strong in the 1v1s. Quinn's all in, though, cannot be underestimated, and this champion with the Harrier procs, I believe it is, are so much damage.
The problem is that Quinn doesn't get usually the problem is that Quinn doesn't get value from her ulti as much.
Yeah.
The same thing kind of can be said from Jace. They have really interesting trading patterns. Jace is good in 1v1s if he can hit both the range creeps with a Q or an empowered Q and the enemy champion, and then can speed up through his own gate, walk up, triple shot in the face, switch forms, and hammer time. That is kind of what he wants to do. But it is hard against a good Quinn playing around with that vault.
Yeah, certainly. You can actually vault the Jace Q, I believe, and stop that. Yep. So that is something that's a really unique interaction. And if you do try to go aggressive as Quinn and you try to use the vault to refresh the Harrier proc and get the extra damage, then the Jace can Q onto you free, basically. And it's kind of, there's a back and forth there.
Yeah, I wonder if damage...
Jace E?
The Jace E can knock her out of it for sure, but she'll still bounce back far enough. But I wonder if the damage actually still sticks on the Q. It used to be like super flashable, but I somehow feel that even if the Quinn gets the kind of the leap off to dodge the Q landing, she'll still take a significant amount of damage.
Yeah, I'm not super sure about that interaction, but either way, it is pretty interesting because you spoke about the Shock Blast, right? You spoke about hitting the back range minions and everything, and Quinn, it's kind of similar that you're dealing with, right? The Quinn Q, you can push, you can hit the range minions with that as well, and you also have to, both champions want to keep minions in between them and the other champion, but not get too close to those minions to get splashed by the abilities.
Yeah, and you spoke about this kind of hybrid AD style last game where you are an AD carry that can go all in, but you're focusing more on sustaining, become a bit of a bruiser. Uzi's doing something similar. Very heavy on mana regen, 1.7 in total. He has a lifesteal Quint as well built in, and he is running 18-0-12. 12 points in Resolve, really going for a more sustained approach here.
Yeah, I think this is really smart, and it'll be interesting to see if he is even going to go like one step past that to do what Levy did and kind of start building some armor and that kind of thing.
And if we contrast that to Optimus, he is definitely much more around the kind of all-in aspect. He's running 7.5% CDR. So basically what he wants to do is get a good trade, and go back in again and kind of outpace the cooldowns from Uzi, but that generally means stylistically that Uzi's approach is safer for basically a 1v1 holistically.
Yeah, I would think so. I think going for a CDR is pretty risky. It's something where you have to constantly get those trades. You kind of have to constantly do it, and your opponent can play around that and back off.
Yeah, we see that in the Masters as well. Yes, both of these guys are running Warlords, but there are 12 points in Cunning.
Yeah.
That's the middle tree for people that actually don't know what they're called, which is basically the all-in aspect, you know, where you run things like the Green Flaughter's Gift or Merciless, which basically gives you much more execute damage.
Yeah, and even I believe it's Assassin Mastery, which is the extra damage. So he has the Ignite too. So everything speaks about the fact that he wants to all in. But the problem with that is it becomes pretty choreographed. When you see your opponent is running CDR, if you click on them, you see that kind of thing. You see that, you know, he is running Green Father's Grace, all this. You just know that you have to play a bit more defensively.
And then stylistically, how do you beat that? Well, you just pressure him and you get some allies, right? And those allies are the minions. And because as Uzi, you can have more liberties when you're pushing. You can take some damage, sustain it back up, whereas Optimus, he really wants to hold himself for that one big moment. Pretty poor Q in there from Optimus, honestly, allowing Uzi to bounce back. Uzi, all he needs to do is keep his range and avoid the EQ combos around level 5.
Exactly. Uzi has more sustain. He has the defensive trees. He has the lifesteal and the mana regen in the masteries. And he has, honestly, in my opinion, a much easier win condition than his opponent. And it's kind of the same sort of thing that we saw Levy force his opponent into, where Optimus is eventually probably going to come to the realization where it's like, crap, I have to all in, don't I?
Oops, I didn't do it. Strong trade here in between from Uzi. Gets the CS advantage. Sees a way in. Optimus, even though these styles are like nuances, these are still champions with a lot of high base damages, so that in itself is honestly the first layer of decision making. Can I hit this guy in the face? Yes, then go for it. And we've seen a continuous minion advantage here from Uzi.
Yeah.
Versus a champion that's generally known for pushing on Jace.
12 CS up already is pretty big. He is going to be able to close the gap a little bit, but Optimus is getting relatively low on HP. If Uzi can get there, he got the relic. And he gets both summoners from Optimus, which is brutal.
Oh, close there, though, because if that relic goes to Optimus, suddenly all our theory goes out of the window, and Uzi gets smashed in the head. And even though he was so confident he was getting that relic that he did not even want to use the exhaust on maximum range
the barrier,
to slow Optimus.
Yeah, and that's the fact is it wasn't even really that close because he still has both the summoners. He did get a little bit low on HP, but now he bases. He's going to have a much better buy, I would assume here. We'll see what he decides to spend all his gold on. So it's going to be pretty aggressive. Not going to go for the cloth armor route. I actually think that after...
You could argue with it.
Yeah, I think that when you're already this far ahead, your opponent has already kind of blown his summoners and stuff, you can definitely afford to go for those more defensive routes.
Yeah, unless you're Uzi and you just feel so confident in like knowing the damage range that you can optimize your style. This is probably like a higher yield but lower variance if you go for the sword. Yes, you get screwed if you mess up, but if you keep the push going, then obviously you can lock this Jace on a turret and he has nothing else to do.
And the fact of the matter is, when you're 2 summoners to 0, Uzi might just want to kill this guy, right? Like, people, yes, winning on CS is super legit, but you'd rather kill the guy,
I mean,
right?
in front of the crowd has definitely shown us what they think about somebody who plays for CS.
The crowd wants blood.
Like gladiators.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like the Gladiator movie, except in this movie, they don't respect the mercy. The mercy of leaving your opponent alive and killing only the minions.
Thumbs down every time.
Thumbs down every time, yeah, exactly.
This is actually like a hidden thing that's overlooked as well. There's no safety in brushes versus Equid, obviously, since you have that reveal. Map hacks. Good poke from Optimus. Answers there on Uzi. Uzi looking for some sustain before he goes in again. Good vault. Good answer on the trades. Every time Uzi vaults, he's getting a shock blast in the face. He's going low right now, though.
There's the exhaust. He's looking for the kill here. Should have it. So well played by Uzi. I think that this is like what Levy did, but one step better, right? He had the win condition of the 100 CS. He outthought his opponent. He had better build. I think he had better runes and everything to set up, and then he just kills the guy.
They were blocked by the cameras. Like, how do I get this? Yeah, anyway, okay, walk around, walk around. Yeah, and it basically, like, it was very seamless. It feels like he was kind of like second nature. Like, I don't think he, as a player, is thinking about, oh yes, right here, because if I make that trade, obviously it's for this like big, broader concept. You see the final trade again. It's at this moment Optimus knows like he's going down. There's not much he can do. Even for good measure, showing that his barrier was still up at the end from Uzi.
Yeah, and it's like you said, it's instinctual, right? Like you don't think about every single little decision you're doing. The very best players just know that it's the right decision, and that's why it's kind of funny talking to some of the amazing players. And you're like, oh, I'm going to talk to this guy. He's going to teach me how to be good. He's like, oh, so why'd you do this brilliant thing? Because that's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, that's what you do.
That's
like,
what you
who
do.
wins this matchup?
That was the smart
this guy.
thing to do. Yeah.
Why? Like, no, he just wins the matchup.
You win.
Yeah, because he wins.
Because you win.
But yeah, that was really fun to see that we finally kind of unveiled like a more nuanced approach, because I feel day one it was all over the place, but right now we see 80 carries. But we see this like slight shift that Resolve is the better secondary tree. Yeah. That you definitely want to go for sustained talents as opposed to just like level 3 raw, like shotgun at each other. Whoever dies like is the loser.
Exactly. It's even if you're going for the kill, I still think Resolve is better, because unless you're doing a full straight up all in with no trading before, Resolve is going to give you more effective HP, right? It's going to give you that difference, that advantage.
Yeah, and there's no such thing as a 100-0 all in so far in 1v1s. We've seen
hasn't happened.
Maybe like an OAF game is like
Impact one.
Yeah,
maybe.
is where you can describe it. But more than it, it's kind of a war of attrition.
Yep.
Definitely so.
Yeah, definitely. Even if it isn't all in later in the game, it's like early in the game, oh, you forced them to base, so you got an item advantage. Then you could all in, got an XP advantage, these kind of things. So it is always coming into play, but that is Uzi moving on, and he's going to be in the quarterfinals as well. It will be Karsa and Albus.
Yeah, Albus next. So. Albus had a bye, so he's had time to kind of just look around, see what's going on, figure out what people are doing. Hopefully he picked up on the Resolve hype. And definitely also mana region on blue seems very good, because you generally spec into kind of magic resistance there, but there's very few ability power based champions in this 1v1 circuit.
Yeah, there certainly are. And just the early CS and the wave control and stuff is so important. So if you're forced to base because of a lack of mana, that's so problematic, like even more so than in a regular Summoner's Rift game. So it definitely is coming a lot into play.
But we're not done yet, so let's check in with Ibai to see who's on stage. Spoiler, it's Albus.
Volvemos con este 1 contra 1. Y es que en el lado azul tenemos al jugador con la victoria más rápida, Karsa. lleva 2 días calentando y está listo para su nuevo objetivo. Tenemos a Olbish. Caballeros, muchísima suerte.
All right, so Albus, as you said, had that buy. It didn't work out so well for Ron OP.
Nope.
Who, had a buy earlier. We'll see if he can do a little bit better for himself.
I wish Ibai would call me Caballero one day. Maybe we can get there. Maybe I should have challenged him to a 1v1.
Yeah. But then again, it didn't work out so well for Quickshot.
Yeah, but I don't play Ghost in Renekton, nor do I have an obsession with eyeliner. So I hope that it would go a little bit better.
Yeah, maybe we can bring out the Bard. You need
Bard 1v1.
Bard 1v1. You tell him about it. You get the meeps. You start doing some damage.
Did they even spawn on this map? I don't even know.
You tell me. You're supposed to be the Bard expert. I guess he's a fraud after all.
Giant shield production whispering in my ears. Yes, they do, Crepo. By the way, you're fired.
Exactly. It's like at the end of the Wizard of Oz. The curtain parts. There was production telling you all the Bard facts all along. It was
actually one
truck.
giant marketing ploy. Half my salary has gone to like a marketing firm. You need Bard in your life. Okay. Anyway,
if you like to subscribe to Bard Facts, text 305 to Bard.
That's my next venture. Bardfacts.com. All right, we see weird bands. They may be spelling something out here. So,
all right, DAM.
No.
Twisted Fate.
So it's gonna be a mirror. We know it's gonna be a mirror when these random bands come in, but usually there's a hidden message in the in the bands, but I'm not seeing it. You have to go deeper.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it either.
No.
I would be pretty hyped for a Riven 1v1. I would be less hyped for a Xin Zhao 1v1.
I don't know. You never know.
Oh, okay, Draven. So Draven, I know if there's an enemy Draven, you can catch their axes.
Wait, what?
You can catch the other Draven's axe. I'm almost 100% sure.
Axes are neutral? Axes belong to no faction. They belong to the war.
They belong to no man, Crepo. They fight for the man who catches them. Yep. But I'm pretty darn sure that you actually can catch your opponent's axe. And you can take that away, which would be pretty hilarious.
I think we're about to find out. Do we believe then that this is also one of those games where the hybrid bruiser-style Draven reigns supreme? I think I've seen 1v1 Dravens where if you spec into a little bit of armor, you actually end up outweighing because like it's so physical-centric.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, it would make sense to me that if you can get it like an early cloth armor buy or something, but my guess is this is going to be decided in the first couple of levels, and we're probably not going to get there. I feel like when you agree to a Draven 1v1, you're planning on fighting.
Just pre-minions. Maybe it's like a no axe, last hit only 100 CS game. I mean, Froggen pulled that stunt on us last year.
Yeah, that was the Zillion, right? Yeah. Zillion, no items, no masteries, no runes.
Final destination.
Yeah, that was Afromu in there, I think, who did fight it out against him and
poor Afromu,
ended up losing.
Got baited in, was like 5 CS off.
Yep.
Only Froggen would do that. Froggen would show up to a tournament and do that. But yeah, that was a Zillion. They actually spelled out Zillion back then in the bands as well. That's why I'm always looking for the hidden message in the mirror match. Let's see if there's any.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, we go.
Yeah, they're catching each other's axes. Look at. See, he caught them both. He has both axes.
It's over.
He has both axes.
Oh, they were testing it. They're testing it. They're talking to each other right now. So they're on comms, by the way, guys. They're on the same team, and. That's really cool. Sportsmanship here. Just testing the mechanic if it's true.
Yeah, so that's exactly what it is. So when you both have one axe, if you catch your opponent's axe, it's now 2-0, and the other guy is so boned. So this is definitely going to be a fun one.
All right, real quick before the mayhem starts. It is Resolve second, so 18-0-12 on the side of Karsa, and pretty standard 80 carry page. Gonna look for Albus real quick right there. He is running Resolve as well, slightly different execution of it, but also super standard page here. So they're actually just complete mirror.
It's the manliest way to play.
Yep. Your axe? My axe.
Yeah.
You do this? I do
My
this.
axe and your axe?
Yep.
What happens when you already have 2 axes and you catch their axe?
I think you just reset it. Because like you can technically have like be throwing 3 axes as well on a Draven, right?
Does he just debut a third hand?
It was a character from Street Fighter called.
Oh, the guy with the 6 arms or whatever? Yeah.
It was me all along.
They all just start popping out.
Alright, Albus actually reached his level 2 spike earlier by pushing. And definitely got a couple of good trades here. Karsa sustaining. You said it would be an all-in, but I feel like you have so much time to opt out. Because it's quite obvious which direction this fight is going to be trending, right? that you just like end up getting out sustained and then you base and then it goes for I think a forced all in due to CS.
Yeah, that's certainly possible. I was just thinking more, it seemed kind of like a fun champion among teammates.
Mano a mano.
We're like a support and a jungler, let's just level 2 and then kill each other and see who wins. But it depends how hard they really want to try, right? You can have fun picks and stuff and still go super try hard.
Yeah, double cancel here. You really, in the Draven versus Draven mirror, you want to...
Oh, here we go.
Hang on. Karsa's winning early. Albus is dying. Karsa wins. I was about to brace Albus. He had relic advantage, better positioning. You want to use your E to knock the other Draven astray so he doesn't pick up his axe. But I don't know what happened there if there was a lot of minions involved, because suddenly that maybe it was a bad exhaust timing. You really need to go over that again, because that swung very quickly towards Karsa, and they're running identical setups. So late exhaust. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, it was a very late exhaust. The exhaust was even still on him when he died.
If you die with your exhaust still on the opponent, perhaps should have pucked a little early.
Maybe a little bit of an oopsie, and we can't really give him a pass because he's a support.
Yeah, we can't. I mean, supports don't really play that often with Draven anymore.
No, I'm talking about exhaust.
Oh, that way. Yeah, okay, that's fair. But you don't really know Draven damage that much, you know?
Yeah.
Usually as a support, you click it on the enemy.
You're just trying to look out for your support brethren. Yeah. I understand.
As you're dying, that's your dying tribute to your AD carry. You throw it on them and then you
Summoners on cooldown. Nothing I can do here. Yeah. You see it. Check. Press tab.
I know, you just like let your AD carry 1v2 versus an exhausted target and then he gets all the glory. That's usually what you do.
There you go.
There was no AD carry.
Ghana. You know, you just sit back in the bush. You pretend you're not even there.
I'm helping.
Yeah, I am helping. Yeah, there you go. I'm also getting Elo from playing John.
Yep, and then somebody calls you, says you have no mechanics as a support, and you get triggered.
Yep. Then you bring out the Zed support. And prove them right.
I have no mechanics. People always ask me to play Lee Sin support. I'm like, no, it's not a good champion.
It's just not meta right now. No. Don't worry, guys. When it becomes meta, I'll be the first one in there. I'll be waking up early, getting on the servers.
Has nothing to do with the fact that it's just too difficult for me to press all those buttons at once. But anyways, that was a surprise. Yeah, from the same team. They just really wanted the best Draven to advance.
Yeah, I think it was just going to be a fun one, right? It's you're a support player, you're playing against one of your buddies, and he is just deciding to just kind of duke it out. It's works out for Karsa. I mean, he's won 2 in a row now. So turns out the buy was not an advantage for either player.
Buy was a lie, man. Definitely don't want to go for those buys. We got Reckless versus Meb left, QTV versus Maple, and then Matan versus Prey later on as well. So we have definitely some exciting matches coming up. I saw Reckless, because he's in my eyesight right now, setting up on stage, and he looks fierce. He looks ready.
Yeah.
But let's get over to the stage right now. Next 2 players are standing by, and Dash is about to introduce them.
Now for our next match, our first challenger looked a friend in the eye yesterday and without mercy took his reign over the Howling Abyss. It's Reckless! And his opponent, in a battle of top laners, he flipped the tables and with the help of a turret, executed a successful 2v1. Ladies and gentlemen, Smeb! Lock and load, gentlemen. Let's have at it.
This is one I'm really excited for. I think this might be kind of the highlight of the day here because everyone is kind of expecting LCK to win a lot of things, and they've already kind of been smashing in Summoner's Rift. So this is a time where a Western player could take down Smeb and maybe go all the way.
Yeah, this is the kind of our last hope. Aside from maybe Expeke as well.
Yeah.
Reckless definitely needs to perform. Playing versus Smeb. I think the combined fan following from these guys as well probably is like the most hype match. There is Martha Prey later, but let's look at their stats here. Reckless 4 solo kills, Smeb 26. There's
you know, it's only because of dirty support players like you stealing the glory. You can't get the solo kills. He's about to get it. You shield him. You take it away.
I mean, Reckless is really good at not dying to the point where it became a meme.
Yeah.
So maybe that helps him in the 1v1. But in the solo kill department, he's definitely lacking. Maybe we give it to Smeb for that reason.
Yeah, there you go. But we have seen Reckless showing up on the tournament. We saw him play a little Vayne. You know, I wouldn't mind seeing a Vayne versus Vayne matchup here, but I'm not sure if Smeb would want to agree to that one.
Vayne versus Vayne is kind of only fun if they run, for me, if they run Flash.
Yeah.
Because you get the E Flash and you can change the angle while you buffer the E, but I don't think that's really going to happen.
No, neither will.
Because Exhaust versus Exhaust Vayne is like, it sounds good on paper, but it gets boring really quick.
Yeah, that's true if it just becomes a farm fest. But Smeb, we've seen a lot of people running the Darius. We saw it inspired Yankos to varying success there. But You know, that has been pretty popular, and he could ban out some of the kind of safer AD carries and just go Darius again. We'll see if Reckless is kind of expecting that, has some other types of champions prepared, or if he just has another AD carry prepared, because you can't ban out all of them, especially if Reckless is not going to ban any himself.
Yeah, definitely so. Kind of a joint effort here. Rise, Cassiopeia, Rengar banned out by Reckless.
Yeah, so
doesn't want to get caught in all in, it seems.
Draven is still available for now. Lucian is going to be available. We have seen Kalista sometimes win. So there's a lot of AD carry options here.
And there are also two champions that are very kind of Reckless-centric. Yeah, at All-Stars he's played an abundance of kind of cannon.
Oh, insta-lock.
Ooh, the insta-lock. Smeb just forgets the fact that there's a screen right there, buddy. Like above you.
Yeah, Reckless can just look over and be like, oh, I guess I'll play Nasus. But he's not looking up. Let's follow those eyes.
Yeah. He's so focused. See, that's the problem. Sometimes Zell, you got to step back and look at the bigger picture.
Smell the flowers.
Yep.
Look at the giant screen.
Yeah, literally.
Counterpick.
Literally the bigger picture.
Yeah.
He's thinking like, I don't know, what is Smeb going to play here? I wonder if he might be playing LeBlanc here. Might have to go for a safe AD carry. Ends up in a pretty poor matchup, I feel.
Yeah, I think he probably has to take barrier and try to play this a little bit more defensive. I don't think you want to kind of opt into the Ignite and that sort of all-in fight.
There's no sustained like advantage either. Like, it's not like LeBlanc's going to regen a lot. I think the barrier exhaust is something that sounds definitely like what you're saying. Also very predictable. The damage output from LeBlanc is very like burst-centric.
It's
so you can
super predictable now, especially with the change, right?
Yeah.
You literally see the circle around your character filling up, and it's like, whoa, he might do some damage now.
I wonder what's coming here. 3 chains. All right, focus on the eyes. Reckless is ready. Smeb seems quite relaxed.
Yeah, he does, and it's something where a lot of these really good Korean players on the ladder, they actually play a lot of different roles. So even though he is a top laner, it doesn't mean that he doesn't have other champions in his wheelhouse, right? Like Faker obviously famously plays a ton of Phil, and Solo Q has reached the top of ladder just playing Phil and playing different roles. And Smeb is another guy who was top of Korean Challenger and obviously can play a lot of different champions, not just the ones he showcases in competitive play.
Also, he has to play different styles. Top lane meta has evolved from kind of a bruiser meta into a tank meta later. There are distinguishes.
Yeah, standard Ezreal versus LeBlanc top matchup.
Yeah, super standard.
Lots of reps in on that.
There actually has been a time where LeBlanc was played in top lane. It's kind of this 80 hybrid top. I'm sure they've all played Ezreal. It's not that hard of a champion. Even I can play Ezreal. Just not that well.
Yeah. I mean, you can play it.
I'm physically able to select the champion. All right, let's dive into Runes and Masteries real quick, guys. There's armor on the yellows for Smeb, and the rest is just raw AP. So that's 26 ability power right there, and raw magic pen. So Smeb is as all-in can get. Masteries as well. Ferocity 12, Cunning 18. So again, playing very, very forward and all-in centric.
And Reckless, we can assume it is into Resolve as into Defensive Masteries because he doesn't have Biscuits. And he's actually playing Ignite. He didn't decide to go for the barrier, which I'm pretty surprised about. So he's not actually going to be able to have that kind of defensive advantage. And I would have thought he'd want to kind of out-sustain his opponent, poke him out with Qs, sit back. LeBlanc's not going to have the lifesteal.
So we just checked. Barring any errors in the research and my spelling, Reckless is running 12-18.
Okay, so that's very aggressive, actually, especially in addition to that Ignite.
Yeah.
Reckless obviously has a very different way, a different idea of playing this, and it certainly can work, and if it becomes a straight-up 1v1, like all-in damage type battle, it's going to work, but you would think that the AD carry would want to try to poke at his opponent.
Yeah, we'd have to see if we can spot a Thunderlord spark. Like, we're not in-game in our clients here, but that could definitely confirm the fact that he is running the 12-18. It would make sense to like fight fire with fire. You don't need to go for the sustained kind of play style in terms of minion push because you're going to be generating that anyway stylistically, champ versus champ, so you may just want to be able to punish him after a bad trade, but that damage right there.
Speaking of bad trades, I mean, that's the thing, and it gets pretty scary. If that W connects, that's pretty brutal, right?
So that's 2 mistakes from Reckless already. He walks up in clear path with no minion blocking the potential counter chain, and then he doesn't land the Q as Smeb dashes in because he's a bit too slow.
Yeah, the chain is really what it's about. You can't allow yourself to get that full chain because the chain itself will proc the passive, and in goes Smeb. I think he wants the all-in.
Oh, that was well played by Reckless. He steps forward because he knows the chain would otherwise hit him, trying to hide in the creeps.
Yeah, that was really close. And it's a trade of summoner spells 1-for-1. It's the exhaust for the ignite. So Smeb does still have his aggressive summoner, and Reckless does have the defensive one.
Yeah, definitely so. But Exhaust is just so valuable here versus Walk if she ever dashed in. Again, she's super telegraphed.
Yep. Reckless also did use his potion there, so doesn't have that available. Smeb is holding on to his. We may see him pop that if he does want to go for the all-in. It could actually be kind of what gives that away.
Playing, but Reckless on first base definitely wants to pick up a null magic mantle. Just get that somewhere in, because again, it works against the ability so well. A couple of extra points in MR, just having you survive, and then later on your attack speed will give you much more value in extended trades.
Yeah, I agree. It'll be interesting to see if he does like to do that, though, over the double Dorans, which seems like pretty much everyone goes for. Yeah, we haven't seen too many people elect for those kind of more pure defense options. And maybe Reckless will be the one to kind of break the mold there.
Yeah, he will get a minor CS lead here, barring any issues. He is an 80 carry. They can whilst it on their turret.
Doesn't have his support to help him, though.
Aha! Even better. No support to screw up that CS. Can I get the cannon relic stack, please? Oops! My bad. Running around runes. Happens. Alright, Smeb is going for a freeze, I think. Nope, actually he wants to balance down. That's interesting.
He just wants to be able to bounce the passive, but he actually procced the passive on the cannon and then used the Q on it, so it didn't bounce everything. So he did kind of mess that up, and as a result, not going to push it quite as fast, but I don't know if it really would have made a difference as far as minions denied. I don't think so.
No, I wouldn't.
Might be able to stop the base, though. Does he want to?
Smeb gonna punish that? I think he's scared of like an EW combo, because Smeb was pretty high on health. If you're wondering how that would freeze, it would basically just mean you keep the wave at that side of the map and then you bounce it, but
yeah,
it's probably still better to clear if you can. Gives Reckless one relic advantage.
Smeb also going for Lost Chapter, so is picking up something for his mana regen, able to kind of play a little bit of a longer game in that way, and is able to sidestep. And Reckless is actually pretty low on mana here. It looks like he may, nope, he's gonna bounce back. Trade his summoners again.
Yeah, but they're not double popping him on the first trade, so they saved some for the second. Reckless right now, this is the problem, is if you go low on the first engage, Smeb will threaten you for a secondary all-in here.
Yeah, and when he's getting zoned off the mini wave, he can't actually go for much, and the chain is there.
Oh,
the turret shot! Oh, he got him.
Argentino Blanc versus 80 carries, man. And I wonder if Reckless actually peeked up at the screen, and if he actually went for a blind generic strong Ezreal pick that would be okay into everything, or if he was aware of what Smeb was playing there.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at him on the camera, and yes, that doesn't tell anything, but didn't look like he ever looked away from the computer screen, right? So I'm not sure that he did actually know. He may have been told by Smeb for all we know, right? He may have been fully aware of it and confident in his abilities, but
I can't believe we're like just encouraging ghosting. Here, the final trade again, Smeb holding E. So that's the problem with Ezreal as well. You can't, because your gap closer is that slow, and it's at that moment Reckless knew.
Yeah, especially with all the effort he put into this, right? Yeah. But I have to say, I do think that the more defensive masteries, the barrier might have been more effective in this matchup, because he couldn't actually be in position to even fight the wave once he gets chunked out once.
Yeah, why ignite for burst when you can barrier to survive the burst longer, then fight it out? Obviously, crowd applauding them as they go off stage. And to finish up down that point, the problem with Ezreal into LeBlanc is because your gap closer isn't instant. There's like a front-loaded animation on the arcane shift. You can't wait for chain. You pretty much have to guess. Like, is he going to chain? Yeah, I'll shift out of it. But if Smeb goes in, he can use that knowledge to force you to shift. Then you're standing still, and it's really easy for a good LeBlanc player to then connect a chain, especially in open field.
Yeah, definitely is. And I mean, landing that chain was the difference there, right? It could have been turned around because the turret shot was landing as he won that 1v1. And I think the turret shot actually might kill Smeb there. It was pretty close. Turret shot got immune because he killed him before.
Yeah. Definitely he needs another hit afterwards.
Yeah,
but
probably one auto.
If he has like a barrier there, then I definitely agree with you.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough though. It's really easy to kind of look back and think, hey, I should have played it the other way, or for us to say watching, oh yeah, it didn't work out, I should have played it the other way. But obviously he was practicing it a lot, and he has a very specific idea of how he wants to play it. He wants to play it aggressively. He wants to be able to kind of just go toe-to-toe with his opponent and take him down.
Yeah, maybe like he did something wrong level 2 that we didn't spot, and that kind of threw off the case of the... Because that's very often so... When you see somebody die, it's a manifestation of things that happened maybe a minute or 2 minutes before very often too in League of Legends, because it's all one big snowball effect.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that could just be pointed to the fact that, hey, a lot of his Qs did not hit. If you hit enough Qs on the LeBlanc, then he goes for the all-in, you can match him and probably win that. But we're going to head it over to eBuy and find out who's playing next.
Buscando una plaza para cuartos de final. En el lado azul, el hombre que eliminó a Soaz, QTB.
And as a mid laner, he's already dominated on Katarina, LeBlanc, and Syndra. Somebody take him off of these champions. It's Maple! All right, gentlemen, let's do this.
I almost thought we were going to see, the village people, YMCA there for a second. I was starting to dance a little bit, but then I realized it was just his name.
It's just QTV right there. Dash may have to go full on charades later on because he is seemingly slowly getting affected in the voice department.
Yeah, I mean, everyone has their limits. He's still got a full extra day. Maybe you could get up there, Crepo. Your time to shine. What do you think?
No, we established this day one with the Officio. People with girly voices stand here. People with manly voices do the stage. Anyways, let's focus on the game again. Enough about us. QTV versus Maple. QTV took down Soaz.
Yeah, he did. And that was one where I think Soaz would like to have it back. Soaz definitely was another guy who was prepping a lot for the 1v1s.
Yep.
And really wanted to do well, and he made some mistakes. And QTV was there to quickly capitalize on it. Definitely did really well for himself. And Maple on the other side has been shining throughout this tournament. Even in losses, he's been looking great.
So he's just so fun to watch. Maple is probably one of the kind of consistent value delivering players. Whenever you see Maple in any mode, game or tournament, there is a quality bar that he will bring to the table.
Yeah, he's fantastic. This guy can go toe-to-toe with the very best, the likes of Faker, and come out looking very good. Both in his last LCK, as well as his wins against NA, he looked incredible.
So he can do it against the best and the worst.
There you go. There you go, Crepo. I got nothing to say to you. I'm just going to accept that, and we're going to move on.
God damn it!
Sometimes you have to laugh.
Yeah, you got to take
better
the
laugh than it is to cry.
Yep, definitely so. I'll take that in mind. All right. We will not be seeing many more Caitlyn's, I feel, Azale.
No. Caitlyn is so good in this mode, I think, and it's something that especially works very well with the kind of more passive modes, and it's like, especially if you think that your opponent is willing to play the 100 CS type games.
Yeah. Caitlyn with a resolve spec, like you were pointing out earlier.
Insta-lock Syndra.
Insta-lock, though. Again, guys, here at Riot Games, we don't want you to cheat, but if there happens to be a giant monitor right next to you, maybe just take a look-see. Although this pick looks okay. Although for Syndra,
it's what he played last time, is it not? I believe he actually did play Syndra. I want to say he played against Bengi, unless I'm confusing that, because there was a Syndra versus TK matchup. And I think it was Maple
playing
close against Bengi. And Bengi made some pretty big mistakes in that one. He actually was looking like he was doing pretty well, kind of trying to trade his HP for mana. And he ended up all in inning. Oh my god.
Okay.
Ramus. Okay, Urgot. Interesting.
Urgot's fun to watch, because if there's a champion with a really high all-in, maybe we finally found the answer to Syndra. All these Reddit threads about man, she missed all her spells, threw a bunch of spears in my face and I'm dying. Well, were you playing Urgot?
Were you?
Because you're passive and your shield can protect you.
Yep. And then you're going to have that one guy who's like, I have 700 Urgot games to lose to Syndra.
Yep. Maybe it's because you're bad.
Maybe, right. Crepo.
Let's see. This does feel like a match where Syndra just had such an easy push.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that if summoner spells aren't changed, it's pretty interesting because we did see the fact that Maple was not running Exhaust, which you might be like, well, why? Exhaust is so powerful in these 1v1s. It's because he's not expecting to get into melee range, right? He's trying to use his range to kind of poke out his opponent, to keep throwing those spells from a longer range than the Urgot can get into. He never wants to actually be in range of exhausting, right? He wants to stay very far back unless he's trying to go for that all-in kill and use the Ignite.
Yeah, that's definitely what Urgot wants to do. He wants to get up close to the Syndra, hopefully dodge some spells somehow, get that reduced damage from the ultimate, because to my knowledge, just going to make sure I'm not messing it up here, it stays on you 2 seconds after the ultimate, right?
Yeah, I do believe so. I mean, I don't know the exact timing, but it's a flat damage reduction.
Yeah.
It is a buff.
With a lingering effect.
Exactly.
So that's kind of the... If we're looking at if it ever gets to level 6, QTV wants to swap before or during the ulti. Ideally, you want to swap mid-ulti animation, so you soak the ulti, and then have a trade right after on the second round of cooldowns from the Syndra, that you also get double reduced damage, one from your passive and one from the R lingering effect. Yeah. But that is if it gets to level 6, because it could just be an early push Fiesta for Maple.
It certainly could, and the thing is, for QTV, if Syndra gets 6, you have to either ult or exhaust that ultimate, or you're probably just going to take simply way too much damage. And that's how Bengi ended up losing this matchup, getting a full unexhausted ultimate on him, and it's just too much to take. He got chunked so low, and Maple's going to try to stay out of range, going to try to poke him out, hit those Qs, hit those Es, and look for the trades on that.
And definitely initiate the ulti out of exhaust range, just like we were talking about earlier. You do not want to get that ulti exhaust, and for QTV, it's paramount that he does exactly that. Again, just like any 1v1 starts, people hit the first creep just a ton. Want to get that down, focus on single creeps, single melees. QTV is kind of already looking to yield the push just a bit. Maple can get those range creep down.
And Maple is starting the W, actually.
Oh, that's
so he took the W. He wants to just be able to kind of harass this out, try to get some early poke onto QTV, and it does have very good range, so it is interesting to see that he is electing to go for that. QTV, I mean, level 1, you're not really looking to do too much. You are much more hoping for that level 2. You hit your E, and then you start to get really, really good trades.
Yeah, QTV is running 0-18-12. So he's doing a Thunderlord's Urgot with then a Resolve side spec.
And the full mana regen there. So he has all the HP regen talents and the mana regen talents, which I really do like quite a lot. And it may allow him to kind of skip something like a tier that Impact went into, right? You can go for something like a Hex Drinker instead. You can go for more defensive options because you may not need to itemize as heavily into the mana regen. And that can help you to survive an all-in that may come from Maple. And if you can live through that ultimate, if it gets there, obviously, and kind of get up in his face and really start to kind of get that fight close and personal, you could win.
Yeah, definitely so. Maple right now, honestly, wants to get the most out of his spells. That's why he's lost sitting purely with auto attacks. Doing a decent job so far, not dropping too much CS, still trailing a few ahead. That's a good connect here on level 3, obviously. Sidesteps to counter damage, that's a really beautiful trade.
Oh, he's looking...
Notice how he's not getting any minion aggro.
Yep.
He did not weave in an auto attack there. He can walk in between the range creeps and pop Q because Q is a spell, and again, spells do not draw minion aggro here. He also sidestepped the counter W from Maple, so that was, in that microcosm, perfect play by QTV.
Yeah, it was very well done. Maple, though, has the push advantage, as you said he would, and he's going to get that early base and likely pick up a Doran's or something. So he goes double Doran's, he gets the Fairy Charm, so it's all mana regen. He wants to stay out of range of his opponent, spam out these spells, and try to just win it out and probably either wave control or just an all-in from out of range of his opponent. And QTV is so behind in the push, so he is going to be late to back. But it's very interested to see, I'm very interested to see what he's actually going to be able to buy. Like, does he go defensive here straight off the bat, or does he go double Doran's into a longsword? Oh, it's tier anyway. Wow, I'm actually shocked.
Yeah, he just specs really deep into...
And Fairy Charm? I actually think this doesn't really make super a lot of sense when you have full mana regen masteries, because I don't think you're actually going to
Oof. I mean, Urgot ooms very quickly. Soft freeze here before we kind of go back into build here. We saw a couple of minions denied, but obviously you don't want to let the Urgot arrive on a full push, so you want to strike this balance where you deny 1 or 2 creeps by pushing the wave into position, and then still get the push back.
Yeah, well, QTV, we'll see if it's certainly not going to have any mana problem now. I mean, Fairy Charm, tier,
surprise man.
Mana regen masteries. Look at that damage, though. Even without really any AD, that is a massive amount of damage that he's able to do, and every time you connect.
Beautiful E placement as well. That was at the edge, just like, this guy, like, if you miss your E on Urgot, you get counter-traded so hard because you're utterly useless. So this is one spell you need to connect because it sets everything up.
Yeah, the cooldown is pretty long here early on as well, and going to connect another. And if you're wondering why he's using the shield when he does connect that, it adds the slow. So it does put the slow onto that.
But if we bring Hyder Critical, he would not be in range for a second hit after the slow. So technically that was a wasted shield, which got him poked right after. So we're really judging like these micro trades here. But it can always mean the difference in the end.
Yeah, it certainly can. A lot of these matches have come down to very, very small differences, and QTV able to absorb a lot of that damage. And you know, if this does go further, will he pick up the null magic mantle? Will he build more defensively?
I mean, sure.
He has a lot of mana regen already, and he could just kind of turn himself into a semi-tank.
Yeah, and the thing that we kind of overlooked with this heavy kind of reliance on mana is that he can use more spells on the wave now.
That's fair.
And then leverage the push. We see a level 6 on Maple right now. QTV hit him as well. He has control because he has a zone control from E. I like this from Maple.
Yeah, that was really nicely done. He lands a stun, pushes him back, able to take away that health relic, but does get a trade on the way out. Procs of Thunder, what does it look like?
QTV has to be careful because a lot of Urgot players, they get so sucked in and they're walking in range to do another Q. They forget that E is dot. And dots draw tower aggro. And so you can really like mess yourself up right there. Maple is slowly learning in this matchup the cadence and kind of the timing where QTV wants to use that kind of poison charge. So he's been dodging a lot more lately.
Yeah, he has been doing very well with that. And the CS is very close. It's only going to be one separating these two players as they do base once again here. Maple actually taking a pretty safe base there, but QTV will go back, and now he's building towards the Hex Drinker.
Yeah, complete reset in the middle. I like the Null Magic Mantle. You do not want to get a position where you make a mistake, you know? It's kind of a safety net. Maybe you can survive it with perfect exhaust, with perfect ultimate, but you don't always have the guarantee that you will get into that position.
And Maple as well, picking up the cloth armor, right? That's at least something. The E8 from Urgot, I believe, does shred some armor as well. So there is the armor shred there, and you're not going to have a lot as well already. So just look at the damage. It does get quite high if you can connect a couple of those Prey Seekers. Like that is the Thunderlord proc right there. The double Q plus the E. The first instance of that E counts. So you can proc it pretty easily.
And obviously no need for Warlord to sustain because he's so zone reliant, keeping Maple at bay here. It is slowly turning into a CS match, so we got to keep tracking that. There's a 2 CS lead here in the end if everything plays out well.
And what do you think? Should QTV have bunched minions before he based, you know, to try to kind of get that pushing against him to deny a couple of minions? So is that worth the time that he would delay his base? Because Maple had left first. He had the option of doing that. I'm just not sure, you know.
I don't think he knew Maple was basing. That's under the assumption. I think you can work from that under the assumption of perfect information. But you never know if this guy's in the brush waiting to push out anyways. Because if you stack a wave and the guy fast pushes you, then you just got played.
Baited and outsmarted.
Yeah. Good old baited and outsmarted. Good poke here. Basically predictive movement. You know, as you know somebody has to walk up for the final CS, put a Q in his face and he walks straight into it. It's those little things that mid laner's so good at.
And QTV double popping the potions, he's going to be right back to full HP.
Yeah, we're looking at a level 9 spike for Maple if he keeps control of this matchup. If this is perfect CS, he is trailing by 1, right? So there's 4 more CS in there, so they're equal. Now he's 1 CS ahead on the side of Maple. He's falling behind.
Yeah, he did miss the melee.
And it actually doesn't matter if they're equal or not. It matters who kills the last wave first, right? Even if you would equal out the next wave.
And QTV is actually quite a bit behind that experience. I mean, he still didn't get 8 off of that wave. So, you know, we have Maple has been 8 for a couple minions here.
The problem is QTV is never getting the push. So he needs to technically be ahead 5 minions for this playstyle to scale. So I think what we're going to see is on the next wave that meets that's not a cannon wave, QTV might be prepping for an all-in.
Yeah, I think he's going to have to because he's been giving
right here. This might be it on this shield here.
Oh, it's kind of tough now. Maple is just reading like a book. He backs off anytime he comes close, and Maple is playing it out very intelligently, not really giving QTV the opportunity to get in range.
I think the correct play for QTV is to fake the all-in, forcing Maple to spam these Qs on max range and managate him. Put him low enough that he can't actually win the fight anymore.
But with the Lost Chapter, with double Dorans and the Fairy Charm, does he actually know?
Yeah, he has to go for another base because he can't actually commit to a fight anymore. So it's a smart base by Maple. It's forced from QTV not going for the actual all-in, but the threat of the all-in is enough. The wave full resets as well because Maple was pushing. There's 15 creeps remaining.
What do you think about Sorg Boots here? Because I mean, there already is some flat MR from the null. So
I think the fact that he like has to face a Hex Drinker makes it good, and the fact that he actually mobility is a big component here.
Wants to dodge out the ease.
Dodge out the ease and just get back in the lane quicker.
Yeah.
This is just a push. Like right now, because of Boots 2, he's here already. He would probably arrive like a few seconds later. He's setting up for 9 more CS. Just like you said as well, dodging the ease. I think Maple set up for victory here.
Yeah, I mean, QTV has missed.
Oh, this is it. He has to go. He's going all in right now. All right, connects E, misses. No, he gets it.
He didn't ult.
He didn't ult.
He needed to ult there.
He could zone though. He could go for zone play. Maple's low. Maple has to walk back in. The next E from Maple is crucial.
Oh, good connection there.
Side steps from QTV. QTV is no boots right here, so he could have probably went for more movement speed here. Juking out the Q for 1. This is good. He can walk up.
Also bought a second Fairy Charm instead of health pots.
Yeah.
And now he's quite low, so I think that was a bit of a silly decision here, but
I think QTV should have forced.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, he was in range for the ultimate. It's now 1 wave away from this being game over.
And he's basically pushing the wave. Maple can let the wave go under turret because QTV can no longer swap under turret because, yeah, he'll be tanking the bloody turret. So
I think Maple has this. There's a lot of minions.
Yeah, he's safety on the turret. Remember, there is still a Hex Drinker.
Yeah, there's 4 minions. That's all the minions he needs.
Oh, 1 CS going on a turret, but it's so much damage.
Oh, so close. QTV needed to all in earlier. He had the chance.
With that trade in mind, seeing how it ended in the final exchange, QTV should have just popped that ulti earlier.
Yeah, I mean, he used both the summoner spells Maple did, right? And he got 2 tower shots from his tower onto QTV, and he still almost lost.
1 Q.
It was so close. So I think that QTV, when he hit the E there, he had to go for it. He had to commit to it, use the ultimate, pop the summoners, and go for that kill.
The second Maple missed his disengage with his E was the moment where we could go on. Like, because look at it ends. We don't care how he got in the situation. Like, in the end, Maple, he got his barrier burned through. That was not a full duration barrier, and he was still 1 hit away from dying.
Yeah, that was insanely close, and it just came down to that. I mean, QTV did not pull the trigger when he had the chance, and Maple playing to his win conditions, playing it very smart, avoiding that all in as best as he possibly could, and he's going to move on again.
Yeah, and we also learned that
Syndra.
the crowd just wants to see blood. They don't care about the nuances of positioning, cooldown rotations, missed abilities. All they want to see is somebody die.
It's true.
Just really, really sad, man. There's some beauty in League of Legends. They just need to appreciate,
Yeah, take him on a magical journey.
Take him on a magical journey about minion wave placements.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyways, Dash and Ibai should be ready on stage. Maybe just Ibai that I see standing there. Our last 1v1 is ready to go, so let's send it over to them.
Time for our last match of the evening, and our first contender, he complained that the 1v1 seeding was unfair, and he was right. Unfair to Faker, it's Mata! Y en el lado rojo, machacó al rey del mate, y ahora ha venido a por el Mata Reyes.
Well then, how do you follow that up?
You got something?
I got nothing.
All right. Luckily for us, it is the last 1v1. They don't need to trump that one, the last intro. But yeah, unfair to Faker. We heard in the intro.
Yeah, I mean, I saw in the highlights from yesterday, Faker was saying his masteries were messed up, but I mean, Mata was telling him, oh, no excuses, no excuses.
I love how Mata was like, no. And we finally get an insight in the way Faker approaches his games. It's not just a rift. It's all a big mental war game.
Yeah, there you go. He's already lining up the excuses, Come on, Faker.
Even Faker blames like external sources.
Yep, exactly.
Teaches us that we can always blame our teams in solo queue.
That's really the lesson to walk away with.
Yeah,
All-Stars.
Yeah.
All-Stars, if nothing else, has taught us you can blame your teammates. I mean, Yankos was in there a little bit, halfway.
Yeah, shaded his team.
Faker definitely, making some excuses with the masteries.
Wrong runes. I mean,
maybe that's the key to becoming good at League of Legends.
I mean, if European Solo Queue has taught me anything, it is exactly that. All right, I'm very keen to see what's going to happen here. Mata versus Prey. They definitely can talk to each other. These are also super. Look at them. Like, Mata's hopping in his chair left and right. Prey is pretty much always smiling. So they kind of can bet your money on it that they will be talking to each other.
Yeah, I think these guys are looking to have a lot of fun. I mean, Mata has really been one of the few guys who I think has really been embodying All-Stars. Really having a lot of fun with it, joking around. He's not taking anything too seriously, but he's also coming to play and performing, and that's kind of what we really love to see.
And he's also just like really damn good player. Not just on support. Like, he's like a legacy player. If Faker didn't exist, then Mata could probably apply for Best League of Legends player of all time.
Who do you apply to?
Huh? The fans.
The fans? You apply to the fans?
The
go door to door, start knocking on doors, kissing babies.
The court of fandom definitely decides that one. Sadly, no wards on this map, so Mata can't show.
Yeah, we need a new mode, really.
1v1 ward showdown?
Yeah, exactly. Who can have the most vision control? It's 2 guys, 1 bush. Who can control the wards?
It's like rock, paper, scissors with sweepers, wards, and control wards.
Exactly.
All right.
It's like Minesweeper.
Find the wards. Rengar eliminated. Somehow Prey thinks that Mata is going to whip out the Rengar.
Well, Kalista is still available. 480 is off the table. I don't think we've seen Kalista yet, actually.
No, we saw her at IWCA.
Okay.
Basically, where the approach they were taking was stacking up the Ren stacks on the creep. And when it's low, you kill the Q, and then obviously you kill the minion with Q, and then you transfer over the stacks to the opponent, hopefully behind it.
Yeah, just max Q and E. You don't need points in W or ultimate.
Yeah, don't have somebody to throw around. The one time you do want your support there. But it's been nerfed too much. I feel like Kalista significantly weaker.
Yeah. Oh, well, it's going to get locked, so we'll see. Oh, Yasuo comes in.
Oh, something.
Mata hit the table so hard the camera got knocked off. Well,
Mata's gone. He's actually been replaced right now. Is that Froggen right there on stage? No, still Mata.
Well, it is going to be Mata with the Yasuo. Can he make magic happen twice in a row? This one is going to be very exciting.
Oh, the crowd rallying behind Mata. It's really fun to see just so much personality kind of come out of him right there. He's just super excited. It's a good matchup too. It's very hard for Kalista because all our spells, yes, you can rend execute, but to set that up and both the Q, they're all projectiles. So wind ball is super strong.
Yeah, it definitely is. But I mean, Prey, I think he's going to have a lot more experience on Kalista than Mata has on Yasuo.
I mean, Mata is rumored to have quite a few accounts that he plays in like different roles, as like role-specific accounts. Like, wouldn't be surprised if he's spamming like Yasuo mid or top. And Prey probably hasn't been playing too much Kalista lately.
That's very fair. I mean, Kalista has been making a little bit of a comeback, I think, with the Blade of Rune King buffs and things like that. So I have been seeing people at least trying it out more. But
also, it's super fun to be a support thrown in by Kalista, and you actually have Courage of the Colossus.
There you go. Increased chance to not die.
Yeah, safety? Yes, please. Sign me up. All right, this is where we want to look at runes and masteries. Yesterday, Mata was like running a 1% crit. He no longer is. Okay, he is actually. Okay, 1% crit, 40% attack speed. He has running. Mata's running magic resistance.
Ooh, that's a bit unfortunate.
That's unlucky.
He's preparing for the static shift, Crepo.
Yeah.
He's thinking about the late game.
Late game. He is running Zale's favorite page, which is 18-0-12.
But he's not taking Perseverance. And I do kind of like Perseverance over Insight. It's like, how many times are you really going to get advantage out of the summoner cooldown? Like, are you really going to get in all in with your double summoners, then walk out, then get them back, and then all in right away instantly?
But if you're as good as Mata, how many times are you going to be low enough for Perseverance?
Ooh, there you go. Yeah, you just don't take damage.
If you don't take damage, maximize
when you get to a certain skill level, the auto attacks apparently do not deal damage to your character anymore. That's fantastic.
That's what it feels like playing against some players. Prey super standard 80 carry page, guys, but he is not running MR. Masteries, Prey is running 18-0-12 as well, and more importantly, he's running Perseverance.
He's got my vote.
He's got the seal of approval from Zale.
Perseverance for 1v1s.
But we're looking at the screen here again. Mata full HP, Prey on 60%, so maybe the theory does apply.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely true. We'll see. Prey should hit level 2 here faster.
Yeah,
we'll
7 minion. First melee creep for the second wave, right there. Pop.
But this is actually pretty scary, though. I mean, when Mata hits 2, it's a lot scarier because he could just dash in on him and look for the trades, then dash out.
Oh, yeah. I really like the concept of like exit creeps on both Yasuo and Aurelia. Yep. And he also did an auto Q right after.
This could be an all-in. I think Prey's in trouble. If he hits the Q, Prey's probably dead.
Oh, that's a bad barrier.
Oh, this is really going to be close. Friend? Oh, we've done. The crowd loves it, and Mata is pumped up.
I mean, you called it at that point. He wove into auto, bad barrier by Prey. Hey, you do not want to stick around when Yasuo has a health advantage on you.
Yeah, and he was sitting on the tornado. He had the third Q ready. He dashes in right onto Prey, and Prey not respecting that all in.
I love both these players though. Like Prey goes out with a smile. Mata is just like jumping around like a little kid. This guy like. He's seen it all, he's done it all, and he still gets like so excited about League. That's just like really fun to watch.
He obviously loves it, and I do too. It's so much fun to watch these players playing at this level, and Mata taking out Faker, taking out Prey. I'm not sure who he's going to be playing next, but at this point, like you have to be scared.
A little book backstage, you know, with certain names written into it. Here we see, the final Q connects. Prey's barrier could be optimized, but it does get slashed in the end, so didn't really matter. He needed one more auto for that Ren to be guaranteed execute, so and production struggling to keep Mata into frame. First he knocks down the camera, then he jumps up. Look of defeat. With a smile.
Yeah, he's still got a smile on his face, having fun. There they are congratulating each other, but this has been a really fun day of 1v1s actually, and we're going to have a lot of really strong players moving on to tomorrow, and I can't wait to see what Mata has in store.
Yeah, I mean, if it's, well, probably Yasuo.
Yeah.
To predict the future, you got to look at
ban it out. Do you ban him out?
I think you ban the Yasuo at this point. Yeah. Or you see if you can get him to level 4 maybe. Like, we haven't really seen what he can do in terms of ulting because it hasn't really gotten that far. Mata probably has the shortest game time at this point, but I love the fact that we could dig a little deeper, We could figure out what the more ideal masteries were. Like we definitely, and by we, I mean you figured out that Resolve is the way to go here for a lot of these AD carries, and that it maybe a hybrid style trumps just a raw all-in power.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, obviously in a game like this, it doesn't come into play, right? If the match is that short, your regen is not kind of outpacing what the flat damage and the flat abilities are going to give you, like Assassin and Merciless and so on and so forth. But I think you have to give respect to your opponent, and you have to play to the play style that you're setting up. If you go for regen, you got to play for a long game.
No, I definitely agree. But that's our 1v1s for today done and dusted. To take a closer look at how it went down, let's check in with the analyst desk.
Thank you guys so much. I love that. You know, of course, we're going pretty in depth on what picks and what counters what and what masteries do we take. But in the end, we did see a couple of players that got quite nervous there, and I think you can speak to that. Like when you're sitting there and it's only about you, you don't have your team, it gets pretty nerve-wracking.
Yeah, I mean, it gets. I did get pretty nervous, especially that everything is on me. So every mistake that I do is mine, So players that are actually taking 1v1s very seriously could get affected by it. So I hope Reckless is fine after that.
All right. Yeah, because he was trying so hard. He was here one of the earliest people this morning practicing as well. But hey, that's life. We're going to take a look at all the victory moments, starting off with the first one. That was, of course, Espeke on Cassiopeia defeating Ron OP on Draven. It was the first time we saw Ron OP because he did get a bye.
Yeah, this was really interesting because there was actually an opportunity for Ron to really get an upper hand in this early on when Peke had run out of mana around level 2 or 3, and then the Ignite stayed up, but ended up getting it turned around on him.
And here, impact on the Urgot pick we saw.
Yeah, Urgot has been evolving as actually a really good pick in this tournament, but Levi as well going up against Waylist. It was like so much going on in this matchup.
That was the sick 100 CS finish there with the culling. And Uzi, I think he actually played cleanest out of everybody here.
Insane. Uzi is insane player. His mechanics on AD carries, his mechanics on Queen, that's flawless.
The Draven matchup was a bit of a mess. It was all, actually the highest mechanics was the level 1 trade they had when they both giggled and went back to base, but this was just like, oh, I got the Exhaust Ignite down before you. And
now poor Reckless, poor Reckless.
Oh, yeah.
I'm pretty sure we practiced this matchup already, but I think LeBlanc just has too much damage for Ezreal.
Yeah, and then this one just came down to a war of attrition. Right there, he actually should have done that way earlier. QTV with the Hex Drinker, and the fact he gets through a barrier and he's taking so many turret shots and he almost still kills Maple.
Yeah.
Like, should have done that way earlier.
This was my favorite one by far.
Oh my
right
god,
at the very end. You've got to love, he was dancing in his seat going into this one, and then he just really had the mechanics going into this, and even though the caster desk was saying less than optimal setup coming in from the runes and masteries, he just executed in the 1v1 actually on the Howling Abyss and completely destroyed him.
Yeah, definitely. And I think if we kind of correct it, we can take a look at the bracket. It's 4-4 for Fire and Ice, but I don't know who will end up versus each other if the bracket plays out, so let's take a look.
I believe it's 5-3.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Xpeke, Impact.
It is Xpeke, Impact, Levy, Uzi, Karsa, Smeb, Maple, and Mata.
On the graphic. That's okay. There we go. Yep. And Karsa versus Smeb, of course, Reckless is out. And then the final one, we have Maple versus Mata. That's Ice versus Ice as well. It's going to be very exciting. Let's talk about front runners for the entire thing and who has the full package. I'm going to stay with my choice. I think Uzi is someone who has it all. He has the mechanics. He's definitely not going to miss any CS. He knows how to time everything on Howling Abyss, which is that one health relic. So
I do believe there's too many AD carries to ban, so you cannot outban Uzi. I think this player has a lot of potential to win the 1v1. I do believe in Pekka though. He's the only European player left here, and he's playing pretty good so far.
I said it yesterday and I'll say it again. I'm fully behind Mata coming into this one, because even though we've only seen the Yasuo from him, he performs actually on stage, and that's like half of the battle. You can go in with so much preparation, right, Reckless, and then just kind of choke on stage and not get everything that you want to do. But however, Mata, he's performing flawlessly.
He is.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with both of you guys, but I actually have to give it a little bit to Uzi more, because the way that he was just CSing, it looked like he could have played a CS war. He could have played the war where he's actually going for the kills there. So Uzi overall gets my vote, but Mata, if he has more than the Yasuo that he's able to actually execute on at that high level, I think that we give it to him, because he's looking like a god.
So that's Ice, Mata, and Uzi. That is like 400 points or something. So yeah.
Yeah.
It's 250 for the first one and then 150, so it's looking good for Ice, even though you guys dropped the ball versus the LCK. You are going to play in the Assassin mode after the break. Let me say that again. Jankos is going to play in the Assassin mode, and he's going to go up versus the likes of Faker.
And Bjergsen on the same team.
You feeling?
Oh, well, I think we can win this one. No, we can't actually.
No, you can't.
Come on, man.
No, it's fine. We got this. We have to solo kill Faker. One of Team Ice has to solo kill Faker, like Peke almost did tonight.
Yeah, okay. Well, I wish you the best of luck in that Assassin mode. We are going to take a quick break, but when we return, the All-Stars from LMS and GPL will be taken to Summoner's Rift. Don't go anywhere.
It's over. Picking low on mana, but just one more auto should be enough.
Oh, the E! We got him! Oh, no, he walked back in!
Okay.
There's the exhaust. He's looking for the kill here. Should have it. Oh, here we go.
Hang on. Karsa's winning early. Albus is dying.
He can't actually go for much, and the chain is there.
Oh,
the turret shot! Oh, he got him.
Oh, one CS going on a turn, but it's so much damage.
Oh, so close! If he hits the Q, Prey's probably dead.
Oh, it's a bad barrier.
Oh, this is really gonna be close. Well then, how do you follow that up?
You got some?
I got nothing.
Welcome back, everybody, to Barcelona, where I'm joined by the Fisio and Spain's very own Enrique Espequecedeño Martinez. We're getting set for our next regional clash, pitting the LMS All-Stars against their Team Fire opponents from the GPL. Bienvenido. ¿Qué tal?
Muy bien, muy bien.
¿Dónde son sus pantalones cortos?
No, I came with no pants this time.
Okay. Oh, you obviously are wearing pants. He's just trying to bait you guys. All right. Now let's take a look at the players lining up for the...
Yes.
Do you have anything to say?
Why do you never speak Danish to me?
I am still learning
okay.
Tulsa language. All right, we're going to take a look at the players for our next matchup. We're going to start with LMS, representing Team Ice with Ziv in the top lane. Karsa, who just won his 1v1, so he must be feeling good. Maple also won his 1v1. Then Baby and Albus. And then in Team Fire, we have the GPL All-Stars with QTV, Levy, Optimus or Optimus, Celebrity, and Ron OP. Ron OP, you just beat him in the 1v1, so yeah, he must not be feeling that.
No, he's probably gonna lose because he's tilted now after that loss.
Yeah, probably.
For sure.
Yeah, let's talk about what we can expect in this matchup. Yesterday, LMS had a really good showing versus North America, and I think it was probably the sign that they are the strongest team within Team Ice. Is that fair to say?
I think it's very fair to say there's a guy from Europe obviously next to us who might disagree, but honestly LMS look like the most stacked team so far. And they're kind of carrying the rest of the guys.
Yeah, I think so too.
Good.
I was not listening to what you were saying.
No, I'm glad we agree on this one.
Thank you.
Yeah, the troll is going. No, what do you think of the LMS squad and how good a teammates are they in Team Ice?
I think the LMS team is pretty good, especially the mid jungle. They're playing super good every game. And yeah, I think that's the main difference compared to the rest of the Ice team. The mid jungle synergy is not there, or the skill, or the practice.
The
practice. But I mean, I'm impressed. Like you said, against NA, they played really good. When they were playing against Korea, they were also showing like a really good play. And I don't know, I think they're probably going to win this game. No, they're going to win this game.
Yeah, they should good because you guys gave up 100 points earlier in the day, so they can deserve it back if they beat the GPL All squad here. So how good do you think the GPL stars are? They have not really shown it on the Summoner's Rift 5v5.
No.
What kind of a chance do they have?
I mean, I think only like Levy can kind of carry the team at the moment. Optimus didn't really show up. He can actually, yes, he can. I think GPL is obviously the weakest of the 6 teams here, which is not a big surprise. So LMS should take this one pretty easily, honestly, because Maple and Castle will just do what Pekka and Jankers couldn't do and actually go off and carry the game.
All right, we'll see what happens. We're
Try
ready.
my best, okay?
We're ready to roll, so let's hand it over to our casters.
Thank you, Sharks. Hello all! Pulse here, joined by Zyrene and Papa Smithy to get into this game and this 5v5. How are we today?
Doing great, Papa Smithy.
Yeah, feeling good. I did the first game of the day, and then we had so much of the fun modes. It actually feels like it's already been a long day, but still 3 regional clashes, so plenty of action on the Rift.
Yep, today is going to be a long one, and I had word that this is Carcer and Maple's 100 professional game as well coming into this, and as well having a stacked team up against the GPL. This will be a fun one to remember.
100 in terms of professional is actually really interesting because Maple, he goes all the way back to the Gaminia Bears.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, was very, very young at the time, but has been around. And history is an important thing. It's good that you bring up history because, of course, you got the fact that the GPL, of course, used to encompass all the LMS teams as well. So I imagine there's a little bit of regional beef there, just given how everything ended in terms of those situations.
Exactly. And you know that the guys from the GPL, they want to actually win and then be like, hey, we are actually to be taken seriously. It's the whole wildcard thing over again, except now they're playing kind of the region that took, or I guess the league that took a lot of their top tier talent, which made it so the GPL was a much weaker region to watch.
I mean, we say it's weaker on paper, sure, but let's see how the Rift goes.
Well, it's going to be an uphill struggle because so far LMS have been handing it to everyone they've gone up against, and it looked like a very stacked lineup, as the analyst desk was saying. But we are about to get into picks and bans, ladies and gentlemen, for LMS and GPL in this 5v5. So let's see what they have for us. Bans coming through, thick and fast. Nautilus and Syndra will start this one off.
And I really liked watching the LMS team. The coordination, specifically around TPs, is what I called out in some of their earlier games, and just in general, the fact that they play very well as a team. You know, they are a very stacked lineup, as Deficio was speaking about, and they love running the double teleport. You know, EU fans obviously very familiar with that back to the Fnatic days, but they're very good at playing around the map. The Katarina pick was one that, okay, didn't win against the LCK squad, but was very powerful. For now, it's left available.
Exactly, it's left available, but the Cassiopeia ban also means that Ryze is on the table, so now you have to pick between those two or leave them both up.
And we have the next couple bands coming through here will be Rengar and Cassiopeia finishing off LMS, as you were alluding to there. Zyrene and LeBlanc and Poppy will finish off GPL's phase of banning. So that has left up a bunch for the mid lane, including the Ryze, which will be first picked by LMS.
Yeah. Interesting to see they take the Ryze over the Katarina when they took the Katarina and accepted the Ryze matchup before. So perhaps learning from experience on the Rift. A lot of power left over. I like the fact that GPL didn't try to pinch, you know, didn't ban one and just give up either the Katarina or Ryze. They'll have their answer. We'll see if Optimus is fancying the Katarina, though, because I imagine, given the fact that it was a very recent change, probably not everyone is confident on their Katarina coming into this event.
Yeah, Maple, though, for sure, very confident on. We saw him on earlier, but he still goes to the Ryze and values that power, since there isn't a whole lot left that would counter him with the Cassiopeia and LeBlanc, as well as the Syndra off the table.
Almost feels like he's taking two things away from Optimus, because maybe he doesn't know how to play that Katarina. We know Maple can, and then it's like, what left does he have, really, for this next pick? What is for certain, though, is the Brand coming out alongside the Lee Sin there for Levi, but Brand maybe taking a leaf out of Liquid's book here.
Yeah, wildcard teams, Brand, apparently it's just going to come out here. Maybe it is the pick that they want to play up against the Ryze. I'm unsure. Maybe it's support, but hey.
Feels like we're getting back to the Season 1, Season 2 meta of Annie's OP. Brand is the counter pick. So, I mean, I just can't see it. I think it's probably going to be support, but we've seen Flex pick supports. It was the Nautilus, a bit more prototypical around the top and support role, but wait and see. We'll wait and see on the side of the GPL.
We will, and LMS is back over to their side of the court for the next two pickups. They have around 20 seconds remaining before they have to lock these in. Lots still left on the table for them. They have picked up Ryze, which will be their mid laner, so could pretty much go anywhere from here. We are just waiting 10 more seconds on the clock, Zyrene.
I think that these are the two picks that would get locked in here with the Graves and the Ezreal, because you don't want to pick your top laner here. I feel as though with the Poppy and the Nautilus off the table, the Maokai jumps up in terms of priority, but there are a lot of things that can play really well into a Maokai. You can even go and play Echo over again, right? Or even just change your picks up and have the Vayne. So I assume you last pick your top laner here if you are the GPL.
And BB going to be once again on his trademark Ezreal, but it does open up a pretty safe laning phase for the Vayne, and they could last pick a support or deal with the fact that it'll be Brand swap. I don't really fancy Brand Vayne as a duel, and that sounds super risky. Obviously high risk, high reward, but don't know if you want to go for that. So maybe it's just a hover to show it off. But in terms of the 1v1 or just how the Ezreal lane works, Vayne was always seen as a pretty comfortable matchup into the Ezreal.
Yeah, very passable laning phase. I do think you would go for it here. Yep, Celebrity, he is going to pick it up right there. And the Twisted Fate for Optimus, a little interesting. He'll have to try to infect those side lanes, but once again, last picking that top laner. Very important here for GPL. You don't want to give Ziv a good matchup.
If it was solo queue, there'd be the outside chance of the Brand top. You do actually see it sometimes. If you see a melee matchup, he can just kind of E and annoy you with all the burst. I've felt the brunt of it, so I've been there, but we have to expect it's going to be a Brand. I don't even know if we've ever seen a competitive game of Brand Vayne as a duo.
The brain lane?
The brain lane?
You nailed it.
That's a good one.
What's
what
the pinky in the story, though?
We were both going there. We went at different angles there, Smithy.
I was going to go, it's the brain and the bronze, but, you know, different pronunciation on that second word.
There you go. There we go. We'll get into it as we get into game as well. But GPL, one pick remaining on their side. LMS, now thinking how they want to respond to this brain lane.
I think it's just safety. I mean, Ezreal obviously a very safe choice. Ryze also. The Maokai we were alluding to. Maybe locked in yet, because they're just, I think at this point, they're very unsure about what's going on.
It's Kennen support. They're playing a Kennen support alongside the Ezreal here, so they have something that can auto-attack, lock down, double range lane to actually deal with it. Really interesting. I guess they don't want to play like a Zyra into the Brand or anything like that, but it is going to be the Maokai for Ziv as well, which, you know, he's such a carry top laner. It's kind of a shame, but
I mean, it's not something you see every day coming into the bot lane. Ezreal, Kennen up against Brand Vayne. We'd also had the Maokai lock in there for Ziv as well in that top lane, so they'll be facing off there, and that means that the GPL will have that quote-unquote counter pick for the top lane.
And they're going to have
want to lock in.
And it's complete freedom, right? Maokai, basically anything can lane into Maokai, much like in the mid lane when Morgana was the thing, you could basically lane anything. So it could be a carry, and the Fiora is one to consider.
QTV, he's known for wanting to play things that split push, that actually fight you like Jax, Aurelia, Fiora. These are really in his wheelhouse. Maybe a Yorick, crossing my fingers, but
yeah, haven't seen too much
locked
of that.
in.
There it is.
There is the Fiora finally being locked in there from the GPL, and that'll be going to QTV. So that pretty much hits the nail on the head, as you were just saying, and looking for that split push on the side lane.
I mean, this looks like the most feast or famine team you could ever hope for on the side of the GPL. Split pushing, duelist in Fiora. Lee Sin is still a very normal jungler, but one can get in ahead. Twist of Fate, and then Vayne Brand. I mean, this either goes spectacularly well or abysmal for GPL.
Or they're just like, just get one person fed. Somebody get fed. We talked about they're playing individually well, but not so much as a team. Every man for himself.
But if that's like an obvious strategy, the other two lanes are going to get pounded, Cyrene. Like, this is really, really tricky to pull off. If you super outskill your opponents, sure, you can make this work. But in this situation where we're kind of expecting LMS to be of at least a slightly higher caliber, this is a gauntlet, let's say.
I'm going to change my mind here. It is Maokai support, not Maokai top. Albus is actually taking the Kennen to the top lane. This is a really interesting matchup, and it's kind of strange because Kennen can never actually get counter-stunned by Fiora. Fiora's riposte actually waits for a stun to come through, and then will stun you. But Kennen only stuns on the application of damage, which then Fiora negates. So she doesn't apply, or Kennen does not apply a third mark, does not get a stun during Fiora's riposte ever, so she can never counter stun. So Kennen actually wins that matchup at that point, but early on it is very painful.
Definitely something to keep an eye on as we get into game there, Zyrene. But we have the full lineups, the every man for himself composition from #FireWin. Of course, the GPL facing down the LMS, who are #IceWin if you want to get your vote in on Twitter. Vote at LOL Esports, show your support, see which team can bring it home, because it will be the uphill battle here for the GPL lineup. It's not going to be an easy one, but they have the tools to possibly make this happen.
Yeah, and the more I'm thinking about this, though, in the bottom lane, the brain lane versus, I don't have a clever name for this one. I don't know. Ezreal Maokai.
We'll work on it. We'll work on it.
Yeah, Easy Kai, whatever.
Easy Tree.
Nope, trying too hard now. Still, Treezy. There you go. It's Treezy. It's the Treezy lane. But the Maokai, all you have to do is point and click on the Vayne, keep her locked up. Even if she goes invisible, you know exactly where she is. You'll travel right to it, and then her invisibility will come off at the last second.
And while it's been a long time since there's been the support Maokai, actually way back when I was casting LPL back in spring of 2015, Allure, one of the supports that OMG had at the time, would run support Maokai very consistently with Uzi as his AD carry as the lineup went. I think it was undefeated, and he eventually transitioned out of the roster, but it is something that has been messed around with in competitive play. The kit does lend itself to being a support, but it's optimistic, you'd have to say.
I do want to see what happens here, right? Because it's optimistic to think that he can W onto the Vayne, and then the ganks come through from Karsa or whoever, but also, BB, it lines up a Q and an Ezreal ultimate if you time it at the same time and you have that synergy.
Is it optimistic for Optimus to take the TF into mid lane, though, up against the Ryze here? Because we were like, oh, what's he going to pick? Because Ryze was taken away. Does he have the Katarina? And then we've got him actually picking the TF here, looking to affect those side lanes. But it's worth mentioning that Maple, once again, bringing out the Colossus.
No, not once again. He stole it from Bjergsen. He had never seen it before, remember?
And he was like, this is pretty good.
He's like, this is pretty damn good. I'm going to play this now. So doesn't need the Storm Raider's Surge, and ends up taking it from him.
He talked about all-in trades with the Maokai. Courage is of his own. So
yeah.
A bit of shield to go in, but this should be a very painful lane phase, because to me, this should be Brand basically being able to 1v2 the side here. Obviously doesn't want to eat multiple auto attacks from the Ezreal, but otherwise, he might actually be the pressure in the laning phase to just get Vayne through it. Yeah,
and the fact that it is a Vayne lane that has double ranged against a melee in it, that's really favorable for the Vayne. They'll get her to that mid-game. Vayne doesn't spike like she used to. She's a 1-item, 2-item spike champion very, very early on. We saw it earlier where she got like a 600 crit plus the true damage bolts on top of it at 2 items. Like, that is absurd to actually have that much damage that early. She's really the only AD carry that can have those types of crits off a tumble.
And I'm a bit skeptical about the switch over to the Cannon in top, just because Fiora traditionally has done well in these sort of matchups. This is actually a matchup where, especially if we talk about 2 items, let's say a lifesteal item, like, for example, Ravenous Hydra into QSS, Cannon can't really do anything. He can only run away. The all-in will not kill. You get a lot of value in this matchup out of Riposte as well. So I'm skeptical. Now, Ziv is a fantastic top laner. He's looked good this tournament, but it's a pretty big gambit to actually swap in the Cannon against specifically Fiora.
Yeah, the Fiora is a really frustrating matchup. A lot of matchups into Cannon like Fiora and also Aurelia go really well for the Fiora once she hits one item, and Cannon just, you're going after Proto Belt, not very good in terms of the effectiveness of that versus whatever she's going to pick up.
You get ganks, you get a couple of kills, you teleport out, it works out, but if you just kind of lane to lifesteal item, it's painful times.
Yeah, and with all that in mind as well, we were looking at the top lane, and Ziv did get the upper hand. It froze in an awkward situation for QTV, and he got poked down. So he'll go back to base, teleport back into the top lane now, and the wave is still frozen there.
But he also teleports back in with a Ruby Crystal. This is where it's a complete waste unless he gets something for this, because if he's TPing into this wave, now he's going to walk up, pick it up, he's going to have to waste time because it's slow pushing back towards him. And it's like, just count how long it takes for him to actually pick up a CS here. Whereas maybe he could have been able to walk it.
I mean, lane control's definitely been one of Ziv's strong points for a long time. This guy is certainly a colossus in his own region, and one of those top laners that we've wondered how he would do in LCS regions or in other regions around the world. So he's re-signed though, so he is committed to AHQ for at least another couple of splits.
Levi looking for a gank in the mid lane. We saw him earlier in the all-for-one mode, put on a clinic. He's going to come in here, land a Q onto Maple, follow after as well. With the flash and with the Tempest, might be enough to finish off Maple here. He gets the shield. Will he be able to get away? There's a reaction from the bot lane. Levi, he will have to back off as Optimus is there. But Carter, he wants blood. He wants first blood, and that will go right to the grave.
Sometimes you want the kill so badly you flash into a smoke screen. That's one of those times.
But there's also greed, and there's very obviously 2 to 3 members coming to back up the enemy.
I didn't say it was good.
Yeah. The greed there
was
kind of insane from the side of GPL. They're feeling the pressure. They know they have a snowball lineup, but when you look for a snowball and reach too far, you kind of fumble what you had already, and it may start the cavalcade for the LMS.
Exactly. Now he ends up taking up the jungle there. Karsa goes after the Wolves, goes after the Gromp. Now he has a way into the back. We'll see if he actually goes for something on the bottom.
So LMS starting this one off strong with that first blood. Top lane going well as well for Ziv. 10 CS advantage as he shoved this one into tower against QTV. We should probably visit the bot lane again as well, because we saw at the very early stages of that laning phase, Ron OP was landing a lot of good pillars onto that bottom lane, but baby, he was focusing on hitting those minions, shoving it into town. Right now, it's an even lane.
I mean, it's a pass mark for Vayne though. Any lane where Vayne goes even or ahead is certainly happy times for the Vayne, so not too much to focus on there. Levi's top really needs some help here, QTV, because the early laning phase, range versus melee, you can see how it goes.
He's got to be careful, because Ziv is going to hit 6. Ziv is going to try to kill. Nope, not going to actually go all the way in. So yeah, just kind of sticking around there. Now QTV with no teleport, with a Ruby Crystal, and the fact that Ziv hasn't back, Ziv gets full priority here. He could choose to use his TP to go to another lane with his ultimate. He can keep under turret, try to keep pressure here.
Oh, there's Albus going into the bottom lane.
This is what it is. Karsa's being called to the top side, underneath turret. Easy kill here onto the Fiora if you're able to get it there with the Graves, who's a level 6 as well. And this might be a surprise.
Oh, he's going to find his way over the wall. How's it going? Levi, he desperately wants these, and we'll get a couple there with the Tempest, but Karsa will finish the rest of the Krug camp off, and QTV will head all the way back to his inner tower there. Did not want to be in kill range. Bot lane Ron OP low on mana, but was trying to find a combo onto BB. Albus just jump in there. Ron very low. Celebrity trying to find this kill on the Vayne. He's going to flash forward. The Ignite is ticking. Last auto attack is not quite enough. TF now coming in to try and save the day, but Optimus a little too late to the party. And there's the teleport you're talking about, Zyrene. Ziv coming in from the top lane, finding the kill onto Optimus.
You can see what Optimus wanted to do. The reveal was actually relevant given that Ezreal was juking into the brush. But by the time he'd committed, he'd gone too far. Kennen in the right spot. He had the teleport. QTV, who used it much earlier, still doesn't have it up and might actually spill over into a blue bar steal as well.
Yep, and they may be able to actually just sit around and give this over to Maple, which would be huge for them, because he'll pick this one up, and then there's another one that's about to spawn for the LMS.
Yeah, and the tiers stacking up as well, so happy times for the LMS. And we're going to see the replay. When they use everything on Run OP, you think in your head, okay, Vane's going to chase down, but notice, Vane is level 5. Level 6, this goes differently, and although the vision helps, Vane just dies to the Maokai Q, and then it's a cannon with plenty of items.
Yeah, would have been dead anyway, and the fact that they just keep chasing him down the lane is the big part there. Got really greedy for that kill, but that will give Vane a large power spike in this lane with the items that he has. Hold on, here comes the ulti just to zone and push him back.
Oh man, Optimus playing close in from every single angle. There was no way to get out. Perfectly executed from LMS.
That was so good. I didn't see Albus coming in there either. Just delivered Albus in on the left side. Maple's coming up from the front, and then they have Karsa in the back.
But it's moves like this, and also the nice flank teleports they've made in previous games where you're like, I wish I could see this week in, week out. Now, that would certainly monopolize a lot of talent in the region, so perhaps not ideal there, but QTV trying to make something of this.
Levi was trying to set him up for it, but he initiates the grand challenge, but doesn't really want this challenge anymore. He'll jump back towards Maple, flash over the wall for the disengage.
I mean, he uses his flash. It didn't even have a phage, from the early game, so wasn't going to have damage to do much there.
Oh, Run finding a nice full combo, of course, igniting a passive blaze as well on top of Albus, chucking him down, so it's a little punish there as he tries to make his way back into lane.
And now the question becomes, is there a world where Fire can bring it back? And usually you don't say that at 8 minutes into a game, but we went over and over in the fact in the draft, feast or famine, and the famine started early.
We cast UOL versus Flash Wolves. It
wasn't as sad as this game.
There's been a lot of times where
it was much more sad than this.
We're like, this is rough. This is really rough.
That was 9-0. That was a different thing. That was 4 people dying at level 1. This is certainly some more optimism, but it's just checking in with the fact that we noticed the draft, we knew the potential things went well, and we have to check in and say, hasn't gone well.
Exactly. It hasn't gone well. The way they come back is off of Celebrity. I think he's the one that would be carrying this game. Optimus 0-3, so, CS isn't going very well in the top lane for Fire, but Optimus in the mid lane, he has been feeding a little bit here. He has been focused out. Karsa and Maple have done their thing where they team up and they keep going after him. And that's what happens when they have both Flash Wolves members being the jungler in mid with that legendary combo.
And the item build certainly is the emergency, right? CDR Boots, certainly a normal rush for the Twisted Fate with Coast Flash, but Negatron Cloak, you desperately want Sheen for the cooldown reduction and just for the trades. I mean, you're ganking for a no-damage mid laner.
Here comes Levi once again, connects the ultimate into the Q, trying to keep him outside of that circle, but I'm out of there. Goodbye. See ya, nerds. Maple, he is being chased down by Optimus. He just have the damage coming out as well, but Costa's there to save him. Flash away defensively. Collateral damage for that kill. And Levi desperately trying to escape, but we've got the bot lane reacting now. Here comes Alvin, the flash, the twisted advance. Make that the double kill for Costa.
And I was just saying, you're ganking for a no-damage mid laner. The mindset was to pull back. By the time he committed, didn't have the damage to finish it off. The mid lane and the jungle were not on the same wavelength, and it puts them even further in the hole.
And the Infernal Drake going to go over to Karsa here, and now the LMS. Oh man, right now it's looking pretty bad. Pretty bad.
Well, you know what's bad? When you look at the enemy jungle and you're like, how many of our guys does it take to kill the 4-0 Graves? The answer's probably 2 to 3.
Yeah, actually, when Graves gets going, he really does do so much damage. He's so hard to take out here. Maple takes a lot of damage on his shield there. The Courage of the Colossus did come out.
But you just see Optimus, right? His first instinct is to pull back. Then he's like, okay, my jungler did quite a lot of damage. I'll go in as hard as I can. He doesn't have a Sheen. Would it have been the difference? Maybe not, but Sheen and Namtom, I think it would have been a different mindset. They would have actually committed fully for the kill, and instead, they just give over a couple.
If I had to give it to any player on the GPL to try and carry this game, it would have been to Levi. He put on such a showing earlier. He's been incredible in the IWCA and just a generally good member of the team, but he just hasn't really been able to make those plays this game because they just all went awry.
I mean, he's completely warmed up on Lee Sin, but maybe it's a little bit different when not everybody else is Lee Sin placing wards for you and hopping in. But I know that he definitely is a very good player, but they have to kind of stall, let Celebrity scale up, let QTV get back in this game. So he's completely out of this game right now. He almost has double the CS. Oh, this is Karsa with a counter.
I feel like I've seen this one before. Levi coming in, but this time the Graves is Massive gets the kick onto Caster into the tower, but there is no towers. Maple takes it out. Optimus blasted point blank by the collateral damage. QTV initiating the grand challenge in with the riposte, but it was mistimed on the predict. Doesn't get the lunge damage. Maple, he's up against the wall, prevents the final vital from being the extra damage from Q finishes off his opponent in the bot lane. Albus coming with the ultimate, the ventral maelstrom, maybe taking so much from Celebrity. One more auto attack secures the kill. Albus moving on to Ron OP. Nice arcane smash to finish that one off. But now Ziv, he smells blood in the water. Celebrity trying to escape through the enemy jungle, but the flash and the extra damage from the Proto Belt as well means that will be an early grave.
And it's a delayed ace overall for the side of the LMS. They managed to take everyone down. The mid lane was just a disaster, no other way to put it. Karst is so smart, sitting out of vision. No one can see, and Levi's like, finally, an overextended rise. Sorry, Levi.
Yep, they knew the cleanse was down, so that's where he would end up going after the gold card is locked in. And he asked the question, would the Sheen make the difference? Right there it would. Yep. It would have been the difference. Karsto would have been dead, and then that wouldn't have been a complete cascading effect that now leads to a bottom lane turret.
Oh boy.
Karsa is gigantic. 5-0-1. Levi tried to play again, and this time he basically got one shot by him. Ziv is just in the enemy jungle. Yeah, he's found Ron OP. He doesn't have the stun up just yet, but he even burns the ultimate, adding insult to injury. Celebrity does find the stun against the wall with Condemn, but Maple being there, not a fight that Celebrity wants to take up.
He didn't even have to use the Proto Belt that he has in the inventory for a little bit of extra burst. He had that for an escape in the future, if necessary, and this is kind of the silly season at this point. This is the game very much just almost being completely out of it. We're talking about almost 10,000 gold. It's about 8,000 at 13 minutes in, which after all the changes to gold snowballing in the 2016 season lets you know that this certainly is completely out of the way for the GPL squad.
Yeah, for sure, it will be an uphill struggle. We said this at the start of the game, we said it in Champion Select that someone's going to have to go off, and it is still in Celebrity's hands, but trying to face down Maple when he's doing exceptionally well in lane. Karsa's massive, Ziv is one-shotting the support.
Well, Ziv also got a Void Staff, so there's pretty much no hope here when you're inside of that Kennen ultimate. With the Proto Belt, 2 items. He has 2 items when QTV hasn't completed 1. He's still sitting on components.
And Optimus has got a couple of Dorans and an Amp turn, so that's pretty cool.
Yes, he's got that going for him.
That's what I would call that.
Celebrity, he's 1v2 in the bottom lane. We saw the damage that Reckless could do yesterday on this pick, but slightly different circumstances. It's Karsa and Maple pushing down this bottom tower.
When you're up against a Vayne, having 2 point-and-click CCs on your team is everything you need.
Oh, yep. Oh.
I like the disappointment in your voice, Pauls.
Well, I mean, I was looking to him to be the carry of the team, for him to go off, and then he just kind of got blasted. The tower.
Is that your GPL bias coming out?
Yeah, GPL bias coming out here, mate. Maple being kicked into the tower. Ron OP, can he get the kill? No, he cannot. Finally shut down Albus and Karsa. 2 men against the world. Ron OP's very low, but Optimus trying to find a kill and return onto Karsa. Wildcast lives up to its name and finds a kill. DB in there at the last minute as well, a 2 for 2.
But this game, you can see Ziv topside takes a turret during all of that. 5-on-4, still ends up going even. Still, LMS, they're getting further and further ahead. They have a kill a minute. They are just on fire right now. 15 minutes in, 10k up, and it's just going to get worse with this turret going down. Top lane, Minion Waves is up there as well.
But kind of the amazing thing is the first slaughter of the tournament, true slaughter, which is what we're seeing here, is in LMS versus GPL.
That was the LMS versus NA yesterday?
Look, NA costume. But
we don't forget
of some slaughters.
QTV blown up by Ziv, but that was the end of his ultimate before he jumped onto Levi and Ron OP, and they will clean up the mess in the top lane. So at the very end, that was a 1-for-1, and those are 2 assists over to GPL. So it's locking up.
Having assists
there's only one way, guys. There's only up for the side of GPL.
Happy mode casting engaged. Right there. Ends up going straight after Maple gets kicked in. Doesn't get that last Q onto Ron OP.
Just a lack of damage, honestly. People like Optimus way behind in terms of itemization. Going Negatron Cloak as a Twisted Fate usually doesn't mean much because his base stats are so low that he doesn't really have the health to interact with the magic resist, and now he has an Abyssal Scepter, which his wildcards very much outranges the Abyssal Scepter aura, so it's kind of an emergency purchase he was forced into.
And it doesn't help anybody else on his team. It feels bad now.
Uh-oh. Albus going in for the initiate. Levi goes in. Levi goes out. Back to base. QTV trying to get out of the way as well, and we'll have to hobble back to that spawn pad.
Well, we've been talking about how good the LMS have looked. Albus yesterday on the Sona, even today on the Maokai going for the redemption. They just look so good right now. And they're going to the left side. They're going mid.
Hey.
Duked.
The old switcheroo back into the mid lane, taking that one out, just styling on the GPL right now.
Well, Maple was one of the most creative users of the Rise ultimate back at World when we were first seeing this champion come out, besides Exile in the EU LCS, and it started getting picked up there by the end. But he's been very good with that ultimate.
And it's a skill cap that hasn't really been explored. Most people use it pretty predictably, but I love the people that fake it out, that don't take it or take it for a rotation in this case. Really cool to see, and it's something that will continue to be developed as we see more Rise. Because guess what, guys? Judging by games like this, and of course, just where Rise is, another Rise rework, another Rise OP situation, he's pretty damn good.
Yeah, he's going to be around until that next rework that we have scheduled.
Yeah. Fourth time.
Is that 6 months from now?
I'll keep you in suspense.
Thanks.
Let's get back into this one as Albus finds another kill. The point and click into death on Civ annihilates the entire lineup of GPL. That was disgusting.
Cannon, baby, right into the back line. It's not even 20 minutes yet. They can't survive. They have families. They can't even surrender.
Well, at least Optimus found one kill. Pad out that scoreline. There you go. Good job. But this is 18 minutes in. As you said, they can't even FF. Albus onto this tower, the rest of his team.
This is going to be one of the fastest games of Professional League of Legends ever.
And LMS moving on to the Nexus here. Only Optimus to stop them. And they annihilate the GPL in 18 minutes.
Exactly what Team Ice was looking for in this matchup. We expected LMS to come in favorites, but GPL threw down the gambit. They went for the snowboard choices, the Fiora last pick, the Vayne Brand bot lane. And actually, you have to say the biggest defender, Optimus in the mid lane on the Twisted Fate. They didn't get it done. Really, really clean stuff from the LMS. They may have fallen down to the LCK, but they had chances in that game to take it. Lost to Teamfighter, lost it. And then the next two, they've looked really good.
Oh, yeah. The absolute slaughters, like you were saying. The fact that they gave an LCK the run for their money, absolutely crazy. And we were talking about this squad from the LMS. This really is their all-stars. This really is, pound for pound, the best player in each role in that region.
And you're on stage, looking very happy with that win, as they should be. The fastest win of the tournament by far. 18 minutes, just under 19 minutes there. And I think you really hit the nail on the head there at the champion select point, even Papa Smithy, when you were saying this is either going to go well or be a complete disaster for the GPL.
Yeah, obviously you can use your intuition to work out which of those realities happened. When the meta slowed down, we didn't think we'd see pre-20-minute game finishes. They're very much a rarity, but just a complete slaughter by the LMS.
It is a little bit easier to get into those inhibitors, though, without the laser. That's the only thing that I can see really stopping them.
The laser was going to be the big answer there,
It was going to be the big thing, man.
Oh,
Can't
bring
die
back
with
the
it.
laser.
Bring back the laser.
Laser nerf GPL.
Make it slow again, do all that great stuff, but no. That's like the only thing I could even think of, because there's so much going in favor of having longer games, of having things stalled out, and they only had, I believe, one Drake with them as well, so it was just a very, very quick game and all business there for the LMS.
I mean, we can keep talking about how hard they got smashed this game, but when we were looking at the GPL, we weren't looking at their prowess for the 5v5s. It was like they're going to do well in these fun game modes, and we saw them in the 1v1 tournament. Multiple members on that lineup have done exceptionally well. QTV was pulling above his weight class, honestly, in a lot of his 1v1s, so we weren't really looking at this. It was down to Korea to find them the points on their squad, and the GPL, they just had to look at those fun game modes and find the points that they could.
Worth knowing that the 1v1s, of course, went away from them. I believe only one member still, Levi, left in the 1v1s.
Which is still pretty good.
Yep.
Absolutely.
I mean, NA has one left, EU has one left.
All wildcards.
You just like, everybody in this room, just burn them all.
Korea's pretty good.
It's true. That's true. They do have, who do they have left? They have Smeb. And that's it. Korea has one left too.
Korea's a wild card.
There you go.
Confirmed.
If everyone's a wild card, who is really a wild card? That's the
some
question.
NA and EU thinking right there.
Well, we've got to keep it alive somehow because of how all this has worked out. Either way, guys, let's head back to the analyst desk to break down that win.
Thank you.
Great after game analysis there.
After banter. Thank you so much, Paul. Well, we are going to look about. We are going to look at the pick and ban because there were some crazy things. The teams are definitely getting a bit more comfortable. They're playing around here and there, but you guys thought the brand made some sense. And then the Maokai support, I do believe that's something we've seen a long time ago, but what did you guys make of it?
Personally, as an analyst, it actually disappoints me quite a lot when I see teams kind of have fun with the picks in a serious tournament like this, because I think every other team so far has actually been super good in the pick and ban phase. And as a former world champion, Peke, when you see like a pick like Maokai, it's kind of disrespectful.
No, I agree completely, because I don't know, we as Team Ice, we were having these meetings to discuss what we want to play every day pretty much.
Yeah.
And this really goes against it, because we didn't approve the Maokai, we didn't see the Maokai scrims, and it's just shocking. We are lucky we got to win at least. You couldn't take it serious.
I'm so sorry.
I was not laughing.
I tried.
All right.
We like the Maokai.
You like the Maokai. What else did you like from the time of LMS?
I mean, I liked everything in this game except for Optimus and TF.
Optimus is not from Elements.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, except for, I mean, on the other team. But listen.
The Fisher lost it.
That
rare sight, the Fisher not knowing what to say.
I'm just going to say the TF didn't work out. It didn't work out.
No, it didn't work out. Of course, you don't want to flame him when this are players.
I just say it didn't work out. No, the
it didn't
TF,
work
not
out.
the player.
And LMS was super strong, and one of those people who was really strong. You guys talked about it before, that jungle mid combo. And welcome to the jungle. We got fun. And Graves brought to you by Acer. Karsa was all over the map early, and you guys were talking about Graves as a jungle champion. Maybe not that fun, but very effective.
Well, Peke thinks he's very fun to play.
Yeah, I mean, I like AD carries in general, you know. That's always my dream to play AD carry.
Definitely.
So Graves is one of them.
Yeah.
So look at the damage.
What about
kills,
Karsa?
least assist, and most
Look,
deaths
look.
as AD carry in summer. It's Peke.
Shut up.
What do you think about Karsa?
I mean, he's playing really good every game. Like this game obviously was harder to really know the level of anyone, but in the other games that I saw, I think he was a great jungler. Like he was surprisingly good.
Yeah, well, Karsa has had, of course, a very long track record, and being good at Dusty.
Oh, yeah.
That LMS versus GPL might be the biggest discrepancy between teams in a tournament.
Yeah, no, I think it's fair. I mean, we said it before the game as well. Like LMS has this like super all-star lineup, like the absolute best teams or best players that could even put on a team from the LMS. And
just like Europe.
Just like Europe. Exactly, yeah, with all-star mid lane.
This is weird. I've never seen the Fisher so out of sorts.
I know what it is.
It's because I don't have pants. I think he's getting nervous.
I'm trying not to look down, but every time I'm like, oh, it's so hard.
I'm next to you, don't worry. Keep going. I have some notes here if you want me to get.
No, we're going to put something else on screen. We're going to take a look at the points between Team Fire and between Team Ice because LMS has raked in some more points for you guys. That's now 500, 450, and because of the way the 1v1s have played out, and you amongst those also being in tomorrow, you have at least 50 points from the 1v1. So you guys got to win the Assassin mode today, and then also...
Next one, yeah.
That's the next one.
And in order for Team Ice to win, we've actually removed Peke from that mode, even though he is a mid laner. He's going to be here on the desk talking about
And we got Jankos instead. What do you think of that?
Really, guys?
Are you actually mad that you're not playing
Actually, I wanted to play Assassin mode because, I don't know, it's way more fun than I had to play Teemo to have fun in that game, you know?
Yeah.
But I would have liked to play Assassin's mode way more. I think it's going to be more crazy and, well...
It can be crazy on Analyst Desk too, if you want.
Yeah, let's get some popcorns.
Well, your hair's blonde now. You could just sit there before Jankos, so maybe nobody would notice.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, someone will notice.
Yeah, someone would notice. All right, well, sharpen your blades. When we come back, Assassin mode takes over Summoner's Rift. Don't touch that browser.
Levi, he will have to back off as Optimus is there, but Karsa, he wants blood, he wants first blood. The Ignite is ticking, last auto attack is not quite enough. TF now coming in to try and save the day, but Optimus a little too late to the party, and there's the teleport you're talking about, Zyrene. Ziv coming in from the top lane, finding the kill onto Optimus. There is no towers, Maple takes it out, Optimus blasted, point blank by the collateral damage. The points and click into death on Ziv annihilates the entire lineup of GPL. LMS moving on to the Nexus here, only Optimus to stop them, and they annihilate the GPL in 18 minutes.
Welcome back, everybody, to Barcelona. We are about to bring you our next crazy game mode here at 2016 All-Star event, Assassin mode. And we also have Azael with us because the Fisher was so incredibly lost.
Yeah, we brought some backup here.
It's fine, I'll take care of him.
All right, well.
Okay.
My new buddy.
All right, you should all concentrate and have fun, of course, because this is a very, very fun mode. Before we get into the rules of the mode, we're going to take a look at who is playing. First up, for Team Ice, we'll have Maple, Jankos, Mouse, Wayless, and of course, the jungler, Karsa. That is the rules first.
And then,
right.
yeah, we got some of the champions on your screen right now. Guys, we can go over the other team right after because, as you can see here, these are the assassins.
Yeah.
There's no Lee Sin. Who's Jankos going to play?
Jankos, is Lee Sin up? No,
no, Lee Sin.
Pantheon.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no mechanics on Pantheon. Legit no mechanics on Pantheon.
I think he will go for Kha'Zix maybe. He likes it as well.
Right. We'll talk a bit more about the strategy in a second. We are going to take a look at the lineups first for Team Ice. We have Maple, we have Jankos, Mouse, Wayless, and Karsa in the jungle. A very strong lineup, and that. And their opponents looking to melt Ice down. Representing Team Fire.
Team Fire. Team Fire Impact, Faker, Bjersen, Optimus, and QTV.
Really great. You can tell he's Team Ice because he's not very enthused about the Fire team there.
Yeah. And there is the still successful mid laner from EU that went to an A, Bjersen, and then, okay. If you look...
He's homegrown NA talent. We've played
Yeah, it was really bad. If you guys look at those names without having seen the actual game, who should win just off the names?
Team Ice.
Team Ice?
I mean, yeah.
I mean, let's see. Bjersen is probably going to carry pretty hard.
Faker is on there as well.
Faker is obviously going to carry pretty hard. Yeah. But that's kind of tough when you play against Team Fire.
And Team Ice has a couple of junglers and stuff where, well, there are some assassin junglers. I think that the mid laners kind of have a bit of an advantage in this mode, probably.
But we do have Mabel on Team Ice to take the mid lane. And then you have Jankos in the jungle. Like, that's a pretty good combo.
That's a very good combo. And let's see what they can work with. We saw it for a second before as well. Of course, you can only buy offensive items, AP, AT, 80, and attack speed. And then we saw the champions as well. Some special ones in there. Nocturne is available, and Pantheon is available. And we saw a lot of those at IWCA because Nocturne is perfect to go in the darkness and then get anyone to kill everyone on your team.
Yeah, I mean, Nocturne is really, really good. Rengar, a lot of the kind of updated champions are very strong in this mode. Obviously, mid lane assassins, you know, Cat, LeBlanc, etc. are very good, but I really want to see some Shaco. I actually think Shaco is really strong. This champion is a very high win rate in solo queue. You can play it AP, you can play it AD, you can play it top lane, jungle. This champion is actually really good.
If I was here, I would play Shaco, but
yeah, there you go.
That's why you're here on the desk, because Team Ice really wanted to win. And I think we're going to see double LeBlanc, like both sides of LeBlanc.
Yeah, for sure.
High chance maybe double Pantheon in there. A lot of players have been talking about Kha'Zix as well. I know Karsa was talking about it. Jankos been talking about it. So might see double him as well, and then the rest can be kind of mixed. Katarina?
I think it depends how much fun they want to have and how tryhard they want to be. Because I think if you're trying to win, Nocturne is pretty good. Even just for the ultimate, like the Darkness ultimate, is pretty good when it's already that chaotic with all assassins.
Yeah, a sleeper OP pick, Peke?
I think Katarina, like he said, can be really fun, and everyone is going to be squeezy here. So Katarina can get the reset all the time. So I think she's probably going to be picked.
Yeah, and Maple already showed how he's really good on Katarina. There's 50 points on the line. We'll see what happens. The players are standing by to pick their assassin, so let's head over to our casters.
See ya.
Nice one, Sharks, and g'day, mates. I'm Max Atlas Anderson, joined here by Devin Pyrotechnic Young and Joshua Jat Leesman. Gentlemen, this is the time we've all been waiting for. Assassin mode, arguably the best mode to ever be released in League of Legends history. I am so pumped.
I think you're right. I think Assassin mode is definitely the best, and well, we're going to get to see some of the best playing it right now. Super excited after Karsa Maple that last game. Oh, I'm so ready.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky, though. Like, it is blind pick, so we're probably seeing two Kha'Zixes in the jungle.
Yep.
You would be surprised not to see LeBlanc mid lane, but maybe a Shaco top lane into Pantheon or something like that. Azale was saying he wanted to see some Shaco as a replay of a dead Shaco was playing over and over again on the board. So I'm not exactly sure what we're going to see. What I'm really curious about is whether Bjersen or Faker is going to get mid. Because that's like a respect play, right?
Yeah, this is exactly right. And you've got Maple and Wayless on the other side as well. Both of them definitely wanting that role. Maybe they'll say, well, you know, solo lane's a solo lane. One will go top, one will go mid. Something like that could potentially be it. But I don't know. I think that you're exactly right with the double picks. I think it's what gets mixed up that's going to be the really important thing. And we saw at IWCA some interesting stuff. For instance, the Diana mid being extremely powerful earlier in the tournament, then falling off a little bit. You know, we saw a casual Zed top that didn't necessarily work, but Elton did really like to play it.
I mean, he
very
enjoyed
casual, Jet.
Yeah, the Pantheons kind of took over in IWCA. Kind of expect that to happen again. But, yeah, I mean, who's going top? I guess we'll impact on one side. We'll see.
We'll have absolutely no idea until this champ select is done. But Maple, you can see, is at least in the top lane position in champion select.
Yeah, I mean, if the hovers are to be believed, we don't actually see any LeBlancs here. And it is all fun and games until someone starts losing terribly. Then they're not having any fun. Because that's the thing you have to remember with these guys. They're all competitive, and winning is actually very fun. So expect them to try and think a little bit about their picks and try pretty hard.
Yeah, we saw some interesting things as well as far as item builds. So Ahri was almost considered a pseudo AD carry in this mode towards the bottom lane with some hybrid builds, with some flat AD builds that we saw.
Let's not talk about the Trinity Force, Ahri. Come on.
Yeah, in the end, it was honestly just APRE that was a little bit more effective, but I'm glad that people have been playing around with it.
All right, we got one lock in here. Cars,
no.
we got more lock-ins. Oh, what, Mouse went Yasuo?
Yeah, Mouse is going to be playing the Yasuo. Wayless hasn't quite yet locked in. I really want the Diana. Wayless was a legacy Diana player, of course. His Kassadin's very good.
Exactly.
That's what I want, as Faker is thinking about
Don't do it,
the
Faker.
Master Yi.
Oh, he would. None of them have locked in on Team
Master
Fire.
Yi has played this in real games, or Faker has played this in real games as well. So that's interesting how everything is locked in on ice, and just now.
Oh
my
God. We saw one Akali. It didn't really work that well, but maybe QTV can make it happen.
There are so many massive damage dealers on the side of Team Fire, but it's looking relatively similar, but
This is
with
really cool.
multiple Yasuos.
Yeah, I was really expecting to see LeBlanc because it's the #1 pick champion when it's left up in normal games, but now suddenly in an assassin matchup. Everyone, I'm happy to see the amount of variety we're seeing here. Having Bjergsen on Katarina is super cool because I was hoping he'd pull it out because he's been practicing the crap out of that champion over in NA, so this will be fun.
I think the cool thing, though, is Faker's going to be jungling Kha'Zix, and Kha'Zix is pretty much like 100% for the jungle and assassin modes at IWCA, but now Faker's going to try his hand on it up against Jankos.
Well, we want to hear from you guys. Hop on a Twitter. Tweet at LOL Esports. Use the hashtag FireWin if you think that Bjergsen and Faker are going to be able to take it, or hashtag IceWin if you think it's Wayless and Maple as far as the mid lane off is concerned. I didn't actually see any smites on the side of Team Fire. We are going to hop onto Summoner's Rift now, though. It's winter time, but there is plenty of action ready to come.
Yeah, may not have seen the smite. Faker definitely
There it is.
bring
He
though.
brought it back. We're
Jungle
fine.
Faker. There were two junglers technically on ice. I was wondering if Carson was going to bring smite, since we did see double smite in the marksman mode, but he'll probably be going.
The casual support
He'll probably be going
Yep.
bottom lane or support. We'll see if anyone kind of bites the bullet. No support items early. Actually, a Dark Seal from Wayless.
Yeah, he is not pulling any punches. Ooh, clear the ward out.
I do like that from Wayless. We know him as a pretty all-in player. Goes with the Dark Seal, makes sure that he continues with that style.
It's a snowball kind of game, right? I mean, it's definitely going to suit longer this game goes on.
Bjergsen, he's practicing throwing his knives around. I like it.
Look at those mechanics.
Faker's getting intimidated right now. He's chasing it.
It's a good thing he's not on the same team.
Get away.
Yep, there it is.
I want to jungle.
I assume going for that leash, so that should be fine. Faker thinking about starting on a camp here as Impact is bullied to come down and help him out.
Minions have spawned.
Now, so looks to be going towards the top side of the map, despite the fact that he is in the middle of your screen at the moment.
So he might get a cheeky invade after all. Impact's going through, and Faker's going to be following him in there. Mouse, there's a word on that. They don't see Jankos, but they should have seen him get into the brush.
Well, they probably know that there's most likely...
Oh, QTV! It's okay, he's fine. He's got a Shroud.
Oh, no. Taking Shroud first. That is not what you want.
Here we go.
Okay,
Faker and Impact.
Last invade.
Yeah.
Go right in.
Who's going to get the smite?
Pops
Oh
over,
my
surprise!
goodness, there it is.
On Jankos. Oh, man. And the blue buff gets picked up by Faker.
Yeah, Jankos had the smite to heal.
Oh, he's in trouble. Uses the flash, but not going to get hit by the tornado.
All right, and Karja comes out the bushes.
Kind
of regrets it a
lot
little
of
bit.
damage. In goes QTV. The exhaust is down on him, but he's back invisible again.
Oh, wait, hold on. Karja
Keep
way
jumping.
too low. He has to jump back at QTV.
Oh, but Deception does it as QTV. They're looking for the traders. Maple, one auto attack. It's empowered. He's running the wrong direction. I have a feeling QTV, this is almost lights out. Gets himself back. Team Fire with the blaze early.
What a flashy move.
Oh my goodness, he didn't have anything really. You thought he was completely dead. Maple had flash as well. It almost seemed like he was just kind of mannering him for that kill, and he ends up missing it entirely.
These are the kind of Keystone masteries that you're looking for in any high-action game, gentlemen. A couple of Furas, but just Thunderlords.
Yep, I like it.
Yeah, Yasuo mirror matchup up top, pretty fun. Impact Mouse. Impact has been a little better traditionally in the 1v1 solo top lane, but we'll see how Faker and Jankos affect that lane.
That's might be a bit of an understatement there, but he's got
Mouse
Yasuo.
has had
It's
his
okay.
day in the sun. Impact
Yeah,
has just
that's
been much
true.
longer.
That's
and
true. Oh, charm.
Better.
I'm super surprised that Mouse didn't decide to go with the Echo, which is available, because one of his all-time, best performing champions during the regular split was the Echo. Did like to build it relatively damage heavy as well, and we saw it earlier on in this tournament. Decides instead, the Yasuo is the way he wants to go. Bjergsen's fighting Wayless, but he's taking a lot of damage, has to Shumpo out. Wayless just says, nope, I'm having none of that.
Smart move there.
He actually up in farm is Wayless as well, but we know that Katarina does struggle a little bit early for a melee matchup that may not necessarily be as much the case. These guys just fight all the time.
We've seen a lot of Yasuo on Yasuo for sure. Enough of it in that one matchup. See how Impact takes to it. Definitely punishing Mouse right here. Not giving him a chance. Fire one up on that kill, but I mean, it could have easily been another one equalized. QTV had that sick juke flash.
Oh, cute little knock up there from Mouse. Evens out this particular lane. Because I feel like we could just talk about the Yasuo v Yasuo this entire time as they are continuing to fight forever.
Beautiful thing.
Yeah. If this was directed camera, I have a feeling it would just be up top lane the entirety of this game.
This is the most interesting thing. We also did this come in off of 1v1s. The 18-minute game was about the length of 2 1v1s before that, so it feels like we're just coming right off that mode. No Mata in this game, unfortunately.
But we got Karza, we got Maple. They were pretty hyped in the last one. And here comes Karza! On to Optimus, chasing him down. Jankos is coming through. Sends the spikes out, leaps it, and Jankos picks the kill. Meanwhile, Maple is going to polish off QTV. No flash this time.
Yeah, not going to be able to juke any fancy maneuvers as Maple just slices him in half. There's going to be an extra couple back here for Ice.
Yeah, I'm glad we're seeing a lot of action in the bottom lane as well. I hope the gold can kind of equalize out. I kind of feel sorry for some of the people that have to duo lane in these modes sometimes. I'm thinking there's just not as much farm down there. And since it's such a snowbally mode with everyone on Assassins, they're just not going to have a good time. But when they get kills early, as we even saw in the one for all, it's actually the duo lane Lee Sin that had the most.
Whoa!
That was a
just
weird
blocked.
one.
Yeah,
Mouse doesn't leave. Charge up the flow one more time. Has it underneath this turret as Faker's not going to be able to get his way in. Big minion wave though. There's a dive opportunity up in the top lane. Level 5 is being gathered, but no level 6. It's now Mouse. He's in a whole host of trouble, and Faker just slices him in half.
Yeah, he had to run face first into that one. Nowhere to go closing the trap. So 2-2, fire to Ice right now. Let's take a look one more time at this bottom lane.
Shenanigans that unfurled.
Yeah, QTV trying to hide in stealth, but unfortunately he's not doing anything while he's there. It just allows Jankos to run and kill the other guy. Then the invisibility runs out, and Maple's easily able to pick that one out.
Throws down the smoke screen. Turns out, guys.
Turns out that Akali Rengar isn't that effective of a duo lane.
Not the best one. Although, I mean, I guess they're against each other, so we're not actually seeing that one just yet. There's a lot of invisibility, though. We'll wait until level 6 is hit so that
the Akali Ari much better.
Well. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
We saw a lot
Akali Ari. That's exactly what
we saw a lot of the Ari, but enough about that is Jankos. You know, we're finding a lot more Kazakhs on Kazakhs. Baker finds out that Jankos was already up there.
Yeah, whoever does the most buttons wins generally, as Wayless does have level 6. That Riftwalk is there as Faker walks over this ward. Wayless gets in there. Oh my god! Instantly popped him!
Jesus!
Yep. The flash to the instant stacked up Riftwalk into all of his abilities gives a rather unreal amount of burst.
That was ludicrous.
Yeah, that I did not expect that to happen.
Well, not to mention the revolver he has as well, giving the extra magic damage on hits. So really just everything he can throw at.
Meanwhile, everyone fighting here down towards the bottom side as Optimus just gets sliced by Casa. QTV now looking for Maple. One more Q is going to do it.
Oh,
Get
but wait,
there. Does find it as now QTV.
Quick,
I have a feeling once again running for his life, and Casa's going to be able to slice him up.
He's handling things on bottom. He's got it on lockdown. Maple is just the bait.
Yep. Bjergsen, we haven't seen too much of him this game so far.
It's been quiet for Bjerg.
Yeah.
Yeah, Katarina takes a little bit of time. He should be able, now that he has his ultimate, to maybe make some plays. It's so tricky against Cassin, though, because of that early magic shield.
This is hold on, though. So much damage. The Ignite is still there. Bjergsen, is he going to survive? Oh my god, yes, Wayless, the last tick. And he's going to even it out 1 for 1.
Yeah, he ignited them right as he died, and I couldn't quite see if minions were actually autoing him or not, and if he thought he was just going to be able to live through that. That Ignite seemed to last longer than expected.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a look at this one more time, because Maple kind of instantly regrets jumping in, but Card's just like, it's okay, I got your back, it's all right, and never mind, I'm going to go kill Optimus instead.
Kazak's off.
Oh!
Kazak's in is Faker, who does land a W as well, but Casa's here. Faker's trying to make this a 1 for 1. Oh my god, Jankos! Just smacks him and gets into the brush.
Yeah, the 2v1 a little bit better than level 65.
Meanwhile, Yasuo off is happening again, but yeah, definitely when you combine the power of Rengar and Kha'Zix, they're normally fighting each other, but clearly they're powerful together.
Interesting maneuver there as Mouse windwalls absolutely nothing, and Impact just slices him in half, uses the flash just for fun.
Top dive.
Yep, that's not going very well for Mouse at this point. The thing about mirror matchups as well is there's not really much coming back when you fall behind.
It's like,
wait,
hang
it's okay,
on.
I outskate. Oh.
Yeah, we've got the same buttons, but mine do more.
Yeah.
Pure mechanics, Atlas.
Yeah, precisely. Well, at least the first kill, most certainly, going to be that. So now it's 0-2 for Mouse. Has the teleport, you know, almost has a Zeal, which is great. Wayless throws down a cheeky Q onto Bjergsen. Death Lotus now available, but remember, the Null Sphere does interrupt it. Doesn't necessarily silence anymore.
He's got the damage.
Oh my goodness, look at that.
Yeah, no chance to get in and punish.
Bjerg was kind of hoping to bait out a Q, so to speak, so he'd be able to go in, but Wayless knew the game. He's very easily able to fly in there.
He baited out a whole lot more than that. Couldn't handle the health bar. All right, so let's look across the map. In these modes, obviously, you're going to see not a whole lot of towers getting taken right away. It's all about the kills as Faker and Jankos find each other.
Just switching positions here as Karsa gets in. Looks like he was killed by the popcorn, but it is going to be the Rengar that grabs it.
What is it about Karsa just killing Faker in all of their games? You wouldn't think that it would happen as a jungler, but Faker just keeps opting in accidentally to these 1v2s against Jankos and Karsa.
Yeah, he's looking good on that Rengar
right now as well. Massive kill participation as QTV.
Oh, invisible!
What?
That
Don't
doesn't
move.
help. That
They
actually
can't see
doesn't
you.
do anything. It's invisibility. It's a controller does not see it.
Oh!
The Shadow Dance Flash gets him out. Now Optimus makes his way back in. That was cute. As yeah, control ward a little bit embarrassing.
Yeah, a little unlucky. Still thinking it's a pink. That's okay. Now Bjergsen's tagged up top, and he finds Mouse. Oh, the Death Lotus, the hop.
And
Bjerg claims one.
I feel so bad for Mouse right now.
Oh, finally!
This fun game mode.
Finally, the Yasuo's gone. I can.
At least Mouse had a great world, so he can.
Oh,
no.
Jack.
Wow.
That's called twisting the knife.
I'm sorry.
And you don't do that.
Yeah, Bjerg had enough of it.
Enough already. The LPL guy has to defend top lane of ADG.
Go for it.
It's a rough
doing
one.
the best that I can. It's been a rough year. Jango's now just going to clear out this jungle, stealing it away from Faker as Faker grabs himself his own blue buff. Handy thing about not having a mana user in the mid lane means that you can get away with this. Bjergsen lurking. Has the Death Lotus almost back off cooldowns, about 3/4 of the way through.
My Mouse should know something's up by now. There's no way I get a free lane this long.
More people in his lane.
There's always something up.
Oh, God.
Fadeaway ignite. Oh, God.
Oh, that's...
And Wayless is going to be dead.
Super dead.
That situation up top lane where you're thinking, if there are two people in this brush, I am dead. Let me check it.
Face check it.
Yeah. He did
Surely
try
my
and
day
ward,
couldn't get any
but he just
worse.
had no escape. So it's just not a good situation. He's getting no help, and he's already just...
He's got that trinket up, though, so we can spot it next time.
Hey, if he dies enough, though, it'll be worth no money.
Very true.
That's my solo queue strategy, Atlas.
Wouldn't surprise me, Pyrotechnics.
Hey, feed to win used to work.
Yeah, don't worry, I'll utilize that one as well. As Maple's just going to hang out here in this circle.
He can
Throws
only
down
go
the
one
ward.
way.
No funny business to be done as another Shadow Dash gets QTV out of the way. He just really likes going the wrong direction, however. Doesn't have the flash, so he can't get over this side. Jankos just comes in and says, thank you very much for the kill.
Luck ran out.
That's that one. 9-8 now in favor of Ice.
Always seems to be these Kha'Zixes that just get pretty ridiculous, and it just comes down to whose Kha'Zix is better. Is it Kha'Zai? Is that how that works?
Plural is, personally.
I don't know. I'm not really up to date on Void grammar, unfortunately, and Mouse is just... Oh, man. He's fine for now, but
help
still.
is not on the way, so he should run very far.
It's just like an EDG game.
Oh, dear.
It just
please
feel good.
Goodbye.
Just tanking up the turret, but just so much damage from everyone in this mode. Now it's a decent charm. Optimus flashes himself out of the way, but Jankos comes down, and this is why Kha'Zix is just busted in this mode.
Yeah.
No one has any health, Jack.
Exactly, and you're not allowed to build it either.
Here he goes again.
Still gets fed.
Up. Well, does he have his flash up this time?
All right, he's been a magician this game, but I don't think he's getting out of this one. He's going to try... Oh!
Whoa!
Almost
My
did it.
God. Bang! Boom goes the dynamite as Wayless is going to come in, looks to try and clean up impact. The bowl is going to land. He makes it under the turret, but Maple with the fadeaway shuriken's going to grab the kill.
Yeah.
Just disregarding towers this game.
And they're also winning despite having the 05 Yasuo. Even if everyone's camping Mouse, as you mentioned, he actually is worth diminishing gold.
Yeah.
So all the people are resetting their bounties, going off killing Yasuo, and then basically Yanko, Karsa, the rest of Team Ice is just picking up a ton of gold on the rest of the map.
Yeah, you talked about a 05 Yasuo. They got a 5-0 Kha'Zix there. And they can just keep going on this, pick up the first tower blood as well after the end of this play. They're looking good.
And it's not like there's much that can stop the Kha'Zix once it gets rolling. You're very familiar with this when we see everyone play Kha'Zix jungle in IWC. Watching this one more time, QTV really had no way out. Impact tried to fly in 1v4, but Not very advised. He's just level 9. Can't necessarily get the one shot off yet. And Maple easily able to pick up that kill.
And there's not many champions in this mode that have CC as well. But Yasuo is one of them. You know, he has that tornado, can get the knockup, can hold them then in the air as we do have more action. As Jankos is looking to try and take down Optimus, so much damage with that Q. The instant pop double kill from Waylon.
Oh, here comes
He doesn't get his life sacrifice, but Casa just tears them up. It's a double kill for Jankos. I don't even know who did the damage there, but a lot of it happened.
Yeah, all of them did the damage there. 4 people dead for fire. Bjerg's super close to getting those resets, but the cooldown refund on Jankos, if he's able to hit the isolated Q, is just so quick that he's able to continually kill them.
7-0-5 now, and he's like, wait a minute, I'm up against Faker, that's okay, I'm still Kha'Zix, I'm still
the knockup!
He's taking the tower, but it doesn't matter! Jankos dies in the end! But they still get him!
Position, but you know, that's exactly what you need to do. See your death, embrace it, be ready for that gray scream, because he knew that he took down the king.
Yeah, we'll try and figure out who did the damage. Everyone burned their AoEs on QTV, which gave Optimus what we thought was a window. Then everyone did all the damage. Wayless comes in, uses Force Pulse, and here Bjerg was just trying to pick up all those daggers. If he could just basically Shunpo to all of them, he'd get the very quick reset.
You could see the triple kill sitting on the ground right there.
It was about like a 1/10 of a second away from happening, but that's what happens when you have nothing but assassins.
Yeah, there's very few tank options. You can already see on Team Ice. You look at Maple, he's got the Maw completed. You look down at Karza, and he's got his Hex Drinker. Maybe that helps you a little bit of the ways, but it's not going to last very long. And it's pretty much just been health bars blowing up. QTV, he's lucky to have survived as long as he did in that fight.
Yeah.
Well, QTV, speaking of which, has just finished his Gunblade. If anyone thinks back to when Akali was a champion that people played, certainly was looking for that item before she started doing anything.
It was back when both champion and item were very different.
That is very true. However, still very, very good Akali item in her current position.
It's consistent. Yeah.
Yeah, I also just want to call out the Team Fire guys from the GPL. In the fun game modes, they've actually been the carries, especially in the one-for-all. This game, their KDAs aren't that great, but they're also the ones doing the dirty work. The Sightstone support Ahri actually will help them get picks down the road because they're actually going to have vision.
Yeah, and as that kill happens, good point about the Sightstone too. Of course, they do have to convert it into a damaging item, so we will have to see Eye of the Watchers completed on it, but I mean, somebody's got to get some vision, right? Otherwise, you're going to be blind checking those brushes all day, but maybe that's the fun.
Casa going back to his jungling ways, despite the fact that he doesn't have Smite, looking to try and pick a 1v1 with the Dragon. Optimus spots him out and says, no. Cat versus Dragon not happening today. Maple split pushing off to the side, much as Zed is wont to do. But Waylon continues to get strong. I mean, he's got a stacking Rod of Ages now.
Yeah. And the hybridized items are actually the ones you should be going for. That's something that Jankos is doing really smart right now. He's got the MR item that can actually spell juice as well. And he's probably building...
Yep. He's just going to get blown up. Invisibility is not going to help him much longer.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
He's super dead.
That was like the longest space between kills we had all game. I think his Faker's going to find Maple, who's going to flash. And the damage is too real. Runs into Optimus. Bjergsen does get a shutdown on Karza as it's happening. All of a sudden, Wayless tags in, and he's out.
Yep, just good escape. Bjergsen easily able to help pick up that kill with the Death Lotus. As Mouse gets a turret, look at this! Doing work.
Jankos goes up there, is able to get the turret. 1 assist. The more CS he gets, the more his bounty is. That's actually the change that was put in when you had the like 0-10 proxy sins, so they're actually worth gold. The CS slowly increases your bounty up over time, so he will be worth gold.
Here I was thinking that he could just be worth, you know, a glorified cannon creep, so they could just send him in.
Yeah, I think essentially every 100 CS counts as an assist. And it's a gradual scale, so...
Helping to balance that out a little bit.
I'll quickly shoot in some actual facts in between assassins so I can still educate.
Just in case those people think they can keep feeding intentionally. No, you're worth golden. Now it's even worse. All right, QTV.
Now we saw an example of the fact that you're not invisible if you're seen by a turret.
Yeah, well also, if they hit you, you glimmer. So like they'll kind of know where you are if they hit you with an AoE ability. They can't target you, but they can use AoE.
Yeah. Even more knowledge being dropped.
It's like we saw with the other day.
I read the patch notes.
Oh, man. Smart man, Jad.
Bjergsen killed him.
Yep. Yet another pick up there with the Foxfire, I believe.
Wayless almost got a double out of that, though.
He did.
It was real close.
It's a cute jump from Faker just to make sure that he was disengaged.
All right. So, 18 minutes in. 19 to 14 kills. Bit of a slow game for Assassin mode.
Yeah. Only 33 kills. Pick up the pace.
Come on, guys. It's all right. We'll get there. Bjergsen's still yet to reach max power. He does have that Rylai's Crystal Scepter to complete after his Gunblade, which is, of course, already done.
Optimus going really utility. He's got the Seeker's Arm Guard too, so he's working his way towards the Zanyas. We actually didn't see like any of that, and I'll talk to it in a minute because there's a fight going on. Okay, we didn't see any of that in the IWCA. They want full-on damage.
Yeah. And nice little wind wall there, just to block the damage from Spirit Rush from Optimus. Doesn't have that ultimate to help him get out now as Bjergsen just bouncing around underneath this turret.
Yeah, he's starting to get pretty comfy on this Katarina. He's getting to the point where if he's able to get a couple of the W's off by picking up the daggers in the fight, he will be able to kind of one-shot and just fly through the fight. And as you mentioned before, there's almost no CC that would stop him. That's why I really expected to see the Pantheon, because he's kind of he's like the fun police in assassin mode. You try and jump in and assassinate you, and he just stuns you for 2 seconds.
I thought that was why we weren't going to be seeing as much Master Yi as well, but there's no Pantheon and no Master Yi.
And therefore, we are all very happy.
No, I wanted the Master Yi. I wanted it so bad. Yeah, I was so excited, so ready for all of the Master Yi mechanics and Pantheon mechanics.
Fair enough, there's a lot of mechanics.
I know. We saw the Garen mechanics today.
Yeah, it's been a good day, hasn't it?
The high skill cap champions like Garen, Master Yi, and Pantheon.
In one game.
I was joking earlier that I specialize in easy champions. I was dropping all this Garen build knowledge back in the caster room.
Yeah.
I wish there was a champion filter like there are for Marksman for just easy.
Yeah.
And then you know what I should play.
Like Morgana, Garen. Brilliant. As Wayless manages to run himself away using that Red Block. Impact now feeling the wrath of the 2v1. Good knock-up as the last breath does come in. Gets himself into the brush with that ears. Jankos looking to try and chase him down. Remember, that doesn't slow anymore as the flash does come in, and Impact's looking to run around. Wayless is in there, gets knocked up though, even though he does make his way through, and Casa, as he turns up to the fight, is able to pick that up. But in the meantime, this tower's going to fall down.
They've got a lot of time. That gives a chance for the rest of Team Fire to kind of take down a mid-turret that'll give them a little extra gold. It's now 3-2, 20 minutes in. I mean, you want to open the map up because even if you're not going to be the greatest at taking towers, well, those objectives can start falling fast. Baron's on the Rift, a few more minutes, and they can start doing it fast.
The honey fruit. Yeah, Optimus, why would you do that?
He's wasting fruit.
He doesn't want the other guys to be able to heal.
That is ridiculous. Come on, guys. Food shortage and stuff like that. You can't just be wasting resources like that. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I wish there was like an announcer, like if you ever played Gauntlet, where it just like insults you for wasting food.
Yeah, I hate it. It's one of my biggest pet peeves. Wasted food.
Unlucky.
Well, looking to find himself Optimus, but it's a good charm. Bjergsen's waiting in the wings. Jankos. Oh, Optimus gets himself over to the side, and Bjergsen gets knocked up by Mouse. Now Optimus underneath the turret as QTV wants to try and make himself relevant in this game. I'm not sure whether he can.
He stays alive in all of that. Wow, that was a close touch and go for Ice. They get two out of nowhere there. Bjerg and Optimus are down. They're going to look for mid-tower.
Yeah, this is trouble, too. It's very easy to turret dive when no one is tanky. Except Impact did build a frozen mouth, so he's trying to sneak in there as much as possible. Just a refresher on the rules, like the reason Jankos is able to sit on the cloth armor is technically that builds into an offensive item in Seekers. He's probably never going to move that cloth armor,
you can build
but
any
he wants
component.
it.
I mean, he can fill his inventory with Glacial Shrouds if he wants to.
No, because Glacial Shroud, the Iceborne Gauntlet doesn't have 80 or AP on it.
Oh, okay. But if it did, he could do that.
Neither did she. So if it had like, if it was the old one, you'd be able to, but not anymore.
Close. Oh, Cars.
Hey, got one.
Getting close. UTV's gonna die.
Now he's dead.
What? In all chat.
Yep, definitely. 23-15. I mean, Ice is still leading the charge, and there's a decent goal difference. But I mean, come on, you come down to like a big team fight, you're able to pick everybody off, and it's pretty much madness the entire time. Still pretty wide open.
There's so many resets in this game mode. It's just ridiculous. So as soon as someone starts winning a fight, it just gets a little bit insane. What with Kha'Zix running around, Katarina running around.
Yeah.
Kha'Zix is a pretty big, important part of that, though. I mean, you got 10-1 and 7 on Jankos. Wayless is in a world of hurt.
Yes, Wayless now.
Yeah.
I make that joke again.
It kind of, I laughed at that, but it kind of hurt me.
You get one. You get one of those a game.
Yeah.
Job is on the line here.
Yeah.
Maple now clears out the Rift Scuttler. Maple throws through. Sure if it's clear out this minion wave. Haven't really seen too much of Maple with his friends. He's sort of split pushing off to the side. Of course, they're definitely pretty good at that. Has himself a couple of items at the moment. Now Impact gets jumped on by Casa. Roll is in. Close the wind wall though.
What's interesting is the split pushers, you feel like you're missing out sometimes because there's just fights everywhere.
Yeah.
But actually getting the minion gold oftentimes can just turn you into the carry. And also, actually pushing side lanes is kind of how you win the game a lot of the times in this mode. If you're able to avoid just full wipes when you're off pushing the side lane. So
I like to think about it like
just
the
because
guy
they're all
that stays
assassins.
home from the party instead of and does his homework instead, you know, he is going to get a better score at school. He's just not going to have as much fun. So of course that CS is going to help. I feel like that could be next to better. You know what I meant.
I understand.
He's all on the same project team. He's doing all the hard work while his teammates are out partying.
There's two ends to that, though. You call them tryhards.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
then
you don't make friends.
You know what they call tryhards in real life? Successful.
Exactly right.
I think it's a good metaphor there. All right, Ice is bailed out. Faker's hopped onto Maple, and he's going Viz. Can't chase that one any further, but you can see they're sticking together like glue. Looking for the Dragon. I mean, this is a big one. Infernal Drake, 8% AD and AP is pretty hefty when he starts stacking it on all of these players.
Big minion wave towards the top side as well. You can see things coming out from fire, so he's looking to try and deal with that. His impact is now
Oh, Willis, that was dirty!
Yeah, well, he's got the Lich Bane and the gun, so that's a lot of on-hit damage.
And we only saw half of that on screen, but I'm pretty sure that's illegal in 8 countries.
Well, Bjergsen, he's going to be dancing in the mid lane. He's like, well, there's not a whole lot I can do. Now we've got a problem with Yanko. What the damage?
He's got a problem. Okay, he's dead. Faker's trying to push back hard, and the tower shot!
That's pretty big. I mean, it does keep firing the game a little bit. You always worry that these games are going to snowball out of control and not be nearly as much fun.
Yeah.
But when Yankos jumps in between two turrets and dies instantly, it keeps it interesting.
I feel like you still need to play really smart, though. So, because even if you're super far ahead, you've only got more damage.
It's true, and it's like Yanko's tanked up almost as much as he could. He's the Steris Gauge, which is hardly an offensive item, but it still counts because there's like 10 AD on that thing. But still, he basically gets one shot by Katarina when he flies in there. So not much tank here, and that's going to keep happening.
And Bjerg, for his part, he's also got a little bit of tank stats too because he's built the Rylai's, which of course is allowed to do because of the AP that's on it, and the slowing effect is also going to help when you start chasing people down. I mean, that can mean the difference all the time. So Katarina's going to get really, really scary as well. Yankos, even though he's super fed, it doesn't matter if you get popped.
Yeah. I love Katarina in this game mode as well, just because you really want to build all of those sort of hybrid defensive, offensive items.
I'm really glad we got to see it. I was really worried that people would be afraid of picking it just because they think they'd have to lane against LeBlanc, but
nah.
No, able to do it.
We've been converted last week. Vedius just wouldn't stop talking about it. It's sufficiently convinced that Katarina is a good assassin.
Well, we thought that LeBlanc was going to be a huge deal as well, and then Diana was picked in the first game.
I went like 12-1.
Dumped it. Naru was 100-0ing people while they were walking to lane, and they didn't even see their champion die. You know how it does the snap back when you do damage? Snap back to a gray screen. That's not what you want.
All right. So everybody's kind of decided to move around the different lanes and try to grab a bit of control. Wayless is in trouble here as Optimus is coming down to help QTV and Impact.
What was that?
He took one with them! Oh, man, that Kassadin.
That was that green gum thing again that he did with his sword.
Oh, my goodness. That... Got to be a little careful when you're running down assassins.
He has his Zhonya's, man. He should just press it next time he goes in.
I don't think he had time.
Yeah, that reaction. Holy moly.
Yeah. The best CC is death, and this Kassadin seems to have the best CC.
It's effective. Right. Can't deny that.
Yeah. Clears out the minions very expertly. Maple shoves another wave in, but that tower still stands.
Rengar ult. They're going to kill this pretty quick.
Yeah.
I like the Rengar ult beforehand because technically people want to run away a little bit, which means the response time to the Baron is a little bit slower. No one has their blue trinkets up, but they get one in. Faker go for the steal, buddy.
Go for it, goes in.
Oh, he steals it! The god himself as the Twilight Shroud's in. Yankos just jumps his way out his mouse. Once again, the sacrificial lamb, but Bjergsen's going to fall to Maple. In goes Castle one more time, jumping out of the brush. It's a double now for Maple as Optimus says, well, all my friends are gone.
Yeah, we saw the Kazakhs took the Baron. I didn't realize it would be a steal until we read it, but you guys got it right away. Optimus tried to go in one before. Not much doing right there.
Uh-oh. Faker bought 2 Barons for his team right now. If Optimus can stay alive.
Can Wayless close?
Not going to go for it, but Impact goes around the side. Gets the whole last breath, but it's the last of his breath for Wayless! Optimus!
Oh, dear.
He hit his Zhonya's!
How much fear did you see in what Optimus just experienced? It's like, oh, no, not again, not again, not again.
7 fear right there.
Yeah,
that was a lot of fear.
All right, let's take a look at this again. That was such a sick steal.
Just as a Yasuo Tornado was hitting him too, so basically just gets it with the smite. Good timing right there. Bjergsen got soloed by Zed off on the side, and then Mouse actually gets a really nice fight in this one as Maple's able to collapse in. So Yes, they get the Baron steal. No, it doesn't necessarily pull them ahead.
Well, Optimus as well. Going for it, doesn't find the end of that charm. Just missing. And Wayless, he's most certainly a glass cannon. That's exactly what we expected from him. That's why I'm so happy he's in this game mode. If there's anyone that represents the heart and soul in assassin mode, it's Wayless, who says, I just got hit by an ultimate. Maybe now I should try to escape. But no, he goes in, tries to kill someone.
It worked
against
last
all
time.
odds.
Yeah.
So
Exactly.
You know, the fights are like really cool in and of themselves just because of all these assassins, but you get like some of these like beautifully choreographed replays. That's like my favorite part.
Yeah, and now four times legendary chance as well. Thank you very much for making Baron Steelers. Now Mouse, what is this? Oh,
The win ball.
Final breath to get himself out of there. Spirit Rush is going to miss out the right way. Oh my goodness, he always seems to be a possible follow-up kill to even these things out, but not anymore.
I think Mouse got a little too excited about the 4x mystery gift. He wasn't looking at the screen. Checking the store. All right, so now they get to siege down bottom. Assassins are great at sieging, so this shouldn't take very long.
That was sarcasm, everyone.
You actually can't tell with me sometimes.
yeah, they have one ranged champion on the side of Fire who can hit the turret from far away, and that's the Ahri at 30% health. Karst is ulting, but it would be a 4v5. It would not be smart.
I don't think so. You're just going to get bullied.
Okay, correction everyone. Also, it's only a 2x bonus.
Just
read
because
the
it's
graphic.
assassin mode and everything just seems to be super amplified. We had to write down 4 times.
I'm
That's
disappointed.
Not true.
Oh,
It's now Maple. He's managing to get out, but his friend Casa is most certainly not. Maple now still running.
Faker's coming for him though. Oh, he flashes!
Oh, God, repugnant damage.
Fire
baby.
pulled even too with all of that, so
He evolved afterwards as well.
Yes, that's what happens when you level up sometimes.
Yeah.
most likely going for the W. The evolved R, I haven't been a huge fan of. It just gives you a little bit of.
Well, he did actually pick up the evolved R.
Did he really?
Yep.
Well, he's gone red.
Completely corrected.
Not sure whether it's better, but he does look cool.
Which, I mean, at the end of the day, that's pretty important.
Aesthetics, the man who doesn't wear skins really cares about the in-game aesthetics.
And it also means that when you now run into the brush, you get that free invisibility, which is super fun.
Yeah. Wayless. Oh, he just goes right back in.
Super golden now.
He's like, do I want this? No, he
doesn't pick the right side as Wayless makes it a 1-for-1. Mouse now tries to fight someone, but remember, he's got barely any items because he's been dying all game.
And death does not help you
Do
acquire gold.
Not great in this game.
Promised how it's going to teach. You want to stay alive, get gold, kill minions.
See, continuing with
We have plenty of assassins.
high-level analysis, chat. Thank you so
The
much.
ones with the most gold are usually the most effective.
So Ice is going to be able to knock down this mid turret. Finally, they get Optimus and a knock up. The Bola Cars is not going to care about that. All right. So, go deep for him, and he gets tagged
Good
in
bait.
now. Here comes Faker. Maple picks up
gets
Optimus, and he nails out of there.
Oh my God!
that shield.
Okay, calculated, everyone.
All right, a Hex Drinker's a pretty good item.
Most certainly is. Now, in fact, unable to close the gap onto Yankos, and they get out. Not sure how, but they did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh man, this
my
is a good
God.
one. We have.
I want to replay just of his health bar and the number on his health bar, what it got down to, because I think that was a relatively small one.
I think you might be right. All right, we're 32 minutes in. It's like, it's just bang on
20
even.
HP this just in.
Wow.
Not very much.
Yeah, I think
Less HP than they're all kills.
if someone had breathed on him, he would have died.
Less than half.
56 kills in this game so far. And only 7 turrets taken down, so that's
This
always
is
a
the
good
dream.
sign.
Yeah.
This is the dream.
Fire does have 2 mountain breaks, though. We should definitely not hesitate to note.
Yeah, it's true. If they do get an ace, that means they'll just plow through the
Oh my
turrets.
God, the damage.
This is-
Once again,
well-
Wayless just stacks up the Rift Walk and Rift Cruises on top of the Akali as Impact finds Yankos, but remember, he's now isolated, gets knocked up as the last breath goes in. Impact, that was an odd maneuver, and he is going to fall down as Yankos gets his revenge. Faker now gets exhausted, but still kills Carter through it. The Deathmark comes in. Maple doesn't quite know where he's going. Deathmark, not enough damage, and Optimus is able to grab the kill.
2-2. Looks really good for Ice there, but Fire was able to tag a few more members in.
I'm going to ask a question.
Okay.
Did the interaction for the 4th evolve when you kill
that was
Rengar? Was
huge
that
by now.
removed from the game?
Well, he
Or
shut
is
his
Faker
skin,
going to
I
be able
knew
to get
that.
his 4th one?
Oh, that's true. I don't know. Is the quest there? I don't think it is on
gone.
Tournament Realm, as Mouse is going to be able to kill Bjergsen. Does have the Hex Drinker, remember, so Optimus is damaged not so high. Oh my God. what did Optimus do to Wayless? Like, off stage? Because that is all he seems to care about, is killing this Ahri.
He goes in with like 100 HP. That's okay, I got this.
Maybe it's like flashbacks to Cool. Of course, Cool from OMG used to play a lot of Ahri. Wayless and Cool, you know, played against each other a lot. Might have been something to do with it. Now
going deep there.
Baker and Yankos. Baker's so low. Oh my god, that damage.
He's a bigger context.
Really, it's just the isolation that matters. And
so silly.
In that one, Faker got a little bit ahead of himself.
Poor Faker.
Yankos was there too. He got a little bit ahead of him at the same time.
And guess what?
Baron's 10 seconds.
Faker can't steal this one.
Yes.
Oh,
I got a secret for you. I cheated by looking at the indicator.
Thanks, Pyro. You got me. Look at his adorable Santa hat. Why would you want to kill that? Look at the little earmuffs as well. It's adorable.
I feel like Impact's going to try and steal this regardless. You Sonya's.
There we go. It's Zanya's, but it's already gone. They're going to take this one away. Mouse gets the last hit on it. No chance for fire.
There we go. So at least the team that has Baron doesn't have the double mountain breaks. A lot of people dead though.
All right.
Oh god, well there's the win. Wallace Castle's looking to try and get something back while he's dying. In goes Yankos. This is a very, very good item.
Bjergsen
on his hourglass. In goes Bjergsen trying to get some resets. Mouse flashes, dashes, does all that he can. Does make it out.
2-2 again. I feel like I'm a broken record this game.
There have been a lot of trade kills. They mentioned in the Assassin rework that they wanted to make Assassins not just divers that go in and suicide, but people that can go out or in and then back out. But there hasn't been much of that in this game.
There's been a lot of in.
Trying to use the extra utility to continue to go in.
That's what I'm talking about. It's in goes Caster, and this is why Rengar gets banned in so many solo queue games. Exactly that. You were having a good time, then you're all of a sudden having an awful time. Yep.
So it's not just Wayless who's pretty much gunning for Optimus. You got Karza who was able to take him out pretty quickly.
I don't know what
too.
Optimus said to Team Ice before this game, but he's regretting it now.
Seriously, yeah. I mean, he's having a rough time. He's been able to pick up a couple of kills at least, so... I actually was surprised when I only saw the one Ahri. It was pretty much constant AD carry pickup. I say AD carry pickup, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, as IWCA went on, it was more, you know, dipping back to just the full AP, saying that, well, she's not great. We don't necessarily need an AD carry because we're against Assassins, and that is the worst time you can possibly have.
And especially when you have a Kha'Zix and Yasuo on your team.
We've seen this movie before.
Yeah. It was a horror movie, I believe.
This time, Ahri gets away.
Wayless is rather mobile now. So if you try and teleport in, he's most likely just going to go away.
Yep.
I think Impact couldn't hit that cancel button fast enough. All right, so we keep waiting.
They're going to get a buff for Wayless as well. They're looking to try and utilize their Baron buff to try and push down a tower. Most of these Assassins not with a whole lot of range and do like to have some minions that are super empowered.
Once again, they just pop the Rengar ultimate, push fire back, and then just rush the objective.
Oh! And then Wayless is doing a lot of damage to Bjerg. He bought some time. They got the Elder. They got the damage. It is now a 4v4, but Bjerg can't do a thing. Faker, he picks up Wayless, but it doesn't matter. Resets on resets.
Where's everyone going?
Faker, the blast cone, everything, and that is the ace.
Yankos with the emote spam as well for the BM.
Oh, man.
There's revenge immediately for Europe.
You only get to BM Faker once, but Yankos picked the smart time to do this.
It's the very end of the year, chat. Probably not going to get revenge until 2017.
And this could actually be it because they still have the Baron buff. They have the perfect combination with the other. They just got the 5-man ace. And if they so choose, they could end the game right here.
I think that might be the case.
I like this game mode.
Would like to see a lot more of it myself, but 37.5 minutes in, they're going to knock down those Nexus turrets. This is lights out.
Yeah, Nexus turret number 2 going to fall down. Maple just going to parade around the fountain as Team Ice is going to even the score lines versus Team Fire after the Assassin mode. Caster grabs the 50 gold that you really want, and that is going to be it. And who was expecting this? By this time of the tournament, all tied up.
Yeah, exactly even in Fire and Ice points, which I'm sure all these players are really excited about that they're able to tie it up. But really, this was an incredibly fun game. I was a little worried we'd see too many mirror matchups. Yeah. We only saw 2 duplicate champions on both sides. Yeah, and Yankos, the carry, actually, 15 kills on Kha'Zix.
That was utterly ridiculous. And in this mode, definitely a very balanced champion.
Well, it seems to be the Kha'Zix that gets ahead stays ahead and honestly dictates the pace of the game. And Jankos, even though he died a couple of times throughout that mid-game, yeah, there he is.
Crowd loves him. Jankos has definitely had some solid moments this All-Star.
Deserves it as well because that was such a performance. Definitely redeeming himself after this morning.
Yeah, and I know this is just a for fun tournament and all, but Jankos has actually played really well in almost all of the events, except for the time where he played Darius for the first time and lost in the 1v1. But everything else, like the jungle games that he was playing, even against NA, his early jungle pathing was awesome. He pulled Europe a little bit ahead. This game, once again, yes, he was playing probably the most OP role and most OP champion, but he did it well. He was against Faker, who was doing the same thing, and was able to kill him a couple of times.
Yeah, we saw his confidence as well on the analyst desk. He was saying things like, oh, I don't think we're going to be able to make this one, and we're against Faker and Bjergsen. It's going to be hard. Doesn't matter. Just all business when he's on the Rift, and looked fantastic doing it.
Yeah, which is the opposite of the Jankos you're used to seeing, who trash talks a lot. Rather, he did the reverse. Keep it subtle and then actually dominate.
I like that I think they employed a very unique strategy to one team in the LPL, which was let's have Mouse on our team and let the enemy team just take swings at him while we get everything else on the map. It certainly worked out for them.
Yeah, I do want to talk about the LPL as well because Wayless looked fantastic in the 1v1s. Unfortunately, I believe got knocked out just recently. However, got his revenge as well. That Kassadin looked fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Kassadin, once he kind of hit critical mass, just seemed to be a little bit better than the other champions, right? He was able to get to the scaling point and not fall super far behind early, and it's not like you can tank up against the Kassadin, so the fact that he'd just be able to shift in and one shot, not many people could do that, except he could, so he's just doing that over and over again.
Yeah, just fantastic. Mouse, unfortunately, having the worst early game in history, but still able to pick up the win. Was still doing okay things from mid to late game, you know, showing that solidarity with his team. Look, a lot of people, you get to that point and you're like, sorry, I think I'm doing more bad than good here. Just going to go. Yeah. However, stuck there, landed some of those tornadoes we were talking about, and was a valued team member.
Yeah. Once he stopped getting camped, he was doing fine.
Yeah, we saw duplicate Yasuos, duplicate Kazakhs. At one point, the Yasuos were combined 1 in 9. We were talking about the 0 in 6 Mouse, but Impact wasn't doing that great early either. Whatever.
Yeah,
all good.
A little bit of an odd one, but let's head over to stage where Dash is waiting alongside with an interview with Jankos.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. That's right, I'm with Jankos. Huge performance out of him here in Assassin mode and getting 50 points for Team Ice there, tying up the standings, 500 to 500, as you can see here. The crowd very much behind him and the performance that he put up there on Kazakhs. Jankos, turning to you, going into this game mode, I love it. There's lots of passion in this crowd and lots of support behind you and the rest of your team. But let's talk about this game mode and talk about, going into it as a jungler. You're going up against the likes of, say, Faker, Bjergsen, a lot of these people who are looking at the mid laners to be the top performers in Assassin mode. And then you come out and put up a scoreline like that. Were you at all intimidated, or were you going out to, kind of show people that you have what it takes to put, to put up or shut up?
Well, first thing is first, so I would like to thank everyone who came here and cheered for us, Thank you, guys. Without you, it wouldn't be possible. And, me hearing my name made me so proud. Thank you. Coming back to the question, though, I think that if I get Kazakh, it's a really strong champion in the game overall right now, especially in Assassin mode when everyone is so squishy. So I was very confident going into the matchup when the guys from Team Ice led me jungle. So I'm very grateful for that, because Karsa made some pretty sick calls in the game as well, and they cheesed me level 2, but didn't work out.
Yeah, there was that jump over the blue buff. Definitely caught you guys by surprise, but you recovered quite nicely. Now, speaking of champion picks, was there any pick, aside from Kazakhs, that kind of surprised you, performed much better than you expected here in Assassin mode?
We had a lot of champions that were just basically broken because they have so much damage, like Kassadin, for example. I think Rengar was pretty good as well because he made our picks possible and they didn't have a champion like this. But outside of those, I think it was Yasuo, simply because he did bring a lot to the team fights with W, blocking pretty much every spell in the Assassin mode, and as well as providing CC to the team.
Absolutely, and of course, we saw both teams kind of focusing different sides of the map. We had, Team Fire up on the top side, kind of punishing, while you guys were down on the bot side punishing. What was the communication like with the team across different languages, and while so much chaos is happening, how do you guys keep things straight? You said Carson made some big calls.
I mean, I think mostly, they were talking English when they didn't need me, so I was just trying to pretty much play my game, and then I was talking to them sometimes. I'm pretty happy with the communication, and at the same time, every time we killed someone or there was a good call, everyone was screaming "Nice-oo, nice-oo," so that make everything super easy.
All right, so here's the thing. With that victory, the teams are tied at exactly 500 points. We've got one more game to play today worth 100 points. That's LPL for Team Ice versus NA for Team Fire. The winner will be going into tomorrow with a point lead. Are you confident in your LPL guys that they can bring it home today for Ice and give you guys that advantage going into tomorrow?
I mean, you made it sound too easy, When you said LPL is facing NA, I mean, I'm super safe, There is nothing to worry about. I'm pretty sure Clearlove can beat Rainover. He's a really great jungler, so I believe in him.
There you have it, a strong endorsement from Jankos for the rest of the Ice squad. That's going to do it for us here. Time to go up to the desk to see what they thought about that crazy assassin mode.
Thank you, Dash.
Cheering for the analyst desk.
Yeah, for sure. And cheering for Jankos. It's always fantastic to hear for Jankos, who's been around for such a long time, and now he gets these cheers here. I think you're not sad that you have to give one of those up to Jankos.
No, it's good. Feels good for the guy. He's underperforming the whole All-Stars and good game. It's good. He played really sick Kha'Zix.
Yeah, he played fantastically, and we were dissing him a bit and saying, "Oh, what is he going to do?" But we forgot that, of course, Jankos on Kha'Zix. You said it? Oh yeah, you did say it. And we have a bit of images from the game because Jankos absolutely popped off, and he was against Faker in the jungle also on Kha'Zix. So let's compare the two here.
I mean, the scoreline said it all, didn't it?
Yeah, it really did. And so much of the game was about Jankos
and this is Faker
getting to the bot lane, being able to get their lanes rolling, and he was able to take out Faker over and over, including the solo kill in mid lane that got them the Baron and got them the Elder.
I mean, there was only the Baron steal that Faker did better than Jankos.
Right, yeah.
Besides that, Jankos outperformed Faker in the jungle.
Yeah.
More CS, more levels, more kills.
Yeah, we are going to look at the Baron steal in just a second, but this was pretty sick as well.
Oh, Mouse was part of that one.
Yeah, fantastic by Mouse there.
MVP of the game.
And this was the one that kind of was a little bit questionable for Faker. He isolated himself and then gets killed. Yeah. That's where Ice gets the Baron and then is able to take Elder and eventually win the game.
Yeah, Jankos definitely outplayed almost everyone. I think Wayless was really good in this game as well. Obviously, Pekka mentioned Mouse before. At first, it was kind of funny he got camped, but then you felt really bad for it. And you were like, come on, Mouse. He can get a few kills. And then in the end, he almost got a positive scoreline.
Yeah, he got it up at the end. QTV kept dying, and Mouse at some point realized, okay, we can win the game if I start moving in the map, doing good rotations.
He was farming.
Yeah, he was doing good.
He was doing his job.
Yeah.
Actually, and Wimwell was actually really good. I mean, it shut down Bjergsen pretty hard in a lot of those fights. Katarina can't really do that much with the ultimate.
Yeah, it did. We did mention it. The one thing that Jankos didn't do is then secure that Baron, and Faker had a fantastic Baron steal. But you guys were talking about the fact that it isn't as easy as it looks to smite that away for Jankos.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that easy. It's maybe a little bit of a late smite, but Kha'Zix's Q plus the W plus the smite all landing at the same time, if you don't smite it quite perfectly, you're going to lose it.
Yeah, both of them have a lot of damage with this smite, so you have to smite at 1,100 HP, and even then there is small risk that you lose it.
Luckily for Team Ice, though, they actually won the fight after, as we can see here on the screen. So normally in this mode, it's really hard to finish the game because you can't really siege on turrets or anything, so whoever gets the Baron on 3, 4, 5 members, use that to kind of push in and get a big advantage, but because so many members died after, it actually didn't matter, and then the next Baron obviously went over to Jankos and the team.
It did, and Faker is also looking out for all of us because that Baron steal that doubles the chance of legendary or esports skins in your mystery gifting, so we'll give each other some gifts there. And for the points, now 500 for Team Fire and Team Ice. They are completely tied. There are 100 points on the line for our next battle, which is LPL versus the NALCS, so that's going to be very important. Jankos believes in Ice for that one. NALCS has something to make up for, though, after yesterday. Didn't have the best game versus LMS. Azale, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, they definitely have to bounce back after that one. They looked good against EU, but LMS wasn't going so hot. He's right here. He has a family. But
he was actually really good in that game.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, I think they pretty much have to play their very best to be able to take down the LPL.
Yeah, okay, we will see what happens. We are taking a quick break here in Barcelona, but when we come back, the NALCS All-Stars return to the Rift to take on the best from the LPL. Don't go anywhere.
He's running the wrong direction. I have a feeling QTB, this is almost lights out. Gets himself back. As Jankos is looking to try and take down Optimus, so much damage with that Q. The instant pop double kill from Waylon. He doesn't get his life sacrifice, but Casa just tears them up.
Wow, nice. Nice tempo. Nice. OP.
Bjergsen's waiting in the wings as Jankos. Oh, Optimus gets himself over to the side as Bjergsen gets knocked up by Mouse.
Nice. I'm up. Hey, Lenga. Oh, die. He dead.
Nice. Waylon is in trouble here as Optimus is coming down to help QTB and in.
Oh, what was that?
He took one with him.
Hey, gonna go for it, goes in.
Oh, he sails it!
Bjergsen can do a thing. Faker. He picks up Waylon.
Oh,
but
the reset.
Resets on reset.
Where's everyone going?
Faker, the blast cone, everything. And that is the ace.
Team Ice is going to even the score lines.
Welcome back to Barcelona. I'm James Stress O'Leary, and I've had to swap in with Pyrotechnics because somebody needed to be between these two because we are about to go
There's too much chemistry.
The
Had to break it up somehow.
North American LCS, LPL, you know, somebody has to be in the middle of these two. Before
I like how
let
you went straight to love, though. I mean, it's supposed to be a grudge match between the regions, but no. It's all about just the love we share, Jet, and I like that. I like that a lot more because NALCS team looks a little bit stronger than the LPL at the moment.
Well, really?
Let's take
after the LMS game.
Okay, maybe a different story. However, Mouse.
Both of you, calm down, both of you. We need to go through this the right way. Let's look at the rosters first before you guys get out of the gates. First of all, representing Team Fire, it's the North American LCS All-Stars. In the top lane, it's Impact. In the jungle is Rainover. Mid lane is Bjergsen. AD carry is Doublelift, and beside him is Afromoon.
And their opponents representing Team Ice from the LPL, it is going to be in the top lane, Mouse, the man who came back from being awful in the early game in that Assassin mode game, so is here to stay. Jungle is going to be Clearlove, Wayless in the mid lane, and it's Uzi and Mata from RNG in that bottom lane, who looked spectacular in the 1v1s. And if you're talking about bottom heavy, I think the LPL is certainly it.
That certainly is for sure, and it's such an important game as well because both sides of these, 100 points are on the line, and both teams need it. It's dead even right now.
Yeah, it really is the swing match because NA did get beaten by the LMS yesterday. We've already seen, it's pretty much the last straight-up region v region clash until we get into the mixed teams tomorrow, so really important for NA to win this team if they want Fire to win, and the same for the LPL if they want Ice to win.
And Jed, I know you're chomping at the bit to talk about the LPL bot lanes. They've been instrumental in a lot of their games. When you look at how many people have been down in that bottom lane, your thoughts coming into this against Afromu and Doublelift?
Yeah, I mean, Doublelift and Afromu, I heard Doublelift talking a little bit earlier, and he's basically saying if we don't feed bottom lane, I think we'll win. So he's actually a little bit worried against Uzi and Mata once again, and who wouldn't be, especially after the way Worlds ended for Doublelift in TSM, where Uzi got a very early triple kill as they were picking themselves into a bad matchup, thinking they'd be able to stand. No way. So I expect them to try and pick maybe something super tryhard like Caitlyn Nami or something to say we're not going to lose this lane, but you never know.
Even in their win, though, against Europe, the bottom lane still looked suspect for the North American LCS All-Stars, so there is still a question there. Now you've got to go up against, as you said, Uzi and Mata. I mean,
No. They're not going up against Uzi and Mata. They're going up against Uzi, Mata, Clearlove, and Wayless. Because it was a four-man party for the LPL on the bottom side of the map. And we'll see whether it's going to happen again, because you're exactly right. I feel like they just don't feed, and by not feeding, they just try not to die to the cavalcade of humans on the bottom side of the map. But let's hop into Champion Select. NALCS are going to be on our red side, and the LPL representing Team Ice going to be on the purple side. Oh, well, blue side. Just confusing when it's fire and ice, guys.
It is, but one thing that's going to be less confusing, there's going to be a heavy presence towards mid lane. We've seen it in every single game, and now there have been questions about Bjergsen in the last couple of games. He's been looking a little, on the back foot compared to what we've seen him in the regular split and, in other international competitions. So he's got to deal with Wayless, who has been
same
looking
mid
better
from the last game.
He lost the 1v1 against Clearlove as well. And if we're talking about people that were underperforming, and I love jumping to conclusions in best of one as well,
please.
But Rainover has looked awful in the jungle. His two tank Rengar games, when everyone else who wants to have fun is building damage Rengar because
is the one that
better.
was having fun building damage Rengar.
Yeah, he actually did that against the GPL All-Stars. So we'll see what they end up doing. I'm hoping to see something different from Rainover if I want Fire to win.
Well, you do.
If. I want Fire to win. This is a non-biased professional cast, Atlas.
Oh, yes, sorry, chat. So I forgot about that. I don't know how I did. Just ridiculous. But Poppy Zara are going to be the first bands here from the NALCS. And like you were saying, Stress, a couple of mid lane bands coming through for the LPL. Syndra still lurking as far as that champion that probably wants to be snapped up relatively early. Eve is going to be the final ban, so Clearlove gets some respect.
Yes, some respect given over now. We're in a situation where Syndra, Lee Sin, both available. Both have been highly banned out this tournament. The Nautilus is there for first rotation should either team want it. And, you know, we've seen Impact play a lot of the Poppy, haven't seen him really too much on the Nautilus, so I'm looking forward to seeing where this goes on a first rotation.
Exactly. He's only played Poppy in the 2 games he's played. Nautilus also pretty good flex. Expected to see the Syndra band, otherwise I think that would have been the first pick. But Nautilus would make the most sense if they want to pick a strong top laner who don't need no jungle ganks, but works very well with them, by the way.
Yeah.
The best gank assist in the game.
And now at this point, do we think Mouse just kind of goes to Maokai and is like, okay, you're going to have to give me that? Or do we think that...
for the redemption. Because it's once again Mouse versus Impact.
That's true. I don't think he wants that 1v1 at all up in the top lane. Probably going to be calling Clearlove up his side, but we know how Uzi and Mata demand a lot of presence. Not a lot of bot lane presence in the draft so far, though.
Yeah, definitely not. And I don't even know... Even though Mouse could trend towards Maokai, there's no need to pick it right now. It really depends how much they feel like the power picks are still on the board. Karma, a decently lane-dominant champ. Although, if they were locking this in, which they do, Aphromoo mentioned that, oh, turns out Sona beats Karma in lane when he played against Albus yesterday. So we could see a return of Aphromoo Sona as well later in the draft. Don't think they'd pick it right away.
And of course, with that takeaway of the Orianna, it's locking the Karma into the bottom lane, so there's no flex picking in this game. The takeaway I like as well, getting Wayless, or at least Bjergsen off that Orianna, that was the Rengar combination that really punished Europe in the bot lane roams, so I like this takeaway.
I want to say as well that this is Wayless's Orianna. This is a guy that's been playing this champion for an incredibly long time, has really interesting build paths as well, like the Leandri's Torment relatively early when he was playing it in the LPL. This guy more than happy to play it at any time. But this is one thing I wanted to talk about as we hop back to the side of the NALCS. Is Bjergsen's Katarina's not banned this time.
Yep.
Didn't win in the Assassin mode game, but now gets an opportunity for redemption if he'd like it. Won't though.
He
Just
does
gonna
not
hop
like
straight
it.
onto the Cassiopeia, and there's going to be the Rek'Sai picked up for Rainover.
And this is one thing that I really like is the fact that, you know, the NALCS squad aren't just going, okay, all about the early game. We've got to get a cat and snowball. They want to get something for later in the game just in case, because we know that historically that kind of has been a problem when facing LPL teams is their early game tends to be incredibly strong. And if you kind of fall behind it on a snowballing champion like Cat, good luck ever catching up.
Absolutely. Cassiopeia just generally strong. Bjergsen obviously very good at that, but seeing it against Wayless' Orianna is going to be pretty exciting. You're hoping that we'd see the vein out of Uzi, but Uzi also wants to win lane. This is
even more old school
smart pick
Uzi as well, picking up the Caitlyn. It was always one of the champions that he was most feared for. And the Rengar as well. I like it a lot more.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people say you just pick Caitlyn to win lane, but when you're as good as Uzi on Caitlyn, you just demolish lane is the thing, because he can harass you on every CS, and he generally does. So it's not just about being able to farm safely, but just being able to heavily deny the enemy AD carry farm.
Not to mention just the power of a Karma Caitlyn lane. I mean, that is super oppressive, what with all of the harassment, all of the Kai potential as well from the slows that are coming through from that champion.
Yeah, they could do Twitch if they wanted to kind of sacrifice the lane, but still have the really strong team fight afterwards. Rengar, AD Rengar against Twitch, not the funnest, but it could work.
I mean, also, you're talking about sacrificing the lane. Are there many lanes that we really feel like Double Lift and Aphromoo are going to be able to go like, okay, against Uzi's Caitlyn, against the Karma,
let's lane bully this.
Yeah, let's lane bully this lane. The only thing that I feel could be like more annoying would be like the old school Ezreal Sona lane, you know, where you just insta-kill someone level 6.
And sit all the way back, potentially. And sitting all the way back is not Ezreal.
Seem bad.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Bad at all.
Jhin is the #1 pick against Caitlyn as far as people who want to pick an AD carry against it, and then Sona can also be considered one of the best ones against this. If they flex, this would be super troll and awesome, but they're most likely not going to because they still have to pick their top laner.
Now, once again, a flex if he's hovering that. Jace has played that in the support position in the past. Oh my goodness.
Double Lift is going to be in a bit of trouble with this Rengar, though. Jhin, as soon as he locks himself in his ultimate...
Oh, gosh.
Oh, and now there's more dive.
The Super Bowl delivery squad, I think you call this, from Clearlove and Mouse.
Yeah. If they get a combo that's good, everyone will die. That's the problem. So NA needs to make sure they're spreading out and staying as safe as possible.
But when I look at the NA squad kind of in a vacuum and don't really look at their opponents, I'm quite liking this champion select for a few different things. The Nautilus very strong in the top lane. Rek'Sai still has a lot of presence with Courage of the Colossus as well. And we've got Bjergsen on Cassiopeia. Normally that's a good sign. Normally that goes a long way, but still, there's positives on both sides of this draft.
Yeah, and I do actually have to point out, I've been paying a lot of attention to the NA player cams in all 3 of their drafts, and I don't think it's a coincidence that Doublelift has been talking the most, and also gotten to pick his AD carry in the last rotation in every draft. So he's basically just, please pick me into a good matchup. But in this one, I think it's going to be a pretty interesting lane because the Caitlyn Karma is one of the strongest lanes you can do. But technically, as close as they could come to a counter pick, they tried to do so.
Yeah, and look, if you're talking about Uzi being, Doublelift being a massive carry, Uzi most certainly is as well. Now has a double shield composition to try and keep him healthy, what with also having that Vengeful Maelstrom coming out of the Maokai, if Mouse is going to be sitting back and getting that done. But, ladies and gentlemen, we want you to hop onto Twitter, use that tweet at LOL Esports, use the hashtag FireWin if you think that NALCS is going to be able to take this one, or the hashtag IceWin if you think that LPL can take this one down for our final match of the night. Remember, this is for the 100 points to get either fire or ice out of this tie that we currently have. It is all on the line moving into day number 4 tomorrow.
And the question we've got on our minds now as we head into the Rift Crest. How is Mata taking this game? Is it going to be the Mata in the regional game yesterday that was landing hooks, beautiful combos, or the Mata that ran into tower level 1?
That's what makes him the most dangerous player on the planet.
Yeah,
you never know. He's dangerous for both teams. He's like, he's much like, it's interesting
Who's he
that he is
playing for today, chat?
It's great that he's playing Yasuo so much in 1v1s as well, because it's really like having a Yasuo on your team in solo queue.
Exactly
you
right.
Never really know.
Oh, I never thought of it that way. Kind of hurts a little bit.
So we saw one of these plays yesterday pay off, where you get into the tri-bush early, make sure you have the vision control, and then as they sneak forward in the lane, you cut in behind them and catch them out. So we'll see if that happens again.
Aphromoo using his toggle button. I like it. Remember, we were talking about, the extra support that Uzi will have in this game, what with all the movement speed and the shields that you're going to pick up from Mata. I do like having a Sona there as well, Song of Celerity. Underrated ability is Doublelift. Yeah, there it is.
Basically won the game already.
Oh, good. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, exactly. And here's kind of the theory behind the Sona v Karma. If you're looking at the duo lanes in a totally simplistic fashion, it's like the poke ranged AD carries beat the tank AD carries, but the sustain AD carries should beat the poke AD carries, and therefore the tank AD carries should beat the sustain. But the reason that Karma... So it's just like a rock, paper, scissors type thing. Yep. But the reason Karma was so dominant in NA throughout most of the regular season is people were thinking that her burst was high enough that she could all in the sustain AD carries and therefore win every matchup. And sometimes that's true with the Caitlyn because you're always able to reach, but at least when Albus played it against Aphromoo, he was showing that that's not necessarily the case. So as long as they're not taking too much poke, they should hopefully be able to avoid the all-ins and out-sustain the Karma and Caitlyn.
And we need to keep focused on the bottom lane as well, because from the tri-bush ward that the LPL squad put down, they recognized Doublelift and Aphromoo came to the lane later, indicating they were helping Rainover on red to come bottom through Krugs and look for a gank. That was pinged out. The ward has gone down afterwards, so Rainover clearly kind of doesn't feel confident going for that early level 3 gank we've heard so much about, but he has just pinged on his way from a different way into the lane. Maybe they have that idea that it was warded.
Kind of the delayed level 3 gank. You're expecting the early 2-minute, 20-second cheese, but you don't quite get that.
It's going mid.
Yeah. Dangerous as Uzi does so much damage to Doublelift. Doesn't use the heal just yet as Wayless gets himself out, uses the ghost, but not the flash.
Just keeps himself safe, but Clearlove on the same path heading topside for impact. Look how low Mouse is, though.
Yeah, Mouse is in trouble, but Clearlove is here. Flashes forward, has the red buff as well, so can slow him down. Will the dredge line come off cooldown as impact? Oh, first blood goes down, and it is going to be Clearlove that grabs it.
Yeah, and honestly, pretty disrespectful by Impact there to be pushed up at that stage in the game. Yes, the level 3 gank didn't come directly, but until you see that level 3 jungler for the first time, depending on your side of the map, the duo lane for Ice shouldn't have been pushed up. They actually technically should have died for that because Rainover should have ganked bottom off that path since they were pushed up so far. Impact was pushed up the same way. Clearlove actually punished it, got the kill.
Doublelift takes a lot of damage. Uzi missing the combo.
Yeah, now they exhaust.
Cute little exhaust comes out as Mata tries to get the damage down. Good block there from Aphromoo as Doublelift taking so much damage. The autos from Uzi seem to come from such a long range when you're against a Jhin.
Yep, always max range on Caitlyn, and that's some of the things that the best Caitlyn's can do is just make sure that they're kind of pole-arming you and never trading, but instead just getting damage off for free.
Perfect adjective for that. I never thought of it. Pole-arming? Yeah, correct. Stunning. Peacemaker is going to land on double lift. Not looking all that peaceful at all, to be perfectly honest.
Doesn't have heal, so really
This
a
is
tickle
risky.
would kill him.
Especially now that they can kind of assume Claylev is bottom side of the jungle, they don't have wards to spot him either. So this is fairly risky, but with Rain over bottom side, they should be able to get that. Oh, Aphromoo is dropping so low off this.
If Rain over goes in, he has to 1v2 because double lift and Aphromoo can't approach.
Especially not without that heal you're talking about. Like, maybe if they had that, they would think they could just about balance it, but it's still, look at the health difference already. If they even tried to trade, that would almost be suicidal.
It's gone from a gank to, well, I guess I'll be the one to pick up this experience underneath the turret. Aphromoo going to join him as well as double lift goes back, grabs himself a cull. Just feels like conceding this lane at the moment, but that's what we were talking about. I mean, this isn't actually all that bad. If they don't die, it's probably fine. Allow Bjergsen, allow Impact, try and get advantages if they can. But if we have a look at those lanes, it's very, very even. Apart from that top lane, after that first kill, Mouse able to get himself ahead by about 10 CS.
Yeah, LPL technically winning these two lanes in the top and the bottom lane. Not by a huge margin, but it could definitely get a lot worse if the bottom lane trends the way it has been trending. 300 gold, not a huge deal, but Cull versus Pickaxe really speaks to double lift only wanting to sustain that lane with Aphromoo and Uzi and Mata just able to keep the pressure. And this type of thing can snowball very easily if you're able to get the kills after you've gotten the large lead, get the first turret, and so on.
Yeah, and a big one as well is that Clearlove has managed to make it about 600 gold in the lead over Rainover as well with that first successful gank. So this Rengar will be a problem. Now looking towards that mid lane to see what he can get done. In fact, relatively low on mana, but he's doing fine here up towards the top side of the map.
Both supports have drifted up as well towards this mid lane. You can see them kind of backing and forthing over the wards in the river. Mata's going to take himself that fruit. I would argue that Aphromoo securing a little bit of vision for himself may go a little bit longer. They now realize where Mata was. Aphromoo doesn't get caught out in the bush by any kind of cheeky play around that tri-bush as they get back into lane, but still they maintain the CS lead for Uzi in that bottom side. And now we see these trades. When you talk about that pickaxe into the Cull, double lift, they've got to play careful around this, because as you were talking about, Uzi at max range is just punishing him every single time he's trying to come forward to last hit.
Yeah, and this really hurts Rainover as well, getting the entire quadrant of his jungle stolen by Clearlove. There's not really much he can do to get back at that with the longer respawns on jungle timers. Something about this season, counter jungling much more rewarding if you're able to pull it off. Gotta go straight for a gank. Surprising, the Mouse was still around.
Yeah, well, there's the depth charge. Mouse claps his hands, but that's going to spell game over, you'd expect. There's the flash arcade smash as well, and he makes it out alive.
Yeah, surprising he's still around, but he's still Maokai.
Yeah.
Double Doran's Health Crystal, one of the best builds you can go early, absorbing the gank against the Nautilus Rek'Sai, who hadn't shopped, so not much damage actually coming through. He unfortunately had to burn his flash because he should have just backed away after seeing Rainover, knowing he'd been counter jungle, and the only thing he can do is go gank, but he still gets away without a huge punishment.
Clearlove right now, though, from the time in the jungle that he spent, is almost a whole level above Rainover in experience. And since he's now past that level 6 mark, Clearlove has the opportunity. Earlier, we saw Aphromoo and Doublelift pushing up fairly heavily in the bottom lane. You can see Clearlove just hanging around the back of mid lane as well, looking to try and perhaps get in onto Bjergsen. A little tricky to go forwards if the Cassiopeia kind of knows you're coming, so we'll see how Clearlove and Wayless can utilize this Shockwave combo with the Rengar. We saw NA use its great effect on day one against Europe.
They used such a great effect once, and then the other times it was just Rainover running away. But I agree with you, it has a ton of potential to work, especially on the damage Rengar as well. Even if you get a little bit of tankiness, the 80 Rengar plus the 2 or 3 item Orianna later in the game, it's a clean one shot.
It's disgusting when that starts hitting. And when you kind of have that moment where Clearlove's no longer the ball delivery and it's all about Mao's kind of going in, that's also just a very dangerous setup. So the LPL squad have this huge wombo combo setup if they can get it a little bit later.
Yeah, really nice disengage as well with all the extra movement speed that they have, what with the Inspire and with the Command Dissonance as well. Just very flexible in this composition, but they do need to get there, and they do need to play well from the mid game to the late game, because we saw against the LCK, it's a different story. After what was a very promising first 5 minutes, things went wrong.
Oh, nice one!
Made it 8 minutes in as Mata has to flash. Rainover doesn't get the knock-up, and no deadly flourish to be found from Doublelift.
Good reaction time out of Mata there. As soon as Rainover was spotted, as soon as he knew he was there, flashes right over the wall.
It was a really clever move by Rainover because they'd pinged on the control ward, and those are the greatest baits to try and catch someone going to clear it. Rainover taking the plant over the Drake wall and then immediately tunneling in afterwards.
Afro's not quite 6 yet. He can't deny this Rengar if he jumps on him.
Oh dear, there he is as Clearlove jumps through. Good flash from Afro. Gets out of the way of the bowler strike, but Doublelift does have to use the heal. Successful gank from Clearlove.
Just the Rengar damage did 70% of his health without anyone else around.
In the mid lane, there's the flash knock-up from Rainover. Oh, doesn't actually find the stun, but Bjergsen has enough damage. That's going to do it for Rainover.
Yeah, love that gank from Cassiopeia, just throwing down the W as a gank.
Clearlove again, though.
Oh my goodness, Afro moves in a rough spot. The flash is nice, but Clearlove taking a lot of damage. Oh my goodness, there's a Peacemaker, and Uzi grabs himself the kill. Mouse with a bit of a delayed teleport, but to answer, Impact who gets stunned up underneath the tower. So much damage there. Rainover eventually turns up. Good shield from Mata, but he should fall down. Doublelift grabs Clearlove. Can they clean this fight up? As everyone's getting back underneath the turret, Miasma goes over to the top, and Uzi says, where did my friends go? I'm gonna die to the turret because I want it on my own terms.
That's exactly what NA needed to happen. This gives Doublelift 2 kills. Uzi only picked up 1, and they're able to get pretty much everything back. While yes, the initial dive was successful, when they teleport in, because Wayless was off the map, having been killed early, Ice can't actually match the numbers, not to mention they can't retreat. So they're stuck in this murky middle ground where they're hoping to close in onto Doublelift, but they can't because he's staying out of Twisted Advance range. So he just gets to free hit this entire time, and everyone was trying to focus Impact, which just wasn't happening.
And it all stems, as you were talking about, an overextension in the bottom lane, but first of all, an overextension by Wayless in mid. He thought with double summoners up, he would be okay, but he pushed the wave, didn't have a read on where Rainover was, and it punishes the LPL squad way harder than just that one kill in the middle lane would have.
Yeah, and that's the trickiest thing we were talking about laning against Cassiopeia. Even though you have Flash, it doesn't mean it'll help you in a game because of the grounded effect of the Miasma.
Well, I do want to remind you of what I just said about LPL versus LCK. I mean, it may have taken about 9 minutes this time around, but things have certainly gone back in the favor of NA. We do now have a slight gold advantage by about 800, but what's really important is the fact that Doublelift has clawed back what was a massive deficit on the bottom side of the map. Still a lot of pressure here from Team Ice, but NA feeling a whole lot better after those kills have been picked up because 2-0-2 now on the Jhin. He's going to be pretty comfortable, just needs to sit back.
It's a good spot to be in, and for Doublelift, you know, it's going to revolve around these skirmishes early on. We've already kind of recognized that it's very difficult for Jhin to push back Uzi and Mata as they're pushing down on that bottom tower. So he has to kind of find those safe spots that we were talking about. Bjergsen has Wayless caught potentially again.
Yeah, has to flash himself over the wall. Oh, there's the shockwave onto Rainover as Clearlove.
Hoping a combo.
Yep. Couldn't quite find it, and of course, no shockwave for the kitty cat.
Yeah.
Clearlove just launches his way out of the brush.
Alt burn, so that diminishes a lot of pressure, unfortunately, for Ice.
The lumbering Nautilus, not going to quite find too much. Big Daddy, go back towards the top side of the map.
Uzi didn't play catch traps off completely.
Yeah. Still, though, trying to get as much control as possible in this bottom side. What's interesting is that control ward has lasted for so long in the tri-brush, and that's what's basically keeping the turret alive, is the fact that that control ward exists. Because there's these large minion waves that they're able to push to the turret, but then they're not willing to actually get the turret harass off because they don't have control of the tri-brush, which will tell them when the gank will be coming.
Well, speaking of ganks coming, a couple of seconds away perhaps. Look at Rainover's pathing, Bjergsen coming down, but he is spotted on a ward, so look at how much respect this time Uzi and Mata give over to the NALCS. They say, okay, we see you coming a mile off, we're going to take a full step back in lane so that we don't get caught. So, you know, one of those pivotal moments where the Rift Scuttler vision without that ward perhaps could have been a different story, but the respect now being given after being punished before.
Yeah, it was nicely done, especially with Clearlove on the top side of the map, was taking his red buff there as well. Now, Rift Scuttler is going to go down for the Rengar. Now looking potentially at Impact, who's at about half health. The Wet Noodle fight is certainly on, to utilize that overused term, however, very relevant in this case.
The no ultimate walk into lane gank while the enemy takes the Drake. An underutilized move, one would say.
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
Not very effective right there.
We'll see how it pays off.
The other team got Drake.
Damn it. Hero would have thought that it would have been great.
He's just used to playing Evelyn, okay? He's like, I can just get all the way into lane. I don't need any ultimates or anything. But
with the delayed
effectiveness
effectiveness of this gank, no, it's still not working.
Well, might spell some damage on the turret, chat. Come on, stay positive. I thought you were unbiased.
That was still quite optimistic with the delayed effectiveness looking for it. Bjerg has his ult, has flash.
Hey, listen, man.
It was
Rainover showed us NA Rengar yesterday. We'll see what CN Rengar looks like today.
Well, it looks all right.
Never know.
1-1-1.
It's been okay so far.
Otherwise, okay.
Little bit of hit, little bit of miss.
There's a reason we don't play it in Europe. That's all I'm going to say. You don't ever want to see that happen.
We certainly didn't play it in OCE either. Right. Bit of a different story. But let's have a look towards the top side of the map. Clearlove looking for a ult this time. Yeah, he's going to launch himself on top
Here
with Death Charge, but only gets one of the knockups. Flashes the bowler strike, and now the Riptide's there, but Mouse just punts him back. Clearlove looking for the damage. He's pretty tanky, but they kill him before the dredge line comes in.
Oh, bot side though, this is still a beneficial trade for the NALCS. They get first tower on the bottom side, despite being against the Caitlyn and the Karma. They push them all the way out of lane.
Yeah.
Just capitalize.
And that really all stems from the overdive that the LPL did earlier because they had total control of that lane up until that point. I do want to credit.
Yeah.
Ooh, I do want to credit Mouse to flash in front of Impact right there because you'd think it might be wasteful because you could slow him with Q anyways, but he's just making sure Impact couldn't escape with the dredge line.
Yeah, it was cute. Not able to grab this top out of
stop him. Ghosting in, so he wants to take this.
TP coming through as well. Impact's on his way.
Just the edge. That was stunning, exactly right. Now Impact looking to try and close off Mouse, and this is exactly what he did to him. Now the tables have turned as Mouse, the last Twin Fan, that's going to get the double kill for Bjergsen. There's a Crescendo in the mid lane as well, and Wayless evaporates, and LPL just going bust.
Yeah, NA way faster on the moves right there. They've taken the duo lane turret, so the mid lane roams top and the bottom lane roams mid. They just shifted everyone up to that side of the map. They win all over. They had three kills and maybe 2 turrets.
And again, it stems from the LPL kind of over-pushing. Look at the top tower health. You can even see it on the minimap. They were trying to just shove everything back and make sure that they could get the lane in a position that when they eventually go to it, it's like one hit and the tower is gone. And that means they stayed too late. The roam came up, the TP came out, and it was an easy pickoff on the top side.
I just want to say, LPL does the early game really well. You just wait till we're good at the rest of the game as well. It's going to be huge. Unfortunately, it's just not quite working out. 3,000 gold now the lead for the NALCS, just with far more crisp movements. But is this a scaling conversation that we need to have now? I mean, Orianna, Caitlyn, you know, Maokai as well.
The late game conversation.
We're strapping in the late game, boys.
Yeah. The thing is, when you compare these team compositions, they're pretty close as far as overall skill. They got the super tanks in the top lane. Rengar maybe you would say would scale, but that's only if the game becomes chaotic. If you're thinking about straight up team fights, the 80 Rengar actually just kind of blows up. The Cassiopeia also is a better DPS character against the Maokai, but that's canceled out with Caitlyn being better DPS.
Oh, good flash. Yeah, very cute little flash. Wayless is trying to throw the ball around and does do so effectively. Grabs the shutdown.
It was a good, that was a very vintage double lift flash. He's like, I'm going to flash this shockwave. Look at my mechanics. What now? I have no response.
It's the battle of the two players that love being alone in a side lane in the wrong position as well. I mean, Wayless from the LPL, always known for that. Beautiful. We saw it yesterday. And double lift as well. I mean, in his past has been one to utilize the side lane farm.
Yeah, he's going for it. Still down in CS. It's the thought that counts.
It's coming up on Christmas, you know? I mean, thought that counts is very relevant at this stage.
Well, Clearlove, his thought right now is that he wants Impact, who does have his ultimate but no flash, but is fairly tanky at this point. So we'll see whether Mouse and Clearlove again can punish Impact. But
yeah. 80 Rengar thrives on killing squishies. I've been very surprised to see him visiting the tankiest player on the map repeatedly in this game. When Aphromoo was losing 75% of his health from like 2 Rengar spells earlier. Very surprised that he hasn't been going for more plays and just trying to kill the support.
This time though, I like the fact that they don't just go for it because they see Uzi and Mata coming up to the top side, Impact backs away, and while they had set that tower up to be killed earlier, they finally get an objective from it as well. So second tower of the game for the LPL.
Important that they go up there to get the turret. Just overall commenting on the surprise of how much he's been up there.
Yep. Uzi now, you can see on your screen with a variety bucket of items, looking for that Hurricane as well as the Infinity Edge and buying as much of both of them at the same time as he possibly can. I certainly like that. On the other side of it is going to be double lift, finishing off his Essence Reaver as well as his Zeal for a heck of a lot more cooldown reduction at this point in time. Turret call could come through at any moment. Oh,
whoa!
Last Cone is going to deliver Aphromoo to the right spot. Double lift didn't quite manage to make it.
Oh man, you always want to punish Aframo. He plays so far forward and oftentimes does get burned for it, but not this time.
Oh dear, Klilov taking so much damage. Good command protects. Bjergsen takes a lot from that dissonance. Uzi shoots one over, but Rainova's going to pick that one up. Hold up to find the kill or anything like that. Mouse still underneath this turret and he's going to be okay.
We're in one of these situations where both teams are like, okay, we're going to put 5 people up there, and it's probably going to be one of the ones where everyone just backs away. You don't want to just head-on engage into either of these teams, so we'll see whether NALCS can do anything with it, get some vision control on the top side, perhaps.
Yeah, you always have to look at who has the other ways pushing when they need his 5-5, because that team almost always transitions it into an advantage afterwards, since when they do move back down, watch this, Ice actually has to push out some of these mini waves, and that means Fire can get some of the wards in the Drake area. The cost of this, though, is they didn't chop, whereas everyone on Ice did. So if Ice does actually get a clean 5v5 fight to have an edge, it's just really hard to do without the vision control or the position.
Fire's going to utilize that time. Grab himself.
Oh, all the TPs are coming through. Hang on, Uzi's trapping already.
In a heck of a lot of trouble. Does throw down a trap as Klilov looking to get himself in position, but gets spotted out by Aframo. Impact right on the front line as Mata looks to be the one caught out and is going to die. Impact grabs that kill. Wayless with a fair bit of damage there as he throws his ball around, and Mouse is right in the back line of this fight. Good curtain call from Doublelift, but Uzi in a great position as well in the back of this fight. Impact has to flash his way out as Klilov wants to get in. Two-man shockwave there for Wayless as Aframo in so much trouble. Mouse grabs that kill, flashes out. It's a good stun onto Klilov though, and Rainova gonna grab that kill. Uzi somehow snagged by that dredge line. That was ridiculous as Wayless is just throwing the ball everywhere to keep his team alive.
And we got to see the extremes of that fight, with the tanks just eating damage from absolutely everyone, and how long it takes Cassiopeia Jhin to cut through a tank versus how long it takes Orianna Caitlyn to cut through a tank. And this time, Uzi actually did get a lot of damage out in the fight, and he's not even in his super strong point, he's in his mid-game dip.
It's a good TP position out of Uzi right into the back of this fight. They catch Mata, take him out before he can really have an impact, because the LPL squad are split up on 2 sides, and now they're up against the numbers advantage. The Mouse, he can tank a lot of damage for sure, but you see Impact doing the same, holding Wayless and Uzi back. The ultimate to stop more damage coming out of Orianna, and now the shockwave ended up coming through.
Yeah, and also watch Wayless in the extension of this fight, keeping the ball right in that choke point and kind of stopping anyone from Fire for following up on Impact's hook onto Uzi, so that completely pushes them back on this fight. Yes, they did lose the fight, but Wayless played it very well.
Yeah, and this is what Wayless was known for as well. He was more of a DPS Orianna player, you know, known for being able to move his ball to the right positions in a team fight, knows exactly how to utilize the champion to get the most damage out in a really effective way that's not necessarily noticeable, because it's really subtle in the way that he utilizes all of the different abilities that Orianna has.
Yeah, and also while most people go Rylai's in their Orianna build after Morellonomicon, even last year before Rylai's was super popular, and still it looks like Wayless is going for Ludens. So yeah, you're faster, you're way squishier, but you also do a bunch more damage. His mid-game power spike is about as big as it gets when you go Sorcerer Shoes, Morellonomicon, Ludens. So he's absolutely going to be going for some one-shots on either Aframo or Doublelift with that build.
And if they end up somehow getting the Maokai with the ball through onto someone like Bjergsen, which rarely will happen with this team setup, that could be, you know, catastrophic for the NALCS team. If they just get shockwaved off the map from their carries, that's pretty much the end of that fight, because Uzi will end up cleaning it up. So despite looking like the LPL are fairly far behind on kills with having half of it, they still are in this game, certainly. But Wayless, he's in a lot of trouble in mid lane.
Potentially, as 3 bullets go in, make that 4 as Wayless even gets stunned at the end. He's going to survive as Aframo doesn't offer any extra damage.
Yeah, really no one else to come through.
Yeah.
Landed every single shot.
Hits the skill shots. Nailed it. That's fine. Send the message.
What it did, however, is drag the LPL team into the mid lane, and now Bjergsen pushes through with Reno from the top side, so kind of not sure whether it was the intended play when they end up catching Wayless in the middle lane.
Let's go. There it is. Just accuses way out. Okay, not this time. This time. A lot of messages.
He was a little far ahead of the rest of his team. Decided, nope, don't want this one. But at least he used it.
Exactly. Mata not going to get stunned by the Deadly Flourish, but does move around, at least get slowed by the Song of Celerity power chord.
And as we kind of sweep through the top side of the jungle, you can see the vision control as well for the NALCS. Very good. They got 2 sight stones as well, so on top of that, they're able to maintain a lot of vision. Rek'Sai, one of the few junglers that still can do that isn't Lee Sin when you look at how the matchup plays out.
You see an incredibly low amount of sight stones, especially on the new season, mainly because most of the new season has been seen in solo queue, and no one builds that stuff in solo queue on the jungle. In pro play even though, Rainover, one of the first to do that this whole tournament.
Yeah, exactly. It's normally that Titanic Hydra setup where you're looking for a little bit more damage. Oh, double shockwave.
Shockwave, yeah, Impact and Rainover, the tanky members do get knocked around as Mouse makes his way into a very good position. Wayless continues to get the damage down. Uzi there as well. But looks like NALCS don't want the fight and do move away successfully.
Yeah, a little bit of a weird fight there because the two main damage dealers really on these teams is Uzi for the repeatable damage on Caitlyn and Cassiopeia for the repeatable damage with Bjergsen. And neither of them were there that fight, so no one could kill the pit.
And once again, the curtain call comes in. Wayless just happy to tank him all up as Impact gets his face into the fight. Takes a lot of damage, gets himself out with the flash.
Yeah, wasted his dredge line, so he couldn't jump out on that. Had to burn the flash, unfortunately.
And Wayless is having so much thrown at him time and time again. Luckily, he was able to flash, as you were talking about before that grounded came through, but they can never really close the distance for any kind of Cassiopeia ults unless the LPL team are diving right in. So that's one area that Bjergsen himself has to be fairly careful about, is if he pushes himself forward in a fight, Mouse is going to come straight through and try and pick him up.
Now Clearlove just going to clear out his jungle towards the top side, pretty empty as far as the bottom side of it is concerned, and Uzi back into the mid lane to try and shove this one through. Still a few turrets left available here for Team Ice to try and take down. 3-2, in fact, that scoreline, so still looking for that mid lane outer turret. Not going to get it this time, though, with a lot of defense available from Double Lift and Afroman.
Absolutely, and even though it is the 3,000 gold lead for NA, watch for Uzi when he's able to get his second Zeal item in. The fact that he will have double shield as well as really the sweet spot for the Caitlyn power spike. It might have to wait until Last Whisper because of the massive tank line on fire, but if he's able to do that, like that's where LPL can kind of neutralize that gold lead because that requires Fire to have really good like backline access, and they have a very good tank line, but they have almost no dive that can actually threaten the double shield of Caitlyn. So it's actually looking decent for the LPL as long as they don't lose before Uzi gets to those items.
Yeah, and look, I get it. I get scared of these questions about items especially. But that's a warrior enchantment picked up for Rainover on the Rek'Sai, which it is interesting, right?
Yeah. It's what he used to do when he was carrying all those Rek'Sai games back in Fnatic when they had that undefeated split. So it's a very Rainover thing to do. I don't necessarily think it's bad, it's just uncommon.
Oh, Impact doing Impact things though. Massive teleport into the back line. Whoa! Massive crescendo. Rainover grabs the first kill and it's on to Wayless as Uzi completely off on his own. Mouse tanking up the curtain call. Uzi grabs the last bullet there as now Mouse. Oh god. They just cut the tree down. It is going to be the double picked up for exactly the man we were talking about just before.
Take one for the team. Mouse just allows Uzi to escape right there, but that's the type of big fight that NA really wanted. They comboed all their CC just right.
And now they're going for Baron. Clearlove's the other side of the map, almost out of health as well. No flash to look for any kind of trade. He's been spotted out in a wood. They know that there is no way of stopping the NALCS squad from doing this, so they're just going to take themselves an Ocean Drake, and that is never going to be a worthwhile trade.
The classic constellation Ocean Drake. Not bad.
Well, we were talking about, you know, Impact doing Impact things, gets right into that fight. Gets the knock up off the dredge line on multiple people, and Apple just hits, you know, the perfect crescendo for the moment.
I feel like because Uzi was in the jungle, Ice walked towards the teleport. They had a path to run through the river and kind of delay the fight, but they chose not to take that. Instead, they kind of ran straight into the Nautilus, who knocked up everyone, allowed the CC chain to happen, and then Mouse was really just taking hits so the rest of them could run away.
Just seems all about these choke points.
Yeah.
Absolutely fantastic crescendo there from Afromu.
Yeah, I do have a minor point about the Ocean Drake. I still think it was the right call for NA to take the Baron, but Sona with Ocean Drake is almost kind of like Jhin with Infernal Drake, where it's just so much better on that champion than it is on anyone else. Sona, especially with the incredible cooldown reduction she can get, it's up to like 60 or 70% later in the game when you rank up Crescendo, is pretty much only gated by mana. Otherwise, she can just heal everyone to full. So if you're able to get 1 or 2 Ocean Drakes, it almost just is multiplicative in its effectiveness when compared to other champions.
It's okay, Jad, don't worry. Next Drake, it's Ocean. They can get it for Sona. No need to panic. We'll get one.
But double Ocean is even better.
Just never pleased with Jad.
High expectations.
Exactly right. It's good. Keeping it honest. Man Dissonance does a heck of a lot of damage. That's the Luden's Echo for you, gentlemen.
Yeah, likely going to get something like Void Staff next for looking for extra penetration. Maybe the Abyssal, but here. You see the short range. Mouse goes in.
Yeah, just straight in there. Doesn't waste any time. Gets Dredgeline back as well as Uzi's going to get knocked up. Redemption is in to try and heal up the members of the LPL as Curtain Call goes down, but this turret should follow as well. Massive damage on Afro movement. Impact is able to tank that one up. It is going to be double it taking down the Oriana. As now NA just tearing them up. Clearlove's dead. Mouse is dead as well. Uzi, I think he was there for a second, but he just goes down and Mata's going to spell the triple kill for double lift.
That's the game. That's a clean ace with the Baron buff, totally decimating the LPL in that last fight. And they're going to win pre-30 minutes.
Just unbelievable play from the NALCS. First Nexus turret down, second as well, and this puts Fire 100 points in the lead at the end of the day and gives Double Lift the revenge that he needed against Mata and Uzi.
I'm sure he would gladly trade this all-star single-game victory for the Worlds game, but it feels a little bit nice, I'm sure, to have a victory over Uzi and Mata, although the last laugh still goes over to the LPL. Good game all around, able to close it out. Must feel pretty good.
You can see how much it meant to Double Lift and Aframu there. I mean, we've heard throughout so many worlds how much Uzi, Double Lift, that relationship and everything that goes with it means. And, you know, we look at how this game played out, and after yesterday's performance against LMS, where we criticized the NALCS for not playing as a team, this game was a lot better on the team play. They reacted very well to the movements on the map out of the LPL All-Stars and punished them heavily on 2 or 3 big plays.
Yeah, I was so happy to see Rain over on Rek'Sai. You can just see the comfort level goes up tenfold when he's on a champion he's played so much of. And also, credit to these guys, it's about the competition and the fun. Both playing their final regional clash as far as these 5v5 of the year, pretty much, because this is the All-Star.
And huge smiles on everyone's face as well. That's the fantastic part. Uzi there grinning ear to ear after what was a phenomenal early game. Just wasn't quite able to be enough towards the end.
Yeah, he was off taking red buff actually when that siege started, so was never really able to come together for the LPL. But he does know, he's like, I was up a bunch of CS early in the lane, so everyone's a winner.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I did a good early game. I mean, I'm an 80 carry mid-game, not exactly where I'm supposed to thrive. That's on you guys. So Uzi's probably still feeling pretty good. It's like, we barely made it out of the mid-game.
Yeah, he's like, wait, surely we had another 20 minutes on this game. We had the Oriana, we had the Caitlyn, but all good fun.
Potentially also the last game Uzi and Mata could dual lane together.
Yeah,
they played that
precisely.
whole year together, or whole split together on RNG as well as the Worlds run.
And Bjergsen and Double Lift as well. I mean, they're not paired together, but still, it's all
Feeling
it's
a
all
joke.
the
The
end
second
of-
Rush Hour wasn't necessarily as good or as memorable as the first one, but it's still nice to watch.
Yeah, I thought it was fantastic, and they played that one out very, very well. Of course, as far as their synergy is concerned, looks like it's still great, so no worries.
Yeah, the Sona eventually came in. Aframu always finding a way to pull it out. He wasn't the first one to do it this time. I hope they replay that final fight at the analyst desk afterwards, because it was just really cleanly played by the NA team for most of it. That's how you get a clean 5-0 ace at the enemy base.
And there were a couple of clutch moments. You're talking about Sona in that last fight. Bjergsen, I don't know whether Clearlove was revealed or whether he was still in stealth. Bjergsen ults him point blank as he's about to jump in, takes him out. I mean, the fight was already done at that point, but I'd love to see it again, just to see, because we only got to see it that one time.
Yeah, it was a little bit unfortunate. One thing that was also unfortunate, I love watching Wayless's Oriana, but I feel like we didn't quite get enough of it.
Yeah.
This game was just picked off over and over again there in that mid lane.
Yeah, well, we were mentioning just the fact that NA didn't necessarily have great backline access, that if the late game Oriana and Caitlyn would have been able to come through, it could have been tricky, but they knew when to pull the trigger and how to pull the trigger, and they were able to close out the game when they had to.
Yeah, really, really solid as well. I was kind of expecting a little more out of Clearlove and Wayless with that combination. We never really saw that get off, because the one time maybe they would have looked for it, Wayless had already been killed mid, so I would have liked to see a bit more of that.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate, but let's send it down to Dash, who's standing by with a man who just got his revenge.
Thank you very much. That's right. I'm here with Double Lift, the victorious 80 carry for Team Fire here. And at the beginning of the day, we had a video shot of you talking about how you were looking forward to this rematch between Uzi and Mata from Worlds. Obviously, it went very well for you, but how did it feel to come away with a victory this time around?
Well, Uzi and Mata are the best 2v2 laning duo I've ever played against. Like, that is the most pressure I've ever felt in the middle, in like just the first 10 minutes of the game. And it just reminds me of Worlds, you know, when like I would be really confident coming into the matchup, and then they would just completely smash me, and then I would play the other side of the matchup, and they'd smash me on that side too. I'm just like, what's going on? Like, they're just so good. So like the fact that I was only down 10 CS or 12 CS during laning phase, I was like, oh my god, like we made it, you know? Like that's like for me, that's a win. But back in America, or back in NA, I mean, like I'm smashing everyone in the laning phase all the time, and then over here I have to switch it around and just like learn how to lose gracefully. It's like a really different experience, yeah.
Well, you're at All-Stars, you're up against the best here, but you performed today. Now, if we look ahead to tomorrow, the first match of the day is that tandem mode. You're paired up with Aframu. Has there been any practice going into this tomorrow? Who's playing mouse, who's playing keyboard, and any ideas on what champions might be the most successful when played with two people?
You know, me and Afro have just been playing for like the regional matches or whatever, so we haven't practiced at all for tandem. I think I'm gonna whip out Vayne or Ezreal or something like that, some hype champion, and hopefully, I mean, of course, I'm gonna play mouse because I know how to last hit and he doesn't. But hopefully, we can do well even if I'm playing like a hard champion.
Yeah, I would love to see that. Mechanically demanding champions with two players will make for a lot of hilarity, I'm sure. Following that is the 1v1 tournament. Now, unfortunately, you're not in it, but there are 3 Fire players remaining. My question to you, though, is with Mata running amok in the 1v1s, his Yasuo up against Faker and Prey, do you think Impact, Levi, or Smeb can actually take him down?
All right, I got some faith in Impact. He's my NA All-Star brethren. He's playing really well, and I also have a lot of faith in Smeb. He's one of the best 1v1 players in the world, so... I mean, that's not any toss to Levi or anything. He's like the best. I think he's the best GPL player, but I guess he has a chance too.
All right, well, we'll be rooting for them, of course, from the Fire side. And my final question to you is with that, kind of remade teams for the All-Stars tomorrow, you're going to get reunited with Mad Life here in the final game for you of All-Stars. What does that mean to you to be reunited with, one of your first loves of supports back in the old All-Star days?
Oh, yeah, dude. My favorite memory of Mad Life is... he's one of the people I looked up to, and I played with him in the 2014 All-Stars, and the first game we played together, he turned to me after the game and said, wow, you so good. So, playing with him again, it's going to be, I have a lot to prove, and it's going to be fun.
I was about to say, it's a high bar. Now you got to do better than just so good. Final question, though. Fire's now 100 points ahead of Ice here. Are you confident that you guys are going to bring it home for a second year in a row for Team Fire?
Hell yeah, dude. Double life bot lane, let's do it.
All right, that's what I like to hear. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time. Double Lift and the rest of Team Fire out to a lead here at the end of day 3. Back up to the desk to close out the day.
Thank you so much, Dash. Fantastic jacket also. And always fun to hear from Double F. I especially liked his answer on that first question about, of course, going up against Uzi and Mata again. And he said it's just so hard to play versus them. So he got a little bit of revenge, Azale. That must be good to hear. He wasn't, super cocky. He just said, hey, that's the way it is. I get smashed by them. And then he said, but in NA, I smashed everyone else. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of a mix, right? So there's the humble and then there's the cocky.
Yeah.
Gotta get both in. But just being honest, I do think that would be a matchup where you would normally lose a little bit early against the Caitlyn Karma. And they held up pretty admirably, but they did need a hand from LPL to really kind of get things going.
The Fisher loves LPL bot lane action.
I do love a lot of the LPL stuff. There's one thing I really hate, and let's just, talk about it, because that's when LPL has the advantage, and then they find this way, and I don't know how they find it. They must practice it almost. They find a way to just throw everything away. And it really annoys me when it actually happens.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at that and when the American Dream began. A bot lane dive on South or LPL brought to you by Acer.
First of all, LPL's mid laner is dead. So why are you trying to dive the bot lane tower and actually chase past the tower?
Because the zone has no flash to fish you, of course.
I mean, now you're going to have everyone down, because even Mouse joined the team just to,
The thing is, they didn't even want to back out. The Maokai was going in, They were like, we can still fight, guys, we can fight.
Well, actually, it triggered a bit when you guys played LCK this morning, and you guys had a really good start, and then you had a similar kind of overextension in the top lane. Why is that?
Ours was a bit different, because I felt we just were not on the same page, because I felt like if we were for the Galio and the TP, we could have insta-killed the TP or make him stop it, which was a bit better thought at this. At least we were 5 against 5.
Yeah.
But this was just like, Rengar has ults. He's like, I have ult. Let's kill them, And he just press it, goes in, doesn't check the minimap. I don't know if they knew Bjersen was coming as well, but yeah, they were just diving for no reason.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious. Okay, if my mid laner is dead and their mid laner has gone missing and we're diving between 2 towers, he's probably going bot lane. Like, going top lane, pushing tower wouldn't make a whole lot of sense from Bjersen. And there wasn't even a communication issue. They could all communicate easy. So I don't know what the reason was, but I don't know. It happens all the time.
Disappointed.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit over-aggressive. Even if they had killed off double lift and Afro really quickly, they still probably would have died when Bjergsen got there. So it was definitely optimistic dive.
Optimistic dive, and then NALCS, they ran with the lead. They had another team fights, a couple of team fights that did really well, and eventually also ended up getting Baron, so we're going to take a look at some of those moves.
Yeah, and this, to me, was so much on the TP from Impact. He did such a good job. He comes in behind, no hesitation, and they're able to just get so much damage out. Both the damage dealers from NA were pretty much untouched, and Uzi, I think he did, what, 30 damage in this fight it was? In the
31.
There you go.
Like, have you ever dealt 31 damage in a team fight?
That's actually a record. Never got that. But I also think Rengar was a bit useless in this game, going full AD. I was watching this replay where I was thinking about the one before, where he did exactly the same. He got low, ran away, then ran in to die again. You know, like I think he did almost nothing in all these team fights going full AD.
Well, let's talk a bit about the report card for Rengar, maybe because we saw Reignover playing it twice. The first one was he full tank, then the second one he was kind of half tank, half AD. Here it was more AD, and it is a very strong pick in solo queue, but it hasn't really been able to completely swing a matchup here at All-Star.
Well, we did see one matchup. I can't remember if
it was Europe. It was really good.
Yeah.
We did see that work, but we did see a full damage Rengar do very well as well in another game. I think it was Karsa.
Yeah.
And to me, full damage Rengar can work really well, but you have to snowball, right? It's one of those picks. It's like if you're going Assassin Lee Sin, full damage Lee Sin, you have to get stuff done or you will fall off. And that is kind of the risk, right? It's risk reward here. They went in for the dive. He was ahead early, had first blood. He felt like he could go for that kind of assassin build, and it didn't really pay off.
I actually think Rengar is slightly overpowered in competitive play. I think Reignover showed it really well in that first game we had against you guys, where by building like tank, he still has enough damage to jump in and like threaten to kill like the backline, at least for the first like 25-30 minutes. And because he used the W to just get out of fights, disable all CC, he's really hard to deal with, and he can engage these many ways. And if they had coordinated with the Orianna ball, they could have actually pulled off some very sick plays here, but they didn't.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to say that they also had Orianna. They would have had a perfect front line with Maokai Rengar, could go in whenever they wanted, and Cassiopeia and Jhin wouldn't be able to hit ever in a fight because Jhin would do nothing to the tanks. And this way he had free damage to everyone he could hit.
I do think that's one place where we have to give a lot of credit to Impact, though, because I think he did a great job zoning out Orianna in those fights, understanding that he had to protect his carries from it. Instead of just hitting frontline on frontline, Impact was kind of putting himself at risk, running past the tanks, zoning out the Orianna so that the ball would have to kind of come back to her.
Yeah, let's take a look at the final fight that Jat was talking about and wanting us to break down as well. It was very clean from the side of NA. He did force us. No, we totally
Look at the Rengar, look at the Rengar.
Yeah, here's Rengar coming in.
Look at
Oh, he's dead. To be fair, Orianna was already dead at this point as well, so there couldn't even be any sick combos. Overall, I think North America shows in a game like this, they play really well in these team fights. Very, very good understanding of who's actually coming in. You talked about Impact being in the front line, Bjergsen here with the Cassiopeia in the back as well. Good ultis from Afromu doing this game. So I think North America just outplayed LPL. After that bot lane dive happened, they were just in full control, honestly.
Yep, they ran with it, and it also translates into the standings. Let's take a look at where we are at the end of day 3 here at All-Star and all the mayhem we've seen. Fire is 100 points ahead of Team Ice at this point, so I want to say that Ice dropped the ball a little bit because we said at the beginning of the day, if they win every single game, they could already clinch it today. Of course, we didn't expect that, but some games I think could have gone otherwise.
They certainly could have gone either way, but I mean, it's been ridiculously close, and 100 points is not a big lead going into the final day. We still have a lot of matches to play. 450, 500 points up for grabs in the one-on-ones. We have, 3 or 4 more Summoner's Rift games?
3 more, yeah.
So there's a lot of points for grabs.
Yeah, let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow. Tandem mode will be up first, and the 1v1 tournament, 3 best of 3s there with that final. And then we have 3 best of 3s with mixed teams from Ice and Fire, 100 point each as well.
Yeah, that's the key one, 100 points each. Obviously, a lot of cool combinations are being made, and if everyone is trying their hardest, I think all the combos are actually pretty good. But that's where I can see one combo be super, super strong, and then the next game, Team Fire might not have the strongest combo, and Team Ice can take a game, and hopefully we get all the way to the 3rd game where you're playing for the last 100 points to decide all, and then we sub in Pekka, carries the game, and Team Ice wins.
Yep.
Because you're playing the last one.
I'm the last game?
Yeah, there we go.
It's all scripted.
So you're going to play Kassadin, right?
I think you are. I might be.
Kassadin
No, I don't
TPN?
remember,
Yeah?
actually. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's going to be super close, but especially what's going to matter the most is going to be the 1v1s.
Yeah.
It's going to be too many points, and if 2 guys from the same team make it to the final, it's going to be pretty much that team winning it.
Well, you guys have, on Ice, you have
Yeah,
you have
I'm making
Mata,
it to the
you have
final,
yours,
the other bracket. We have Mata as well.
Yep, Mata, Uzi is in there as well. Karsa is also still in there, so I think you guys have a pretty good shot at that, but I could be biased, but whatever. But thank you very much for joining us, Pickett. Good luck tomorrow, just a little bit. And thank you for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow on stage. But for us, it is time to log off here at Palau Sant Jordi. For myself and everyone else on the team, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you mañana.
We talk about win rates, we talk about history. What I will say, though, is the crowd is electric here. We have full house today.
All right, screw everything about serious pick and ban fence here. Europe
he's looking for a counter pick.
Garen spinning to win. The ice mark comes out. Mickey's backing up as well.
Oh, baby!
It's the double!
Oh, the pants cam.
Look at his legs.
The next key is there's a second. He still has one. They're not going to get it. Yanko's going for it though. He's going to get it, but they both die.
Oh, it was an execute.
But Yankos makes it out of the turret. That's Bengi. Into Bengi's waiting arms out. No. Huge outplay again.
Pickett stuns him, that's it, it's over. Pickett low on mana, but just one more auto should be enough.
Oh, the E! We got him!
Clear love. Oh, no, he walked back in! Oh!
The point and click into death on
You wanna...
Oh, here we go.
Hang on. Karsa's winning early. Elvis is dying. Karsa wins.
You're so handsome on your picture. See picture? Handsome.
Put off the mini wave. He can't actually go for much, and the chain is there.
Oh,
the turret shot!
Argentino Blanc versus 80 carries, man.
Now we've got a problem with Yanko. What the damage?
Big go for the steal, buddy.
Go for it, goes in.
Oh, he steals it! The god himself!
If he hits the Q, Bray's probably dead.
Oh, that's a bad dagger.
Oh, this is really going to be close. The crowd loves it, and Mata is pumped up.
Can they clean this fight up? As everyone's getting back underneath the turret, Miasma goes over to the top, and Uzi says, where did my friends go? Impact is able to tank that one up. It is going to be double and taking down the Oriana. As now NA just tearing them up.
Credit to these guys. It's about the competition and the fun. Both playing their final regional clash as far as these 5v5 of the year, pretty much.
How do you follow that up?
You got something?
I got nothing.
As soon as I heard I was playing with Faker in the tandem mode, I instantly got my gear and I was like, where can I practice? If I have to play with Faker, I want to play at my very best.
요새는 좀 키보드가 좀 더 중요할 것 같은데.
你突然按的话会影响别人。
Right click, like you know how to do. I'll press the button. Okay, I like it. Afro is a strategist in the keyboard.
千万不要玩那种操作型角色。
You should play LeBlanc. Oh my god. What about Rice? No.
레이노버 선수랑 저랑 이제 베스트 프렌드인 건 맞아요. 근데 이제 레이노버 선수가 그렇게 잘한다고 생각은 안 하거든요. 그래서 사실 잘할 수 있을지 그게 좀 걱정이 되네요.
The tournament is getting to the end. The points are looking pretty tight, to be honest. 저희 다 잘하고 있기 때문에 이길 것 같아요. 편하게.
还是有机会赢的。
So I like blue, and Team Ice is blue, and we don't want to let NA win, right? So yeah, obviously I want to win as Team Ice. We have to beat NA.
Buenas tardes, Barcelona, and welcome to the final day of the 2016 All-Star event. After 3 days of embracing the mayhem, Team Fire has ignited, smoldering to a 100-point lead. But with 850 points on offer today, Team Ice has every chance of freezing Fire in their tracks. It's all come down to this as we celebrate League of Legends in 2016. As you can see, everyone here in the Palau Sant Jordi is absolutely pumped to go for day 4 from Barcelona, the wonderful Sagrada Familia and wonderful sights of the city. We're honored to be here for the 4th day in a row to bring you the All-Star event. Of course, the jersey of the hometown team Barcelona in football. But hello, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Eve, your Shock supporter, joined here at the desk by Richard Polskamp and Chris Papa Smithy Smith. Day 4, always bittersweet. It is the last day, yet you get to see all the finals of everything, and we get to crown a winner. Will it be ice or will it be fire?
Yeah, I'm representing fire. I don't actually have a fire scarf. I don't think I need it, Shock. So got 100 points on the line, so you have the scarf. You try and just use whatever spirits, channel them if you can, because fire's here to win.
We've had so many great moments over the tournament, and Team Ice are in a perfect position and poised to win this. You take a look at the 1v1 tournament, Papa, we're in a really good place.
And we still got some good ones in there. Impact, is right in there. So Smith as well.
Keep talking. We'll
some quality Koreans. Come on, man.
Oh, I had to giggle a bit when, never mind, when you called him Papa, because it kind of seems like we're a happy family.
Good job, son.
Okay, today is our final day in the beautiful Palau, Sant, Jordi, and we have all hands on deck with our partners over at OGN and LVP, who've been casting the event here with us for the full 4 days as well, and tuning out to the entire globe. Fantastic.
They're always stoked.
They're always super
I'm stoked too, Hike.
Yeah. Good to see them again. Well, yesterday, it was day 3 already, and we did see a bit of the trolls coming out. People tried to experiment a bit, most notably in that first match, LCK versus EULCS.
And I cast that one. I don't know what to expect here. And then we saw the Galio luck. And I'm like, all right, the Galio again. And Becca had a counter pick. And of all counter picks, it was Garen, which kind of worked. The damage over time didn't work that well, but the double kill at the start, that was something.
Yeah, I mean, the start of the game was really good for him, and I wouldn't call it a troll pick either. It was a legitimate counter pick, even though he never never actually got Decisive Strike off and got the combo off. He just kind of spat at him and killed him a bunch of times, so that's still good. That's still a counter, right?
These are the words of an Alawi main, so we have to kind of...
And it wasn't Alawi in that game as well.
So I was also played Alawi, and he got a kill on
he was very excited.
Yeah, things were going well there. 14 Fire, they have pulled ahead. Notably also NA beating LPL. Dreams do come true. Double finally got his revenge and banked 100 points again for Team Fire in that matchup.
Yeah, they look clean doing it too. NA had picked it up. LMS, to me, they're the second best team here, but NA right up in the top 3 at least. So that's a good start.
Right up in the top 3 of 6. Great job. And
that's top 50%.
Yeah. And a couple of things for the 1v1 tournament. Most notably, Mata is still in there. That Yasuo pick doing wonders for him.
Yeah, I was all the way behind Mata. He did an incredible job. I mean, he took down Faker in round 1. You've got to hand it to the guy. He did so well. And then in the second round, also brought out the Yasuo. But echoing what Zyrene said yesterday, we need to see if he has more in the tank, because they will ban out that Yasuo now.
And let's see what both teams have in the tank and take a look at what is in store for our final day of competition here in Barcelona. Tandem mode is up first. I am so excited. That was... Oh, it's just so exciting. Last year, it was one of the most thrilling ones and the most cool combinations, so I'm very excited.
Some of the names of the duos, and just the moment they were like, okay, Bjergsen and Faker are together, I'm like, all right, we're ready to go. This is going to be fun.
Yeah, I think the names are some of the best. We've got Baker, Kappa, I think is one of my personal favorites.
We'll get to the rest of them later.
We will. We also see the 1v1 tournament. We'll have 4 best of 1s, and then the semifinals and finals will be best of 3s. And we'll end All-Star with 3 consecutive mixed Team Fire versus Ice matches on Summoner's Rift, and that will be 100 points each, 850 on the line today. So Fire has been better on Summoner's Rift, and they have 3 100 points on the line if they can win all 3 tonight. So, but it could be all over by then.
Yeah, the important thing to mention is in the 1v1s, 500 points available, and Team Ice, we have 5 players left in there. So if we eliminate all of the Fire players, then we just get 500 points straight up and it's all over.
Yeah, the Wii's are strong over here. I'm just alone,
Look, we are Team Ice right here.
Yep.
We're ready.
And also, most notably, the winning regions will also receive a party IP weekend. So it's just party all over. And stick around after the end of the final match for a special closing ceremony that you will not want to miss. And we saw rehearsals, and well, we're not going to spoil it, but
it was great.
It was crazy. All right, well, we're going to head to the casters in a second. Tandem mode is up first. You guys were teasing some of the names.
Oh, baby.
What are your favorites? Kappa is really funny, too. And then Useless is also quite funny.
I mean, The Miz, I actually watch wrestling, so I get the reference there. One of the few people that will get that reference. It's pretty good.
Yeah. Your favorite?
I think Kappa. It's got to be, yeah, as a Twitch chat person myself, I've got to be in there. But I don't know, I'm just excited to see what champions they bring out as well.
Yeah, no surprises there that you like the Kappa. Enough talk. Let's get things started with our Tandem Mode match and say hello to our casters. Kappa.
Thanks, Shocks. I'm Julian Pastry Time Car, and yelling with me for this 20-man tandemonium to run the play-by-play. It is my mate, the Max Atlas Anderson, and Trevor Quickshot Henry.
Thank you, Pasty. We have got so much volume prepared for you. We've already started the tandem. Trevor and I are well and truly ready.
It is tandem mode scarf for Team Ice.
Well, let's check this out. It's going to be the 20 players this time heading into the Rift. Introducing first from Team Ice. These names are wonderful. In the top lane, it's the Miz. In the jungle, Baby Love. The mid laner, Kappa. AD carry, Ruzi. And a bit of a roll swap here from jungle to support. Xsmithy's back.
We'll find out how well Xsmithy can perform in that support role. His opponent today on Team Fire, it is Smebber in the top lane, with Smeb dropping bombs and rain over. QT Prime in the jungle. Baker in the mid lane. What a monstrosity. Rush Hour 2 returning for the sequel. And of course, Celeb Life down in the support role. It's going to be tough. The mechanics, who's on keyboard, who's on mouse, and how they decide it.
It is absolutely ridiculous. And tandem mode, I actually tried out this morning. I have had a little bit more experience as well because I played it on stream a little while back. It was a long time ago. Ezreal, not exactly the best champion in that particular mode, just because he's got way too many Machoms.
And just to break it down a bit, tandem mode, of course, each champion is controlled by 2 players. One controls the mouse, the other will operate the keyboard. Like you said, Atlas, seems relatively straightforward.
It's not.
It's not. So my question to you is, you've had a bit of time, you've obviously had some time to think about it, Trevor. If you were going to pick something for tandem mode, how would you approach it?
Well, I would look at picks and bans from last year, and I would take a look at what options there were. You can see the players on stage already. They've got themselves set up. We're going to take a look at some of the options, because last year Blitzcrank was surprisingly impressive. There was actually a flash hook play. When you consider that 2 people are playing with different keyboards and whatnot, one of the others you're going to see on your screen in a second is Udyr. I thought that was an inspired choice, because you remove the skill shot element, and you just let the keyboard person read the screen when to use the right stances at the right time.
Yeah, you actually don't even need to use any targeted abilities as well, because skill shots are difficult, yes, but targeted abilities are actually more difficult than skill shots, because a skill shot, you'll throw out. A targeted ability, you'll hit a minion. You'll do all sorts of stuff. Even summoner spells are ridiculously hard. You're exhausting all sorts of different people. Like, I exhausted a Janna in our game. That's not a good move. Smiting things, minions get smoked all the time. It's just chilling smite, just don't do it. Yeah. Don't even bother.
Just for the reference, I believe you're on Shyvana.
Yeah,
your
that's
tandem
easy champion to play.
Is it?
Well, we were short-arming the old Dragon's Descent quite a lot. I mean, that dragon was not making much distance because you have to move the mouse quite far in order to get anything done.
Well, thankfully, these players are a little bit better than I am, so I'm very excited for give me the high skill count, give me the high mechanics, line skill shots everywhere. Let's make it complex.
Will Baker play Zed? That's the question.
I hope so.
I just hope I want them to play Riven. I want the Riven to happen. I want them like animation canceling with auto attacks, all this sort of stuff. I want Bjergsen and Faker to be one mind and decimate everything.
So Riven was played last year as well, and it was interesting because you could see when the mistakes happened. But the biggest thing that I recall from this mode was just how much better the players got as time went on, right? Because eventually you find a rhythm, eventually you kind of understand how your mouse or keyboard wielder is going to operate the champion, and then you can start to make predictions around those decision-making processes. I was looking at the players to see who is on mouse, who's on keyboard. I can see Ruzi at the minute. Reckless is on the keyboard, and Uzi's going to be on the mouse. But how do they overcome the language barrier, let alone the decision-making barriers?
Well, Celebrity and Mad Life as well. Celeb Life there in the support position. Also going to be a difficult one because that is, once again, the language barrier that could be the problem. Everybody else, feeling a little bit better as far as languages are concerned, but it's all about having that one duo that speaks one language, right? So that they can just block out everything else and just have their own little zone where they can get the mechanics happening.
And this is a little bit unfair on the side of Team Fire because you've got a couple of mixed, regional players. But you have Smeb and Rainover who can speak exclusively Korean. And then you've got Doublelift and Aframu who can speak what the Americans call English. and they can try to block out everyone else.
Well played, Quickshot. Just making sure no one's going to shut him down. Perfect. Just grab the Australians. We're going to be fine. But we are into Champion Select. Oh, thank goodness. In fact, Jad helped Chopper play that particular champion, Ivern, in the game against me, and it was disgusting. He took all of my camps. I had a horrible time, so thank God it's Ben.
I can kind of see a theme with the bans here, taking a lot of the simpler champions that are quite powerful. I mean, Katarina's maybe not on that list, but certainly Alistar and Cho'Gath fit the bill there as well. So I think it's going to be difficult no matter what, as Elise is the final ban from Team Ice.
Elise is an interesting one. I wouldn't opt into playing Elise ever. I mean, there's all sorts of targeted abilities, skill shots. You have to transform. Another set of them.
I just want to point this out. Ivern, Cho'Gath, Elise, Team Ice spelling ice. That is what it's all about.
So
Working
let's
it
not
in
even
there.
care. I like that. That's fair enough. And Team Fire misspelled AFK. That's unfortunate.
In the wrong order, but we'll let it slip.
Well, we'll see what the first pick is here. Of course, imagine people were swapping around. I don't believe
Oh,
they've
that's
found their
interesting.
lanes, but maybe.
By the way, that was just interesting. It looks like on Xmithy's side, it's actually Miffy wielding the mouse and Xpeke on keyboard. But it's been Peke who actually has had better mechanics at this tournament than Miffy, so I want to see how that works out as well.
Well, we actually heard in the bump in that, you know, the keyboard is where you put all of your mechanics, interestingly enough. Like, I don't necessarily agree with that. I feel like in order to kite effectively with skill shots, you do need to just have that guy waiting when to press the button, and it's a little bit easier, but, oh, there's the hover.
Mad Lab,
Celeb Life,
it is!
Oh my god! Celebrity's got his work cut out for him today.
I wonder who's wielding what half of that equation as far as keyboard on mouse goes. But I do like that Uzi. I mean, both Reckless and Uzi have been very confident and outspoken in the event, being like, you know, it is fun, but we are, you know, proud players. We do want to win. I think both of them love this big, powerful AD carry like Twitch. Let's see if they can perform on it. As Bebe Love. Clearlove's been playing it all tournament. He's going to get back to Rengar again.
Oh god, and Bebe as well. I mean, in the AD carry position, you don't play all that much Rengar, but I'm sure it's not that difficult.
Oh my word.
Oh, okay, Maple and Caster are going to lock in Cassiopeia. Okay, yeah, fair enough.
Atlas,
Have fun.
You said it yourself, right? Skill shots are slightly easier because you can wait for the mouse to line up and then push the button. Targeted Twin Fangs, Kappa playing Cassio. This is either going to go full Kappa or be fully OP. We're about to find out.
I feel like at least once you hit the poison, you just sit there mashing the E button until it breaks.
Well,
and hope you're in range.
On the bright side, whoever is
So
wielding...
many minions are going to die.
Whoever is wielding the mouse will just stop issuing move commands. Just hover on the target and be like, there you go.
Follow the damn target.
Oh, are we going to see it?
My
There we
God,
are!
there it
Mid
is.
and Bane! Rush Hour 2. I love it.
That is perfect.
Turns out the sequel is going to be better than the original this time around.
Well, we shall see. I mean, Celeb Life
This
down there at
part's
the
good.
bottom lane as well. This is
The trailer was
exciting.
great, Max. This is the trailer.
Okay, good. Oh god, it could fall down.
What does Team Ice run into this? They know it's a Thresh Vayne lane. They've got themselves a Twitch already, which is going to do well.
If you were
Blitzcrank.
thinking legit strategy,
Yeah, I want
if you think
Blitzcrank.
legit strategy, it's Sona. Sona has to be the choice because it's so you just literally have your keyboard guy press all the buttons. He doesn't even need to look at the screen; just press them all the buttons, and it's absolutely fine.
It's actually a really good point. Especially when you think you're going to be relying on Xpeke to just mash all those buttons together. Just go for it. Make it work.
Well, we'll see what happens in these last few picks. I'm not sure how I feel about Nautilus. That one feels like too straightforward.
If Ziv and Mouse are going to be playing Rengar top lane as well, that is super exciting. But now you've got Bebe Love theoretically on the Evelyn.
Is Clearlove just demanding he pick all his big champions as there is Nautilus?
There is no language barrier strong enough to stop Clearlove from playing Evelyn pastry time.
Well, we'll see what the last pick is for Team Fire then. Looks like they'll need a solo laner of some kind unless Hecarim wants to wander out of the jungle. But we'll find out in just a second. What looks to be going top lane.
Darius could be really fun, actually. If you think about that, there's a relatively predictable play pattern to matching up the keyboard with the mouse. So that could be an easy win. But good luck timing your ultimate. I just want to see exactly how and when that's going to go down and exactly on which targets.
I feel like with his ultimate, you just get them low and then just press it as fast as possible, and it's going to be locked in. So we'll now be able to see whether Smeb is going to be able to make it work.
I mean, that's somewhat interesting with summoner spells as well, right? Because you already mentioned that miss-smiting is kind of a trick. Lots of minions die. You could ignite or exhaust the wrong target. I mean, I like Ghost. That one's very easy to use.
It is.
You just have to press it. I'm going to say Teleport's pretty ambitious from the mid.
Well, I don't know. I feel like when you're teleporting, there's not too much. It's not like you mid-team fight teleport for the sick play. Like, that's not really going to happen. Although, it may, if we have some sort of brain fade on the side of the keyboard user. But if you only have one half to deal with, surely it's easier.
Gentlemen, Baker is on screen right now. It looks like Bajurgison is running the mouse and Faker is running the keyboard.
Ooh.
How do we expect this duo Fizz to go down?
I actually think that's a really good idea. Mostly because Faker's timing on dodging things with Playful Trickster when I've seen him play Fizz is utterly exceptional.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to think about it, right? Because, I mean, having a strong mouse hand is very important. I think we had a lot of mixed duos fighting. It made a little more sense to have the AD carry on that. But Who really knows, to be perfectly honest? You know what we really want from you guys? We want to know what you guys are thinking. So don't forget to vote at LOL Esports with the hashtags FireWin or the hashtags IceWin, because this should be mayhem.
It will be mayhem, and this is also the point where we give you a public service announcement. As this is a play-by-play-by-play cast.
By play.
By play, cast. It might be worth turning the volume down on your speakers before First Blood and then reevaluating as we get into the game, because we are going to try and match the volume of the Barcelona crowd.
Oh,
they
God.
are loud.
I did not know that we were going to try and go that loud, because these guys are completely out of control. However, it may just happen by accident.
I said it on the first few days, the crowd was maybe a third full and the venue was amazing. It's pretty much jam-packed this time around, and the crowd has been amazing all week long. But let's get ourselves onto Summoner's Rift for what should be an awfully fun time as Team Ice and Team Fire do battle again.
Right, remember, one person on the mouse, one person on the keyboard. We're looking for the Mad Life play from Celeb Life, the duo. And we're going to see if they can make that one work.
Certainly hope so. Right now, all of these players have managed to at least walk out of bases. There's a huge play, so much damage coming in from the 5 members as Baby Love has to flashlight member. Oh my God, almost on top, and there's the first block for Celeb Life.
It's not over yet, the fight continues above the bar. Flash is blown away, the Miz is looking for more. He gets shot down, Rush Hour 2's on the board. Gonna get contaminated to death. Team Ice 4 for 2.
And just a casual 6 kills in a minute. Welcome to Tandem Mode, everybody.
Okay, well, it didn't take them long. I thought we might have to pretend to do analysis there, but thankfully we didn't.
I'm relatively impressed with the synergy here already. Look at that 3-4-man play. And watch Smevy here. Instantly flashes into the back after clear up. Given we've only played for a minute, that's actually pretty impressive. And after that, it's just chaos.
I love
it certainly is.
I'm following Xmedi, so as the fight started, the Spaniards started to run away. They're like, nope, nope, nope. Decide to re-engage. But I love Riptide. All that you have to do as expected in that scenario is just wait till you walk in range and press E. There's no skill required in this setup for that ability.
I'm somewhat convinced Nautilus is cheating, actually, as far as picks in tandem mode goes. Because that big AoE should be fine. Auto attack resetting with the W, maybe a little trickier.
No, that's actually the most fun you can have on the keyboard. I was a keyboard player when we were playing, and look, you just don't have all that much to do unless you can auto attack.
But what are you looking at, Atlas, as the keyboard player? How are you making decisions? Take a look at this.
Well, you're looking at a kill on the top side of the map as Miz just ends him. Mouse and Ziv getting some revenge from earlier. Well, Mouse, mostly.
3-1-1. Taking a look at the Keystones. No real surprises there. Maybe a little bit for Kappa on that Casio. We'll see if the mobility works out. A lot of trading in the bottom lane. And pastry time, that's a flay going in for Celeb Life and support from BB Love.
Seems reasonable, but a gank from Clearla bottom lane. I've never seen this before. I assume he's controlling the mouse if they're playing Evelyn, by the way, because he's certainly the one that wants to be making sure he's never being seen, but looks like Ice are pushing the lane a little too far. He has snuck in here, but no dice on the gank.
Yeah, Baby Love as well, I mean, known for being able to press buttons a lot, and when you're playing Evelyn, your ability to press that Q as much as possible is so incredibly useful, so probably good for Clear Love.
He's a like lifetime Ezreal player. That's perfect. Oh,
huge flash there from Ruzi. Still needs to try and survive though, as the Twitch can't go into ambush just yet. Oh, the trench line's there. Adorable little contaminator. Celeb Life now has to deal with this. Ruzi still wants more action as Xmithy going in for the gank. It's amazing!
And I have to say, not only a great hook from Xmithy, but I just forgot that you have to play in the right direction, which is actually kind of impressive with two people on mouse and keyboard.
It was so good to see Rick.
Oh no!
Celeb Life is caught!
Not what you wanted.
Gonna
cost
the
deck!
Oh, thank goodness they pressed the potion button, and that's more difficult in tandem mode as we've got another gank towards the top side. The Miz trying to jump around. This is actually pretty good plays, but no. The basketball hoop's going to be set up, and the horse takes him down.
We can see more of the simplicity from the Hecarim Darius, moving around as Kappa actually trying to slay Baker, but Baker lives for now.
Yeah, Kappa running a little low on mana. Can't keep spamming those Twin Fangs. Baker playing with life. No flash available under the tower. And Smeba is going to try push that lane out. Baker's going in.
Oh my God!
The Baker!
Well, I'll never be that good, and I have two hands here. He's now going to fight the Miz. The Miz will take one down, and there's another for Cutie Prime.
The Miz is looking for Cutie Prime, trying to take him out. The Hecarim versus Rengar. Miz is fighting in minions. Savagery's coming up. Battle's available. In a second.
The Miz does it!
The Miz is awesome!
Oh, wow! Oh, what?
God,
You've got to be kidding me!
That was exactly what you said, Atlas.
Precisely.
You can trust Faker for his playful tricks to time.
That's it. I'm quitting on the play-by-play. I'm now an analyst for tandem mode. Got this.
Again, I think Hecarim's got the easy job here because he's literally sitting there mashing the Q button and the other guy runs at him. So
that's how jungle is this
genius strategy from Cutie Prime, it looks like.
Of course, Optimus and QTV. I mean, that is such a good name. Cutie Prime. Oh,
Cutie Prime's pretty good.
So good.
How are they doing at the minute? 17 CS, 3 kills, got a Balmy Cinder already. I want to see how good they use their ultimates, because that could be so game-changing. The chaos of an onslaught of shadows into a tandem 10-man team.
And this is another one of those cases where you can short arm it. I mean, they've actually got double short armable ultimates here with the Chum the Waters being there as well. I mean, it's just not what you want in tandem mode. It's like, oh, little guppy fish coming out. Not the one.
Ooh, Celeb missing that play though. Rushow now getting exhausted. Xmithy getting in there as Ruzi's firing away. Celeb maybe pinned into the wall as Rushow is trying to get out of the way. They are going to keep chasing, but it could be danger. Good play back in again, but it's going to be okay.
Fantastic play indeed. Jumping back to the top lane, the Miz is now in trouble. QT Prime's trying to run him down. The Miz dashes back onto Smebber. 110 HP. Flash forward, and Smebber gets it.
Beautifully played. Is now Baker taking a lot of damage.
He's gone.
Urchin strike comes in. And Kappa's going to pick it up with a big Kappa in chat.
Must have not had the E cooldown. I could have sworn again that Baker had that 1v1, but Kappa is going to even the kill score up.
Kappa is greater than Faker, and Bjergsen grabs himself the solo under the tower.
It's what happens when you put two players who basically play like one player when they're together anyways. There's a battle on the bottom side. Good hook is going to land, but
surprise!
Oh my god, Bebe Love in for the double easily. It's going to be Poison that grabs it as Cutie Prime gets one off to the side for fire.
And now he's level 6, so I really want to see if he's going to convert down for a gank, but nice to use the Evelyn ulti there by Baby Love. Cutie Prime going to look for something down here. Could be problems. Ruzi a little extended in the lane, but I think they've just managed to see what's happening. Ruzi going to go camouflage, and no tower dive there from Hecarim.
Really thought about it though. You could you could sense the anticipation. At 19 kills by 7 minutes, this was the Kappa Love, Kappa Life 1v1.
And it all starts well, but that E cooldown is just not quite enough. Great flash, actually, between those two as Smebber going to get chased down again by the Miz. Just needs to land a skill shot, but that could be the problem. The flash is forward instead. Q's going to miss. Smebber with a dodge, and now he's pulled under the turret. Looking for the dunk, but he doesn't have it. Barely gets away, Wilrengar.
Oh, it's amazing hearing 5,500 people go.
Oh no, the Baker gank. He is going to get out though. Oh no, he's not. Fish him.
No, don't need to.
You don't even need to shoot. You can short arm this one. It's fine. Oh, never mind.
No skill shot
necessary.
Okay.
So much damage though from the Miz. Got that Phage, couple of Dorans. Is there support here for Ruzi? No, not
Does he
yet.
care?
No, he does. He probably doesn't. This is very, very aggressive though. Backs away as that camouflage starts to time out. CSing relatively well, actually. 44 CS, couple of fights, couple of trades.
Bebe Love actually doing fantastically well from the jungle as well. They've been certainly getting themselves around. Evelyn, no slouch in the farming department, now has the Runic Echoes completed. Cinderhulk on the side of QT Prime.
Okay, now we have to judge the 10 players' abilities to communicate to make strategic plays. You see this little bit of a dive onto Celeb Life by Kappa. Support comes down from QT Prime. Here comes Xmithy. That's a defensive onslaught of shadows. QT Prime backwards. Skill shot connects as well. As Celeb Life tries to play with his life. Will not be enough. Kappa gets another.
Ruzi just going off in the backline there as well with the spray and pray, and they will be able to knock down the first turret of the game. Ice right out the gate.
Here we go though, Baker with that big, long ultimate. Going to try and fish somebody if he's spotted by Baby Love. Ulti down. Going to have to use the crab to get away. Urchin strikes off. Oh, in the wrong direction. Oh, what an outplay!
Oh, the ultimate Smebber with the slam dunk.
I'm going to call intentional on the Baker play there, but Smebber looks like they're having a great old time.
Such a good time.
It is, especially with Smeb saying how bad Rainover was. You know, had no faith in his duo partner, but they managed to make it work.
So much damage. Cutie Prime jumps in there, though. We'll see whether he can get something back. But meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map,
Xmithy looking for problems. There's Ruzi now unstoppable as Vayne goes down to left, kiting back away. But Xmithy with these hooks has been on point.
Ruzi and Xmithy are going to take over the game. Team Ice playing a true LPL style. Gank, repeat, revisit on the bottom lane, and it's built them a 5k gold lead.
And destroy that lane as well. I mean, this inner turret now under fire, so we'll see whether they change their sights onto somewhere else. One thing I want to bring your attention to, gentlemen, is the fact that we've got triple camouflage on the side of Team Ice. I'm severely looking for the mega gank where you frighten, like, possibly even like 8 people at once to not know which buttons to do as 3 people just fly on top of them. This could be a strategy.
Do you think it was planned out? Do you think they went in going, which mechanic will give us the most advantageous scenario in a chaotic 20-player game?
Look, given the fact that the Evelyn was picked last, and we can say for a fact that it's Clear Love saying, you better pick me, Evelyn, then that's making me lean towards no.
I just love that they first picked Twitch. Like, Ruzi are like, no. Give me the best champion.
Yeah.
Everyone else picked for their role on Team Fire, I'm pretty sure. Ruzi's like, first pick me Twitch now. As Cutie Prime could be in a spot of bother. Smithy again. That's the easy one to land. And Smev is going to chase down Baby Love. It's going to be trouble here for the Evelyn. Pull back from Daria. Looks for a dunk. Match the R key. And here we go. Doesn't need it.
There it is.
He's around for the kill.
Yeah, big team fight happening though. Kappa's going to fall down. Cutie Prime's going to pick up that kills the miss. Launches in the backline. Baker gets eviscerated as now Celeb Life in a whole host of trouble. Smever with a triple kill on the back end. The Darius looking good. Misses the Q, but there's a flash. The apprehends there. The passing. Massive quadra for the Darius.
Smebber going huge. 6-3 and 5, and that could be the team fight that brings Team Fire back into this game.
It's just cut the goal down so much, and I cannot state how impressed I am with Smev and Rainover as far as their play together goes. But Cutie Prime thought he had something good here, got caught by Nautilus. Auto attack to death, they start a fight. Meanwhile, Smev chases down Baby Love on the other side. And Ruzi, he tries to open up here with a good man, but a decent fish almost clips him in. It's just too much trouble.
It really is. And, you know, Team Fire, they've just managed to, like, prioritize the right target. We talked about communication a little bit earlier, and how are these guys going to talk to their own player partners, but how are they going to talk to the rest of the team? Not only do you have to play the champion, you now also need to use smart pings correctly.
Yeah.
Because one guy holds the mouse, one guy pushes the smart ping button, and then you've got to aim it somewhere. Like, that is a strategic element we don't talk about.
Well, you can see the twins are happy.
This is the thing, when you put
the quadra kill.
When you put best friends together, that is so cheating, because already, you know, you're slightly aligned as far as how you think, is now Baby Love and Kappa going to get jumped on here as Smever immediately in. Baby Love, that was an odd ultimate.
Not the one you're looking for.
No. Definitely not. Very good flash, though, from Kappa. Again, the defensive flash reactions seem to be in sync between these partners.
Flash in general has actually been used pretty well, which I was surprised by.
Yeah.
But it's really a lot of those skill shots and ultimates that are perhaps a little trickier. Other than that, though, there's a lot of kills going on and not much else. You have one tower taken somewhere in and amongst all the mess.
I'm trying to look at the player cams as much as I can, and there only seems to be happiness in team fights. Because you can see now as the teams have to farm and play around the map a little bit more sedate, but as the teams are coming together, Ice and Fire doing battle around the Sentinel, Smebber trying to clean up from the back, Kappa and Baby Love, they're in trouble, they've been fished!
Massive Giga Shark in the back line, and that is going to be Baker picking up the kill, the Miz. No, this is not the feeling you want as all the skill shots are landing. W ain't enough as they're able to take it down. Smebber is massive.
Really is on the Darius. 7, 3, and 6, and maybe looking to break the mid tower open. It's pretty difficult for these two champions to defend anyway, but they are going to go in for the dive. Smithy could be in trouble, so Celeb Life, that's not the right way. Pops the ulti down, but Ruzi opening fire on the backlines forces them away.
Celeb Life getting away with his death, unfortunately.
Woo!
Here comes Cutie Prime. Onslaught from the sideline, splits up Team Ice, and Fire get themselves one back. It's a trade 1-for-1. And now Team Ice trying to defend their tower. Luckily, Team Fire don't press any further.
That was my absolute all-time favorite condemn I have ever seen. It was a Vayne making it into range of a Twitch and saying, no, get away from me. It was his move, his entire move. Absolutely fantastic, but picks up a kill for himself.
We can see Baker and that farming brain making sure to go top lane to push that out. Ruzi's call on it. Smever gonna have to run himself away. He's worth a decent amount of gold, so they might want to chase for it. They've got the flash. The flash is down.
That's synergy.
That's
right there.
The mechanics right there. Uzi and Reckless, if anyone can do it, it's these two, and they're not stopping now.
Atlas, it's your camouflage play potentially. The Miz gonna get support from Ruzi. They're jumping onto Baker, and it's the cookies they want.
Can he turn it around though? Urchin Strike does come in as Baker's just gonna get contaminated and taken down. Good hook onto Kappa as the exhaust comes in as well. Miasma's down.
Looking decent for Kappa. I don't think he can get away. He's kiting as best he can. Really nice working from Kappa. Almost gets it, but Cutie Prime will get the kill.
Down in the bottom lane, BB Love as well as Xmithy double team to get themselves a kill onto Rush Hour, and it's 21 kills to 19. Tower is under pressure in the mid lane, and the Miz is going to shove that tower in the top lane. It's still a 3,000 gold game.
40 kills in 14 minutes, gentlemen. Hero was thinking that play-by-plays might be too much, but that is a complete lie.
Might not be enough.
I sincerely hope this game does not count towards 20 players' professional stats careers.
I hope it
because
does.
this is going to...
That's why Benki's not playing, you know.
This is going to destroy averages. Gentlemen, Smeba, he's looking for blood.
He's looking for it again. Smeba does have the flash up, I believe, but Camouflage Rengar is going to get away from that one. Cutie Prime was up there as well, but didn't pop the ghost button, so won't make it in time, and he'll go back to his favorite place, the top lane, as Ruzi just continually stealthing here in mid lane or camouflaging, trying to see if he can't pick someone off.
Just waiting for the opportune moment.
Tower dive?
Possibly.
That's
not be used to that one. There's 4 up here. Onslaught of Shadows comes in, but doesn't get the fear. In fact, it's a fantastic W timing as the Miz is able to make it out.
And while that's happening, gentlemen, mid tower and upper top tower going to fall respectively 2-1. Keeping that goal difference. Ruzi trying to hunt, looks for Rush Hour 2, throws down the spray and pay. Rush Hour 2 is down. It's BB Love that gets the kill.
Sexy condemn though.
Yeah, very nice, but not enough, and the Lantern was just barely not there in time, so Solelo had the right angle this time on the Lantern. Hooks have been a little hit or miss. I guess that's the life portion of them throwing those one out. Or maybe just trying to predict a flash.
Now, I must admit, considering the amount of pressure that Team Ice has in the bottom lane, I'm severely disappointed it's taken them this long to start Dragon. They had ample opportunity in it.
Whoa! Onto the Miz! He's getting so much damage in there from Smebber, and he'll just bring it down.
Smebber's thought too much about this game mode, I think. Darius is quite good by the looks of things.
It's amazing when you look at all the champions that you can just spam sort of 1 or 2 abilities, like, for example, Kappa lining up Twin Fangs, trying to shut down Cutie Prime. That miasma wasn't great, nor was the Petrifying Gaze. Cutie Prime's going to take the Lantern to safety. That's what it feels like, doesn't it?
Just ridiculous. But Baker now looking for his opportunity to get in. Control Ward spots him out. There's Kappa.
Fish?
Fish it,
fish it. No vision, so it looks like he doesn't quite know where to throw it. And Rush Hour 2 instead is going to get some farming happening.
Well, I would have expected the brain powers of Faker and Bjergsen to figure that one out. Unfortunately, not the case. Still pressure, though, coming from the bottom. And Faker's now following up.
Yeah, Fish is going to go a little bit short as Playful Trickster does get him out. Good Urchin strike there as well for the disengage for Team Fire. As Bebe hands down. Celeb lands. See you later, buddy. That's going to be it.
I still don't quite understand how Ice got away with that, because it looked like Fire had ample opportunity to dive.
Nice little...
Might have been a
from the
miscommunication even. Who knows?
Maybe. This tower's going to go down. Secondary objective starting to fall now. 3-1 up in turrets for Team Ice. That Drake still left alone, unfortunately for him, but maybe they'll wander down and try and take it. Unfortunately, for a chaotic mode like this, Ocean's maybe not that exciting.
Can we quickly revisit the discussion of language and who's going to be doing well? So, what proves the theory? Ex-Smithy, 2 Spaniards. They're currently doing pretty well. Smeb and Rainover.
Best friends and native Korean speakers.
Exactly, they're doing pretty well. The only ones that are letting that sort of theory down right now is current double of FNAF from Rush Hour 2, 2-6-1, but you could argue that's because of their opponents, not because of their own, inability to communicate. Rush Hour, Ruzi and Ex-Smithy, they're just Goomba stomping Rush Hour 2.
Well, that's the thing. Reckless and Ruzi, different languages, and they're doing super well. 131, 8, 1, and 9 right now. Disgusting.
I don't know. This just sounds like excuses. Rush Hour 2 managed to beat Uzi yesterday, and NA should clearly be able to beat EU. So, not sure what's happening there, but certainly a good looking for the twin. If nothing else, and there's a flash over. See you later, Baker!
Oh, the terrified Fish. Look at that. It's just a regular shark, not a Gigalodon or a Guppy, but unfortunately, it's gone the wrong direction.
By their powers combined, it goes negative. It does not add, it's not multiplicative in this scenario.
Oh, I see. So,
got
so this is what happens when 2 fakers finally collide. It goes negative.
An unstoppable force meets an immovable object, and nobody wins, apparently.
Yep.
365, less than 100 CS in 20 minutes. I don't think Bjergsen or Faker have ever done that.
They're waiting for their late game power spike, Trevor. You just calm down. It's absolutely fine. 5,000 gold is now currently the lead for Ice. So we should just think about that, because at least we're happy.
I agree. If they get Lich Bane, it'll be pretty easy to do stuff. You just have to click on people and they'll
But
die.
at 5 CS a minute, it'll take forever. Cutie Prime rather, is going to go down. Next target is Rush Hour 2. Tries to tumble away. Twin Fangs being spat out in Team Ice. They're trying to run down fire.
Gap charges in there. It's going to knock one up. There's two. Oh, Rush Hour. Oh, too easy. Meva's hooked again. Smithy really making the plays today. Then out to Leblife with the save.
Just beautiful stuff, and even able to use the blast cone to get out. They're just showing off. He's found his way into the backline. Box comes in. Celebline flashes himself out there as well. Ruzi doesn't quite make up for it. Smeva's gonna die.
Somehow Smeva got caught out after the extended chase.
I just want to say that that was the first Agony's Embrace that I think I've seen land. So Bebe Love really getting their eye in here as Inhibitor Turret now going to be taken down by Team Ice unless Cutie Prime can do something about it.
Doesn't have enough by the looks of things, and that will break open. Can they get the inhib though? Maybe the follow-up question. By the looks of things so far, Respawns, it's still a little low. So it's going to be no such luck for now.
48 kills. It does that to me too, pastry time. Even in EU, we haven't had that many chaotic, crazy games. We're quite famous for that. All right.
Well, even in the LPL.
Yeah, touche. I think you take the crown for that one in this trio. Atlas, you want to break down this play because...
Well, that was a Petrifying Gaze that landed, which is absolutely incredible. Rush Hour 2 now trying to kite around. It's a better condemn than normal, but now it's the depth charge that was delivered to the vein. It just didn't quite work out there for Rush Hour 2. This land was very, very good. It came through from Celeb Life, but there's only so much you can do with the sick blanking twitch that you can see on your minimap.
And this death sentence would have been so amazing if it had found Ruzi. Unfortunately, double lift and Afro move not bringing the pain. It appears sequels sometimes are worse than the original.
Auto space.
Sometimes, Trevor.
Charge is maybe not great as Cutie Prime going to take the Lantern out to safety, but again, that Twitch, pretty strong champion. Runetaro can, and the ultimate makes it relatively straightforward to get stuff done. And seems to be pretty good here in tandem mode.
BB Love has got a Magize.
Of course he does.
This is fantastic.
And a Proto Belt.
Oh my god, absolutely amazing. And the Proto Belt's there purely because whoever's on the keyboard really wants to be doing more than just pressing Q constantly.
All right, Smeba tried to pull this wave. Unfortunately, has pulled all of Team Ice. They're going to look to run him down. Support slowly coming from Baker. Look at that jump from the Miz. Does another one. Savagery into the bowler strike. The flash. Left-hand. Celeb Life saves Smeba.
There it is. The hook not going to find the minion or even the Ruzi, who was looking to come in. Nice slow comes down from the cask, but not going to find too much.
And at this point, do not anger the Ruzi as Cutie Prime's been got by the depth card. That'll be easy cleanup for the Evelyn Q. And you can see Rush Hour 2. They did get a turret down the bottom lane. It seems like you may be able to take double lift out of CLG, but you can't get him out of the sidelines when his team is losing.
Cannot. Gentlemen, it looks like Baron has been started, but this one is likely to be uncontested.
In the background,
I think that's the most important part. Is the
having a good time, but Baker getting stealed. He's going to try it. No, not this time. It won't even go in for the dive, actually.
Well, that was disappointing. I thought we were going to try jump into that.
6 minutes, all right, it's fine. Let's reset for the next one.
Exit kills, perhaps. I don't think they're going to find anyone, though. Or is he just kind of stalking around, hoping he can pick someone off, but I think we'll be okay.
Very inspired choice, playing the Twitch in tandem mode if you're going to try tandem mode at home. Because right-clicking is the name of the game. You use Q to position for right-clicking. You use W just before you start right-clicking. And E and R are helpful with right-clicking. So
just keep right-clicking.
There we go.
Uh-oh.
Smeba on the hunt. It's Uzi. Oh my goodness. Smeba jumps on top of him. This is going to be difficult. Agony's Embrace comes down. Oh, the dog isn't enough. The heal comes in. And the passive doing no Ruzi's able to use the lifesteal. Picks up the extra health. Does get the condemn. Really cute final hour as the fish is in. Rush Hour 2 is still alive as Xfinity has to get out. Flash is cute.
Good flash though, the hook's not going to land, but they're going to chase in for it. Need to line up another condemn, but in the meantime, Cutie Prime's gone down. Baker, they're going to chase another down, but the Miz is going to fall. They did get the kill under the turret though. Rush Hour 2 starting to make us believe.
That was sick. We need to see a replay of that flash over the Krug wall to pick up the kill. If Rush Hour 2 and Clublood can get away from that, that's a pin. They got him against the wall.
The condemn was fantastic, but can he now escape as Kappa trying to run underneath this turret? Baker is in there. Beautiful. Oh, no! Baker's going to fall down, but so does all of Team Ice.
He needed the kill, though. Lich Bane. That's what Pastry Time is looking for in the play.
Well, this all starts in a very silly way. Smeva tries something here but gets his way kited out. But you can see the rest of the team starting to come down to the engagement.
Yeah, look at the minimap. Team Fire are swarming. Condemn, Tumble on the hunt. And that was just so well executed.
This was good too. That frog gets in Xmithy's way, and they just kite it out. Then Baker in for the save, so Levlev covering as well. And Xmithy just can't do anything.
I just love the fact there's so much AoE they even get to farm the Krugs.
The fact that Rush Hour 2 tumbled right on top of the model of the Nautilus, so they didn't get hit by the Riptide damage, which could have actually killed them. There were so many things that would have been really, really hard to do if they were just one human. That was ridiculous. 2 heads are better than 1, gentlemen. I think we've discovered it.
Certainly can be, but the Lich Bane is up now for Baker as the Miz trying to run away from Smeva. No flash here to follow. It's Kappa. Gonna turn around, petrifying gaze. Not so stunning that time as the Miz looks for the E, but it's duped out by Smeva. Still getting chased down, but I think he's gonna get slowed. Rush Hour 2 trying to do something. Here he comes.
There's the final hour as the Miz is gonna get knocked into the wall. That's another kill as Kappa could get chased down. Remember, there's no ultimate, but I don't know whether he knows that final hour comes in. Another miss there on the ultimate. Bebe Love's able to get it. Just too many buttons to press.
A new challenger appears. Bebe Love is life for Team Ice, and they shut down Rush Hour 2. It ends up being a 1-for-1 trade, but now all of a sudden, Team Ice, they're being collapsed on. There's support from Ruzi in the river.
Yeah, he's just going to go down. So Levlev trying to fight him, but Kappa's dead to Baker. So much damage on the other end. Ruzi, though, starting to open up, gets a double there for the Evelyn. Cutie Prime trying something as Baker does dodge the next hook. Xmithy looking to chase his way down, but the depth charge will follow in onto Baker. Cutie Prime may be away, but Baker, can he get out?
The Urchin strikes and see whether he can get any more as Bebe Love, he's just cleaning up everyone. That's going to be the ace as Ruzi locks it down. 38 kills to 27 in 26 minutes.
It's been a great time so far.
Atlas
is overwhelmed
with happiness.
It's phenomenal how well these guys can handle one champion. You know, when they're split. I mean, it is actually ridiculous. Rush Hour 2, this is not the first time that they have done this particular matchup.
Nor is it the last. Rush Hour 3, I think, was the biggest one.
We'll have to find out if they get voted in again next year. Because, of course, Double Lift, he's no longer a pro, he retired.
Yeah.
Dreamer, as the NA casters keep pointing out.
Well, now he's dead.
Well, there we go.
God. I'm sure he feels great about that.
That was morbid.
How did that even happen? Was that just a Proto Belt ult combo?
Again, talking about champions that are relatively easy to execute. Majai's Lich Bane Proto Evelyn, pretty straightforward.
Majai's as well. That's just insane.
Oh, it is mind-boggling. The
Not back into the Gigalodon.
Shut down, though. Cutie Prime gets the kill. Kappa was able to stun up too. Ruzi is throwing the death sentence connects.
They're all piling on top of him. This Snake Lady not having a great time. Good cute flash from Celeb Life trying to get out. But what is that damage from Ruzi as they all just get sliced in half?
I don't think it's over yet. Ruzi's trying to find Celeb Life, unable to do so. The inhibitors, the targets, they're going to look for the Nexus turrets, but Rush Hour 2 and Celeb Life going to try stand in the way. It is a 10,000 gold lead for Team Ice, and those 50 points
Xmithy
are looking juicy.
That's dangerous. Good hook back in. Ruzi trying to turn it around, but Rush Hour.
Oh my God!
There's the crit. There's the silver bolt. That'll be a kill. Shut down for Celeb. Rush Hour 2 still cutting around. Breaker's out. He might
What
just
is
this? Needs a few more. Xmithy's gonna go down.
The fail flash. Unfortunate, but the mechanics out of Double Lift and Afro move. I feel like we've got to Rush Hour 3 already, gentlemen.
That was amazing. It looked like Ruzi had it in the bag, but Rush Hour 2 just connects.
This is where this fight started.
That synergy again, cross-language play, pushing the opponent onto the ultis. And I mean, literally, so many skill shots here actually connect.
Stacks on, I believe is what you call this particular team fight strategy.
It works indeed. Ruzi was able to just get so many targets the whole time. But it was really Rush Hour cleaning up on the back end.
I mean, you can see what mouse control is like, especially just how many presses are going through there, because they're playing spectacularly on the Twitch. But I feel like they're starting to get a bit of momentum, kind of feel it out Rush Hour 2. And these Eddie carries looking to maybe go off as Cutie Prime and the Miz will hunt each other down, but the Miz will pop the ulti and run away for now.
There's a mini wave to be collected here as the Miz is easily able to destroy that one. Full damage Rengar build. I like it a lot as Baker and QT Prime. This is not what the Miz wanted.
What a
fish is gonna land. He's gonna get knocked up and, yeah, Chum the Waters hitting spells death for the kitty cat.
I guess you could use a fishing pole to go fishing for a kitty cat.
It's obvious you already had the fish on it, you know?
Exactly. Well, Baker looks like he's in trouble now. Support from Cutie Prime. Baker goes down. Ruzi gets another solo. No help from
Oh my God, the kiting!
Team Ice just collapsed and back to 25 stacks for BB Love.
I was going to say, I've kind of watched this a little closer. I'm like, I know what's going on here. It's very chaotic. The team fights are really messy. Baby Love is demanding to get in the middle of the team fight and just mashing Q as many times as possible.
Q and whatever button he's got the proto belt assigned to, because that Evelyn just seems to be launching herself into every fight possible. It's a worthwhile strategy here for this game mode.
Starting to break down a lot of these turrets here as well, as that's another one going to go down. Set rush out to it, thinking about a flank, but not so epic on the vein, so they'll actually give it up for now. And we'll see if they push in and try and end the game here, because these turrets are going to be pretty hard to defend. Baker's back up in a few seconds. Going to miss that next hook, but they are going to go in for it, and this could be it.
It looks like it could be. Baker's looking for the final fight. Cutie Prime, no onslaught, doesn't even need it. Just rampages down Xmithy. 5-on-4s, here comes Smeba. No ghost available. Flash forward. Falls short. Not going to connect. Decent enough.
No, Gaffer, that is not what you wanted. As in goes Baby Love in the miss. Look at all this damage. Baby Love launching around the backline in this fight. Ruzi, amazing flash out of the playful trickster and is now able to clean up. The Twitch gets a triple. Could this be the Quadra? Ruzi grabs it. 4 kills now for Team Ice, and this will be the end of the game.
That's absolutely going to be it. Team Ice will be able to win this game, knocking down the last few turrets. Death time is far too long for this one, and it was chaos, it was mayhem, but Team Ice come out on top in the end.
86 kills in 30 minutes. If we wanted anything from tandem mode, it was most certainly that. And my God, I could watch Reckless and Uzi play Twitch all the time. Absolutely fine with it.
42,000 damage to champions is what Ruzi did combined. What? Phenomenal performance from the two of them. But it was an inspired champion choice. You know, it works. You can share the responsibilities of keyboard and mouse on a champion like Twitch, and it's exactly what Reckless and Uzi did, and a big part of the reason they came out on top.
Multiple genius ideas actually coming out of Team Ice as well, because like you mentioned, the Evelyn, utterly inspiring. All you do, run it, like Agony's Embrace hit, I believe, about 16% of the time.
The first two are like really good, and then the next 25 were not so great.
Gentlemen, I have to admit, as a bit of a Bjergsen and Faker fan myself, the combination on Fizz, let's not bring that up, the combination, I tell you what, neither of them in tandem mode.
Exactly!
There we go. That's what I should have said.
Well, this is what happens when you've got too many greats. But there's Xmithy on your screen, the man that breaks apart into both Xpeke and Mithy. And they look good. Nautilus is fantastic as Team Ice. All 10 of them will take a bow.
Well, it may have taken 10 players to win that game, but they managed to do so. I will say Xmithy, hometown heroes in a lot of ways, of course. Both Mithy and Xpeke here from Spain.
From a technical standpoint, this evens out the point scores, right? Starting of the day, Team Fire at 600 points. Team Ice just won another 50, and they're guaranteed a minimum 50 from 1v1s. So that means they're currently tied at 600 points apiece. And we're going to be going into those 1v1s where there is a total of 500 on the line. It is very risky times if you're looking to take on that championship title.
I mean, in general, I feel like, you know, Ruzi, it's a pretty good warm-up, I guess, for 1v1s. You know, you fight one champion, what's better than that? Fight 10.
Yeah.
Exactly right. So it's going from as many players as possible to as little players as possible as quickly as possible. So we'll see whether it's going to be a good warm-up or a bad one. Because is it like the hyperbolic time chamber, you know?
I mean, hand will definitely be warm after all that kiting back on Twitch. But again, inspired performance, I think, from Xmithy. Kind of really the unsung heroes there in that. Because those hooks, like the rest of the list is easy with the Riptide and the Depth Charge, but those hooks really sealed a lot of the early game.
I think, though, if you actually look at the champion choices and you break it down,
really
there was a little bit more try-hardness on the side of Team Ice because there is something on the line. You know, the likes of the Twitch, the likes of the Evelyn, the likes of the Nautilus, removing some of the complicated decisions around, you know, mouse and keyboard, and just making it very linear, very easy. So props to Team Ice. I like the try-hard approach. This is a very serious day. It's a very serious mode.
I do want to point out that Smeba did exist in that game. That Darius was most certainly a try-hard tandem mode decision. and worked exactly as Darius should, you know, dominates the early game, and then honestly was a bit of a non-factor.
They would have been better if Reignover was a better player. You know, I mean, I'm on board with what Smeb was saying.
Well, I guess Smeb couldn't get it done this time, but we are going to send it down to that, who is on stage with a European trio that proves friendship is the best ship.
Thank you very much. I am here with X-Smithy as well as half of Ruzi in Reckless after a victorious Team Ice here in tandem mode. I'm going to go to you two first here. What was the main strategy for the team in terms of picking champions? Was it looking for things that, you know, were going to depend more on, you know, mechanics or less mechanics? What kind of skill shots were you guys looking to hit? Why did you land on Nautilus of all things?
They banned our Alistar. We were going to carry the whole game with Alistar, but they banned it, so we had to like adapt in between.
All right, well, you landed on a hooking champion, and you were up against Mad Life, or Celeb Life, I should say, the, you know, half of a hook master over there. So was there any kind of nerves walking into that lane up against Mad Life, knowing that you're both playing hook champions?
I mean, not really, because when the lane started and we saw how they were playing and how they were hooking backwards, we were really relaxed that it was going to be an easy win for us.
There were plenty of mechanical errors and mishaps that made for the game to be really fun. But now I want to talk about communication, because I've got both kind of halves of the bot lane here. Was there much communication between the actual tandems, or you spent most of the time trying to communicate with Uzi just about what you're going to do with your own champion?
I think between me and Uzi, it was quite straightforward. I mean, it's not so much dependent on what I do on the keyboard when you're playing Twitch. But I think as a team, we were actually communicating quite well. We were even setting up dives at times, even though it's a bit limited because everyone doesn't speak that well in English. But we had some cool plans going into the game and during the game, so it was really fun to play together with these guys.
Now, how does this game mode, I mean, obviously there's a lot of differences between this and a normal game of League of Legends, but we saw a 10K gold lead and still fights are going both ways. So, you know, how do you navigate knowing that you have a gold lead, but the fact that really so much of it is going to be about execution and not the number of items that you have?
Well, it just becomes a lot like solo queue, because we can't really like make super deep plans. So everyone is just like pinging around, like saying like Baron, Baron, dive. So it's like very straightforward, and it obviously goes wrong a lot of times.
Absolutely. All right. Well, that, of course, grabs you guys 50 points, which brings the point totals a little bit closer. Expeke, Team Ice has the lead and more players, yourself included, in the 1v1s, which are coming up next. So now you got to kind of reorient yourself from this fun mode to a little bit more serious time. What are you thinking moving on to those 1v1s, and can you bring home the victory for Team Ice?
I think I still got a few champions that I haven't played yet, and I think I can make it to the semis or finals even. So let's go for it.
All right, that's what I like to hear. Those 1v1s are going to be coming up soon, but for now, we're going to throw it up to the desk to try and make sense of all that craziness that just happened.
Craziness in tandem mode. What about your hair? The hair gauntlet has been thrown down. He's won?
Yeah, he's won. Like,
and that's, you're the man definitely to crown him. So.
Yeah, I mean, he was congratulating me. He was just like, oh, you pushed my boundaries, and then he just brings us out on the final day.
Absolutely fantastic. Well, let's make sense of the game. Let's start with that level 1. It's always fun to walk in the jungle with your friends, but you never know what could be hiding there. Let's take a look. Brought to you by Acer. What happened all the way in the beginning. Boom.
I mean, the action started straight away. 10 people running at each other. Sense is a strong word to make of this particular game. It was definitely style over substance, but the style, it never ended during this whole game.
Yeah, this kind of just set the tone for the rest of the game, honestly. It was just kill after kill, action after action, but we got to see the mechanics of all of the players. Rush Hour 2 didn't have the best of starts to the game, but they picked it up towards the end, but unfortunately, Ruzi was just massive by that point.
I feel like the teams in general, last year we saw a lot of crazy flashes and wrong movements, but here, I don't know if they practiced this during the year or something. Well, obviously they couldn't have because they're on other sides of the world, most of them, but they looked a lot coordinated from level 1 already. I was very impressed.
I mean, the low ceiling picks, I think, helped a lot.
Yeah.
The Nautilus, right? The Alistar would have been amusing. The Nautilus is very much the straightforward pick. You have to respect Celeb Life. Going for the Thresh, there's a lot of downside potential in solo queue at the best of times for Thresh, and they made some of it work and some of it went spectacularly awry. But I actually really like what happened in the top lane, specifically for Team Fire, because that duo, you know, Reignover and Smeb, very good friends, used to be on the same professional team. Incredible Miracle a couple of years ago. They've both gone on to much bigger things. They come together, and whatever they said about, you know, particularly Smeb's trash talk towards his friend there, it still worked out pretty well.
It did. The Darius plays, we're going to take a look at some of those. A quadra kill very early on in the game, and you never want that if you're Team Ice.
I mean, it's another one of those picks where as long as you both know you want to go in a certain direction, the guy on keyboard just hits Q, he hits all the buttons. He was like, oh, maybe the ultimate's going to come out here, but as soon as he had that Noxian Might, he just does Darius things. It's a
and when you're a melee bruiser with a reset, you walk up to this fight, everyone's kind of chilling in one banana brush. You're like, okay, it's Reset City, and that's exactly what happened here. Quadra dunk. The last one, he had to use Flash, so a little bit less clean on that one. Very nice hook from the Thresh and Quadra kill, and look at that. Heartening stuff.
My heart is warm.
Yeah, the heart is warm. And like
your heart is ice cold. What are you wearing over there, Sharks?
Really sorry. Just repping the ice. You had a lot of praise, you mentioned it already, for Celeb Life. Thresh is not the easiest champion to play in tandem mode, and they absolutely killed it.
Yeah, it's the complete opposite of what Papa Smithy was saying. We saw it at the end of that replay, and we have another one here. They were both incredible, because on Thresh, you both have to be thinking about exactly what you want to do. So you have to line up the hook and hit it, and have the right timing, and also predict where they're going. Flay and Death Sentence, not easy abilities, even when you have full control over that champion. And they had insane hook rate and insane hook accuracy.
You're not even talking about the W, because like, throwing it out the right distance here, that's another ability you can short if you don't have the mouse and the ability in the right spot, and communicating with the teammates. Not easy to do.
Also, notable mention for Ruzi. I actually thought it was useless, but I think they changed it because it might have been a bit of VM, but I thought it would have worked there well. But Reckless has been tryhard this whole tournament, and it seems like he really found his mate there in Uzi. They had some great plays. Also, a quadra kill in the end, and like, Uzi, a couple of World Championship finals, not one, and then Reckless, some World Championship semifinals together, they could do it.
And the AD carries, you definitely have to focus on the person using the mouse, specifically on the Twitch. I mean, obviously the ability is there. Just looking for the expunge timing. It was clean. Uzi was the one on the mouse. He looked great doing it, and they were effective, that's for sure.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like after a certain point, just like Reckless was saying, it doesn't really matter what you do on keyboard.
Press
You're
R,
15 and 4, you just go
out.
around right-clicking people and they all die.
Yeah, and the most important thing is Ice walked away with the victory, and now you can join us on the other side of the break when we will crown the 2016 All-Star 1v1 champion. We will be right back.
Rainbow said you're gonna win.
What? I thought he was your friend.
No.
I want to win, but I think you deserve to win too.
Yeah.
Because I know if I lose, you win tournaments, so it's okay.
一起互丢，然后捡对面的刀，对吧？往前走就可以，往前走，对，你就丢刀，然后往前走，可以可以。哎，没捡到你的，等下再一次，等一下，不行不行，回家，你有2根斧头哎，这翻哥了，哇，我要输了。 아, 怎么是我赢了？
언제 오려고요?
아, 빨리 와요. 들어와. 아, 들어와.
들어왔어, 진짜 들어왔어, 이거.
나이스!
第一次打呢個 League of Legends， 我諗我大概 Season 3嗰陣時開始打嘅。我要 achieve 一樣嘢，我要有個 title 啊！呢樣嘢係應該係最大嘅 motivation。我將會打呢個香港泰拳理事會嘅香港冠軍賽啦。 呢個係我人生入邊係最大嘅一個目標，呢個我希望會係我嘅 comeback fight。你要做一個拳手或者要做一個 gamer， 都係一樣，你係要好努力去 practice。 去準備一場打拳嘅拳賽同埋打 LOL 嘅共通點咧，就係不停重複去做同一樣嘅嘢啦。例如好似我揀咗3000場嘅 Darius， 我覺得你會有 shortcut， 你會成功咧係冇。喺你想放棄嘅時候，你有啲乜嘢去令到我想繼續咧？就係贏，話俾你聽，你贏咗之後，你會有啲乜嘢嘅 result。唔可以輸，唔可以輸，唔緊張，唔可以輸，冇得輸。
Welcome back to the desk, everyone, as we get a look at Jackie and also Jankos and Reckless are joining us here at the desk. You just got a first look at a fight which follows the life of Jackie, a Muay Thai fighter whose fierce need to win fuels him to improve himself both in the ring and on the rift. He's in the crowd here. He's been here for a couple of days, and I do believe that you guys had a chance to train with him a bit and get to talk to him a bit. What was that like, Jankos?
I mean, that's how we got the shorts, first of all. You know, the shorts were amazing, so I'm very grateful to Jackie for that. He's a super good guy, you know. We talked to him, he showed us some moves, and it was amazing.
Reckless, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like what I heard Jackie saying there about striving to be the best is something that aligns a lot with your vision on the competition in general.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely say that there's no shortcut to getting where you want to be in the end, and seeing him putting down the hours is definitely something I've done in the past as well, and I still do. So it's really inspiring to see a video like this one.
Yeah, super inspirational stuff. And for you guys, you got to keep an eye out for the full fight documentary. It's coming in January 2017. For now, we're going to focus on our League of Legends competition, the last round of the 1v1 tournament. 30 players were at day one. Now we only have 8 left. We're going to take a look at that. Of course, they went through the rules. They killed. Nobody got a tower, and one of them got 100 CS, I believe, yesterday, Pulse.
Yeah, in just one game is the Lucian game, and people call me a tryhard, but honestly, that last trade was insane, and he had to use the cooling to try and get it. But those are the conditions for victory. I'm not sure if anyone's ever going to really get that tower, though.
No, we'll see. And if we take a look at the bracket, there are 5 Ice players left versus 3 Fire players. Unfortunately, you two didn't make the cut yesterday. Any final thoughts on that? Reckless, I know you must have been quite frustrated.
Yeah, I mean, Smeb's a great player, so I can't say that I did expect coming out winning. But something I didn't expect, though, was him pulling out the LeBlanc. I thought he would strive much more towards the bruiser side of things, and seeing him being able to play pretty much every champion in the game is, I guess, something that might turn out to be in his favor in the long run for this tournament.
Yeah, we will definitely see. And also, if we look at the regions that are still represented, every single region still has a player. The LMS still has 2, the LPL still has 2, and there's 1 EULCS player left in Peke. How much trust do you put on his shoulders, Jankos?
I mean, I hope Peke will win something, you know. I'm pretty sure he's a great player. Yesterday he showed really good performance with Garen, so maybe today he will show us LeBlanc, you know, as well. We'll see.
Yeah, we will see. And let's also take a look at the developing meta. Pulse, you've been keeping a close eye on that. In the beginning, we thought, okay, tanks and the NAS is priority, but we've seen a lot of things come out yesterday.
Yeah, I want to follow on from what Reckless was saying as well, because I was very surprised to see a LeBlanc pick, honestly, but it was also banned a lot. We saw a bunch of Draven, also Darius came out there as kind of the cheesy pick. The junglers, a lot of them have been taken out now, but we're very strong with that. Rengar, Caitlyn, Kennen, top tier bans. Syndra has made it through a couple times as well as a solid pick, but it's just very interesting to see the mini meta that has evolved over this tournament.
Yeah, Urgot we saw yesterday, which is really obnoxious to play again. Varus was strong as well. Is there anything you guys haven't seen yet that you want to see? Don't spoil any of the ice threats, of course.
All right.
Or do it, whatever.
All right, well, as you could probably see in my games, I was banning both Ryze and Cassio both times because I think they're unplayable when you're like running an AD carry. And I don't know how many AD carries there are left in the tournament, but most of them are still playing AD carry ways. So, for example, for a player like Peke, who is very fond of going on a Ryze or a Cassio or a Syndra or a LeBlanc, he will have very great success if he continues down that path.
Yeah, he did win with Cassiopeia yesterday.
Yeah.
He said he had a couple of picks. Only 1 AD carry left, Uzi, but also Mata, who was playing with the Yasuo. 500 points on the line, and Ice could actually get all of those, and then you'd be very close to the title, so we got to be rooting for them. How big is the chance that an Ice player takes home the 1v1 trophy? If you look at it, you have Uzi, you have Mata, you have Peke, Karsa, and Maple.
I mean, I think as long as people will agree on 1v1 Yasuo versus Yasuo, playing against Mata, I think we have a chance. And then, you know, we have Uzi, like you said, we have Xpeke. We have those players. If they will be able to pull it out, we will see. We don't know yet. I think Uzi is a great player, but he might fall to more of a bruiser style player, or maybe some AP carry like LeBlanc, like we see. We saw Reckless falling to LeBlanc. So hopefully, he'll ban those champions. He won't get cheesed. He has insane mechanics, and he can get the title.
Yeah, super crazy. And we've mentioned it already. And before we get into it, we're going to take a special look at Mata versus Faker in a 1v1 me bro super slow-mo, brought to you by Triple X Return of Xander Cage. That was a beautiful one-on-one to watch, Paul.
Yeah, this was a Triple X rated replay here as well, because for me, this was the pinnacle of the 1v1 tournament between Mata and Faker. You can see just before this, it was the battle over that level 2. Mata goes all in that one minion. Faker tries to scramble to try and find that level 2 himself, because he needs that out so he can get out with Sweeping Blade. He lines it up perfectly here against Mata, getting closer to his tower. Doesn't manage to land the knockup. Mata finds the opportunity to try and get deeper in there and try and finish off Faker. But at this point, Faker has actually kept hold of his Ignite. So as Mata comes in, Faker sees the opportunity as the tower shot lands, but then misjudges the strength of Warlords out from Mata. The last auto attack comes in and Mata finishes him off.
Fantastic. And the reaction, of course. Mata has definitely been one of the most expressive players we've seen. So, quick round, who is going to win the 1v1 tournament, Pauls?
Well, following on from what Jankos was saying, if people do play that Yasuo against him, then he'll probably win in that 1v1. But if that gets banned away, then we'll have to see if he's got more in the tank.
Jankos?
I mean, I mostly cheer for Xpeke simply because he's from Europe and he's a great player. I had a pleasure to play in the same team as him. So right now, I cheer for him. And obviously, Uzi, that's, basically Uzi.
You just played with Uzi.
Yeah, actually after playing with Uzi, I was like insanely impressed of just how much he did with the mouse. Like he was clicking all over the place, and I was just okay. I'm gonna try my best. But yeah, after watching his Quinn game yesterday as well, I was really impressed. So I think he has good chances of making it far into this tournament.
TLDR, good chances for Ice. We're gonna hear from the pros as we prepare to jump into the action.
에스페케 선수가 홈그라운드 응원을 많이 받는데 그런 거 상관없이 전 이기고 싶어요.
우지 선수가 우승하지 않을까 생각이 많이 들어요. 왜냐면 라인전에서 워낙 잘해가지고.
我很想要得到单挑赛冠军嘛，因为这其实也是一个证明自己实力的一部分吧。
Uzi là một xạ thủ số 1 của Trung Quốc. Em nghĩ đây là trận đấu rất khó khăn của em. 对上马塔，其实我蛮想用亚苏跟他打打看的。
사실 1대1 우승보다는 지금 스맵을 이기는 게 저한테 가장 큰 목표라고 생각해요.
스맵 선수가 아마 우승하지 않을까.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Ya hemos vuelto con este 1 contra 1 y es el día en el que se decide el campeón de este torneo. Y vamos a empezar con un enfrentamiento muy interesante. En el lado azul fue mucho mejor que Afromu. Y fue el hombre que borró el OP de Ron OP. Es... Xpeke!
And challenging the hometown favorite for Team Fire, he's sitting on cloud 9 with 2 wins under his belt and looking for more. It's Impact! All right, gentlemen, good luck and have fun.
Thanks for some really insane intros, Dash. Hopefully his
We need to
voice...
start it out down here because we have a long day of 1v1s ahead of us.
Yeah, I
right?
really hope his voice keeps up because this is like day 1 or game 1 of the quarterfinals. We're going to semis, and then I think the finals is even a best-off match. Yep. So if he keeps going like that, he's going to blow out his voice.
Yeah, we'll keep track of how big that vein on his neck does get.
Just adjusting my levels here. The play-by-plays from the...
Oh, it's a little,
mode is
they
just
turned
like,
it way up.
I hear my voice just blasting in my ears. I'm like, no, that was Trevor. All right, Kobe's now joining me. So I've made an ELO upgrade for the final day of the 1v1s. We're getting ready for our first match, which will be Xpeke versus Impact. Kobe, what's your take so far?
I really am enjoying the people that are bringing the style to these matches, right? Mata definitely jumps out in everybody's mind, dude, taking down top names over and over on the Yasuo. I hope that Xpeke has something because he was one of my favorites yesterday. He really made me enjoy the All-Star games. Something like a Garen pick
that's not all you have to do. You don't just pick Garen and it's a great game. You have to pick Garen and do well, right? It's a way different story if you pick Garen and you just get blasted in the game, but get that double kill Faker, like those types of plays.
Especially when you kind of come into the tournament and everybody's like, oh boy, I hope Pekka is not washed up. I hope he does well. First game on the Ahri as well, gets a really good flank, goes in. He's still in that 1v1 tournament when the likes of Bjergsen's knocked out, Doublelift is knocked out, so he's carrying the hopes here for Team Ice. And honestly, you can see what he picks up right now. 2 mages banned out and a Darius. So the easy mode champs are off the grid for Pekka.
Only 180 carry ban here with the Caitlyn, so plenty of those left up. Those are some of the less exciting ones for me.
Also for Xpeke, he may get flashbacks to like the summer season.
Well, you talk about every time I talk to him, he's like, yeah, I love playing AD carry. I completely enjoy the role. Urgot does qualify.
Remember, guys, if you're just tuning in, they have a giant screen next to each other, and they can look at the screen. This is where Reckless failed. It's like, yeah, I didn't expect the enemy to pick LeBlanc. I'm like, dude, it was locked in 30 seconds ahead of time. I mean, look at the monitor.
Right, we keep saying that, but very rarely, actually, a lot of the players haven't been looking over. So, it's kind of instilled in you as a young gamer. Screen watching is no, that's taboo. So a lot of these guys playing with honor.
But honor doesn't get you anything if you lose.
Exactly.
Gotta do them dirty, man.
People don't remember you for your honor if you went out in round 1.
Yeah, exactly. Cassiopeia versus Yasuo. That's a really fun matchup, but I think it might be... It's really hard to judge. I think at level 2 or 3, the Yasuo has a window, but if the Casio just keeps pushing, it's going to be really hard for the Yasuo to get out of that gridlock.
Yeah, for me, I mean, the Yasuo, there's so much variance in any Yasuo play, right? Yeah. It can be so good. You've got the Mata up here, and then on the bottom, you've got me down there. Exactly. You know exactly where I was going with that one. But the wind wall, that could be crucial, especially since Cassiopeia Ultimate does have a pretty long cast time, and there's no flashes in the 1v1 mode, right? Nobody's going to take that summoner just to cancel half of an animation. So it will be that full animation. You have time to react.
Also the mobility, if your wind wall's on cooldown, you can still juke that ultimate by just like dashing to increase backwards.
Exactly.
You take the damage, but you won't get petrified. The skill shot accuracy for a Cassiopeia has to be it's like whack-a-mole on steroids when you're playing versus a Yasuo that's going left, right, up, and down in that minimum.
Plus, every time we've seen one of these guys take a champion that does like to build tier, there have been a lot of questions around that. I like Xpeke's, solution with the Catalyst as well, with the rework passive there, gaining health for burning mana, and then, oh, you're laughing at the runes already?
Yep. They're scaling health on Impact. He's running health at level 18, so he's running scaling health yellows. I think that must have been a misclick.
Well, they break even at level 6, so if he's planning on farming that late.
Yeah, okay, but that's before the items kick in. Just quick, if you're a Yasuo 1v1 main, you want to run 18-0-12 according to Impact, and that's in line with what we've seen before, offense plus warlords, and then obviously valuing the defensive options in that resolve tree.
Peke breaking the Yasuo shield there with the auto, then going back in for a little bit of an extra trade.
Yeah.
Impact, though, coming out ahead.
I definitely want to position as aggressively as you can to start whacking at that wave, because Xpeke has AoE, but Yasuo wants that level 2 power spike.
Also, you want to start trading with Xpeke as early as possible, right? Yeah. His level 1 E doesn't do much damage at all, and a huge mana cost. So the efficiency builds up for these spellcasters, whereas right off the bat, Yasuo doesn't have to burn anything to go for those trades.
Yep, he just spams his Qs over and over, gets that focus up as well. Xpeke, we saw yesterday in the Casio matches as well, you will run out of mana when you try to all-in early. So Cassiopeia is a champion in 1v1 that kind of spikes at 6 at the least once you have some items and some mana available.
Yeah, I mean, just relying on Dorian's rings and the execute there for the mana regen has been the plan. He rushes back to get an early Dorian for his first purchase and then straight into something like that Catalyst or maybe the tier.
Impact dodging some of the damage, or at least trying to, getting close to Xpeke here. Xpeke missed some CS early on, but he's definitely looking for heavier trades. Yeah. He's the moment where they go all in. I guess low. Late ignite from Impact. Impact down though.
It's absolutely crushed him. Well, that was a very sudden end, Crepo.
Yes, Cassiopeia wants to look for the level 6 power spike before they go, and they fight.
Already talking about third purchases of the Catalyst there. Peke wastes no time. Level 3, Impact decides to fight, and Peke comes out victorious.
I'm just telling you, Kobe, scaling health runes may not be the best if you're planning to go all in on level 2.
I can objectively say they are definitely not the best. They're half value there at level 3, so Impact a little bit of hubris, and he is kicked out. I mean, Team Ice are absolutely crushing this mode. Now they have 5 people left in to 2 Fire members.
Yeah, there's actually one side of the bracket where they kind of go out. But look at the impacts. Level 2, half HP, goes in, gets exhausted, and then keeps fighting.
He dodged that Q when he had exhaust on. He's just crawling away, and Impact is not able to hit that Q. I don't even know if it really was going to matter there, because Peke really won by some large margin.
Yeah, he had a really large margin. Peke was like, muchas gracias, thank you for the free win. He goes up to the next round. Crown is very happy. It would be amazing to see him make it to the final, just from like
honestly,
local hero.
Make it to the final, then Garen 1v. I'm just kidding. Garen mechanics not exactly exciting in the 1v1s.
All right, that means we can start looking forward. His hopes of making it to the final are quite slim, because a team player of a teammate of his is in the same side of the bracket. You know, Uzi is coming up, so I don't think he'll make it to the final.
A very intimidating teammate as well.
I don't think Uzi will go a level 2 all in on the Yasuo either. So
the thing is, like AD carries, especially AD carries that are trying to min-max the efficiency of all their masters and all their runes, seems like the best choice to try and go far in this, especially, you know, if you're putting that pressure of going to the 100 CS. Nobody really wants to do that, but you have that pressure there to make them take a bad fight. Uzi just seems like such a favorite for this.
And it feels like natural when you watch Uzi play as well. It is almost like embedded in his style, like 5-6 years of playing AD carry at the highest level.
Yeah.
Like, we're trying to decipher what he's doing. He's doing it just like
He
at
seems
ease.
so relaxed,
Yeah,
right?
definitely
He
so.
doesn't even have to think about it anymore.
But to bring us our next quarterfinal match, let's send over to Dash, who's waiting on stage.
En el lado azul, defendiendo al equipo Fuego, un jugador ha farmeado su pase hasta cuartos de final. Levi!
And on the red side, he transformed the competition where he took down Optimus. It's Uzi.
Good luck, gentlemen. May the best man win.
Whew. All right, so we are going to get to see Uzi in action here, but I do want to talk up Levi, because he has been the best player by far for me from GPL. This guy has been continually impressing on Lee Sin most of the time, so
Kha'Zix.
I don't think Uzi will agree to a Lee Sin 1v1 or anything, but that would definitely be his best chance, I think.
Yeah, there was also some muy bien Spanish there from Dash in the intro.
Uh-huh.
They're definitely leveling up, so I wonder what they have in store next for us. But yeah, Levi impressed, even in IWCA, a couple of games, even in the 1v1s, he was like pretty solid. But he's going up against the monster that is Uzi. Kind of feels a little bit unlucky for him to be stuck in this kind of bracket here in the quarterfinal.
Yeah, we'll see. You know, Levi could go with, you know, something like an AD carry for himself as well. You know, build up on defenses and try and grind it out that way. But I think the most success we've seen in cracking the AD carry line has been with mages, level 6 power spikes like LeBlancs and the Cassiopeias, you know, surprising them with a lot of that damage, just all-in damage.
And I wonder if then Uzi is going to use that knowledge that you just told us and ban out LeBlanc.
I mean, I would say definitely ban out LeBlanc all game. Syndra's already off the board, and that's kind of the other one up there in that top tier of the mages right now. But, you know, a lot of people under the impression that LeBlanc is one of the most, if not the most, powerful champion in the game.
All right, these are obviously hovers. These guys are not going to lock these champions in. We see the Quinn ban as well. It made a bit of a resurgence in the second and third day, definitely, because it's just a really strong 1v1 champion.
Reckless had an amazing game on the jungle Quinn, which he had to double jungle with Mata, who decided to insta-lock and still went legendary and carried. So definitely viable in these fun game modes.
And Levi looking for some Lee Sin tribute to himself.
Yeah.
Tribute to the king.
Shout out to myself. Thank you very much. Great Lee Sin there. Meanwhile, Urgot was the ban that Uzi decided to go with besides the LeBlanc, and Urgot also has had a resurgence here. You know, you get the E-Lock on, very long range, and is another one of the champions that can grind it out. There is the LeBlanc we're talking about.
Ooh, this is scary, because it feels really easy for LeBlanc to play into Kalista. You can hide in the minion wave far away enough that if Kalista threatens you, you'll draw a lot of the minion aggro. You know, all these auto attacks will just force you to take so much damage from minions. The push could be on the side of LeBlanc later on as well, and then just level 6. How do you survive the 3-chain burst?
Exactly. Whenever I see Uzi, I'm looking for outplay potential with his champion, and with Kalista against LeBlanc, the only outplay really is the sidestepping on the chains.
There's one more thing. Stacking the rend on the creep, and then when it's low,
you can throw a spear through it and try and transfer a bunch of spears. That one is very hard to pull off.
And also
if he wins
really
the game by that, exactly. If he wins a game with that, though, then you definitely deserve a YouTube highlight reel for that one.
You get the highlight reel. That means we need to track if he's actually maxing maybe Q, to get more damage. If he puts 2 points in Q early to surprise and execute on the minion, everybody always expects Kalista Q to do a certain amount of damage. But if suddenly that minion gets Q'd from half HP, 3 spears carry over, like maybe it's possible. If anybody's going to do it, Uzi could pull it off.
Definitely. I'm really excited for this one, actually, because Levi has been definitely impressing, even though Uzi is a king of AD carries. Definitely a chance here for the LeBlanc. Always a chance for LeBlanc players. And let's check in on those runes. Is he going super offensive LeBlanc, or is he kind of trying to,
I started with Uzi, and Uzi's only running like 6.7 MR, so he's only spending half of his glyphs on magic resistance, but he's speccing heavily into attack speed. He's running 24% attack speed, so again, he will likely be maxing that rend and just getting as many stacks as he can to take control of the wave. There's also a lifesteal Quint on the side of Uzi.
So the one thing you can kind of say about the LeBlanc rework, right? Obviously it's been great and she's still super powerful, but it does take a little bit more time. So Uzi trying to squeeze in as much attack speed as possible for a chase down possibly. As Levi's trying to back off a little bit for the secondary engage there, but I would definitely go full blue MR runes at least for the efficiency of them.
I definitely think so. Levi's, he wanted some magic pen on his reds, but then he switched over to like 6 AD just to help him last it. Just a little bit of help, Sometimes it gets really pressured. But he lost it against Uzi.
Yeah, you say just for that, but it also helps out a lot with, there's a lot of auto trading going on as well. I mean, he's gone pretty much even in health with the early auto trades, even though Uzi obviously has the minion wave control here and pushing into turret to try and deny.
There's also that potion that he can still pop. 2 potions versus 1 with the biscuits. Levy probably running a Thunderlord, just going to confirm that for you guys. He has 0, 18, 12, so everybody's side-specking in the resolve tree. This is not a Ferocity LeBlanc at all, so it's cutting 18 and then 12 in resolve.
Yeah, there are just so many high value, low tier masteries in there. The flat health is amazing. That being said, Runic Armor, in longer things is a lot better, but so many health regen masteries as well.
Yeah, you got
the resolve
the Perseverance that was pointed out by, or Perseverance, whatever you pronounce it.
I'll let you pronounce it however you want.
In Europe, we say it Perseverance.
So like Americans that make fun of people's accents is just ridiculous to me, because almost all Americans only speak one language, and just the mere fact that you speak multiple languages, I really have no say in criticizing anything there.
Yeah, apart from that, it's my job. Anyways, Levi dashing in for the relic, so that's a really good trade here. He denies Uzi the leap as he wants to pick up the relic. Uzi still has the push though.
All right, yeah, let's get back to this game. We're so focused on the mastery choices for these guys because it is so important, especially in the early levels. But Uzi is stacking up quite nicely here on the Kalista. Does has a very good CS lead, but again, we talk about every time there's a mage picked, it's mostly about the all-in kill that they're looking for on the AD carries.
But we're looking at some lack of experience in last inning here from Levi. He lost about 6 creeps right there under the turret, because in 1v1s, this turret deals different damages, so he leaves the range creeps on a sliver of health that you need to last it after, and it takes the melee creeps down in kind of 2 shots, so you need to heavy prep the melee and not touch the ranged ones, and that's where Living is failing just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? If you are waiting for that level 6, it will end up mattering if you don't have enough gold for that extra Doran or for that extra small item that's going to help you in the all-in. Looks like he was just trying to bait a summoner there, fake an all-in or something, but
I think he just really wanted to CS before the base, and he was willing to take a bad trade. Yeah. It's on the cannon wave. It's always the best time to base, especially versus like kind of carry that can't do any AoE clear like Uzi right here. He's like manually taking them down 1 by 1, and then the cannon will enter the turret range, making it so that you lose at most 2 or 3 CS.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it does take not too long to get back to this wave. It's even shorter than mid lane or something.
Yep.
But what he did give up there with that back is the relic spawn. And so there's going to be not only minion wave advantage and a lot of CS advantage for Uzi, but also the extra relic on his side, as Levi could right now run and try and rush to pick that up before Uzi gets back, but concentrating on the minions, needs that tiny bit of extra gold.
Yeah, but he's still messing up the CS there too, like uncontested creeps being dropped there. It's incredibly hard for him to seemingly lost it just with autos, and he's wasting a lot of mana, honestly, on farming.
And the other thing to me is that if you're going with a mage and you're going with a kill strategy, that's the time when you buy offensive items, right? You buy cloth armors if you're going to try and grind it out. If you're going to try and, get CS leads, if you're going to go for those trades over time, whereas really I would think he would just want as much power for the all-in as possible.
He is close to 6, but not close enough here.
Not going to fool Uzi with that distortion. Throws it right back at the original spot. And he has this game in a very comfortable position.
Yeah, we're approaching level 6. That's obviously where Kalista falls off because he doesn't have a support to throw in versus the value that Levi gets from his ultimate. But he's so far behind here. Uzi has to play the CS game. I wonder if he's going to get sucked in and all in that he will lose. He has the right summoner spells in the barrier and exhaust. Very predictable damage as well from the LeBlanc. So try to carry over there. Spears ended up in the back creep.
Yeah, I mean,
set plus minions. This is really good for Uzi.
Does shatter, still has spears in him.
Does exhaust that barrier.
This is gonna be it. Uzi on the chase. They disengage, all summoners blown. That's actually good for the LeBlanc, in my opinion here. I think that it is gonna provide a lot more threat. Let's see what he does with it too. The minions aren't gonna be frozen, so he has no chance of, denying and trying to use that brush, but we'll see what he gets on the next back. I definitely do not advise him going more defensive. He can use more power.
That was tricky from Uzi because I feel like he had rend stacks in his opponent. He could have popped it, but I felt he needed like a proxy creep to make that one happen.
Yeah, not quite sure, did he use it super early on to try and clear out that last minion? I'll keep the mouse over him right now to make sure we have the cooldowns for the actual all-in.
But I think you don't get spears in the enemy creeps if it's on cooldown. I don't think the new rend stacks.
Yeah, I think you're right.
On cooldown, so he had definitely, but he was just out of range, I think. Wow, really good carry over there, double spear. But he's always looking for the reset. He never wants his rend to get on cooldown, I think.
Yeah, and we still have a decent amount of time, right? The CS cap will be 100. So only at 58 right now for Uzi. Levi doesn't have to panic or anything.
Yeah.
It's not just about being level 6 and looking for the all-in. It's so much about the setup as well, because the minions really matter in these.
Yeah, especially if you're tanking cannon creep damage right here. But you see Uzi is progressively getting more scared, playing backwards in the lane. He's about 40 creeps to go, which gives ample opportunity for the LeBlanc to hit like level 9 and go for an all-in again, especially now that these barrier and exhaust is on cooldown. I think the momentum's shifting towards Levi. Not if he does that, though.
Yeah. Also got a pretty good exit trade there as the shatter carried over. So he's feeling okay about the situation, but Kalista CS is pretty decently under turret. We'll see how much pressure a LeBlanc can apply under there. Because Uzi is, inching closer and closer towards that threshold.
Yeah, it's the ideal location to play against LeBlanc. She will take damage from the turret if she gets too close, but if he has to use too much mana on CSing here under the turret, Uzi's going to lose his all-in potential. That's a good reset here.
Really nice. Got the extra rend damage on Levi, even though he was out of range because of the minion for the activation. And man, with this Vamp Scepter plus a bunch of potions for Uzi, there's no way he loses out in the sustain wars.
But he is capped in the all-in because he did not go for no magic mantle. Obviously, 100 to 0, LeBlanc can still get him. We're approaching the second rotation here for summer spells, and that should be good for Uzi then again.
Yeah. And we talk about the extra time that Levi had. It's every wave counting against him. A couple of misses there.
Ooh. He W'd in place then, right? I think that's what happened for Levi right there. Trying to get to the relic, but minor mishaps, honestly. Couple CS dropped in the early game, couple bad trades.
For me, LeBlanc gonna need to recall around 80 CS for Uzi because you're not gonna have enough time. You need to get as much power as possible to be able to set it up so that he's not next to his turret and just have as much AP as you can possibly go for. Because Uzi right now,
he's going to go for the 100 CS win. What's going to happen here is that it'll push in the wave, just like you're saying. We're basing for power on the side of Team Fire, but the problem is Uzi can bounce this wave.
Yep.
This wave will probably naturally bounce unless it gets cleared out very quickly towards Uzi. He can stall, give 20 CS to Levi, but then get the remaining 16 CS he needs to get. And he finishes the heck.
Oh, I think it's actually over now.
Wait, way to hype this matchup, Kobe.
It's well, I mean, it's so tragic, right? We talk about the AD carry, going the defensive masteries is the most reliable way to, gain an advantage in 1 versus 1. and that kind of is the strategy. There are so much more exciting windows for the other champions, though. So everyone kind of roots for the underdogs and against the AD carries in this mode.
Just want to see some blood, see people die.
Exactly.
All right, we need to see Levi follow his positioning because he is looking for an all-in, but these spears are starting to deal damage. Remember, Kalista doesn't skill anything in W or R. It's just Q and E, and that's why you see these abilities deal so much damage compared to what you're used to. She doesn't lose any points during it. Good prediction by Uzi. He made it go all in because he has Exhaust, Barrier, and the Hex Drinker. Uzi is in complete control right now.
Definitely not looking good for Levi. He's got to just...
he knows.
Yeah, there's actually... You don't want to call it over because a miracle could happen, Crepo. I mean,
somebody can start taking the turret.
Uzi, yeah, exactly. You don't expect Uzi to make huge mistakes, but technically possible. 9 more CS, 8 more CS, and he's gonna have it.
I want to see Uzi go for the all-in on 99 CS.
Yeah.
Just because he can.
Double Lift definitely did that last year a couple times, and he was 1 auto away from losing it, even though he had a guaranteed win on CS. But definitely worth it.
That's how he lost this year as well. He went for it. Levi going in again. Chain does not connect. He is super low. There's the exit bounce, but 6 more creeps. I don't think Levi has the time to base right now.
Yeah. I mean, unlucky. That's the other thing I love most about the 1v1 tournament. This is not a mode the pros come into the event practicing. So they don't know, obviously, the best thing, but all right, let's see about the all-in here. Uzi, 2 more CS, he can go for it, or try and finish.
That's it.
There it is, there's your champion.
Calm, clean, collected. Crowd isn't really too pleased with it, but it's Uzi, so he gets an applause anyways.
It is Team Ice, so they're happy, you know. Give him the golf claps there. Ooh, well done.
That's going to be interesting when Uzi pulls this same strategy against Xpeke.
Oh, yeah.
I think we may...
Crowd will not be on your side then.
And at this point, the damage is done.
Exactly. I mean,
him.
This is why we set it up, right? There are so many drawbacks to trying a strategy other than an efficiently runed and masteried AD carry that's going to try and grind it out and put the 100 CS pressure on you. Hex Drinker defense, plus they're going to have more gold than you due to the early trading. And, you know, Levi never really got that opportunity for the all-in. We've seen so many successful uses of it, though, right? We've got players up there. We have mage players.
We've seen.
You know, and we have people like Smeb who said, I want to win, but I want to win with style. So you know Smeb is not going to go the AD carry route, and he's going to
The problem is, like, the
the
strategy that you're discussing here, which is kind of like the economy of LeBlanc, you know, with defensive build works if you're ahead in CS, but you can't build sustain. You can't beat sustain by sustaining if you're down in CS.
Yeah.
Just plays in Uzi's wheelhouse, kind of. So I think that's the main mistake that Levi made this game, and Uzi accepted it gladly. You know, with the Vamp Scepter, at that point he was so comfortable.
Exactly. You can't play Uzi's game. I mean, he's one of the top ADKs in the world to begin with, but and his biggest strength is laning. Of all AD carries, it's just so daunting of a task to go up against him.
Yeah, and we set it up like, yeah, of course, Uzi is playing the sustain style. It was very easy for him, but he had a lot of good side steps.
Yeah.
Every time the LeBlanc dashed in, he hopped backwards, dodging some damage, prepping up the spears. He always had the looming threat of the Q going through the minions. Didn't always discuss it every time it happened, but there is so much pressure playing against Uzi.
Yeah.
Whenever you're looking too closely at him, you lose control of the minion wave, and suddenly you start panicking, you buy some cloth armors, and then you slowly get the dawning realization that you're about to lose on 100 CS.
Yeah. Oh, man. And looking forward to, as well, we talk about the lead that Ice does have. If Smeb loses the next match, Ice actually just wins because they have everyone left, basically.
They get, like, all the points in the tournament. So this, again, for 1v1s, the winner gets 250 points.
Yeah.
Second place is 150. And then there's 2 times 50 points for the remaining players. And that could be all for Team Ice.
So, yeah, I mean, all of Team Fire's hopes here on Smeb. We'll see how much style he puts in. It's a little bit of art here. We'll see how much style, how much substance he does want to put into this next one, because if he does drop it, then that's going to be...
Well, we're about to find out, I think. 1 or 2 matches remain. Let's send it back to Dash, who is on stage ready to introduce the next players.
We start our third matchup on the blue side. Yesterday, he killed Albus, Dumbledore, and he's looking to kick his opponent in the arsa. It's Carson! And his opponent on the red side has murdered 30,063 minions this year. 100 more could do it for him. Victory comes for Smith!
Winner takes all. Have at it.
I just love how happy Smeb is. He's like,
I know.
"Yay, get to play 1v1.
Him and Mata are definitely my two favorites of this tournament because Mata is actually just smashing keyboards. He's knocking the camera over. He's
It's like, you're trying to watch me? Try again.
Yeah,
Smashes
exactly.
it down.
And anytime someone beats Faker, right? Especially in a 1v1 like mirror match, it's an event.
Challenging Faker to, I mean, it's the history of All-Stars 1v1s though. Challenge Faker to Nivea 1v1. Done. Challenge him to Yasuo. I think we finally found the way to beat Faker, and I think that's why we got rid of Blind Pick in the 15th as well.
Yeah.
Can't mirror match you anymore. It's over.
Faker's like, guys, we need to get rid of this. There's a flaw in the system.
We saw the crowd lobbying for an Ivern pick. In the feature we had introing this matchup, though, there were rumors of a mirror match. Karsa wanted to play, I think, Yasuo mirror versus Smeb as well. That's a Kled locked in. There is a screen, so and they can talk to each other.
Yeah. I mean,
Smeb did this yesterday as well. He locked in at 35 seconds or something. He's like, you know what? I don't care that you see my champion. Come at me.
And you can see how much Karsa is laughing as well. There may be a pre-arrangement here that they have already agreed on. Karsa has been also, really good sport. He's been up for anything. He was the one where Draven trading level 1 there, they just test out if you can catch each other's axes and then decide to go back, even though they've got the advantage.
Really fun mechanics, the fact that you can actually double axe with a Draven. Let's see. They're obviously playing for quite a bit at stake here. Smeb, you're the last player from Team Fire. If you lose, Ice is almost guaranteed, or pretty much guaranteed to win the tournament. And more importantly, you blind pick the Kled. 35 seconds remaining. Having blind faith that Karsa will do the same.
I gotta say, if you're gonna have all of your hopes for a whole team on one player, it's a pretty good player to choose for it. And I'm very excited to see the style victory that he's looking for.
So we can catch 2 axes. Can you hop on the other opponent's Carl?
Can you like fake him out and make him come to you? Yes, Carl, this way, this way.
Get some poor snacks out there.
Let's see, do they even have the same skins? We'll be able to tell them apart here.
All right, so there's a Q start on Karsa. Let's see if Smeb has the same. I imagine. I don't think you're gonna start anything else here.
Yeah, this is the one game I was distracted from the last one. Didn't jump into it.
That's fine.
So we'll just be spectators.
All right, real quick for everybody at home, before the mayhem goes loose, we have really big investment on flat health on the side of Karsa. He is running 100 flat health, 6.3 armor, and then 13 physical damage. He is running 12-0-18, surprisingly. He's playing Grasp Kled here, so that's a very, very defensive Karsa with a mix in ferocity. Quickly going over to Smeb. His masteries are the same, so these guys are definitely Kled pros.
Perfect. And
runes, ooh, vastly different here for Smeb. He's running all attack speed, armor, and physical damage, no flat health.
Interesting, yeah. So, flat health is better for the all-ins, but if you're going to grind it out from long trades, the armor's going to provide a lot more value, a lot more effective health over the course of a longer match.
Doesn't the flat health go to your main character, not the Skarl, the actual Kled part?
Everything goes to Skarl.
Okay, everything goes to Skarl.
Right. So if you can jump off him, then get back on him,
then it's more valuable. Then you get the multi-value.
Uh-oh, here we go. Locked into level 1 combat. Does get the grasp trade.
Oh, it's so hard to see what HP these guys are on.
All right, we got some skill here. Weaving those, what is it, bear trap on a rope through the minions.
We're not play-by-plays. We're just calling Q.
We didn't get into the game. We can't cheat like normal color.
Yeah, normally it's like he's using his hover.
Let's go with Golden Chicken versus, oh, they're all in here. Is he going to exchange? Another grasp there for Smeb, and actually the grasp is really working out for him. Does have control of the minion wave as well.
I tried to look up the skills, and my browser's in German. So.
Say it in German then. I'll accept that answer.
Bärenfahrer am Style is what he has, so he's actually a bear trap on a rope.
Okay.
And then we're not going to go for the next one. This is hard mode casting right here.
Smeb has actually been the first one to demount his opponent, and Karsa's going to have to charge that loyalty back up to earn his
strategy here, but Karsa going down so low. He was so close to hopping back on Skarl and turning it all around. It is a strategy, but Smeb just goes in and wrecks him.
I know. We were gonna, start talking about the invulnerability frames when you jump off and all those little mechanics, and it doesn't really matter because Smeb knocked him off so much earlier, then able to go in with the double summoners there and take the victory.
Ooh.
It makes it a bit more exciting. Whichever team you're a fan of, to at least have a fighting chance for the other team.
I mean, we need somebody to challenge Uzi, hopefully, in the finals. Let's see, Karsa's still level 2, so that's obviously a really good all-in from Smeb. Mistake from Karsa for playing so close to the wave when he is yet to hit level 3, because if he got level 3 earlier, could have probably survived for a faction longer, maybe had some regen, then hop back on Skarl. Then obviously you get the bonus, and Smeb would not have the time to regen.
I mean, he is a jungler. Traditionally, the junglers that haven't played, solo champions that much. I guess it depends on how much you get auto-filled. The more auto-fill you get, the better you are at
Never as support.
1v1s. Yeah, exactly. Maybe as support, it's a similar situation.
That's why Mara has like different accounts where he actually plays other roles, because you need it, because otherwise you will not have the mechanics, I think, to drive it home. That was interesting. Takes cojones from Smeb though. So last fire play remaining is like, I'll play a Kled 1v1. I'll take it.
I do like the willingness for people to go for tower dives as well. Don't shy away from the tower dives. Have an explosive victory under the turret there. Get a little bit more adrenaline for yourself as well.
And that's also like what All-Stars is about, because like these guys want to win. Everybody's like, winning is fun, but I think winning in a fun way is the ultimate fun, obviously.
That's exactly what Smeb said. He's like, I want to win, and I'm going to win with style.
So I wonder what mirror match is up next. Look at the stage we see, like kind of...
I got to get in this game.
Yep. Uzi is kind of running on stage with Expected right now. They're setting up. Obviously, Mata is already set up. We're just waiting for them to finalize a few things. These matches are going so quick that these players are barely getting any time to...
I know, right? And I'm kind of waiting for someone to ban Yasuo against Mata, see what he'll play next. But another part of me just wants him to play Yasuo all the way to the top and nobody to really challenge it. We'll see if there's maybe another mirror match agreed to or not.
I mean, I would want to see Jarvan, but I feel like he's been kind of nerfed so much in the 1v1 sense as
Jarvan is pretty much all about hitting your EQ.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd feel comfortable in that. At least I played the champion. Actually, that's one of the things. Seeing so many of these 1v1s and how excited the players are getting for these, I'm so jealous. I want to play up there, Crepo.
Yeah, so like then we finally get a caster to challenge Ibai, and they send Trevor. I'm like, all right, you guys.
To be fair, he did a very theatrical performance. It was definitely something.
Definitely something is the best way to summon it. Anyways, that which is Kled may never die. Jesus Christ, guys. Let's bring it back to the stage to see who will be making it to the semifinals.
Y en el lado azul, su Syndra ha dejado un rastro de campeones a su paso. Desde Flash Wolves llega Maple.
And
no.
My time to talk. Ayer capturo a Prey y ahora está a la casa para una plaza para los semifinales. Es Mata! Caballeros, es la hora del combate.
¡Que comience la batalla!
Oh, man.
We're not prepped by this. I have no clue what's
I know a little bit special. I know Matar is 2-kill, right? And Mata has been winning all these 1v1s. There's a correlation here. You need to change your name before you get into one of these.
All right, definitely so. Call yourself Matar. You'll win the 1v1s. All right, that was something else. I'm keep getting baffled by these intros and slightly worried.
To me, the most shocking thing was Dash's hair today, right? It looks like he did do just that, right? He stuck his fingers in a socket or something and got electrocuted.
I feel like he lost a fight against a raccoon.
Okay, or that.
It's happening.
It is happening. No discussion about any of the champions. And yes, our answer to the original question, will there be any more mirror matches? I guess they should have tipped it off, because in that video we just watched, Maple said,
yeah, it was
I want to win.
I thought it was Smeb initially, but it was actually Maple saying,
Maple.
I'll take his best champion.
Yeah.
Play it against him.
He said he's looking forward, to the 1v1 with Mata. I mean, Mata already took down Faker. He's just adding all these trophies to his 1v1 trophy case.
Quite sad they didn't spend Yasuo in the bans. Could have done that.
Oops, camera came back on. I was throwing my pen away.
I don't need this anymore.
We got a note. It's looking a little awkward there. Get that pen out.
Yep. Yeah. Kobe. Get the pen out of your pocket.
I mean, it's all about showmanship, right? You know, who's going to win with style? You know, the sleight of hand. Are you looking at the pen? Now I got into the game. Perfect.
Definitely. We can definitely track the runes and masteries again. I wonder if Mata is still running his 1% crit rune. That's what he was doing every single Yasuo game so far.
Paid off for him. I saw a crit.
I saw a crit. That was the 1%. Honestly, this is a bold move from Maple. We'll need to judge his Yasuo skills. But he is one of the more mechanically gifted mid laners in the world. So it's definitely possible.
And that's what All-Stars is all about, being bold. Well, what are you playing a 1v1 for if you're a mid laner and you're scared to challenge the support player in a Yasuo 1v1? I mean, come on, you gotta be able to put up here.
This is interesting. Maple's running Grasp Yasuo. 1% crit as well, attack speed, health, and very heavy on armor. So he's playing tank Yasuo against Mata.
The armor quints are actually some of the most efficient runes in the entire game. Huge value from those, and that is what Maple is getting the extra armor from.
Mata's running magic resist.
Again.
Again.
He does not care. He's got a Yasuo page. He's had success with it before, so, you know, it must be a good page.
And he's playing Warlord. So we're looking at Grasp again, guys, on the side of Maple. Very focused in the armor department, but doesn't dish out as much damage with the attack speed either.
Yeah.
And then on the other side, we have Mata, who's running Warlords and magic resistant glyphs. That's about the action.
That's the thing, right? I have this thing where I usually will look up the highest rated players on Korean solo queue to try and copy runes and masteries from them. But sometimes they're just really good players, right? Just because they're the top of the solo queue doesn't mean they've theory crafted the best masteries. He's just way better than me.
Yep.
And they actually, copying them can be a detriment.
All right, but let's see how their play actually does here. Maple, slight push. I wonder if, I guess the Grasp proc, and this is where Mata finds out that he's playing against a whole different beast of Yasuo, and he will likely feel the laning pressure here.
Yeah, and it does, you know, kind of change the way you want to trade, right? Because there is the cooldown on Grass, whereas Warlords, you're always going to be able to, you know, hit and get effectiveness out of it. So Maple wants to go in for those and work around that timing. Does have control of the minion wave and pushing Mata in early here.
Yeah, misses one CS, did sidestep the Q, and these minions are kind of over-prepped, so that's a good solution. Get the second one down, and then when the first one goes low, double AoE.
Yeah, he's only down 2, and most of his games have ended in all-ins anyway. Didn't get very far as the CS.
You really want to stack that shield up. Good trade here, and out by Maple. Super satisfying to watch them just slide from one minion to the other. Always leave yourself an exit creep if you play the Yasuo.
Yasuo is definitely one of the beautiful champions.
Oh, look what they're doing, look what they're doing. Maple does not want to step backwards.
Yeah, exactly.
Because if he does, if he steps forwards, Mata's going to use him as a vessel to get to the relic. So that's why they're kind of both stepping away from the relic.
That's the first thing you look for as a jungler, like ganking a Yasuo. You don't want to go behind him because then you give him a free E route out.
Perpendicular is what you want to do.
Exactly. Maple, though, I mean, he's got a good amount of control. We're going to need some of that Mata magic for some sort of surprise kill here.
You can maybe do it at level 6. Yasuo's ulti is an armor pen effect that takes place after he hits it. Obviously, much more efficient, more armor the enemy has.
CS courtesy of a support main here.
I mean, he's never gone past level 3 on this champion. He's never. This is a whole new world for Mata.
Well, potion chugging right now, so may decide to finish this one before he has to deal with the extra one.
What's a good exhaust by Maple as well.
Maple's in there!
He has a Grasp pocket so hard. Nice sidestep. Mata is low.
Nowhere to go.
Yeah, beautifully played by Maple from start to finish in control. Superior rune set as well. Takes down Mata on his own.
Style, folks. That's what we're talking about. I love it.
I love the conclusion of this All-Star 1v1 event where these players start choreographing their own finisher moves.
Yeah.
I wonder what Mata had in store in case Maple lost.
That was beautiful. I love it too. In the spirit of the event. All right, let's see Maple finishing it off here. There's nowhere for Mata to go. So
that was the last move he could do was land that Q, maybe get some Warlords in there again. You know, stacking up another auto dash into Q. That was the only play Mata could have. But instead, nope, he got sliced.
And they're, you know, beautiful acting there. Even though it's entry level, I'll give it a B-.
B-? I don't know what that means because I'm European. But we'll need to recruit them once.
Better than average.
Better than average. Once we do our April Fool's games, we can get Mata in as an actor.
Yeah, yeah. I've got something planned for you later too. It'll be more along like For the Watch and Crepo going down. But for now, we gotta keep everything civil because there's a long way to go, and both teams still have a chance. You know, Smeb is in there for Team Fire, but it does not look good for him. Uzi's going to be one of the guys up next that's going to provide a pretty big roadblock he's going to have to get over.
Yeah, looking at Uzi, he goes up against Expeke pretty soon. And then on the other side of the bracket, we have Mapleland versus Smeb.
Yeah.
That's going to be a killer.
We don't want to take away Ibai and Dash's duties here, though.
No.
We want to encroach on their territory. I'm scared what would happen if we encroach too much.
They can't hear us. Luckily, in-house broadcast is in Spanish, so we can say what we want as long as we whisper it quietly as they walk by.
But actually, after the last one, too, like we might have shocks coming down from the rafters here.
Just like Mission Impossible style. Just please stop introducing my players.
Yeah, exactly. All right, I'll make sure to get into this one as well.
I'm ready to research the runes. Yeah, we're like.
Oh yeah. We're getting A+ actually. I'll grade ourselves. This is a self-grading system.
Peer evaluation.
Exactly.
I rate this casting duo 10 out of 10.
We've got that feedback circle going here. Great job, Crepo. You're amazing.
You're wonderful too, Kobe.
I hope we're getting these shots of the crowd as well, because the crowd is absolutely amazing here. In the stadium, super hyped up. This is definitely one of their most loved events as well.
It's just super pleasant to be like in Barcelona. It's not only is it a wonderful city with some great food, tapas. Luckily we leave after 1 week because otherwise it would end up pretty poorly. But the people here are just incredibly nice.
Bulking phase.
Met quite a few of them, and they're just so excited. A lot of them are rooting for Team Ice though, because whenever they had the scars out, it was always for Expeke, maybe Mythi, and they really want to see Expeke succeed.
Yeah, and he has been. That's the greatest part, right?
How?
How? Yeah, exactly. That's like it's like he's got Garrett coming out of nowhere. He's winning 1v1s all over the place with Cassiopeia, with Tyr, and
he arrives in like these really short shorts that I would. I'm not sure if I would even pull them out on broadcast.
The only sad thing about the shorts was that Mythi didn't get a pair.
Yeah.
I felt so bad for him because people are like, oh, why is Mythi not wearing them? You know, where's the solidarity? But he actually didn't even get a pair.
All right, guys. Only couple. All right.
You got trolled.
I got trolled right now.
Don't
it's
worry.
not Dash. I see Ibai on stage. Let's see who's run to the finals. Is cut shirt with Ibai, not Dash, on stage.
Y es que solo un enfrentamiento más por delante para llegar a esta gran final. Vamos con las semifinales. En el lado azul tenemos al rey del backdoor y el jefe final europeo en este torneo. Mi amigo, tu amigo, el amigo de todo el mundo. Expeke! Y en el otro lado, aterrizó en la competición como uno de los favoritos y ha sabido mantener las expectativas, perdón. Es una leyenda y lo quiere demostrar también en este 1 contra 1. Sí. Mucha suerte en la final.
Okay, best of 3.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, exactly. We need to give some space now. Now we're into the serious part of the 1v1 mode. Peke did say he has a couple of champions prepared. I wonder if he'll wait to use those till after the first game.
I mean, he's praying,
or just come right out of the gate with it.
He's praying that Nasus is left open. I think that's your best approach.
I mean, if you say you have something special prepared, Nasus has been like on the ban list the entire tournament. I don't know about that being too special, but yes, the E Max Nasus that a lot of people have been talking up, even building AP for a decent amount of people. We'll see if Pekka is going to use that or if it will be even more spectacular.
Okay. All right. Looking for a team kill.
Yes.
Gotta leave your teammates behind.
It's a good problem to have, to not have any of the enemy team left to fight because so many of your teammates have been going far.
I mean, as a tactical leader, maybe looking at the future under the assumption that Smeb goes to the finals, maybe I should just send Uzi.
No! Take a fall?
Take a fall?
No way!
Bend the knee, Expeke!
He would never. Let's see though. You can tell he's taking it serious. He's getting those 80 carries out of there. That is the first step versus Uzi.
He's also in the zone. That face is one of
Oh yeah, that's a serious look. The smoldering Spanish eyes.
Don't fall in love, Kobe.
Exactly. Thankfully, he's not looking at the camera.
Yeah. He's staring at the screen. That's the only thing preventing us from
saving everyone.
Yeah. No giant spoon for Expected. All right. 380 carries out on the left side. Mage is banned on the right side. What a surprise.
What a surprise. Uzi already hovering more 80 carries, though. Yes, there are plenty more for him to choose from.
He's like, I got Lucian, I got Kalista. Kennen is actually left open. And that's actually a good pick into 80 carries. Really beneficial trade pattern.
You know, as Reckless was showing as well, Reckless obviously very close to Peke, and they were practicing a lot. We heard so many rumors about Reckless is waking up early. He's playing 1v1 matches over and over and over.
Just left some more.
Oh! That's good. You get a B+ for that one. You're moving up the rank.
Moving up. There was a Rise Hover. I think that may actually be it for Expected because it's a really strong champion into 80 carries. And I think Expected actually has a chance here.
I think it's a very... he definitely has a chance. I really do like the strategy as well. Bush control pretty easy on this map. I want to see if he can get over to the side.
I want to see almost a cleanse rather than an ignite because I feel if you're rising, you get rid of the exhaust, or even you just go for a barrier, dude. There's so much predictable damage inside of Barris.
Yeah, I mean, barrier definitely is high value because it's pretty easy to predict a full trade and get the maximum shield worth there. But as you're talking about the cleanse, I'm reminded of all these like Darius games where they're learning like Ghost Cleanse and stuff, and it's possibility to get multiple values out of that by cleansing off multiple things. I was thinking it would be pretty good for the 80 carry in this situation as well.
To get out of the Rise.
If you get Rune Prisoned and Exhausted and Ignited, and you get the 3-for-1 on that cleanse, then
you're riding the struggle bus.
Feel pretty good, you know.
Probably want to stay away, honestly. One thing I hope we see, and I don't know if they actually practice this, in 1v1, it seems counterintuitive to skill your ultimate as Rise, but we can't forget that you can port the minions. You can stand on your minion wave, port it under the enemy turret, deny him a full wave.
We were trying to theory craft all of the like oddball things you could do in 1v1, besides just straight up, you know, try and kill the other person. Rise teleporting the minions definitely is one of them. We'll see how tricky he does get.
All right, Expected is running his AP armor page, Magic Pen, flat health, and then 26 ability power. Since he's playing Rise, he's going very heavy on the offense. 12-18-0. No Resolve Tree. Not looking for any tankiness. Just going pure on damage.
Is going to go for that mage style. Look for the kill. Look for the all-in. Probably not the CS, but, you know, we say that, and he got a CS, almost a CS victory previously on Cassiopeia, so...
I mean, we joke around it a lot, but he's just a fantastic legacy player, so he can definitely...
He's a god. Yeah, all around.
Yep.
What a god.
More popular players as well.
I mean, he is one of the oldest players in the game as well. Let the crowd take over and cast this one, though.
Rallying behind him. All right, Uzi getting early access to the wave. Really good E-trade. That's what you want to do. Hit all the range creeps and your opponent. That auto attack costs him a little bit for minion trades, so that's not too great from him. He wants just to get the push early.
Yeah. Also here from the Rise, you want to try and spread that flux. The ideal situation would be go through minions and then hit Uzi, but Uzi good positioning on the side. Peke now able to get both there and just going to try and clean up the CS as Uzi lands a little bit of harassment.
It's really hard to CS with Rise under the turret on this map, so that is definitely something that's going to keep Peke down. Uzi, he gets level 2 first.
Yeah, at the early level 2, he's going to have complete control of this minion wave. And Peke, you know, while it is a little bit not exactly what he wanted, it's still fine because his plan is going to be to go for that all-in kill. And he doesn't have to worry too much. As long as you get enough CS to be competitive in items after your first purchase.
Yeah, definitely. So we're learning about the CSing every time one of these melee creeps hits the turret. You think, yeah, it's going to live. Nope.
Yeah,
dies by
different tower damage is actually super annoying.
Because these guys are trained thousands of games of League of Legends in turret habits. Even when small tweaks get made on 5v5, you start struggling. Uzi threatening. Whenever Peke wants to go for a CS, he's eating auto attacks in return, even though he's spell CSing.
Yeah. I mean, you guys talked about before earlier when we saw a bunch of Varus. He's got multiple spells to harass you in between trying to get CS. So there are a lot of options for Uzi to be going for harassment.
And that's a dangerous thing Uzi did right there. He went for the auto walkout, and as it hits, he's no longer in turret range. If Expected can answer with a snare there, that could spell Uzi's demise if he's not extremely careful. But however, in that harass pattern, he just messed up all his melee creeps again, loses 3 CS here, so slowly dwindling and falling behind. on the side of Expeke.
Yeah. I mean, he did get a spread there on the spell flux. That's what we were talking about.
But every time that happens, he's kind of ruining his own minion wave.
He's going for the all-in really early here.
Reduced health, like barrier is suboptimal. Expeke backs out.
All right. He traded 2 summoners for 1 there is the key, though. Even though Expeke's got him on the ropes, this is the reason why we keep saying, oh yeah, Uzi, he's so cool in these situations. He's not panicking at all. Holds on to the extra summoner. Now he's got exhaust. And that with the Rise looking for an all-in means Peke pretty much has to wait until both summoners come back off of cooldown. So probably we'll look for him to wait for another purchase and then the second round of double summoners.
Yeah, look at Expeke. He doesn't want to base because this wave will be fast pushed by Uzi. He knows he can't trade in this massive minion wave versus exhaust, so he finds himself in a bind. He was hoping that the Ignite healing reduction on that relic would be enough, but Uzi, so calm and collected. He just always knows stuff. Even though the barrier wasn't ideal, he traded it instead of the exhaust. Obviously, the shorter cooldown.
Yeah.
Now Peke looking for a reset on this wave.
Woo,
got there.
I have to say, I mean, Double have talked about as well. I mean, as good of a player as you can be, like you can be a top tier player and still trying to lane against Uzi, especially Uzi knowing there's no junglers available to influence the matchup is just very intimidating.
And you see what he's doing, so we need to follow what he's doing exactly. It is stepping forward every time you go for a CS, stepping backward every time he goes himself for a CS, keeping that sustain up with the Warlords.
It looks like the steps are so simple for him as well. He's like, step number 1, his whole focus was on getting control of the minion wave. As soon as he got a single minion advantage, he immediately transfers into harassment mode, and he's firing auto shots in between the spell harassment at you to keep you off of the minion wave. So there's almost no chance for you to get control back, and doing such a good job.
Yeah, and he's approaching level 6. Uzi will get a combat skill point right there with his ultimate, which is really valuable against the Rise, especially when you get Rune Peasant, so he can at least walk away from the second part of the engage. Peke cannot skill his ultimate, so on level 6, there will be another advantage towards Uzi.
Yeah, and I think that Peke, excuse me, is still... Yeah, not Stixay, he's across the Atlantic, pretty far away. But yeah, Peke, he's still waiting for the double summoner timer, so I feel like we have time to remain calm and just wait until he's able to go back for probably another purchase before he goes for the all-in as well.
I want to see Peke hide in the brush, warp to the relic behind Uzi, cut off the escape, and then go all-in, but it may already be time for this one all-in that we're waiting for.
Testing the waters there, maybe. They do both have potions, so sustain is definitely there. Yeah, I got a little word there. I was like, just before I say he's going to wait for double summoners, he goes all in!
Now waiting. That's one exhaust down. So close to the barrier for Uzi. Peke has the kite. He has to dodge the next arrow. Nope. Makes you wonder, Kobe. Should he perhaps have waited for these double summoners? And this is a best of 3. The way you lose the first game will impact the way you play the next 2 as well.
Did we just see Peke bend the knee, Crepo? Now I'm wondering about other things.
Yeah, maybe
I feel like it was pretty obvious. You need to wait for your double summoners to come back up.
Like, Uzi, hold the sword. I'm just going to walk into it.
A great leader, knows how to use good underlings, basically. And if he's sending forward Uzi as his champion.
So as we were walking through the replay here, guys, Uzi obviously is winning this trade. Uzi unplugged his keyboard and his mouse stood up, and the referee had to walk over and tell him, hey, it's the best of 3. It's not over yet.
That's what it was. Peke just giving a false sense of hope in the first one.
Yeah, we're looking for Uzi to get his peripherals back in there, so we'll be a little bit slower heading into the second game. We can see him like he's right behind the camera, so basically he's about 10 meters from us, yards.
Yeah. It's much better to have that reaction than to forget your peripherals, though. Because I have done that before, and forgetting those, especially as a programmer, is the worst. So at least he's got that ingrained in him. Every time you stand up, going to take those with you.
Yeah, they're so used to just like every time they're done with a match, okay, unplug, we're done here. But they're setting up for the second game. I wonder what the strategy is going to be for Expeke. Because he technically could win this matchup if he plays it better. I think he took a bad trade. He CS very poorly under turret, but it doesn't mean that Rise is a bad pick into Varus.
And he wasn't that far behind in CS, right? It was just the early lead that Uzi got. He pretty much kept that lead and kept control of basically a whole wave. But yeah, there still were multiple windows that Peke had there. I do think he might switch it up, though. And I hope he switches it up because he said he had something special. And if you have something special and you lose 2 games in a best of 3 before you show it,
not that special.
It's not that special.
We're waiting for maybe Expeke goes a little bit on tilt and says, you know what, I'm gonna play Olaf or Darius and just level 3 all-in champion.
Is it tilt or is it genius, Crepo?
Genius. I mean, if Uzi wins the entire thing, I think we can call Expeke the puppet master.
Yeah, definitely, right? The mastermind. It is all about using the resources available to your whole team. You know, thinking big picture for the greater good.
Team Ice before all. I don't think so at all. It would take a serious team player to bend the knee in your own house for Uzi. I don't think that's
it's not going to happen. I mean, Peke is having so much fun here. That's the other thing, is like you can see the enjoyment on these players' face walking around here. Especially, yeah, exactly. It's not just about picking Garen. It's doing well with Garen. So let's see what he's got for round number 2.
Caitlyn Quinn banned out again. There is whispers of the Urgot. Every single champion select as well. Beautiful 1v1 champion. Personally, satisfying to watch for me. I'm just a big Urgot fanboy.
I like how you were able to fit Beautiful in with a sentence with Urgots. Very well done, Crepo. He definitely is a monster in the 1v1 though. Very scary. We talked about the long range harass.
The one thing that makes me sad is that there's no forced flash in 1v1s, and that everybody's running these kind of hyper efficient summoners. But I feel like if you were forced to use Snowball Flash, you could get a lot more interesting 1v1s.
I definitely love mobility, right? For me, the most exciting thing is when there are, no matter what game mode it is, the more mobility, usually the more exciting the plays are, right? Just because your eyes are tracking more things.
Yeah, and especially if you can then predict the mobility of another player.
All right, I'm probably going to be fired next time I don't get in the game. This is the second time I've failed you. I'm sorry.
We clearly split up the duties. No! I'm on Runes and Masteries. Kobe's job is to press one button and get into the game, and he's failed twice now.
Sorry, Expeke looked up into the camera for a second, and I was caught.
I get it.
Okay, good. I'm out free. Good excuse. All right, well, they do it. They have him locked in. All right, so it will be the Lucian Rise. Peke going back to the Rise. Wants to get his victory on that first. And I do definitely think it's still viable, especially...
Super good matchup versus AD carry.
Exactly.
Everybody's been saying it backstage when they've been practicing, is like, if this AD carry trend continues, to Rise is what you want to go for, honestly. And especially now against the even shorter range carry. I like that Uzi's spicing it up, despite he had the Varus last game, but maybe he just wants some ability to kind of get out of the Rise's way, dodge another Q with a dash. I think it's a better pick in that regard. However, shorter range, less harass, he gets caught easier.
Yeah, I mean, it will be slightly more difficult for him to get control of the minion wave, but I still think he gets the job done with Lucian. And so then you're just left with the extra mobility. So if you still can get the same job done at the beginning of the game, which is the point of AD carry, then I do like the small change that he's made.
Yeah, so he trades the fact that he can harass to the wave with Q and E. Just now, trading with 2 hits at a much shorter range. He has to be careful, but if he gets caught, if he jukes a single Q from the Rise, he can take the upper hand in the trade.
Definitely true. Plus, culling is such a huge weapon in this game. Able to pressure that CS lead, also the long-range harass. Since, like you said, there's no flashes in this mode. Or, I mean, technically you could take flash.
Yeah, but
nobody has taken flash. So
the only player that maybe could take flash is out of the tournament right now.
Yeah, Mata. Yeah. It's actually interesting, right? Because 1v1 mode would be completely different if we tried to make them mirror Summoner's Rift solo lanes, and we're like, okay, it is 1v1 mode, but you have to run flash as a summoner. You have to run, offensive masteries, something like that. But it's a completely different game here because for this game, you have to be both striker and goalie. Like, you can't just go offense. You have to be your own defense as well.
But therein lies the beauty as well in these adaptations, the kind of resurgence of the resolve tree that every AD carry kind of figures out. AD carry runes and masteries have been pretty much figured out by Uzi by now. And again, similar things that we've been saying all week. Access to the minion wave early, get that first creep down, then use AoE abilities to hopefully harass both the enemy champion and the minions, and generate push. Has Expected learned to last hit?
Yeah, that's another thing, right? You need to get some time on this map to get used to the damage for melee minions at least.
4 out of 6. Passing.
That's your grading for it right there. Okay.
I mean, yeah, I'm counting the minions. What grading would you use?
What scale are you using to come up with your grade, Crepo? Counting.
Counting. All right, Uzi has yet to drop a CS. It's 1, 2. Cool. It's almost as if he plays AD carry.
Man, you should change the play-by-play, dude. You got this down pat.
Hey, man, when they're CSing and we've analyzed these matches over, I've been here all week, man. I was hoping you would bring like some new
Don't
knowledge
give me
to the table.
excuses, man. Oh, we're trying to turn the table here, man. Honestly, I want my pen back. I threw it away earlier, and it's all right.
You sad.
Peke's, I really was hoping for him to try and get more of those fluxes through the minion waves again last time, but since Uzi just puts out so much pressure early, it's really difficult to even get the time to do that. Against mages, it's so much easier.
Yep.
But Lucian is coming in. He'll punish you every time you step up to the minion wave.
This is an all attack there as well. Peke definitely feeling the nerves here on this rise. That's one benefit of AD carry champions as well. They just play with more base AD. It's much easier to last it here. Peke dropped 2 CS there again. Just slowly dwindling behind already. 4th wave or something. He's down 10 CS in the gutter.
Yeah. I mean, for people like just tuning in, we can go over again, why the AD carries have been settled on kind of as the efficient kind of way to path to victory, basically, in the 1v1 matches. They have the extra sustain early because they're going to be taking the Warlords. They have the ranged attacks that they can use for us in addition to the spells. But also, it's just so much about the early wave control.
Definitely so. And Uzi was trying to sneak a base there, hoping that Expected would be afraid. But obviously, since there are no normal trinkets on this map, you just always run a sweeper so you can sweep the brush and reveal the silhouette. Then Uzi's base was stopped here. So that was good from Expected.
Yeah, I feel like
the wave neutral as well.
That is the main carryover from last year's All-Stars, where at the beginning of the tournament, people were running like all random trinkets. And by the end, it distilled down to just the sweepers. But everybody started right off from the very beginning here this year, using those sweepers to see their opponents in the brush.
Spectre is out of mana. This could be a... I wonder if Uzi wants to pull this into the brush and freeze. Nah, he would take too much damage, so he's just prepping the minions. He is really good at CSing.
Yeah, like that prepping on this map, by the way, you have to get used to, but very very well done here by Uzi.
Yeah.
Even though he's not able to get these ranged ones. The range since the ranged ones have such low health, or either it's they have super low health or their turrets do a lot of damage, they're very difficult because if they get touched by pretty much anything, then the one turret shot does kill it.
Yeah, that's an annoying caster minion that keeps switching targets when you don't want it to.
Betrayed by the purple casters.
I see you're wearing purple today, Kobe.
That's unfortunate.
Is that an omen?
No. I literally have no idea what clothes I even put on each day. We have a stylist. They just tell you to wear that, put it on. Go dance, monkey.
I get to choose
here I am.
I get to choose my clothes. I'm the advanced species.
Oh man!
We communicate.
Actually, never mind. We're going down the wrong path here, as Peke has actually gained control, because this is a pretty interesting little turning point. Trying to push Uzi under his turret. We'll see if he's able to CS these ranged minions. Those are the tricky ones.
And he saw one immediately, and then just kind of hard shove the other two, because those will get hit by minions. That's why he uses his Q right there. Get that one extra minion. Pekka right now in a much better spot than he was last game. Only trailing 5 CS, and he is ramping upwards. Looking for those chains.
Flux transfer does get the extra damage on Uzi too.
And more importantly, every time he does that, he blows up the wave.
And let's prep the all-in already right now. If we talk about the Rise mechanics, right? People want to watch this rune under the health bar for Expeke after the Rise rework. He's charging him now. There you go. As soon as you get the full one, you get that boost of move speed plus the extra shield. And he's going to want to prep that before the one all-in does occur, so he can try and use that for the extra health plus maneuver away from the Lucian.
Yeah, definitely want to use that. And with the pressure, Spectre denying more creeps under turret. The viability of a CS victory is there. He has shown that he does more damage. He is ramping up on his all-in damage as well. And more importantly, he has his both summoners available. So things looking on the up and up for Expeke.
And he's going to come away with the actual CS lead now. So definitely a big turning point for him. If he gets back in time, which he definitely should unless he forgot something, he'll be able to clean these ones up. Does purchase boots, by the way. And speed is actually a rare purchase for a lot of people on this map. But definitely helpful for the to get in position for that all-in as well.
Uzi may be nervous. We didn't see it, but his culling is on cooldown. So I think he double tapped it while leveling up. Peke obviously doesn't know that.
He used it at Peke. I remember him seeing him shoot it at Peke.
Okay, then I'm just blind. Okay. Definitely not a fault when you're casting, but it's up soon enough.
All right, he's prepping the fluxes. Uzi not stepping close to him.
Ooh, that's good for Expected. A really good start here. Minions don't really get to him early.
He's just trying to get a summoner spell out of the way right now, by the way.
Oh, that was really good sidestep there by Uzi, not walking into the predict Q from Expecka. So hard to play against. That alone can tilt the player, by the way. When you know somebody would normally step into a direction, eat your Q, but a greater player just stands still.
I mean, the levels of mind games, as you get to the higher levels, right, you expect them to be this good, but if they're even better than that, they're going to not even move at all. And I don't know. With Uzi, it's incredibly difficult because he does change it up.
And we may actually see Pekka shift gears to potentially the first turret victory.
I don't know about that. Another culling, another... Pekka basically hit in the same spot of that brush. The angle there not going to be helpful for Uzi, and Pekka taking over, representing for the mage players here, and actually bullying the AD carry, putting that CS pressure on Uzi.
All right, he has Realm Warp. We don't have the minimap, and due to technical difficulties of one of our casters, we are not in game, so we need to just track the... we have to track the Rise in the top left to see if he Rune Warps or Realm Warps rather to the middle of the lane. He's using it, so he's coming. Look at that efficiency. Maximize that speed. Is it worth a point for that distance?
Okay, he's just using this one. We want to set up the minion plate later. He's using this one. He knows it'll come off of cooldown when he needs it for that spectacular minion transfer.
That would be actually sick, because this is looking like a CS battle.
Yeah. I don't know about that Q, what the explanation was there.
Lag.
He's also, you know, we talked about the mind games of dodging skill shots, right? You throw a couple here and there.
He's looking for
make your opponent think he's wild. Yeah, he is. Looking for a little bit of zoning here.
He pushed, he pulled a wave. Look at how the first melee creep is dying much faster on the blue side. It's because Expecka just did that minor tweak on the minions, pulled them in the brush, made them focus the same target, and now he's going to proxy zone. Remember, if he does not auto-attack, he will not get aggro from these ranged minions.
Did see that a whole bunch during the lane swap days, and still a lot of the times during, you know, bottom lane, if you get the proper recall off. But Pekka is still, you know, going for the CS, keeping those up. So eventually it's going to get back towards Uzi.
Yeah, once Uzi gets close, he can actually start challenging CS. Good trade by Expecka here. Has belly control as well. Once Uzi gets close to challenge CS, Expecka immediately turns the tides and uses the minions in an aggressive manner. 82 CS to 68. Expecka is going to do it.
He's crushing it right now. The turret's even getting in danger.
Just has to be careful. Culling is the only way out for Uzi.
The people's champion here, Pekka, he even gets the culling down there, only losing like 75 health in the exchange.
Pekka is setting his focus on the minions. I think this is the first time the crowd in France is not going to hate a CS victory. 89 remain. The turret's low as well.
Barcelona, France. Oh, the turret's going to go down. He gets exhausted. He got summoners out.
Barcelona, France, Barcelona, Spain, Kobico. The turret's low. What's he going for? One more shot. Turret dies! It's not a CS victory, so the crowd likes
Exactly.
Barcelona,
I was trying to figure out where your France came from, and I was like, what? Pekka's got fans in all countries. Worldwide icon.
Yep. Yeah, he actually surprisingly did a lot of damage to that turret. That's bold though. He had all the control. If he miscalculates one auto attack there, and that turret survives one more shot, he could die. But that was beautifully played from Expecka. The moment he realized he was in control, he shifted the momentum and started just like you said, spell fluxing that wave and just AFK pushing with the Rise. That's gonna eat a ban in the next game.
1-1. We come down to the last game in the best of 3. Pekka versus Uzi. One mage victory, one AD carry victory. The tension is definitely building in the building.
I think this is where you challenge Uzi to an Ari mirror match.
Yeah,
what is
you could do that.
Oriana mirror match? That's boring.
I don't think that Uzi is going to deviate from AD carries, though, right? He has been the kind of stone cold killer, not deviating at all, going for those grindy victories. And he actually got bested here, so maybe he bans Rise. We need to go back over what the other bans were, because you still have to ban Syndra. I feel like you still have to ban LeBlanc.
I think Rise is much more of a threat than probably even Syndra at this point, because it's just point and click snare is just so hard for AD carries to deal with. I think maybe a good Lucian can kind of play, but you do need a lot of macro dodge.
I think that we have come to the conclusion that Rise should be off the table, so it's just a matter of what else he's going to give up for it.
Yeah, and in worst case, then he gives up the Kennen, which is kind of a low skill floor champion. versus AD carry, so need to see. There's only 3 bans for Uzi. All right, Kalen's off the board. Let's take a look at what.
Uh-oh, technical difficulties again.
Hate it when that happens.
Rise ban off the table, no surprise there.
Taking their time right now. Bans came much quicker in the first game. Peke 1 game away from representing Team Ice in the finals of the 1v1 tournament, where there are 250 points at stake for the first place, 150 for the second. LeBlanc banned out, Rise off the table, just like you were saying. I think this may end up with Expected playing Kennen, where the next ban is going to Syndra for Uzi.
Cassiopeia, okay.
Okay.
So he does leave the Syndra up. Oh, will Peke go with the Syndra?
Dirty champion 1v1, but you gotta spike extra hard level 6 if you're Ilaoi, because the tentacles give CS.
AP Shaco is actually insane right now. I'm not quite sure about this map, but definitely very strong in 1 versus 1.
And in solo queue, especially on the enemy team.
Yeah.
Never on my team.
But typically, whatever they're hovering right now has not been the last choice.
Oh,
so we're just going to have to wait and see.
Just filling time.
Yeah. Let's return to the France thing, because you mentioned France, and that's why I said right before I said Barcelona.
Friends.
Oh, friends. My bad. Okay.
My bad, Kobe. I can't speak. Okay. Wait to rub it in right there.
I was sweating. I was like, oh my god, why is he? All right. No, the Syndra mirror. Yes. All right, good. I'm glad we settled that. I had to clear my name afterwards.
Oh, can you pick up enemy spheres?
We'll find out. Hopefully they'll have a test of it when they hit level 2. You know, one of those gentleman agreements. Or one of them starts Q, one of them starts W, and then
feels like very slanted. Although like W start is okay in this matchup, we saw it being done by players because it just seems more mana efficient to push the wave.
It does more damage than a level 1 Q.
Yep.
So a lot of people do start that. The difference isn't huge, but definitely possible. Also, you can mess up CS with it.
Yeah.
So the CS battles are slightly more exciting in Syndra 1 versus 1.
Imagine if there's like both players are 94. They're approaching, they do perfect CS, and then they yoink away the cannon creep that they need or something.
They each have the other one. They're waiting for him to throw the last minion.
Throw it as far away as they can from the map.
The victory comes down to who times the end of the cooldown better.
All right, let's see if there's any differences here. I expect it to be incredibly similar. Taking a look at Expected first. Magic Pen health, MR, and ability power, obviously. So he's playing just like the generic AP tank mid lane page. And on his masteries, 12-18-0, so no resolve. You can look at Uzi. Uzi is running the resolve. He really likes the efficiency from the resolve tree. So Expected should be dealing slightly more damage, you know, with those 12 points in ferocity. Uzi should be kind of more sustained.
That's the thing. The thing to me too is that Feast is also very good sustain, and you do get that in that first offensive tree.
Ooh, and there's actually a big difference here. We're looking at hybrid penetration runes from Uzi, running some lethality and magic pen, flat health, more AP, and also on his blues he's running 3.0 mana regen. So that means his glyphs are entirely based around mana regen. So Uzi is playing the sustained 100 CS style, whereas Expected, we're looking for the all-in.
And you can see it in the early playstyle as well. Uzi did start Q, start spamming it on the ranged minions to get control of the wave. He's still playing this like an AD carry, right? Yep. Getting wave control first, then going for harass. Whereas Peke started with the W. Uzi was able to dodge it, so he didn't land the first one, but went for harass over wave control.
And this is the same thing as we see in a lot of mid lane matchups. So wherever you walk up for a CS, you can expect to get Q by Syndra. So I expect he's dodging a lot of these. He is used to playing versus Syndra, so that's in his advantage. Ooh, good sidestep by Uzi, aggressively stepping forward.
Yeah,
good predict on
the auto though.
So a lot of minions on Expected here. Uzi is obviously doing really beneficial trades in the fact that he's hitting Expected and the minions at the same time. That sidestep was beautiful though on the W from Expected Syndra.
Expected with a single minion lead at the moment as well though.
Sometimes when you're so caught up in pushing, Efficiency goes out the window. It's so important to keep that minion wave pressured.
Also, health is almost more important than mana right now. Peke also has the mana lead.
The problem is for Uzi is that he traded his glyphs for 3.0 mana regen per 5 seconds, where you could have had 12 magic resistance. That feels like a very poor trade.
I mean, it's definitely going to hurt him in the actual trades of damage. And he's going to be the one forced back to base because of it.
Double Thorns, double Potions, something very often overlooked in the early levels as well, the value of Potions. All right, you can solve that creep. Yeah, you're just going to pull it.
It's really hard to judge whether the melee minion is going to be finished off by the turret.
It's about 60% almost.
Yeah.
And it needs to have to survive. That's why Uzi pulled it out. Use some mana, but immediately pops the relic. That's level 4.
All right, this one is going to be for all of the marbles as well. Yep. Remember, once we get to level 6, the potential of the unleashed power.
And just keep looking at the spheres as well. Hitting the level 6 spike early is going to be important. Speke will likely have a mild experience advantage if the waves are neutral. The problem is that Uzi is pushing right now.
I really do like that it's going to be very skill intensive this last duel, right? It's going to be all about who hits more of the skill shots. And you generally want to start with the W for the slow, so it makes it much easier to land each consecutive Q. But the stun does land for a good Thunderlord's trade by Peke. And I think he dodged the slow on the way out.
Yeah, but on the back end, Uzi reacts pretty fierce as well. These guys are really good at sidestepping each other's E's, but as they set up for a Q, there will always be the counter Q mid-animation from Uzi.
Yep.
And now it's a race to level 6. Because remember, ulti can come out of exhaust range, leaving only barrier as your defense.
Peke also, even with the boots, Uzi getting the better of the health trades here.
Yes, because it doesn't matter for Uzi where Xpeke is moving. Uzi's just waiting for Xpeke to walk up, go for the Q, and then mid-animation, he answers anyways, looking for the more efficient trades.
Tanking a bit of the minions here. Group up as well.
Uzi likely basing off of this.
Has enough mana to finish off the ranged minions and is going to get a pretty good base here. See what the second purchase is. If he decides to go move speed as well, you know, for dodging one of those crucial Ws.
Surprised Xpeke did not go for a sweep stop there. Knowing he had, yeah, it's too late right now, Xpeke. Knowing he had double relic available, if he got that stop, that could have been a really powerful game-breaking move. He obviously did not have the oversight because he was so busy just trying to equalize out that wave.
And look at this. Uzi's continued focus on the mana is there in the purchase with the Lost Chapter. This is a hugely efficient mana purchase for him. Going to get a bunch
Poor man's blue buff
for the level up. Yeah, so he's just going to be spamming on the waves and counting on that, whereas Peke's going with the combat power level 6 duel.
So the only way that works out in Xpeke's favor if he can get good trade and then zone Uzi off. Uzi keeps basing here. Blow up a minion, base, reset, because by the time he gets back, he'll be in a good spot. Good prep from Xpeke. Yeah, preps one minion with auto, waits for the turret shot on the remaining one, and then fires everything off.
The minion advantage there for Uzi is pretty significant, though, because of that really quick shove.
And it's really hard for Xpeke to generate any sense of denial. That's why he's going for the fast push. Don't want to freeze here, because Syndra has really long range, can always get access to the creeps. Looking to generate push here. Maybe aim for a turret victory. Who knows?
Doesn't get the range ones there, and Uzi is going to be able to pick up most of these. Increase the CS lead a tiny bit. Yeah, Peke.
Now it's dodgeball, Kobe.
Losing out a little bit.
If you can catch a sphere, you can dodge a wrench.
Well, that makes total sense. In France.
In France.
Uzi also with the no magic mantle pickup. While it's not quite as much magic resistance, it's very close, and it's going to give him similar combat effectiveness. So with the extra damage from minions, that more than makes up for the difference there.
Oh,
just
really good by Uzi.
Denying more minions. Could have gone for a little Thunderlord's cheeky tap there like Peke just did.
Yeah, Peke shifting focus. He knows he's down on the minions, so he is pretty low on mana as well. If he keeps going for CS, I think Xpeke is going for a push into base here. It almost has to be, because he knows he's going to lose the minion game. And he may actually just spec into like an elixir or something, just all in, know that he has about 20 left. Immediate reaction by Uzi is the sweep, of course. He does not want to let Expected base, and he is actually going to stop him if he knows.
Rush now? All right, he's going to go back because you want to be on the maximum item efficiency as well for the last fight. He knows Pekka is going back. Oh, cancels it. He's going to push one more wave.
Yeah. Solidify that CS. He knows it's coming. He needs more, I guess, gold to just get the more. He knows
it would be helpful to be able to check gold right now.
Yeah. Generally, gold helps bad items. Things brought to you by the Colorcaster team.
All right, we're coming down to the wire here as the CS lead for Uzi is going to force a fight from Peke.
Yeah, they keep missing. Just one more item.
I mean, you need as much combat effectiveness as you can possibly scrounge together. You know that the window is only a couple more waves.
I mean, Expectus he went for the Lost Chapter instead of more damage. So maybe
I think it's too late for that buy.
If he gets a good trade, he wants to maybe get Uzi off the wave. Oh. Maybe Uzi proves to be too tanky.
I mean, it is impressive what Uzi is doing here, right? He's taking the mage versus the... I mean, technically, I guess everyone's going to be like, yeah, but Pekka is an 80 carry most recently. But honestly, the Syndra mirror matchup, I thought that Uzi would continue to just use 80 carries. I like that he's spicing it up a little bit here.
But he's just always had control of this minion wave. Uzi just so smart when it comes to knowing when to prioritize minions instead of trades, and that's obviously what's been generating him these moments of sheer pressure that he gets on the back of the implied minion win victory. 9 CS remain.
Oh, here they go for it. Exhauster now.
Bad barrier.
Does get the stun and the ult pretty early.
Still a barrier on the side of Uzi. Uzi's complete control. All he needs to do is get to the relic. Kite Expecke wasted his barrier entirely, misreading the animation. Uzi looking to shift towards minions again. Nice dodge.
Now Uzi's on the chase. Is he going to finish another CS victory here? Only 4 more left. Pekka's got no options.
No more dodgeball, just CS. Uzi in the brush, no sweep. Expected gets hit. Ooh, that's lights out. That's game over. Even if you land that, there's not enough follow-up damage. Barrier still available. Uzi just flaunting with it. 3
Pekka
minions.
gonna go down fighting though. He's gonna charge him.
Fight like a champ, Pekka.
Oh, and Uzi's going for the
more. Uzi
and he
gets it.
All right, whether he's on an 80 carry or a mage, he still has the calm style. Get CS pressure first, force your opponent to take a bad fight.
And again, resolve, defense. What he lacked in defensive capabilities from his runes, he made up in masteries on the side of Uzi.
Definitely good showing there by Pekka, though. Did take the victory in the second game with Rise, showing he can go toe-to-toe. And what a great all-star event for him.
Yeah. Made his fans proud, rather, both in Spain and in France.
Exactly. Meanwhile,
50 points for Team Ice for making it to the top 4.
Definitely. And meanwhile, Uzi, that's a guy, he's got his eyes at the very top. He is looking to take the crown because he's one of those guys, his reputation has been that he is a lane bully. He's such a good 80 carry, and he definitely wants to prove it here. This would be something, like he said, that would validate that reputation.
Yeah, especially the loss rate here. Spec is basically offering himself up to the
please,
gods. Just to kill me.
Don't do it with the minions.
Don't do it dirty. Don't do it with the CS. Fight me like a man. Spec
All right,
goes
the
down.
Valhalla with Peke now.
He earned it. And meanwhile, obviously, Maple and Smeb should be ready then for the next matchup. They've been watching this 1v1 best of 3 here pretty intense.
Oh, I'm going to do it. I'm going to get in there.
Always getting into game. Spectate that. All right, they're getting ready. Hopefully, we'll see a Rise band in that matchup as well, because it's been proving incredibly strong in the 1v1, despite seeing almost no play so far.
I actually really liked the small amount of Darius that we saw. There was one window where Darius was popular. Like a couple of guys had a bunch of Darius practice or something. Yeah, with the ghost cleanses and stuff. And I thought it was pretty interesting taking this obviously all-in character to some of the matches and knowing that you have to go for it. And then there's mind games around, do I use my ghost to try and get the relic and the zoning? But
yeah, are you a bad player playing Korean with high mechanics? Take Darius. Anyways, let's send it down to the stage to see what we've got next.
Our second semi-final on Team Fire. He's the reason the LCK players can't sleep at night. The tower in the top lane.
Y jugando para el equipo hielo. Llegó a España como jugador profesional, pero cuando se vaya estará en la lista de los asesinos más buscados por la Interpol. Es Maple. Buena suerte, caballeros.
Can you do that with my brain real quick?
I was about to say,
fix this one.
I need to get one of those buttons for my girlfriend. Just kidding, I'm crippling.
I was going to say, the follow-up to that is obviously easily, you don't have a girlfriend, Crepo.
All right, let's keep going. So looking at Team Ice, I was just running the math here, and there was 3 players from Team Ice in the top 4. So even if Smeb wins and gets the 250 points in the long run in the finals, he will only tie. It'll be 250 for Ice, 250 for Fire. However, if somebody takes down Smeb, it's going to be looking fantastic for the Team Ice players in the overall scope of All-Stars.
Plus, a lot of the players have talked about it. In the 1 versus 1 mode, almost none of them care about the team factor. That this is almost all about personal glory. It's literally 1 versus 1. And Smeb definitely has that very high on his list. I mean, this is a guy that does not want to join SKT to play with Faker. He'd rather join any other team to play against him and be able to be the one to take Faker down.
But that's something you say after you have not joined SKT.
True. Which one came first? Did he get his invitation? Meanwhile, though, Maple has been one of the mid laners. You talk about, I mean, we talk about Faker a little bit. This guy has been so close to that echelon. He's always been a top tier. Definitely world caliber. He did just take down Mata in the famed Yasuo 1v1. So
he's just so pleasant to watch, and it's kind of a guaranteed seal of approval you get when you watch a Maple game. You know he's going to do at least something nice. He's always kind of average at worst is like the best way to describe Maple for me, but very often, very much so beyond average. He's still waiting for his pick. Smeb this time doesn't lock in. He's learned. I can actually wait a while. They can see my picks on the screen.
Quinn Hover here to start it off, but we do expect style, right, for both of these guys.
I've heard about Mordekaiser, by the way.
Oh, have you? Did you know no dragon on this map?
Damn it.
So, shoot, I forgot about that one. Oh, there we go. They already locked those ones in pretty quick, though.
Versus Cannon.
This kind of feels like Smeb was like, oh yeah, the Yasuo thing, that's so cool. You guys are like doing that, right? I want to get it too. And Mabel's like, I already did that, guy.
It's like when you use an old me.
You're late. Yeah, you're so late to the party. You're like so excited. You arrive to the party. Hey guys, meet Yasuo too, right? Right? Guys,
I can play Yasuo.
Guys,
Mirror match.
Yasuo.
Is the Cannon a great matchup into it though? Because a lot of it is skill shot based with the Q. But if you can land an auto attack and then W through the wind wall, that's what you want to do. But I feel like Yasuo should be fine.
I would definitely max my W as Kennen for this matchup. I mean, Shuriken, if you're super confident in it and you're going to be landing like the point blank ones when it charges on you, then yeah, but...
W max is the way to go for Kennen top lane traditionally when you play versus melee champions. That has always been it. The only reason people shift to Q is because the range champions are just too far away. But yeah, you just get double value from leveling it up, just like you said. Not only does the initial mark damage go up, you can proc it again as well, proc it more often.
Always love seeing Yasuo's though, and despite all the memes from solo queue and stuff, I love Yasuo whether he's on my team or on the enemy team. He's just a fun champion to watch.
I mean, as a support player who tends to go for kind of setup champions, Yasuo is just so fun to have in your team.
Oh yeah. I mean, I guess that it makes sense that we both like him because we're both the sort of setup roles.
Because we're too bad to actually play the game.
Yeah, exactly. Like, oh my god, look what that guy's doing. He's so good at this game.
I'm helping. I pressed Q once. Smeb running Dorns, much more efficient. He might actually go for a tank Yasuo again here. Let's see what he's pairing that Dorn shield with.
I mean, these trades, wow, we can be like, oh yeah, look, he's losing. It's super early in the game, so they can just walk all the way back and try and get a recall off.
Yeah, he's testing the waters, honestly.
I wonder if he actually will, though. He's staying pretty late in the brush, and he's got...
He
definitely came out worse for wear on that trade. He's staying with the minions.
Yeah. Maple getting the early push here and the sustain from the Dorns. So Smeb kind of surprised by the damage from W start Kennen. Procs a shield immediately as well. That's good. That one auto attack from Maple depletes the shield for Smeb. putting him behind again.
Definitely was one of the good changes they made to Yasuo, and they were looking for ways to nerf him. I like that they nerfed the time where the shield has to charge back up, because that's one of the most annoying parts about the Yasuo. Building that shield back up from moving around. Maple actually getting very good last hits.
Yeah, definitely doing a great job here. Looking at Smeb also, his runes, he's running both magic resistance and armor, no health, indicating that his kind of having to defend against Kennen is twofold. You know, you can't just single spec into flat armor or flat MR like you can get into most champions, you know, that are very one-dimensional. The fact that Kennen is hybrid in its nature makes him so hard to play against.
Definitely true, and Smeb goes in with the knock-up charge. Now can he get
Minions
out
coming,
of that
though.
trade, though?
Yeah, minions tanking, good exhaust here. He had one exit creep remaining with the E.
Yeah, so not so good exhaust, and
he basically forgot about the approaching minion wave.
exactly. You always have to keep that in mind with Yasuo. That's what makes him so tricky, right? You can use your own minions against you. Going in for another trade here, actually. They both do have Warlords, by the way, though. So healing up off of the minion damage.
And it's definitely W max Kennen because there's 29% attack speed on the side of Maple. So he really just wants to repetitively auto those minions like we've been seeing, generate that CS. He may drop a couple because his AD isn't as high, but he wants to control the wave and as many of these procs as he can to then stun Smeb as he goes in.
And it is always so hard to get wave control against Yasuo if you're just relying on autos. Because as you can see, Smeb, he's having a very good...
That's fine, Kobe, I got you. I love the fact that he placed the wind wall when he's done CSing, places the wind wall, goes for undeniable Q poke, and then he hides the brush again, waits for that shield to come up again.
Now he's trying to use his ranged minions.
Yeah, cycle through. It's always just the possibility of an engage that's keeping Maple back as well. Good double asset with the Q here. Smeb showing some Yasuo know-how.
I wonder if he does try and take advantage of the summoner spell discrepancy here that he has earned for himself. Currently, he's not trying to. You know, he's just shoving in the minion wave, trying to keep his CS up here.
Yeah, and following that talk that we did earlier about the points, if Smeb falls here, Ice is guaranteed to win the All-Stars event. So he definitely needs to
and not just the 1v1s, by the way, the All-Star events. Yeah. There's so many points in the 1v1 tournament.
Yep, he will lose his right to play in the final for combined 400 points there. But let's see, we're not there yet. It's the first game of best of 3. Smeb is up 2 CS, but there is CS under the turret from Maple, and it doesn't matter how good he's trading. If he's trailing CS, Ken can control the game later on.
Yeah. All right, let's see.
No sweep from Maple.
Keep on grinding here. Yeah, there's the sweeper, but not going to go for the Rash. Remember, it is the focus on the minions.
Almost like hypnotized. We're just watching the screen.
Well, because I'm going through the plan, right?
What's the plan?
I'm trying to get into Smeb's head, and it's too difficult because
you don't speak Korean.
I'm not exactly. Oh no, actually, I got in the head. Now I just have to figure out what he's saying in there. But you could go try. I'm trying to think if he's trying to get to a specific gold point, right? Because there's a possibility with the level 6 to try and go for the all-in.
Hex Drinker?
Hex Drinker is the obvious choice. I'm trying to think because there's not really any other super big spiking item. And as you said, Kennen definitely is very big on the hybrid damage, but also Kennen also has a lot of stuns and a lot of disengage where he can try and, you know, kite there.
Yeah, not worth, I think.
Kite out your Hex Drinker shield.
Yeah, definitely can kite, but it's not worth specking into like Merc Beds. That would be a fully wasted stats. Tenacity is definitely not what we're going for. Hex Drinker is the likely choice. I think Smeb's just waiting for a moment where he can push the wave hard enough that he has a good base timing.
Yeah.
He is actually no longer trailing on CS. Every time he pushes under turret, there is the risk of Maple losing some CS. A good sidestep, hides behind the range piece when he needs to, then goes for the brush. Good trade, wind wall to deny auto Q. Really well played by Smeb as he has the shield on the backhand.
Only loses the shield health there. Plus, with both of them having Warlords, double effectiveness for... Oh!
Yeah, this is ulti versus ulti. Smeb needs to land a Q proc into R. If he hits the next Q, it could be over. Remember, it places you outside of the turret if you can.
Okay.
That's a good change they made to Yasuo as well, or maybe it was from the get-go. If you ulti somebody under turret, the game will place you as far away as it can from the turret damage.
Will Maple expect it? Yeah, there we go. The sweeper to find him in there. Smeb was sticking around. And he's going to gain so much life off the minion wave, remember. Because Smeb has control of the minion wave and melee double effectiveness on the Warlord's lifesteal, that's why he's been sustaining a bit better than Kennen.
But he has to go for, honestly, a really tanky build right now because he's down a summoner. Maybe in the chaos of that all-in, he didn't realize that Maple held on to the exhaust.
Yeah, and that is one of those timers that's much more difficult to keep track of, rather than the super easy flash that everyone's used to for Summoner's Rift. Meanwhile,
well, you have your own exhaust.
So, yeah, I mean, if you use them at the same time. But if they're desynced, very difficult. But again, so much attack speed here for Maple, doubling down on it. And no Hex Drinker, yeah. Nope. So he is going for something else here, special. I mean, it's either the Sterk's Gauge or the Frozen Mallet, which would be a long ways off. So
probably just wants the
Charm's Fist just to hold on to that.
Yeah,
that one, to me though, it's actually not very efficient, and you have to stack it up. So I don't really like the item.
Indicating he is going for a CS victory unless he just lands a good all-in here. Smeb taking a lot of damage here because this is an enraged cannon here. Needs the Relic to get out. Second stun is coming right now on this mark. Ooh, they just faded.
Yeah, need one more. Blood Moon charges. Uh-oh.
Now this is the attack speed cannon.
Yeah.
Good goal for current victory, honestly.
Winlaw definitely puts a stop to that.
Because we have attack speed boots picked up by Maple and double door, and this is kind of a really efficient point for this 80-centric cannon, or attack speed centric cannon rather. Doesn't get much better than this.
Yeah, and you're also limited to 2 Dorans, so it's not like you can just spam a bunch of Dorans.
Nope.
They've already chosen their Doran's items. Meanwhile, Smeb didn't pick up any other items, so that was a very good exchange from Maple, and he just got more potions. So no more combat effectiveness there, just extra sustain, which he didn't have a big problem with before.
Now he does. Kennen's getting stronger, obviously, on the later basis, so you don't have like one win wall every so often. That maybe is the problem. And so as Maple gets tankier and has access to exhaust and ulti, the all-in is less likely to happen. Really good counter stun here by Maple. He basically had a mark, W proc, or he EW proc, as he had a mark on him already to deny Smeb the opportunity of ulting on that knockup, and now he's going all in.
Man. He does get the ulti off though,
exhausted. He's too far away from the relic. He needs to get the relic, but it's too far. That is obviously the problem with Yasuo. The damage on the ulti lands at the end of the animation, which makes it incredibly easy to exhaust.
And this is the second time that we've seen one of the players blow both summoners at the same time.
For one.
Yet be the ones to start up the exchange later when their opponent had the exhaust advantage. Yeah. And you know, like you said, sometimes you forget the opponent did not use both summoners at once. Maple, just like Uzi, had the extra exhaust. Pretty easy victory right there for him. In game number 1, though, this is a best of 3. Smeb and Fire still have a chance.
But that is honestly, I think, what happened. I think Smeb must have forgotten in the chaos of that first
What happened?
That the exhaust was still available. Because if you land that, maybe you survive for a bit longer, you get an extra shield up again. It can all turn the tides. You can get to the relic maybe, but suddenly you're slower as Yasuo. Your ulti get negated. It's so hard to play Yasuo if you get exhausted right before you take that damage.
Yeah, definitely agree. We'll see what he changes up for the next game, because Maple definitely willing to go with those ranged champions into the Yasuo, and we'll have to see something different. Smeb said he wanted to win with style. The first part of that is you have to win.
Win, yeah. when you're not
losing with style. Losing with style is also pretty good. I do like losing with style, but not quite as good.
But I think you need more style then. We need to see like some.
Well, I never got the winning part down, Screpo, so I gotta take what I can get.
Well, looks like they're already set up for the next game. Kennen should be a ban. Lucian ban. That's so interesting.
So he's gonna leave it up. Maybe we get a mirror here. He decides to also go with it. I like to see just more variety though. Both these guys have had that as far as the spirit of the event. See what Maple decides to go with next.
I mean, this is the moment for Maple to challenge Smeb to a 1v1 in a certain Funk champion.
Maybe he's having the same problem. I mean, they do have mics. They can communicate with each other, but don't speak Korean, then you don't speak Korean. Tough luck.
If only.
I wonder, a lot of the Korean players do speak a lot of English, though.
Oh yeah,
so
Smeb's English is
I think it's quite good.
Definitely advanced enough to say like 1v1.
The champions. You can communicate the champions. Oh.
Kennen locked in.
I haven't seen their mouths moving, so I think he's just like, okay, he's probably going to pick Kennen again, so I will too.
It's the best champion remaining. It's a super strong 1v1 champion. Now, once you play this matchup, it actually boils down to really good E usage as well, because you can dodge Shuriken with E. It gives you extra resistances if you're about to get stunned. So if you're going to be stunned anyways, you might as well put you in a kind of safety zone with the E active on.
Yeah, and they can see they both smile there as they see it is a mirror match. And Smeb going to try and stick into this one back against the wall.
Ooh. And I also wonder if you're going to see any like differences in style and runes and masteries, because that is obviously where it boils down to in these mirror matches.
Yeah, Maple was 100% on that attack speed train, and it did work out for him. Yes, the early control of the minion wave there over to Yasuo, but man, after that first back, it was all Kennen.
Yeah, and it actually changes up whether they max Q or W here, because it is a double max range matchup where you get punished very much so for walking up, so we could actually see Q max Kennen come out on one of the sides.
Yeah, definitely true. I mean, I just feel like it's so unreliable to max Q, so easily punishable. There is a big reward though, and that would be the style win, I guess, in a mirror matchup.
Yeah, or if you just suddenly shift to AP, because even AP Kennen usually starts with the Doran's Blade because it's just such an efficient start.
Yep.
Because looking at Maple, who's still running the same thing. Attack speed, magic resistance, and armor.
Yep, all flat.
Yeah, really nice rune page right there. Going for 18-0-12 as expected.
Got the brush check. Completely even trades, except Smeb backs out first. Takes the extra auto.
Takes the extra auto. There is a difference though, because Smeb has 80 reds, I believe. Yep, he's running marks, attack damage marks, but he has less attack speed. So he should have an easier time lost hitting, and the single auto trades should be slightly better for him.
Yeah, and so that would be a rune page you would want to go also if you were going to go with the risky Q max style. If you're going to go with the W that we saw from before from Maple, then the extra attack speed definitely good to generate more of those.
There's actually one little tweak. Smeb has reduced summoner cooldowns, which means if he can get trade, maybe that's what he was looking for last game actually, because everybody is running either feelers or extra health regen, but he's not going for that insight where you have summer spell reduction. So if Smeb can trade both, up slightly sooner and go all in.
Then that timing window is so small. As soon as yours come back up though, no matter where the minions are, no matter where he is, you have to force it there, or else you get no value.
But let's just look at the normal laning pattern. Second wave, Smeb sitting on 6 CS. Gets level 2 on the 7 creep right here. That's the first melee of the second wave, as usual. And obviously has control. Nice Q next to the range creep.
You can also see when they hold onto the charge up of their auto for W.
That's when you walk up and you're like, bro.
Think I won't?
Think I won't throw this shuriken at your face? Alright, Smeb still in control. Wave's bouncing though. If you do not finish off wave per wave fully, the reinforcements will arrive much sooner on the other side.
Just a minion there. Melee one for Smeb though.
Kobe would have landed that.
My CSing actually isn't too bad. It's just that when I do play a laning champion, I have absolutely zero map awareness.
Yeah. It's just mid map disappears.
Jungler problems. I don't know if support have the same issues.
Oh, I just can't CS. And I
don't even try. Are they going to trade some damage here? Nope. All focus still on the minions, by the way.
Smeb is really holding onto those marks for quite a long while.
Yeah.
Sat on that one for like 3 seconds. He seems to be okay with the wave bouncing. Could indicate that he's fine going for an all-in trade.
Yeah, and he does have the lead as far as the minions go.
Maple, because he's playing so close to the relic, actually opens himself up for a Q trade there. Smeb has been hiding behind his creeps much more.
Yeah, Smeb also, you can tell, generally gravitates towards the top side where he has brush control. Definitely comes with playing as a top laner, right? You're always going to look for extra brush control so you can get the minions to de-aggro you when you go for harassment trades.
That was a super cool trade in the sense that Maple stepped up with Mark already active on the first part of the W, so he got the stun on Smeb. Smeb then generated enough auto attacks in the trade to get the Mark at the end and then sped up forward to get that final trade exchange. Smeb doing more damage in these trades though because he is running raw AD. So if on equal amounts of auto attacks, which they did, Smeb is getting the better in these trades because Maple is so minion focused, running the odd 24, 29 attack speed.
And even he's not really controlling minions better because when you're pushing these minions, unless you're making full use of the auto attack timer, and you're auto attacking on cooldown, which neither of them are, you will miss minions that way. It doesn't matter quite as much.
Yeah, so looking at 8.5 AD over time, really working in Smeb's benefit and his early minion control as well.
Even when Maple has the charge on his W auto, he's not bullying. Like, it's still Smeb that's forward in the minion wave.
Yeah, Maple is also hiding far less. It's like he really wants to play that skill matchup where he's like, cue me in the open, I'll dodge it, instead of just hiding behind his range troops.
Looks a little bit more tense. Also, just look at the cameras of the two guys. Smeb looks, his arms are in, elbows tucked in, right?
I feel like we're in like high school reading into like
body language interpretation.
Or like literature.
Well, exactly. Like, and Maple, he's so open. You know, this is how you signal to people that you are, you know, welcome to human interaction and you're a jolly fellow, right? That if you want to go into interviews, don't cross your arms because that makes it confrontational. I don't know. Smeb's right now is just fully relaxed. He's like, yeah, okay, another day at the office.
Smeb's playing the endurance mode, and Maple is working on them traps right now.
Maple's got wings, actually. He's like ready to take off.
That's what birds do, though. They make themselves look bigger, you know?
That's what you do.
That's what I do.
Crap on a bird.
Went a bit too far at one point. Anyway, Smeb going in, Mark trade, stun.
Ultimates, let's get him.
Let's get him.
Smeb
still holds his ulti.
Oh, the late ultimate goes in for the E-charge too.
There's a barrier being popped versus the Ignite, and Maple gets access to the Relic. That's a mistake from Smeb. Should have went back and gotten the Relic.
Is it what Smeb wanted, though? We talked about the reduced summoner cooldown. Next time, is it going to be Smeb as soon as they come up, forcing that fight?
I love that he held his ultimate, because he had the upper hand up until that point. Could have honestly just disengaged and went for the Relic, based, and then forced it all in onto Maple.
What the mind game is here is you don't want to have your ultimate channeling for the least amount of time while you're exhausted for it, right? Because that damage you just want to get through, and so you want to wait either for the exhaust to happen early, then use your ultimate afterwards, or pop it super early so that they exhaust and then exit the trade.
But we need to look for a fast push here on the side of Smeb. He needs to get this wave done, because otherwise, if Maple gets the upper hand right now, because he had 2 Relic stacks.
Ooh. Also, we didn't go over the purchases. I mean, the boots versus the cutlass.
Yep.
The extra lifesteal there is definitely important, but when they're locked in to that, Smeb actually gets all in.
Smeb low, but he has the E to get out. He has minions to help him, so he's comfortable in the trade. Minions.
Wasn't counting the charges on him, and Maple got the last activation.
Smeb was waiting for his Q to come up so he could win that trade, because the Maple could never exit that trade anymore. The cannon creep would kill him if a Q connects. The problem was there was a W in the end that you just pointed out.
Smeb had all of the control there, and he thought he just got too lax. He thought he had it in the bag. But Maple got him as he came back in for a little bit greed.
Wish we could go back in time here and see.
2 charges on him, gets that stun, then he starts psyching up immediately. There's one right there.
Nope. It's a W at the end from Maple.
Exactly. You have... He waits in W range. He could have gotten out of W range there if he kept running back.
Yeah, he basically was looking for a Q and then get the return stun and had the minions.
He had minions on him. He also had the summoner timing advantage. But doesn't take the exits that's available, and that is going to be Maple moving on. Ice, take it.
Ice, take it. You've done it. Europe has...
Congratulations.
Europe has shown up at an international tournament with no vacation memes. Fantastic. But it does go back to the ulti trade, because I think that's honestly the breaking point. The problem with us showing the killing blow every time is that the mistake's already done.
Exactly.
If Smeb backs off there to go to the Relic, I wish we could go back in time, play the match from that point, because I feel Smeb would have the upper hand, especially like you pointed out with the summer spell's cooldown advantage.
You always need to read the first paragraph and the last paragraph. But we only get the end stamp there, and that's really what matters, though. It is going to be Maple moving on. So it's all Ice from here on out, and now it's just about who's the best individual. I know Uzi really, really wants this one, as do the rest of the competitors, though.
But yeah, let's take a deeper dive into the remaining players. Let's send it over to the analyst desk.
Deeper dive, screw that, I'm gonna gloat. Ice, 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 ice. Yay.
Go Team Ice.
Go Team Ice. Okay, cool. All right.
You guys did it.
Despite all your feeding, we did it. Ice won.
No, they knew, because Records, of course, let Smeb through, but he knew that there was so many Ice players remaining that there's no way he could have made it.
Well, I think if there was anyone Smeb was going to lose to, it was probably Maple. As I said before, mid-mains or mage players in general were really strong. And I think Maple is a pretty good mid laner, so he showed up
That
big
victory
today.
is there for Ice for the entire tournament, but the 1v1 throne is, of course, still up there, and we're going to run through the entire thing. And just to clarify, Ice is guaranteed the all-star win. They got 250 points from the first place, 150 from the second, 50 from the third, fourth, so that puts them at 1,000, which is GG for Fire. But we'll talk a bit more about that later. Now we're going to focus in on how we got to the final for these two players. First up, Uzi. The first thing he did was he beat a LeBlanc with a Kalista. You guys talk me through that because LeBlanc was kind of the unbeatable pick here so far.
I mean, to be honest, I think LeBlanc shouldn't lose to Kalista, but Uzi played just so perfectly. He pretty much hit every Q. He didn't get hit by chains, and then, you know, he just went for the last hit, the safe play, and it was perfect.
Yeah, I mean, Uzi is a player that just does it all so well. You know, he has the mechanics, he has the game understanding, and I don't think Levi was one of the better LeBlancs out there either, so that kind of went all in Uzi's favor. But either way, I think if Uzi wants to win this final, he should definitely look to ban it out.
He should, and he did have to cross Peke in that semifinal. We're going to take a look at all of those wins. The first one was Rise Up versus Uzi's Varus, and Uzi also managed to beat that one out quite handily, Pulse.
Yeah, honestly, Peke's best bet when we take a look at these replays was to go for that Rise if it's open. Cassiope is okay, but she runs into mana issues. And Uzi, he's just so damn good. You can ban out 3 of his ADCs, but as these guys were saying, he plays so clean on the stage that he makes so few mistakes.
Why was it easier against Lucian for Peke on Rise?
I don't think it was about what he was playing against. I just think Peke played much better in game 2. He probably figured it out over time. Because if I remember correctly, when we practiced together, I banned it out always because that was my plan throughout the tournament. So he didn't really get to play too much against me. So
This one is
I don't think he knew.
Pekka lost in the mirror matchup, mage versus mage. I simply think it's because of Uzi mechanics. Like, no matter what he plays, his mechanics are like so on point. He jukes every skill shot, he hits every last hit.
Yeah, Pekka, of course, played a bit of AD carry as well, so maybe the mechanics from mid lane specifically got a bit behind, but Pekka is out in front of the home crowd, sadly, but Uzi's still in also on the blue side, and Mata also got knocked out rather versus Maple, and you wanted to take a closer look at that because he'd been playing such a good Yasuo, and then all of a sudden, he didn't.
Mata was the chosen one. He somehow managed to get everyone to play Yasuo against him, and then he had this honorable death against Maple in this 1v1. And honestly, his mechanics were kind of lacking in this one. Despite taking down some of the greats like Faker in round 1, he just didn't seem to have it in this one, and Maple just took it to him, and they had this prepared as well. Honorable death.
Well, Mata is still having fun at least, and it's Ice versus Ice in the final because Maple went on to face Smeb, and it was all on the line for Smeb because he knew if he lost that he would also lose the entire tournament for Fire, and it was probably one of the highest level 1v1s, these that we have seen, Jankos. Would you agree?
Yeah, I have to agree. I think both the players played insanely good. I think this matchup though, Kennen versus Yasuo, I think it's in favor of Kennen. I mean, Yasuo just can't do much, you know, you just get W'd all the time. That wall doesn't stop the W proc, so it doesn't really matter, you know, like Kennen just all-ins him at some point. But this matchup though, this is a mirror matchup. Maybe Reckless can say some words about Kennen, AD carry?
Yeah, I mean, I think Smeb played it out better, but as I mentioned to you before, I think on the first back it's really important to pick up the attack speed. Because for example, in the Kennen versus Yasuo matchup, the Kennen can just stun him like 2 or even 3 times in an all-in. And in this matchup specifically, Smeb went for the AD/lifesteal, and then Maple went for the attack speed, and therefore he had more stuns coming out in the all-ins, and that's why he won the game, I think.
Yep, and there is the almost finished bracket as we see the final. Uzi will be taking on Maple. You guys talked about the fact that Uzi has such good mechanics that literally everything he plays, he should be a tad better in that department than his counterpart. Do you think he's also better in general in all the other categories, thinking of being cool on stage, decision-making, what to buy? How much of a chance do you give Maple in this matchup versus Uzi?
I'm jumping on the Uzi train. As soon as Mata went down, it's just like, yeah, all right, bring it in. It's going to be Uzi, because all of those reasons you were mentioning, he just plays so clean on stage. He doesn't even look like he has any nerves, and he executes so well. I just don't see how Maple can win.
I mean, I think so far Maple showed really good individual play as well, and I think simply because he's a mid lane mainer and he can play like way more cheesy champs that just can align you at some point and one-shot you, I think he has a chance, but I would give it to Uzi as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what I can even say to that either, because I think Uzi is just a complete player, and Maple was even looking a little bit nervous against Smeb, so I don't think that will get any easier against Uzi.
Yeah, and maybe as a little bit of information, Uzi is a bit injured. He fell this morning when he was doing a tourist visit, and he wasn't feeling 100%, yet he is feeling good enough to go to the final.
He carried me.
Yeah, he carried you.
So
He's just, that willpower is absolutely insane. Priority picks for this one. We know that Uzi prefers those AD carries, but then he gave a big sign to Maple by saying, oh, mid lane, Syndra, I can win as well versus a mid laner. So that's kind of a sign from him as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's going to be really tough for Maple to win this one. Is it a best of 3 or best of 5?
It's also a best of 3.
Best of 3?
It's a best
okay.
of 17. No, it's a best of 3.
All right, well, I think Uzi got it, yeah.
Uzi, yeah. Pulse,
yeah, Uzi. I mean, apparently it's impossible to ban him out because he took away like his top 3 ADCs. He goes to Varus, he goes to Lucian, still makes it work. And he can apparently play Syndra. So it's just so hard. He's going to pick something he's good at.
I think if it comes to mirror matchup and he will play again a mid lane versus mid lane, I think Mabel can take it. But if they will play some cheesy matchups like Kennen versus Kennen or overall AD carry for Uzi, I think Uzi will take it.
Okay, we'll see what happens. We're so close to finding out who our 1v1 champion will be. Let's send it down to the stage and get things underway.
Hoy seremos testigos de un nuevo capítulo en la historia de League of Legends. Algún día vuestros hijos preguntarán ¿dónde estabais durante la final de este torneo 1 contra 1?
From 30 players, just 2 are left to compete for the highest honor the human race has or will ever know, the right to call themselves the 1v1 King.
Y en el lado azul y defendiendo al equipo hielo, está acostumbrado a las finales, pero esta quiere ganarla. ¡Sí!
And on the red side for Team Ice, he doesn't need to hunt with the pack to take down his target. It's a Maple! All right, gentlemen, take your positions. Let's have a clean fight.
Let's the battle begin!
No.
Ven aquí, amigo.
Like this.
¡Que comience la batalla!
I felt like they were doing a little fusion dance right there.
Yeah. I thought about us like trying to join it. I was like, no. We can't even get close.
I don't think you understood.
We embarrass ourselves.
On day 1, we established this. People with the girly voices go.
Oh, I'm very, very well aware. That's why we're on this side.
Ooh, I love the intros though. The swagger walk from Maple as he comes up. I really want to introduce that more in just like 5v5 games. Instead of just like the badass Korean poses that they do all the time. I want more walk-ins.
For an all-star event, like if every player had their own theme song when they walk down, like wrestling style, that would be awesome.
Yeah, I mean Faker alluded to it at Worlds, with a tumble here and there. But I want some more creative walk-ons. Although they have been forced in the past as well, and they weren't always as as pretty to watch. Guys, obviously, since we had those players having to walk on stage for the kind of walk-in ceremony, they need some time setting up, so we'll have to fill for a couple of minutes here. But Uzi versus Maple, Kobe, what you thinking?
I mean, this is 100% serious mode, right? Kennen obviously has already risen to the top. Definitely going to be a ban, I think. And then Uzi, you're going to have to go down the chain of AD carries. Even though he was willing to play a mage, I still think you focus your bans on the AD carries for him.
And that's the problem I have with these establishing AD carry meta. They're also similar in what they do, that they don't really excel at a thing, and they actually weaker against a lot of mages. And now we've
Except
seen...
for Caitlyn.
Yeah. we see... Okay, you ban on Caitlyn.
Yeah.
It's not an 80 carry, just like a hybrid 80 carry trap spawning machine of death. Okay. But you have the Kennen, which is strong, the Ryze, the Syndra, and the LeBlanc. Those are 4 picks that can all single-handedly just beat out 80 carry stylistically, no matter which one you pick against them, except Caitlyn. So what are you going to do if you're Uzi? You're so likely to end up playing a mirror matchup on a mage.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably going to happen. I have to say I was impressed, like I said, with his Syndra play. So it might not be the worst thing in the world. But I do hope for some surprise picks. I don't think we're going to get those at this stage of the tournament, though.
I mean, technically, Ice is 1. There's 2 Ice players in the finals.
That's true.
They could open up for like a fun.
He literally said, "This award means a lot to me. I need to win this 1 versus 1."
Did he say that with the knowledge that Ivern exists? I'm just saying, man. Ivern mirror match.
Ivern would be hilarious. Actually, if they agreed to both play Ivern and then just let their daisies finish duke it out, whichever daisy wins the fight is then crowned the champion.
You can make.
I feel like that would be.
Yeah, that would be great. You could make a boxing ring with brushes.
Fight, daisies, fight.
Stop Golem abuse. Yeah, we're just loading up, guys. 1 more minute should be all it takes for these guys to get ready. I think that would be nice to see. Highly unlikely, but with the fact that Ice has kind of won the tournament, I have higher hopes of still for a creative mirror match. It would be fun to see these guys duke it out on champions we haven't seen yet, because we know how Ryze, Kennen operate at this point.
Yeah, and I think these guys, both of them would be open to one of those agreements where they, at least maybe if it goes to a game 3, try and have a mirror match or something. But
they are smiling. Look at Uzi. He's pretty happy today.
He's always happy.
He's
okay, not always.
Not always happy.
I've seen him break a keyboard. He's not always happy.
That was Vasily. But yeah.
Vasily broke more than a keyboard, Crepel.
But yeah, Uzi generally happy. And Maple up for 1v1, so I'm crossing my fingers. And if not, we'll still get a really good finals overall. Best of 3.
Yeah. I mean, what it comes down to is both of these guys are very, very good.
At League of Legends.
At League of Legends, yes, exactly.
Both in the 5v5 games and the 1v1s. We're running out of steam here because I feel like we've explained that you level up to 2 on the 7 creep. That minions pushing is important.
You're not working hard enough, Craig. You got to dig deeper, okay?
Find the 1%.
The Krugs are different now. Why don't you start doing about that? Last time I heard you talk about Krugs, they didn't explode into a bunch of little mini dolls of Krugs.
There's no Krugs on this map, man. Makes me sad. There goes half of my casting repertoire. People aren't playing Bard, and Krugs aren't being taken. I'm out. Just like, that's why I become the play-by-play.
Oh no!
That's all I got left.
No! This is not Crepo's meta. We patched him out.
Once we get that final zoom shot, it means the players are ready. Heading into game right now. Picks and bans first, obviously. Ryze off the table. Killing banned out. Who would have thought?
All right, and we're in the game as well. We'll be able to track the skill ups as well as the masteries and runes for both of these guys. And yeah, I think, yes, number 1 is probably going to be super serious mode. Maybe we see multiple Kennens. As of right now, they are following that same line of saying, ban the mages against Maple, ban the 80 carries against Uzi. The mage that does get through, I mean, Cassiopeia
as well.
I mean, yeah, whichever one you want to classify Kennen as.
Is it a bird? Is it a plane? It's just a cannon. Varus gets taken off, so 3 of the most played champions for Uzi get taken off the board. It is the closest thing to an 80 carry that is also a mage. Yeah. Is the cannon. Maple locked it in already.
I don't expect Uzi to do any sort of last-minute swap here either, so looks like we will have another chance at the Kennen all-in. And just like they were talking about on the desk, when you're locked in for the all-in at the end, the attack speed buy that Reckless was talking about for the first one definitely did make a difference.
Yeah, not a big fan of the Cutlass, honestly. It feels just so meek.
Yeah, the purchase I definitely like for attack speed, but as far as the runes, I still stand by Smeb for the runes, with the attack damage for the marks rather than the attack speed for marks. But Uzi does do a last-minute swap. The only problem is you can't hop out of the way of the W activation, and it's gonna be difficult.
But you have strong trading early with Lista as well. It feels like a really tough matchup. Not worth running Cleanse either, because you just Barrier and Exhaust, such strong summoner spells.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? You can get there's a chance that you get multiple summoner spells off with the cleanse and one of the Kennen stuns off with the cleanse.
But when you're stunned, barrier is just
barrier is
such a
just
valuable
so much.
spell.
Exactly, the value is 100% there, and you know when the damage is coming. They even smoothed out the Kennen damage for the ultimate to make it easy to predict. So, yeah, he's probably going to stick with that. He does a second to change it, but barrier exhaust there.
These guys, the only pod left on stage. They got rid of the other one. 2 players enter, 1 leaves with the title.
And remember, this is also a best of 3.
Mm-hmm.
Did not bump it up to best of 5s or anything for the last one.
Yeah, Shox was joking about a best of 17 1v1.
Jeez.
No thanks.
Let's do an A through Z mirror match. That's honestly the only way to determine who's better holistically at League of Legends 1v1 map. Yeah. A to Z mirror match coming to you soon, next year.
Coming to you soon. This is where we decide that we do not let Kobe be in charge of All-Stars planning. Uzi 18-0-12 as expected. 27% attack speed. It feels like every game we load up, these guys are just a
little bit more attack speed each time.
1% lifesteal or 1.5% lifesteal, which is basically a quintessence, I believe. Yep.
Yeah. And honestly, that's the other route, right? Instead of taking both armor and magic resist, you say defensive are out. I just load up with attack speed runes, even though they're less efficient.
Maple, 29% attack speed. It feels like it's like a kind of gun show here. Just who can bring the most attack speed to the party.
He, on the other hand, did go with the armor. So he's still sticking with armor yellows there for the flat 9. Obviously, there's not magic damage that he's going to have to worry about there when no support.
Yeah, and there is the argument in a 1v1 trade, is armor better than health? Some people say. I know Freak is very adamant to saying like it's about the health being better, but the problem is if you run armor, you can, or the solution rather, is that you can tank minions much better. And in this 1v1 map, there's going to be a lot of minion damage in these trades. That's why armor is slightly beneficial if you're just looking at 1v1.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to get pretty deep on that discussion because the value in the super long trading doesn't cap out for armor, and you're going to get more. Uzi goes in there for the trade, and Maple, happy to take it, does get a bit of the better, but remember, it's all about the minions at this stage in the game.
Yeah, if you're Kalista, obviously you can't proc your Ren from very far. You never want to do it unless you execute a minion, because not only does it extend the range at which all these spears explode, it also gives you the reset whenever you kill a minion. And it's very known, just in case people haven't seen Kalista in a while. So with Eon cooldown, you just lose the 1v1 immediately.
Spears here from Uzi as well, and you can tell Uzi has been one of the guys that has that 215 spawn for the relics down and always plays for it.
Ooh, the Q misses. That would be really close to putting Maple in kill range. This also means that Uzi no longer has E available because you can see there are no new spears appearing in the creep. So Maple will know exactly when the Ren becomes available again.
Yeah, that's a really good indicator. You know, plus the fact during that trade he had 3 ranged minions on Uzi, so taking a risk there. Is going to be able to get this wave all the way into turret, but Maple has the potential to pull ahead here.
Yeah, obviously in the longer trades, the only resource that Maple needs to look for is that health. Uzi low on mana as he misses yet another Q. Could be crucial.
Maple gets the level up, goes for the trade.
Gets a stun, double exhaust.
Ignite as well. And once again, Uzi pulls away with an extra summoner. Every single one of these early trades, he's always held on to 1 extra summoner.
He's so calm in the approach here, just knows the limits of these champions, know that with an exhausted cannon, all the abilities on cooldown, there's no reason for him to really, you know, play too carelessly, holds on to the barrier. Now Maple's in trouble, because Uzi got him more mana from that relic, and he's contesting the next relic spawn right now. And he
rushes for it, takes a huge chunk of damage in exchange, and that's going to be Uzi pushing 1 more into the turret.
Uzi running low on mana every time he executes as well. I think you need to rend like 2 minions for it to become mana efficient.
Yep, got to get the multiple ones.
It's honestly so satisfying to watch Kalista CS. I just kind of get lost in thought. Forget that I'm actually having to cast this game sometimes.
Counting spears, waiting for the Q to try and run them through.
Yep. I love this harass pattern from Uzi. Always gets a single spear onto Maple, really making those auto attacks worth it, and then resets. with the Rend stacks. He's also hitting turret.
Well, definitely don't want them to time out as well. That's one of the worst feelings. If you pre-set them up on the minions, then you finally get your spear in the enemy.
Oh, Uzi's so calm. He doesn't make the mistake of just trying to get the Rend range. He knows exactly when Maple's out of range, and he just keeps the Rend stacks up to get through this minion wave as soon as he can. You know, if he failed that Rend right there, it could have taken him like 5-10 seconds longer to clear through this minion wave. Instead, he just gets the fast base. It pushes in, denies a couple more CS against Maple.
Very large CS lead here for Uzi. See if he, what type of purchase he decides to go with here. Since Maple is so attack speed centric,
it has to be the boots too. It increases your lead range. It's such an efficient item on Kalista because the hops in between are based on boots tier, not on which ones you buy. So tier 2 boots give you better hops.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like Uzi plays the style where he allows the enemy to be the one to engage, but he's going to then use the enemy's momentum against him, right? He's going to be able to have attack speed boots as well to stay in the fight, stay there toe-to-toe. Level 6 actually for Maple, though. Pretty big spike.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point you bring up there. We have to remember there is no ultimate available for Uzi. It's just another level up here. He's trying to leverage these minions here. Yeah. Maple can't actually auto-attack. Look at he's hopping, dodging the skill shots.
Look at Maple's usage of that brush, though. I mean, just every time, microing right back into it, drops the aggro for a second, does take one round of auto there from the minions.
Ooh, good sidestep by Maple into the brush, dodging another Q here. Really vital here. This could be an all-in pop by Maple.
Barrier. Oh!
That was very well played. Sidesteps the Q, realizes that he can actually all in, and again, Kalista no ultimate, but this is still okay for Uzi. He built himself a buffer that he can work with, but right now the CS is suddenly equalized.
Similar story to the last time we saw Maple there. Goes back, the first purchase right after those Berserker Greaves, really takes over, goes for the all-in, punishes Uzi, and Uzi just has to reload on health potions. Remember, Uzi still should be able to get that CS lead back. Yep. Yes, and does. So he still has that minor CS lead, but there's just so much more threat on the Kennen now. He's going to have to wait for the ultimate to come back up, but now it's actually his advantage. Since we talked about the desync summoners, Uzi, talk about, he cautiously holds on to the extra one. Now he's down the barrier, so.
Ooh, I was hoping Uzi would kind of queue through the cannon creep and latch onto Maple right there. Would have been pretty cool. I think Uzi may actually look for turret chip here. Well, going for all CS. Look how he's spacing out. Dodges the Q. That's big. That means no stun unless Maple uses E. That was actually really crucial. Because the second the Q's out of the window, the only way Maple stuns is if he connects E. And the problem is if he pops his own lightning rush, Uzi's just going to pop the Rend. Slow him down.
It's completely not worth it to charge lightning rush at Uzi at this point. As he's able to kite back a decent way.
Yeah, with the hops and with the Rend.
Exactly. You take too much on the way in. Pretty good control.
One more auto would generate a stun there. Good disengage by Uzi. Very aware of all these things going on. The position of the wave, the amount of stacks on the Kennen. It turns out Kennen is a pretty broken champion, 1v1. And Maple is still carrying away this win.
Yeah, extremely tight race here. Whew, between the Blood Moon champions. Actually, the third place was Blood Moon as well. Blood Moon Yasuo versus Blood Moon Kennen versus Blood Moon Kalista. Uzi will be able to get the last 3. Yeah. Because they only take 1 hit. Minion shouldn't be able to mess that up. And he comes within striking distance.
64 or 66 CS rather. That's a tongue twister. Maple has the advantage.
I'm so hung up on the friends one.
God damn it. Leave it behind, Kobe.
We have spears ready. Oh, I thought he was going to throw the
massive carryover.
Yeah. Because you still, that is another good thing to point out, the spear carryover.
Uh-oh, Maple popping the ulti. Good exhaust by Uzi. Carrier is not available.
Has to hop directly backwards, though. Maple now has the minions to tank.
Great hop by Uzi.
So close to running right back into that shuriken, but does not take it. Now he's got a lifesteal backup with the Vamp Scepter. Uzi has the advantage for sustain.
Oh, beautiful Rend execute for double harass here. Maple's looking very pressured.
That one.
Yeah. Q misses. Uzi in complete control. This Vamp Scepter is really working out.
Maple fumbling a little bit here under pressure.
Look for the spears. Look for the reset. One more auto attack. The minion's going to pop. Maple's going to pop as well. Uzi strong. Barrier comes up. Maple's so close.
Oh, Uzi catches it!
Oh, Maple!
Uzi had to back out because the minion minions, the ranged ones were on him. Maple with the Warlord's lifesteal on the melee there as well. He's got to watch out for the spear.
This low health Warlords is just generating so much. WQ is enough with this turret dropping as well.
All right, back down, back down, back down. He's gonna get his recall off.
Yeah, it's gonna force an all-in. At this point, there is 20 CS remaining. Uzi could brute force turret here, but it's too little time. Oh, I love watching him CS. His rend is still up after all that.
Yep. All right, this will be the last purchase. Everybody's yeah,
look at him, they're smiling.
This is one of those nervous last.
Totally planned that. I totally knew Warlords would keep me alive right there.
All right, straight back to business for both of them. Maple gonna want him wait on his cooldown for the ultimate. I think he has time. I think he should be able to
He's gonna sit on this mark. He's just gonna sit on this mark and pretend that he has ulti. There's no way Uzi's done the
math on timing the exact time for the ultimate. All right, he's gonna get it back up. No summoners for anyone.
If he just needs to sit on the mark, CS with Q, worst case.
Just mano a mano.
He needs to keep this wave here. It's actually honestly a bad job pushing it.
I mean, it is kind of difficult, right? Because Uzi's gonna use this CS lead for, again, the pressure. He wants to make his enemy come to him.
Loving the sweep here as well, revealing Maple, or at least his silhouette, knowing where to plant the Q in the face. Look at he's always diagonally hiding behind the minions in range of the relic spawn. Kobe spawning at the screen.
Yeah, I know. Well, I was waiting to finish on the relic spawn. But the other thing about waiting for the enemy to come to you is that, yes, you are going to be able to CS here under turret, but you can't take that fight now. There are all these extra ranged minions. Ranged minions are the ones that build up the most when they're building up these waves. And so that's why Maple here going for a little bit of extra harass, does get some down under the turret, but Uzi even got a nice Ren reset there.
Yeah, he's looking to shift gears here, because obviously if he lets Maple CS first, it doesn't matter that he's only 5 ahead. 93 right now. He's going to aggressively start going for CS. There's 12 that remain.
It's going to be another wave still.
Maple has ulti. Close to 11 as well. Could be a major breaking point.
Does he have time for the Ignite to come up? The Summoner spells are actually really close too.
No, it's not going to happen. 0 Summoner spells here and a lot of minions. Cannon trade. Look at Uzi just getting the security from the minion.
5 more. 4. 3. Maple has to go for it.
Go. Uzi knows.
He's just kiting him so well. He knows.
Maple has to go for it. He's going to pop the ulti.
2 minions left for Uzi to get. Or 300 health on the get.
Warlords, baby. Get it. Uzi stuck behind enemy lines.
Maple's trying to rush for it.
Oh!
He hit the minions. Uzi rushed towards the last 2 CS.
That was so close. If Maple gets a stun right there and Uzi doesn't get the CS, he actually wins the all-in.
Definitely the most intense CS victory that we have had, Crepo. I mean, technically this year we've only had 2, so.
And that one was a culling rush, so it is still quite competitive. Whew, that was really fun to watch.
It really was. And he did have time for the Summoner to come back up, just barely Ignite came up. He would have had him, but Uzi rushed straight for the minion.
Uzi's awareness is just, it's so fun to track players that are this good at League of Legends. Here's the final moments again. It's to this point that Uzi gets, I guess, slightly scared. Maple is trying to working auto attacks for the Warlords, but he's not getting stun stacks.
Watch Uzi though. It's like just on the edge of it. Goes for the, if that.
Yeah,
I mean, no words, right, Crepo? Right? That's just insane.
If that was any less damage, or if he just misclicked on the minion right there, he would be dead, because there was 2 stacks on him and the third was coming.
And the way that he's kiting around the cannon, he knows exactly what the game plan for Maple is, and he's trying to like play around this angry cannon that's rushing at him. He just barely kiting out on the outside.
Great Uzi impersonation right there.
That's as good as my acting gets, right? Thank goodness we're not doing the intros.
The intros, the charades, no. That was actually really fun to watch. I hope we get a different matchup in the next game, but I don't see how it's going to happen, because it's just, there's 4 strong mages in the 1v1.
Yeah. It does, 100% depends on these guys. We would definitely love to see variety, but again, that was extremely exciting, so.
There is just so much beauty in playing or watching a good Kalista. Makes me quite sad that she's kind of out of the meta.
Honestly, I like just seeing anything played good. You talk about a good Kalista. I had fun watching a good Garen play yesterday,
I've
right?
never seen a good Garen.
I thought Peke was pretty good enough.
I don't know. Did you see his build, man?
Yeah. I mean, the play, right? That's not play.
I think if Peke actually built right, I would have enjoyed that Garen game, but it was just abysmal what he ended up buying. Did get the sexy double kill.
All right, well, back to this 1 versus 1. Maple did take that victory in the opener. This is a best of 3, by the way. That means if he takes this game, what does it mean, Crepo?
What does it mean? It means he wins. That's how best of 3 work. If you win 2 games, you generally tend to win.
Sometimes you guys spell it out for him. All right, Uzi now seeing the light, hovering again on the cannon. Now, Katarina, I'd love to see it, but definitely not good in the 1v1 scenario, so.
Also has that hidden passive that Yasuo has where she deals more damage on the enemy team as opposed to yours.
It's a tricky one. Not able to counter. Varus is actually very likely. Did he actually already lock that in?
Yeah, it's locked in.
Green
border means it's
border is gone, so. Oh, Uzi also gonna switch it up. I like it. We do get the variety here. And it'll be Maple's second attempt.
I mean, this matchup is...
Oh, wait a second, yeah. The thing is flipped. Let's see if Maple can get on the board as well.
We've seen this matchup in particular before. Some of the limiting factors is mana on the Lucian. And you basically want to get really efficient E's out as you dodge a Varus E yourself. Just get out of the hail of arrows, then double tap, into Q, double tap. Both these champions really good at harassing through a minion wave.
Yeah.
Very hard to position. Shorter range on the Lucian though sometimes gets punished.
Definitely true. However, I mean, last time the Lucian was played so well, it made it actually look really difficult for the Varus player. We'll see how well Maple does though. You know, that's why a lot of these mid laners, the AD carry they're defaulting to is the Varus because he's so often played in the mid lane.
Yep.
And they just feel comfortable with those skill shots.
But the biggest switch up with Varus in the mid lane is just the fact that you're playing on this map. The location of the brushes as well as the relic spawn is just such a big influencer.
Yeah. I mean, you obviously do want to shoot your skill shots from Fog of War to try and take away some of the time that the enemy does have to react to them.
It is all up to seeing if Maple can match Uzi's skill in terms of that relic contest. Because that's honestly where he's been fantastic throughout the entire of this tournament.
Yeah. I mean, there is some randomness to the second spawn, but it always does start at 215, right? Plus, if someone doesn't take it right at 215, then it's really hard to judge.
Minions have spawned.
All right. Both defensive.
Yeah.
I can feel the pressure.
Tension's definitely there. Quick look-see at Maple's runes.
Even the 4-0 down there.
Maple, ooh, nice adaptation. 15 armor in his kit. 14% attack speed. 8.5 physical damage.
Oh, so he's taking even more armor than
yeah,
last time.
normally it's like around 8, I believe. Doubling up.
9 is just yellows, just flat yellows.
So he's going also 18-0-12 heavily into the resolve tree here. It's a style that Uzi used to go for mastery-wise, but Uzi generally goes more offensive in the runes. We're just going to confirm that here. Yeah, Uzi's only running 9 armor on her.
That was a weird path there by Maple right through those range ones, but he does.
Look how little damage he's
trade,
taking from these minions. Like, he can actually fake Uzi into a trade. Like, if you're so used to trading patterns that you win, say 3 minions plus me in a bad spot is going to make it win. The problem is that when Maple runs this much armor, these minions are almost doing no damage to him. And Uzi is speccing more into mana regen. Again, his glyphs are so heavy on mana regen. He's running 6 or 7 of them.
If we go back to that Uzi checklist for 1v1s we talked about, though, step number 1 has always been wave control.
Yep.
He's got it yet again. Hit that level 2, pushing into the turret. Even though it did cost him CS, he has it on Maple's side of the map.
Maple looking for brush control again. Nice dash from Uzi. That's what you're looking for. And then the double tap maximum value for CS lost it, which he can leverage, just as you were saying, into minion push.
Meanwhile, Maple, got to compliment him for his dodges on the Qs that Uzi's been doing, but there's that relic contest you're talking about for Uzi.
Tanking a cannon creep here, so Uzi's very happy with that. Ignite from Maple comes out, resets. If Uzi can get away, it's good for the summer trade.
Cool down there on the Q, so no arrow gonna come out in the chase.
I love the flow though. He baits Maple to contest the brush, dodges the hail of arrows with his dash, gets the relic, and then baits the summoner right now. If Uzi can punish really quick right here, he's in a good spot.
Good trade from the brush. Doesn't dodge at the very end, but still, pretty nice one there. Maple actually pushing this one right into the turret, and Uzi may lose out.
So creative from Uzi to wait instead of basing right there. Messes up some CS. Forces Maple to stay, however. Another good dash. Almost predicts where it's going to come. He knows exactly where the Hail of Arrows goes mid animation, so he doesn't need to look at where it's landing.
Still though, Maple, you know, pushes it in, does get that pretty decent CS lead. He's running low on mana now, so mana is definitely going to be more of an issue for the Varus at this stage than the Lucian.
Yep, and definitely so. That plays into the Warlord's effect as well. If Uzi's not continuously getting poked, he will just eventually sustain up to 100%, just like Maple will. But then we're looking at higher mana for Uzi, full HP on both, and a summoner's advantage. That is what he is looking for right now.
All right, the ranged minions also building up for Uzi this time around, so this exchange in the brush. Maple's going to have to retreat into his brush because he tanked a lot of cannon shots there.
Yeah, and he ran completely out of mana.
That's why Uzi has the confidence here to move up aggressively. See what the first purchase is. Maple want to freeze maybe and try and deny more minions. He already has a pretty sizable minion lead. Uzi's not going to let him do it.
No, definitely negating that possibility. Uzi always kind of fake basing versus. Oh, I love that Q. That was great to see there from Uzi.
Yeah, and if he gets away with this recall as well.
Still pretty equal.
Oh, he doesn't have enough mana.
Nope. Can see him leave.
You can see him, but can't touch. You can look, but
I can't touch this.
All right, both of them going to get off the recalls then. Pretty even, just at 3 CS lead. Again, the attack speed focus here for Maple.
Ooh, that's...
This one for Varus. So, Varus, you do want to try and get... I mean, you can say, hey, he'll stack up that passive and then try and pop it. But it is going to be kind of difficult unless you're saving your hail of arrows to pop it.
Remember, at level 6,
unreliable.
you have another third spell that you can weave into rotation. I think that's what you end up doing. You slow him with the hail of arrows.
Yeah.
Triple attack, tap, tap on the Q.
An ultimate, that is one of the most notorious skills in the game from people missing.
It looks so comical. We need like a surprise party Maple, surprise party Varus just so you can get comical effects. Uzi aggressively going for the contest. Look at the culling coming out as well. Maple trying to sidestep, it's so hard.
Oh my.
Love that play. Uzi knew, even if he loses the access to the relic, he will get level 6 versus level 5 because he played the earlier lanes better. This was... It can't all be coincidence. There has to be planning to this guy.
He's good, as well as smart.
Good. How good's Uzi? Turns out Uzi's pretty good at League of Legends.
Pretty good. I don't know if there are any Curb Your Enthusiasm fans. Maple here, though, is sustaining as well decently. Has to chug through all the potions to even up that health. It is enough, though, that he can stay for some extra minions, which he really does need. You can't afford to have another poor purchase.
Ooh, max channel Q. Does too much damage.
Yeah, it does almost none, actually.
It's an activator for stacks. That's all it's built for. It's a rank 1 Q that you just want to block that passive from Varus, percent health.
Fumbles the minion there. Each one does actually count here. Pretty intense as far as the mid game goes. Just think about late game, though, and what the picture is going to be like, because this culling is such a huge tool. And it's, even if you miss the beginning, or you miss half of it, or you miss the end, it's still going to provide a lot of value. Whereas the Varus ultimate, you miss your Varus ultimate, out the window, 0 value.
It's over, yeah.
And the Lucian just smashes you. So,
Uzi
a lot more pressure on the Varus.
Getting comfortable with dashing into the minion wave for double taps into Maple. He has enough AD to make it worth to win that trade, as opposed to the minion damage that he's taking. It's one of those adaptations that you can make. Oh, look at the weaving of these double shots in the passive. That's an ult from Maple, disengaged, but bad stack proccing. Maple not optimizing that passive.
3 stacks on him now. He's going to back up, does get the Q, but he's no exit.
Done for.
And Uzi is going to be your 1v1 champion.
He came into the tournament wanting to prove his individual skill here at All-Stars. And he's done it in a fashion that is utterly impressive, honestly. Molding the 80 carry style with a hybrid efficiency with that resolve 3, and honestly, playing it to perfection.
I'm also glad he got one victory in there with the Mage, with the Syndra in the mirror match as well, just to prove that he can also do it that way. incredibly impressive performance here from Uzi.
And if it's picking up poorly, the crowd is not booing him for a CS victory. They are actually, in fact, chanting Uzi's name.
Uzi.
Yeah, that's his name. Love the crowd chants though, so far.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're really getting into it. Let's take another look at it here, though. Even if you do hit that Varus ultimate, I mean, you talked about the passive stacking. You only got one in there before the Hail of Arrows, but this right here,
like, why is he going for
just
that?
straight walks up.
I think he knows he was done for. I love the early barrier, exhaust mirror. Makes it so easy to land that going.
And this is a guy, I mean, he's been touted as one of the best AD carries for so long.
Yeah.
And always the first thing you mention with him is the laning phase. You know, obviously he has done a lot of really intense mechanical plays on the world stage, you know, in semifinals and stuff, but the laning phase has been one of the #1 things that everybody will list.
Yeah, and especially if you go back in time and you look at some of the stuff he was pulling out, he was very kind of doing it first in terms of the laning phase. He was the first AD carry to kind of maximize, like weaving in auto attacks in between, trying to CS. Now everything is so common, you know, and AD carry has been solved a little bit, but for me, watching Uzi in his prime in the early days, like around Season 3 as well, it was just so beautiful to watch how far ahead he was of the other AD carries.
Yeah, especially the animation canceling, because like, yeah, you know, there are some champions that animation canceling is super high value, and you notice it a bunch. And a lot of the AD carries, it's not quite to the same point like Riven or something like that. But it seems like every single AD carry champion that he plays, he's saving like that millisecond between the exchange, getting the auto off instantly after his spell.
It's walking in the right direction.
Pretty to watch.
He would always play, like, have good wall tumbles on Vayne, for example, to just get the Q out a little bit sooner. It's just so satisfying to watch your player kind of solve how you need to play a champion, and then other people could follow up. He wasn't the only one in the time, but he's definitely a legacy player for me.
Yeah, I mean, if the Hall of Fame, you know, does get built for League of Legends, I think he's
right next to Kobe.
He's got
there will be Uzi right there, but that's enough for us, guys. Let's send it down to the stage to Dash, who's on stage with our champion.
Thank you very much. That's right. I'm here with Uzi, the champion of the 1v1 tournament. So first off, congratulations on that. My first question has to be, how does it feel to be able to call yourself the king of the 1v1?
所以首先恭喜你获得这全明星，然后单挑赛的冠军。然后想问一下，你现在终于有资格说你是单挑的冠军了，你有什么想说的？
我非常开心，因为能够在比赛中拿到一个冠军，是我很长时间没有做到的一个事情了。
Well, Uzi haven't been able to win a championship in a long time, so he's very happy that he's finally get a chance to win a title for himself.
And you did it in glorious fashion with a 2-0 victory here. Now, I myself, as a host, was pushed to my limits. I'm losing my voice, but my question to you is, were you pushed to your limits as a player? Were you tested in your strength in this 1v1 tournament?
所以他作为这个主持，他撕心裂肺的在吼，然后他也觉得已经到自己的极限了。然后你作为一个选手，你觉得这个比赛有没有把你逼到你的极限？
我觉得已经有了，因为我在打的时候已经想了很多的方法去赢比赛，然后真的是非常的艰难吧。
It definitely beats to my limit, and he actually put a lot of thoughts into ban picks and how to win the games. And it's very stressful for him, and he's very happy that he won.
All right, well, you can walk away confident and happy in the victory. Of course, with this victory, Team Ice also has put a close to the tournament. Team Ice is officially the All-Star champions as a team. So on behalf of your team, is there anything you'd like to say to the audience or the people at home?
所以说，这个单挑赛结束以后呢，冰队作为一个整体已经获得了这个全明星赛的冠军。那么想问一下，你作为冰队的一员，你想代表冰队有什么想说的吗？
非常的开心，然后很感谢来到现场和看直播的粉丝们，谢谢你们。
Thank you everyone very much. Thank for everyone that's watching online, watching on the stream, and for the fans that come out to the stadium. It's very happy. And I would like to thank everyone.
And while Team Ice may have claimed victory here with this 1v1, we still have 3 more games to play. Do you think that because the tournament is over and you've secured victory, that maybe there will be more fun picks, some more crazy things happening in the remaining games of the day?
所以说，既然你们已经赢得了冠军，那么接下来的3场比赛，你是不是可以真正的尽情的去玩一下了，而不用担心胜负了
我会的，然后我也会尽力去赢比赛。
Yeah, definitely he'll pick some fun champions, but meanwhile he still wanted to win the games.
All right, well, you heard it here. Some more fun picks coming. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, your 1v1 champion, Uzi.
打个招呼，挥挥手。
And with that, we're going to head back up to the desk to close out the day.
Well, thank you.
Not yet the day, but at least the 1v1 tournament. A fantastic champion indeed, and I don't think I've ever seen him smile that much ear to ear. He said it himself. That title is still very important, even though it is All-Star and it's not the most serious tournament in the world. You saw that he put his heart and soul into that.
Yeah, it just made me smile watching that interview. I mean, Uzi smiling like he was like cold steel on stage. Like he didn't blink. He was just focused on trying to get that win. And as he said, he put so much thought into those picks and bans. The casters were talking about the runes and the masteries. Everything he was doing, he had down to a T. And it was just fantastic to see him play it out.
Yeah, I mean, even though All-Stars is All-Stars, I think the one-on-one tournament is full serious mode for pretty much all the pros here. So seeing him win it is definitely well-deserved.
Definitely. Let's take a look at how he did it exactly. There was a very, very tense moment in both games, but in game one specifically that you guys wanted to talk about.
Yeah, it was this one where Uzi was trading up against Maple, and Maple gets control of the brush, which was the most important thing here, right?
Yeah, it's the new Kalista feature where her passive now misses or makes her auto attacks miss when the enemy champion or enemy unit goes out of sight. So in this specific scenario, it was quite unfortunate for Uzi, actually.
Yeah.
And I think he should have probably committed, but maybe he wasn't aware actually that this was happening, and he just thought that he was like surviving with a little bit of HP all the time.
But it did make it super close for us. We're going to take a look at the actual win open in just a second, but it seemed to me that from 3 matches ago, we started to see that Uzi might be the biggest contender for the entire tournament, and it seems like that he got even better at playing the 1v1s and at his decision-making in these specific situations. Is that what makes a champion in the end?
I mean, he just kind of got into the groove, right? Like, we saw a lot of players in round one just kind of not know, like, what they were doing, but Uzi came in with a plan all the way through the tournament, and it seemed like his pool was almost endless as well. Like, once you had 3 bans, you know how, like, a player plays. Going through round 1, round 2, you're like, okay, this is what he plays, take it off the table. But Uzi, he just was unbannable.
Yeah, Reckless, not just in the picks, but also in mechanics. Is there anything you noticed that is so specific to Uzi? I know you said already you were playing tandem with him, and it's unreal the way he plays it.
Yeah, when I was playing tandem with him, since we were playing Twitch, I wasn't having too much to do to begin with, so I was paying attention to how he was clicking, and he was like, he auto-attacked, and then he did 4 clicks in between the next auto-attack. And in the early game, that's a lot of time, but when you do that in the late game, that was like insane to watch, and yeah, I guess that quarter kill was mostly his work. But as for his mindset going into the tournament, like at least seeing it as an AD carry myself, I thought, you know, it makes sense. You play a lot of AD carries, and even though there's 3 bans, you still have like Illusion to default to or Kalista. But when he actually beat Pecky in the Syndrome Mirror matchup, I was like yeah, this guy is next level, you know, because that was not what I was thinking about. I was like, okay, if someone bans out 3 ADs, I'm just gonna default into the tier 2 ones. But he was taking it to the next level by playing even an AP mage and beating a mid main. Yeah. So yeah, as I said, well-deserved win.
Throwing down the gauntlet and being like, you're not going to beat me with any champion, basically. Yeah. Let's take a look at his road to the championship. For Uzi, he beat 5 people to get here. Of course, most recently, he did beat Xpeke, and then also, I'm getting a little, he beat Levi as well as Mad Life, Optimus, and in the end, Maple, and you being the champion, and those are not small names to beat.
No, it's not like he had an easy win to the end of the tournament as well. Levi was being touted as like pretty much the best player coming out of the GPL. He had insane mechanics. We saw him in the other game modes, and then he just seemed to know what to do in these 1v1s, but plays against Uzi, and Uzi just makes it look easy.
Yeah, I think especially the Queen game against Optimus, I think, when he was playing Jace, well, I was insanely impressed on how perfect he actually just plays the game, you know, like most of the people make 1 or 2 mistakes, which in a one-on-one is really detrimental for how the game goes. But Uzi doesn't make these mistakes. You know, he takes it very calm and he plays the all-ins really well. And there's just very few areas where you can punish him.
Fantastic champion, and together with that, all the other Ice players that did really well. That means Team Ice already clinched. We are going to say goodbye to you. You are going to play a game as well later as well, the 5v5. But how has the experience been for you in general here at All-Star?
I think All-Stars this year was really fun. I mean, it was really fun last year as well, but I think this year was special because it was here in Europe, and playing together with old teammates of mine was something that I didn't think that I would enjoy as much as I did. And yeah, generally just had a great time. And I'm really looking forward to playing with Mata, so I asked him for, I hope no one watches this, that's against me, but I asked him for Kalista Thresh, so I'm hoping he goes through with that. And
Or he trolls again and locks in double jungle.
Yeah, I hope not, but he seemed happy with the idea, so we'll see.
Okay, we will see. Thank you very much for joining us. Have fun with Mata later. With that Team Ice, they have clinched a tournament, but it's not over yet. We have 3 mixed Summoners Rift matches coming up. Will our All-Stars take them seriously, or will our pros unroll the troll? We'll soon find out. Don't touch that browser.
Sawadee Cup, I'm Jackie from Fight, here in Barcelona. I'm here to show the pro player what it takes to be a Muay Thai champion. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Peter.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
你好，你好。我是 Jackie. I'm Jackie.
Paul. Hi, I'm Martin.
Hi.
Martin, nice to meet you.
So, have 3 of you been to Worlds before?
Yeah.
I'm a League of Legends top laner, and I play over 3,000 games of Darius.
Of Darius?
Oh, yes.
Wow.
I mean, I only play Darius. I can't play other champion. But I'm a Muay Thai fighter. Do you have any martial art background?
Taekwondo.
Taekwondo.
Yeah.
I tried like one time and it was too hard for me. I stuck to football instead.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I saw the documentary about it.
Oh really?
Oh my God, you're so famous, Reckless.
I love it.
So I'm gonna show you my favorite combos of Muay Thai. When you start, you wanna poke your opponent like with a jab.
Hold this. Yeah, I got you.
1, 2, right knee, right knee. That's it, and then another elbow.
Yeah, it's like Lee Sin. You do Q, then you do R, and then you do Q again. Okay, so this is like.
How many carrots?
But it's easier.
Is that his head?
That's my head. I'm dead. I got 8 stitches.
This is pretty fun.
You kind of give like a high five. Yeah, you hit back a bit. Okay.
What's up, bro?
Yeah. Just think of double lift. Okay. Okay, let's try. 1, 2. Whoa. Nice. When I say double lift, you hit so hard.
No. Aim head.
Oh, aim head.
Look
and okay, so
imagine you want to kill him.
Okay.
Okay, so what I want to do is a really simple game. Trying to grab the coins out of my hands. Of course.
Oh.
Now, come on, try it harder, right?
Okay.
Maybe you can try. Whoa. The winner is Faker. So I got a gift for you guys.
Oh, a gift?
It's with your name, Uzi, for Thai boxing shorts.
Oh, thank you.
This is actually so sick.
This is so cool.
Thank you so much. I want to come watch you fight sometime.
Oh, that's my name on it.
Yeah, your name, with your name on it.
How did I hold it?
That's so sick.
That's
Oh,
it.
I got it.
The best moment that for you is that I became your fan because I saw you play 1v1 against
with Darius.
Yeah, and also you got a pentakill.
Yeah,
I was so impressed. So I immediately became your fanboy. Really.
Thank you.
Really.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
This is so cool. I can't believe it.
Wear it during the match. You can wear it now.
Yeah, I will wear it tomorrow. Maybe.
Yeah, tomorrow.
No, but we can't wear shorts, can we? Okay, let's ask for exception. I want to wear them.
Same.
I could have worn it against Prey, then I would win with the Darius. God damn it.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3.
And I'm scared. Oh no. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Play for fun. Yeah.
He's definitely looking for heavier trades. Yeah. He's a moment where they go all in. Against low, late ignite from Impact. Impact down.
Ignite and Ihasa?
Yep.
Go.
Go.
Fighting.
Fighting.
Turn his strategy here because going down so low. No.
I can't win.
no. You asked good.
It was in there. He has a grass pocket so hard. Nice sidestep. Mata is low. Nowhere to go. Beautifully played by Maple.
Just before I say he's going to wait for double summoners, he goes all in.
Now waiting. That's one exhaust down. So close to the barrier for Uzi. Beck has the kite. He has to dodge the next arrow. Nope. Barcelona Spain, Kobe. The turret's low. What's he going for? One more shot. Turret dies.
Oh, and Uzi's going for the
more. Uzi
right,
gets it.
I hate Kennen.
Yeah. I want Yasuo vs Yasuo.
Ulti on that knockup, and now he's going all in.
He does get the ulti off though.
Exhausted. He's too far away from the relics. Map low, but he has the E to get out. He has minions to help him, so he's comfortable in the trade. Minions. Cannon so much damage.
their daisies finish.
Duke it out.
Whichever daisy wins the fight is then crowned the champion.
Uzi stuck behind enemy lines.
Maple's trying to rush for it.
Oh!
He stacks on him now. He's going to back up. Does get the Q, but he's no exit.
Down for.
And Uzi is going to be your 1v1 champion.
Welcome back to 2016 All-Star. I'm joined by Paul Soas Valle along with Papa Smithy, and we're about to head into another mixed team Fire versus Ice battle on Summoner's Rift. But first things first. Ice, baby.
This is my life now.
There we go.
This is my life now.
Congratulations. What did it come down to in the end? Obviously the points, but that fantastic Ice victory.
Well, I don't really know because I didn't win much myself. but yeah, I guess the other players did a lot better than I did.
Basically, everyone did better than most of the players on the ULCS team, although Peke got pretty far in the 1v1. Does it hurt a bit, or?
It does hurt a little bit, but that means that we have some fun games coming up. We still have 3 matches, the mixed squad. So
you want to get out of here. You want to buy.
But the good thing about that is it's going to be fun, right? There's nothing on the line in terms of the win, so.
You don't want to talk more about LCK.
Close the book.
Okay, yep. Let's take a look at that first fun game and introduce the players on stage. We're going to start with Team Ice. As said, it is mixed teams, and we have in the top lane for this one specifically Ziv. Then jungling is Jankos, Weightless in the mid lane, BB at AD carry, and at support Mithy. And they will be going up against Team Fire, also a mixed team with Smeb in the top lane, in the jungle, Levi, then Optimus, Doublelift, and Madlife in the bottom lane. So a couple of really interesting combinations here. Doublelift and Madlife, I know Doublelift was really excited to play with him.
I mean, it's a dream bot lane, right? Especially a few years ago, these guys have still stood the test of time. Doublelift just retiring, and then Madlife still looking for a new squad. So 2 legends of the game. It's going to be fun to see them teaming up.
Also, Jankos and Smeb together in a game that might also be really exciting.
Well, I heard that Mithy and Jankos said that they're gonna try really hard still, so I expect good things coming out of this game.
I don't really believe that, seeing that yesterday in the versus LCK, you guys.
They finally found the time, right? Now is the time to try hard.
Hopefully Mithy forget about the Zyra and pick something else, but...
He did try it again, and it wasn't that bad versus LCK.
It was okay.
Yeah. But how much of... Because you and the Ilawi, you did pretty well. So were you trolling, or did you think that it was actually going to be?
I think it came down to like me using R when Smeb used E with Jace, and he didn't expect that, and he didn't flash it. And then since I got a kill on him, then it was easier to lane it. And Smeb isn't someone that plays lane super aggressively either, so it wasn't that hard to lane it.
I mean, you're a genius, because actually there was no Ilawi played in LCK ever. That was actually the first time there'd been a Korean professional player against Ilawi. So there was also the element of surprise there.
I think Smeb was also asked about it, and he kind of learned during the game to play versus it. So we'll see what happens here. To get things rolling, we're going to hand it over to our casters.
Nice! I'm Pastry Time here with my old mates James Stress O'Leary and Martin DeFucci looking to bring you a bit of ice pastry. We got the call for the mixed team all-star mashup.
I'm out. I can't call. Very impressive intro. I gotta give it that one. Had everything, honestly. I like it.
Let's just leave him do it. Like,
you can solo cast.
3 back-to-back games? I'll comfortably do it, but we are going to have some fun here, of course. So many good players still left in the tournament. Ice, of course, have loads of congratulations to you both, of course, from the EU LCS.
All us.
Yeah, definitely you guys.
And speaking of Team Ice, we got the update. Martin, you got the information as we were heading out here. We had a little chat to find out, was it try hard?
Right. Yeah, because Soas actually said on the analyst that he lied to all of you at home. He said that Mithy and Jankos would really try super hard in this match here. We talked to them, Stress. What did Jankos tell us?
Yeah, it was not such a try hard game.
No.
I can't believe somebody would lie on the internet.
Exactly. It was like, nah, he's not gonna try out. He's just gonna play like Kha'Zix and oh wait, isn't that like one of the best junglers right now?
To be fair, I actually would like to see him try hard on Ivan, because even when you're try-harding, it still looks funny, especially if you're playing the Candy King Ivan, just kind of walking through the jungle.
They're going to have fun.
I hope so.
Have to agree with Ivan, because there's been so many fun champions we haven't seen yet, but we'll see what the players have for us here in champs like Team Ice on the left, banning Syndra and LeBlanc, the first banner from Team Fire, so I like this. ban away the really good champions so they can't get their hands on them.
That is a smart strategy. I think it's really good you pick up on that one. And that's actually why we have bans in League of Legends, to get rid of strong champions so you don't have to face them. And Team Fire and Team Ice seem to agree.
Got to ban out the anti-fun champions as well.
That's another one.
I want to see maybe some Talon. We're almost never going to see him in actual Summoner's Rift. So maybe if we see him when there's nothing but a little bit of fun on the line, maybe we'll get it.
If we talk a little bit about the teams now, we see these bans coming in here. Team Ice is pretty stacked in this one. Like BB, obviously strongest AD carry in the LMS. Mithy Yankos, very good combo from Europe, even have some synergy together, like just from in-house scrims and so on. And Whalers and Ziv are very, very good soul laners to have around you, especially for a jungler like Yankos who wants to play aggressive. So this Team Ice lineup is actually looking very, very good.
Really banned away Ryzen Lee Sin there, so Lee Sin away from Levi, but obviously a good champion instead. Put Trengo on the other sides, and this is where we're really going to find out what are the players thinking. They're hovering Teemo, are they going to pick Teemo? Because this would be a great start to our last 3 games.
Would be a great start. You speak about like kind of how stacked they are. I mean, you can never overlook Smeb in the top lane on the other side. And
he makes the team stacked on his own, I guess.
Yeah, pretty much. And then, you know, you look at the bottom lane, and for historical players in their roles, Doublelift and Madlife are 2 of the biggest names globally in these positions. So maybe we'll have a little bit of fun down there in the bot lane as well.
Madlife always been a Doublelift's mistress. You know, it was always Aftermoon Doublelift together, but then whenever Madlife showed up, there were some issues in the relationship. Luckily, they might have figured out now, or otherwise Aftermoon sitting behind here watching this and being quite angry right now.
First pick bot there for Mithy. So it's not the Zara. I do like that we're moving away from that. And of course, with Lee Sin taken away, we are going to have to see Levy go to something different. We'll see what Team Fire have in store for these first 2 picks, because this is a decent start from Team Ice. They're not 100% on fun yet, but this is definitely better than the Zara we might have expected.
It's a little outside of Mithy's wheelhouse. He's played it a couple of times when we've seen him on G2.
All right,
Europe, but,
this is good.
Yes, here we go.
Oh god, yeah, we get some new ones. I mean, we have seen Mithy play this in the past, you know, not lately. It hasn't really been that meta. It's more like a shout out to Creppo. He's often casted this, and instantly we get some Bard games here. And we get to cast it, and it might go support, but I wouldn't be surprised to see some flex picking here.
That's
crazy flex picking, like Whalers. He's an LPL mid laner. I'm sure he's practiced Bard mid.
In that?
For sure, practiced Bard mid.
Well, Vayne, I assume for Doublelift and Riven, probably for Smeb, but you never know. We'll see what Team Ice have lined up on the other side. Don't pick Caitlyn. Team Ice saw that hover very quickly. That's definitely in the anti-fun house. Wouldn't mind a Yankos Fiddlesticks or a Nocturne.
Now, this was one of the champions that Yankos was talking about that maybe wasn't quite so, you know, super serious, but Nocturne's been tearing up solo queue for a long time now. So, wonder whether Yankos, that's his fun pick.
I mean, yeah, the way, I guess, for Yankos really to have fun is not by randomly picking Teemo or something. It's like, pick a super strong jungler and then try and carry it the hardest he possibly can, seeing as it was either Kha'Zix or the Nocturne. We did hear Mithy Blitzcrank, but with the bot being logged in, I would assume it goes to him.
Well, there could still be another Blitzcrank.
Exactly.
But we'll have to wait. It is Nocturne for Yankos, though, and I love this ISIM for Bebe. He's only allowed to play this if he picks his skin, but if he picks his skin, I'm okay with it.
That's fair.
Madlife taking his own Blitzcranks, and Mithy couldn't possibly steal the win, even if he didn't actually want to do it.
There's a Scion, there's a Blitzcrank!
All right.
Smeb wants Scion for that top lane. Is this Optimus? Or is this Levy going... Sorry, is it Levy going Scion in the jungle, or is this Optimus going Riven in the mid lane? Like,
I'm gonna guess Scion jungle, Riven top. We obviously get Vayne and Blitzcrank bot lane. I mean, come on. Signature picks for these guys. A lot of people actually think that Thresh was like the original Madlife signature pick because that was where they saw the highlights. Blitzcrank was actually the original pick for Madlife and the one where the Korean fans are going nuts whenever he locks that one in.
It's an old school champion for Doublelift as well, which is a huge throwback, but I do have Lux locked in here for Team Ice, which I do like, and Alawi, why not? Just to round things out.
I wonder now whether Elementalist Lux is enabled on this.
It is the patch.
They're on 623. So
Yeah, it is exactly.
That would be an interesting one.
If it is enabled or not. We haven't actually gotten to see this champion. We've seen it in solo queue every time because everyone wants to play this game. It's like every single game, it's there. And it can be very annoying playing against AP. I think so.
I guess that's Cogmore in the mid lane. We'll see if Levy and Smeb want to swap up their champions or not.
Or is Levy playing Riven jungle? Is he that guy from solo queue?
He could definitely be that guy.
He's at least in player, so it's not a huge stretch.
No, that's true.
He's like, come on, I can run Courage at the Colossus. I'm going to E-flash W into the fight, get 5 people in the shield. That's everything it needs.
You gotta look at a man like Smep though. Like, people are having fun with their picks. He locks in a tank. I'm like, I know it's a tank made a top lane and you wanna, I guess, follow that somewhat, but playing Sion in this?
I hope he's gone for Mecha Sion, just for the train.
True.
At this point.
Yeah. I mean, okay, Sion is actually pretty fun to play, but against Alawi in lane, that's not gonna be too easy for good old Smep.
I mean, it's maybe better than it for Riven. It's really rough for Riven.
Yeah,
there's too much stuff
true.
to do. So maybe it was a flex. They were just going to swap if the matchup didn't work out. Not quite sure how it all shuffles out, but should be fun nonetheless.
It's going to be a good one. We're going to be able to answer all of those skin questions. That's about the most important questions left on everybody's mind. Gone to the point matters, as Team Ice have already taken the victory for All-Star.
But thankfully, you can still vote even if you want to. I know the points don't matter anymore, but your vote certainly still counts. So vote at LOL Esports with the hashtag BioWin or the hashtag IceWin. I guess that's now just for the game, which makes a little more sense given that Ice has technically won already. But at this stage, it is all about pride. Moral victories are very important. I will personally say more important than actual victory. Some may disagree, but for this game, that's what I'm running with.
No, I agree. No, I agree 100%. Because what we have seen so far is that when like 1 or 2 individual players have had like sick games where they just went like 10-0, 20-0, everyone talked about him. Was like, man, wow, that guy was so great in that game. It's gonna be the same here, you know. Everyone wants to show up what they can do, especially on signature picks like Blitzcrank, like Bard. And I guess Wayless are back on his Lux. I'm sure it's been a main for him at some point. He's made like every champion in the game at some point.
I'm sure he has at least 1 or 2 professional games on the champion. He's actually not going to go for the new skin. So Stress, I know the synergy was important to you. I'm sorry to let you down early.
It's all right. Thank goodness they added that extra particle on Steel Legion Lux, otherwise we'd be...
Yeah, because that was the one that was impossible to see before.
Yeah, if Mad Life had been playing iBlitz, we would have had that whole shenanigans of things, but...
Gamble
0%
number 1 does not pay
accuracy.
off.
We got some cheese down the bottom lane. Smep is sneaking. Maybe he's very confused and going to the wrong lane.
Lane swap, anyone? Oh no, I think a penguin spotted him. Oh, he's going to have to go back home.
The world's level 1 strategy. Failing.
He saw that game with the Mickey and Splice played in the EULCS where they played Sion support, and he was like, that's the game.
I am Sion support.
Yeah,
Mad Life go top lane. Double holding the ult to Mad Life being, no, bot lane, stay bot lane. 2v2, mate. And they're going to get the 2v2 because there's no lane swaps in this game. May they rest in peace.
Well, it looks like Mad Life and Double will help out at least with Riven's early jungle, so I'm going to start here on the blue. Nocturne will do the same. I do expect Yankos to jungle, maybe a touch faster than Levy in this game.
There you go, Courage of the Colossus.
Ooh.
And the Thunderlord's Nocturne. Just to get there, you ult in, Q them, you've already basically got it.
Storm Raiders Ilaoi as well. Ziv, not exactly picking for laning phase with that one, but I can't blame him. He's going to probably win the lane anyway with Ilaoi.
Well, not try can endorse maybe a skin choice, but we do have a 2v2 lane nonetheless. See how Double from Mad Life can navigate what is likely a tricky early laning phase, but it's all about the players here with Blitzcrank Vayne. That's all they'll really need.
Unfortunately, there's an Ezreal.
Yes,
Who's just going to sit behind his minions and Arcane shift away, but Double Lift that time got caught by the binding.
And Mithy 100% want to show some moves on the body. He hasn't gotten to play for such a long time. Now he gets to play it again. And it's against Mad Life Double Lift. Like, that's a bot lane you really want to beat.
Especially if you make yourself look good doing it.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
catch him with Bard ults, the Qs, get all the combos off.
Smeb is catching every skill shot up in the top lane.
Here we go. Trying to...
He's got nothing leveled yet except the Q, so
Baby's coming up with him.
Ooh, hello. Here we go. Portal in. Optimus going to get exhausted. Now the damage will come down. Baby just needs a little bit more. Q's going to miss. Ah, it's a tragedy.
Dodge, he fired it left. The dodge was down. So much given, though, for that roam. I mean, it's basically the game lost right there.
I mean, yeah, there's 2 summoners gone from Optimus now. Game is practically over for him so far because he's on a champion that needs like 35-ish minutes to actually do anything. Because we have a lot of experience watching this kind of champion in Europe with Power Vivo back in the day, these like, snooze face games where we had to wait 40 minutes before anything happened. And if you capped him a little bit in the start, you know, he didn't really do that much. Great start here from Mithy and BB.
Goblin's looking good as well. Mad Life can look for that next hook, baby! Oh, gets out of it.
The hard counter.
That's just not fun at all.
Yeah, it's not fun. See, this is what we're talking about with anti-fun champions in this.
But this is why you Mad Life him later.
Yes.
And you actually predict the jump, and then you pull him in. That's going to be the trick. It's going to happen at least once this game, I promise everyone.
certainly going to try for it as Smeb here. Ziv as come up as well. Ziv trying to dodge up. This is the first Q, trying to batter away at Smeb. Little vessel, but Ziv needs to get his way out of the way and maybe try and get something done here. But Red Buff River's chasing him down, and there's first blood to the jungler.
Levy with a good start. Been the best performing GPL member in this tournament for sure. Showing his Riven. Now Jankos is behind enemy lines. He's not spotted. He's not spotting anyone.
Oh, now he is, because the pollen plant just came through.
Trying to gank mid against poor Optimus. Seems like everyone just want to camp him right now.
Well, looks like Jankos not going to get anything off that. Nice little play there from Doublelift, actually. Getting a bit of vision, but Mithy again doing damage. Madlife knocks up Mithy, though. That's really the target they want to get if they can with a hook, but good damage traded back there as Smeb does teleport back to lane. Ziv will do the same, and again, Smeb seems to be struggling. Oh, he's actually going all in for it. Levy was thinking back in. Ziv's gone down, but Ziv should be okay. Smeb's going to beat him to death instead. All planned.
One for one. Levy comes over the back of the wall. Couldn't quite get there in time, but there's a lot of focus up here on this two-tank top lane.
Two-tank top lane with Ilaoi in there trying to go ham as much as possible. Big fan of watching like Ziv, Smeb top lane. I think these two are like some of the best top laners we actually have in the world. Getting to go ham against each other, obviously in more relaxed setting than normal. Jankos has still been farming and he's still around mid lane. He also has a Raptor biting him in the ass.
Oh no, Jankos! That's not a good look at all. He's biding his time.
Insane damage from those Raptors. Mithy, it's the European gang.
More tower dives, I do like it. Optimus could be in a spot of bother, not going to get bound up there. The moment the journey gets him out, Jankos with the easy dive and the exit as well. And poor Cockpaw, he can't click the portal when he's dead. Feels bad.
That does feel bad. Like, Optimus is getting so many people in his lane. That's like the third attempt at mid lane, and we were looking at where Jankos was positioned, looking at how he was coming through. So that's probably going to happen again. As soon as he hits level 6, Paranoia is going to come through, and there's going to be no real opportunity for Optimus to get out with his flash still down.
All right, Madlife, where's the hooks?
Yeah,
I mean, Blitzcrank for about 6 minutes.
Everyone's relaxed for now.
Is that all he's got for you? That's all you want to see is just one hook?
Well, he had technically the one hook where DB jumped out of it, but I need to see some Madlife from Madlife.
I mean, that's what he's here for, certainly.
It's actually the only reason he's here. Go Madlife someone.
I mean, kind of say that, but he was certainly voted in for those early plays he's made all career long. So in some ways, that's what he is here for, but or at least what he's known for.
That would basically mean Insect would be at every single All-Star just to play Lee Sin.
He is in our
He is technically, yes.
Smeb again. He's having trouble with Ghost Smeb.
Levy.
For a gank. Got level 6. Whalers could be in a bit of trouble. Gets knocked up. Sun's there as well, but can't quite combo the rest of it. Wind Slash will do some damage, but Whalers gets up pretty comfortably there. Does have to burn the Ghost, though. Oh, we're diving instead.
Madlife's here.
Yeah, I feel like now Team Fire is sitting around mid lane. It was otherwise Mithy and Jankos putting all the focus on Optimus. Rough start for him to this game, but now he's getting some help. Let's see, Jankos is level 6 on this Nocturne. He's sneaking around Optimus.
Straight to the mid lane. Oh, huge over Whalers!
Poor Optimus sitting in that mid lane, playing against people like Whalers and Jankos, and then he's just getting ganked by the support as well.
Popped everything. This is, you know, a lot of people say, where did Cosmo go from mid lane? Yeah, he's kind of difficult to get through the laning phase.
Yeah, this is actually also like the last patch where you can like play AP because it is getting slightly nerfed again. As soon as Riot were like, oh, AP is a thing anymore? No. Let's remove it. Nerf it again. We don't want to see that.
Nobody wants to go back through it as Blue Buff will be donated over to Whalers back here in the bottom side. Baby and Mithy actually doing a decent job on CS. Not quite there as they've had left lane a few times to try and make something happen. But, no, get the minion. All right, technically got something, so not too bad.
Now, if the minion flashed before...
hang on, guys.
Right. That would be the players.
Yeah, if the minion was somehow magically able to flash.
He's found Levy, caught
a red buff.
Yeah.
I like the binding extension there, but Levy should be able to get it. Does smite it down, so everything's going to be
Jankos got it. Jankos was the one that smited it.
In the end, Levy didn't want to sacrifice his life for a red buff. Can't really blame him too much. Here's
down there, Baby's going to try and get his way out, but that's going to be a fail. Conveniently, we're in bottom lane, because here's a crap mode.
Actually, the power of Bard. I'm just here to talk.
Oh, no, Baby!
down, guys.
We don't want to listen, Crapple.
It's Bard Flaxers now. Did you know you can actually get in between the tier 1 and 2 towers and go for a portal? Did you know that Kog'Maw is countered so hard by the Bard ultimate? Bard is honestly fantastic champion overall. Look at him. Mithy right there. The selection that is going to bring the victory.
Hang on, I need to write this down.
Mithy, do Krugs. We've got everything.
Oh no, Wayless, that's a bad new time. Wayless gets
This is now
with
the
the
Bard show. Keep talking. Just the ultimate on Kog'Maw, I think, is fantastic here. Beautiful pick in the composition. Works against Riven, works against Vayne, and honestly, that's all I want to say. So guys, have fun with the cast. But the Bard is fantastic.
Thank you, Crappo, for the cameo as Mithy. Not gonna get himself in safety. Oh, the condemn. That's a bad look, but now Yanko's gonna dive in onto double. That'll be a kill for the back. Crappo, where'd you go?
Can we never invite Crappo back, like, ever? We missed like 2 kills. That's all he can talk about is Bard anyway. And Mithy's Levy.
Oh, it's a bang! Huge damage there as Mithy's gonna go down by a flash from Yankos. Oh, it's a disaster.
Europe
that
down.
flash?
That was definitely, that was like outduels, technically.
And
except for HK. Bam, bam.
Always got to keep that in mind.
Yeah.
They join Fnatic and Origin and...
It's a thing, you know, you can be super negative about outduels, too positive. Once you see Smeb is about to die to like 500 tentacles around him.
I feel like Ziv just wants to click on him, and that might be enough for the kill. Good little pull there. That's going to batter him down once more, so Smeb is not feeling this right now.
It's actually annoying you can't kill a guy by killing his like clone or his shadow.
Yeah.
But, well, you can kill him if he walks to the wall and gets hit by that extra tentacle that spawns, but you can't actually kill him with the ability.
Since we're bringing other casters on, this is like the perfect top lane for Pulse. It's like robot trains and tentacles.
And it's double F with the roam, does manage to get it. See if we can't stop Impulse for the top side there as well, but I like it. Man, Life and double, if you know what? Bottom lane wasn't so fun, couldn't hook too many people. Let's go to some other lanes, and there's been an awful lot of roaming, maybe more than we're used to.
I mean, 10 minutes in, I think we've seen every single play in every single lane so far. Mithy's top lane as well now. Might have more action. He's level 6.
Here we go.
Has that ulti and a portal with Yankos.
This is the play.
What can they do together?
Well, right now they're just chilling. Yankos is going to go ahead and take the CS. It's all the ruse and Mithy going to leave, so sick gank there.
Yeah, that was pretty exciting. That was like watching EU LCS. That's a joke. I love you. I'm just saying.
The 2 EU players. Oh, look at this. Ninja and EM. Double F. Why'd you attack the Rift Herald? Gonna take the Scott of Grab instead. Maybe something you can actually kill.
This can't be like watching the EU LCS. Somebody has to win.
No!
They've been revealed much room and Ziv.
He wants to win.
Gets himself knocked back there. Madlife gonna get grabbed up, but here's the choo-choo train. Baby flushed out of that one, but Levo get a combo him up. There's another kill for the Riven. 4-0-2 again.
Man, Levy is on every single game mode. He's just on fire.
He must know how to kill steal like really well, because his KDA is excellent.
Hey, you do not pick Riven if you don't know how to kill steal. That's like one of the main rules. It's in the tooltip again when you pick Riven. Are you sure? Can you kill steal? Yes, boom. Riven there. What is actually better at kill steal? Any other champion? Who has an execute?
Lee Sin?
Yeah, one.
Darius? Darius is pretty good at execute.
Darius is actually really good. He was better before he changed it.
Unfortunate. Oh, Smeb lining it up. Ziv, he's comboed in. Another dive in from the Riven, and that's going to be another kill. 5-0-2. Now unstoppable. Everyone's trying to have fun, and Levy's like, no, I'm just going to kill everyone.
Riven is like, yeah, no fun. Just Riven, I'm going to kill everyone. And it's working.
Yeah, he's trying to make sure he's, you know, making himself look good. He looked good all the way through IWCA, so trying to just back-to-back put as good a performance. We were talking about that before this game, actually, where we were like, will people try hard? Will people, you know, I mean, he's up against some of Europe and the world's best, so...
Yeah, I mean, you can never blame someone, obviously, for going in and showing some skill, and that is the fun part of playing Riven. Like, no one wants to sit and troll around. And Team Fire, looking pretty good, 5k goal lead as well, and Mithy is once again trying to find a kill.
See what he can get here, because he's got the ulti ready, but I don't think we've seen him use it just yet. Going to clear out some vision instead, and looks like double lift to Manlife are playing a little too far back, and the top laner in jungle are back to try and make something happen here. In fact, Mithy might just face check a Riven. He does go over. Oh, that's a surprise. Mithy going to get the exhaust down, but Manlife coming in for a bit of extra defense. Portal's going through. He's going to ride it all the way. Whalers trying to get a shield through it, but the rest of the team's coming in as well. Optimus now looking for a couple snipes as Yankos straight into the middle, pulled back by Madlife, and that's an easy kill for the Kog'Maw.
Oh, Wayless was trying to get the ulti to line up and kill somebody, but everybody was full health because there was no damage done before. And Yankos, after, you know, this Nocturne pick, it's not really working out, Deficio.
No, he's been looking for some ganks mid lane. got the kills earlier, and here's Smeb going again.
Who's he got this time? Baby! Oh no, he's not going to get nailed as Ziv instead. Who'll get comboed up. Madlife with the hook! Oh, he barely misses it, but Double still gets the kill.
Smeb's been on fire as well. Gotta give him that one. He's been roaming a lot on this one. It's not over yet. Levy is around.
Not level 11, but it's still going to hurt. Minty flashed on wind slash down. That's going to be a kill now, dominating.
Catches him right before he gets in, and that was the blade pastry flash in with the courage.
Oh, Optimus is here too. Oh, never mind.
He was there. Fortunately, Yanko's Whalers getting up on him. Managed to combo him down, but another turret's going to go to fire. That's 2-0. Both side lane turrets now fallen.
Yeah, this game so far is all about the side lanes for Team Fire. Wherever they send Smeb and Levy, they seem to pick up a lot of kills. Sadly for Optimus, he tried to join too late and actually ended up dying a third time. Everyone else is doing great on Team Fire, where Team Ice need to see people step up a little bit. Especially Ziv, died 5 times already on the lava.
Well, part of it's because plays like this, Smeb through the top lane, gets the curve just right.
Yeah, honestly, kind of unfair. BB doesn't take the hit from the Zion and then just jump out after anyway, because he's not gonna get like bursted down. Ignores it, jumps past it, and then boom, Ziv gets hit instead, and he ends up actually dying for it. So to be fair, he is getting sold out a little bit by some of his teammates.
Unfortunate look there, but Optimus actually okay after the initial early pressure. Does have a couple deaths, but he's kind of starting to build up towards what looks like a Luden's first, and he's decent on CS as well. Smeb in the meantime, still up here in the top lane, getting very tanky very quickly. He's going to try and do battle, but it's just a 1v1 for now, and looks like very briefly people will return to their lane assignments.
For a moment.
Yes, I stress for a moment.
And I see 4 members mid lane, but apart from that, Mithy has been very active on the map. Not been able to sadly land any sick ultis so far. And actually, same for Madlife, we haven't really seen him land any crazy hooks. It's not really been the battle of the supports just yet.
Well, like this little roam there's at least opportunity, as this is a real tricky thing to face check into. No words here either, but that will reveal them. Mystic shot nails Madlife right in the dome. Instead, we might just transition over to an objective. That's fail.
Well, you gotta.
There we go, blast point. Saves the day.
That's why we put it in the game.
Yeah. For Rubens like me that can't make no of
Oh, Dragon, of course. Mountain Drake with fire. He's got everything going for him.
Oh, Optimus not again.
Oh, Optimus! Aye. Every time.
Oh, Spencer! Revenge! Oh, gonna get knocked off the bouncy castles there. Madlife secures his first kill for the game.
Oh, they just cannot keep Optimus alive.
I guess he's baiting technically.
It's worth.
It's worth it,
Totally worth it.
Mithy's around his mid tower. So is Madlife though.
Oh, baby! Gets himself hooked by the god himself. And Smeb's on a killing spree.
Mithy should have ulted the tower, kept it alive.
Snowballing out of control. Mythic could actually have ulted up in the air, and then he would stun himself on the way to the Blitzcrank, and he wouldn't have gone all the way.
That would have been next level.
That would have been next level.
Hooked, and then this is the path.
Well, Smeb's in a 1v3, but I don't think he took too much damage before. Oh, no, by Madlife, baby! Just gonna get destroyed. Maybe now Godlike with 7 kills and counting, and now Ziv, he'll be chased down as well. Stun in there from the Ribbon W, and that should be clean up. Smeb getting his 4th kill now.
Yeah, once again, the top half of Fire here is just getting everything. 7 kills on Levy, 4 on Smeb, 9 assists.
Ooh.
Oh, now Nocturne having to flash as well.
Look at those Nocturne mechanics.
Impressive, he pressed F.
Oh, Madlife!
Oh, he wanted the plan, he wanted the plan.
It's his fruit. It's gonna be okay. Rift Arrow now the next objective for Fire. And looking good. Up a huge amount of gold, have 3 turrets already gone, and now Rift Arrow probably over to this jungler.
Yeah, and you know a team is snowballing when they can actually take a Rift Arrow, because it happens so rarely. But when you're really far ahead, you are allowed to take this objective. Levy gets it, he deserves it so far. Definitely the MVP.
Well, only man we haven't seen too many plays out of yet is Double Lift, so can his Vayne go very fancy. He's going to look for a 1v1 here. This should be relatively straightforward. He's 2 levels up as well. Baby just has no chance. Heals in. There's the tumble. Flashing into the autos, and Mithy now going to try and make the difference. The Double Lift does get the stun. He will be stunned back, though. And now Whalers looking to snipe him down. Double Lift. So you have this 1v2 when you're going to dodge the first Q, but the autos are there. He was maybe going to keep him alive, but that ulti does hit him. And this should steal it. Whalers puts the E on and see a Double Lift.
He thought he had the 1v2. He thought he could still do it if it was just Mithy. Whalers ruins a good 1v1 that we had there. Bebe already getting taken out.
He's gonna get another 1v1 top. But off on the blast cone from Levy, but doesn't matter. He's on his way.
Not sure Ziv can live through this one. They're going to try and fight, but that's a lot of damage. Ziv is already dead, flashes, and still gets autoed.
Yeah, sadly for Ziv, he's too far behind. Tried to dodge the potential stun from a Riven with his ulti, but didn't happen. Wayless.
Another great ult there. Wayless actually forced a flash out of that one. Smeb will get bound on the turret, but it's not quite enough there as Jankos are going to dive in onto Optimus, but might get sniped now. Should be okay.
Classic move, you know, in this game here. Team Fire tries to do something, and the first thing Team Ice responds with is dive on Optimus. Literally just trying to kill him. This time he stays alive, though. Both summons have to be used. Rest of Team Fire is winning everywhere else on the map.
Okay, and this is what you do. Once you have got insanely fed on this Riven, you just split push. Doesn't matter that you're the jungler. Go the other side of the map to your team.
I mean,
push
you are a
through.
Riven player, yes, so that is really a good thing to do. Same with the Shackles or Trinity.
Oh no. Should be able to make this hop. No, actually he's got support Madlife, and Optimus going to look to clean it up. Mithy goes to his own by Madlife! Absolutely insane.
Oh, good old Madlife.
Never changed. After all these years, his splits are still pretty good. Doublelift trying to find his way out of this one. No, he goes in instead. Looks for Jankos to dodge a couple of skill shots, but still trying to getting aggressed and will wrap all the way around to his team towards the enemy tier 2 and Didalox. Well done, mate.
I do like how we're seeing every single player trying to challenge the other player just mechanically. Be like, can I outplay you? Can I outplay maybe the second guy as well? Everyone just trying to show what they can actually do, and that's exactly what you should do in this game mode here.
How long until Smeb TP's into the bot side? Oh, he's got
baby again, gonna get nailed, and that's no good. See ya, Sunshine. Baby goes down to Optimus.
I was gonna say, he could TP just in on Ziv, maybe try and just take the 1v1, but takes out the easy, squishy target, and I guess we get to have a look at that kind of Mad Life again. It wasn't really a prediction, I guess.
No,
Going
I mean,
through the portal,
he knew Mithy had to portal, and then it's very easy to hook a guy who can't really juke because he's in the portal. And he just pulls him back out, takes the free kill really for his team.
Oh.
And now,
Ooh.
Levi just died for the first time.
That's good gold, actually. Wayless picking up the shutdown. Is nice. Double is going to pop the Scry's Bloom. Look to chase. Jankos blast turn going to get into safety, and Wayless is going to kite it out. Can't get anything done here, but looks like they'll just give it up. Drake up in a minute, so no need for that objective just yet. Yeah, Smeb and Madlife just hanging out. I think Smeb is doing the right thing here on the side. He's pretty tanky, he's gotten a lot of kills early. Madlife face checking a brush show, and that's not a good look. He'll flash out to safety for now, and Smeb, he's got some backup, so that's Team Ice through the journey and out.
Yeah, he's got a Smeb right behind him. At that point, it's okay. I mean, Mad Life and Smeb probably can take on most people on this map. Levy, he died. That's the beginning of the next phase of the Riven in solo queue coming into the jungle. It's the first death is a big
The
death.
power goes to your head.
Yeah.
It all goes down here.
It was just a fluke. They killed me once. Don't worry.
So you're telling me that's the way in for Ice. I got it.
Yeah, exactly. That's it.
Straight through that one Riven
All
death.
down.
It's totally fine
Yeah.
from here.
Let's see who can carry the hardest. Levy, 8-1-5 on Riven, or Wayless on the lock, 6-2-1. Wayless has actually been the best LPL player in this tournament. I mean, yeah, it doesn't say that much, but he has been the best LPL player. I guess Uzi. I was gonna say Uzi 1v1. Okay, fine. In the 5-on-5s, like when it was regional clashes, I think Wayless had the best performance.
So he's been the second best.
Well, I guess overall, then yes, fine. Uzi's been the best.
I mean, I agree with you. Wayless for someone that, didn't get...
There you go. You agreed.
Yeah.
You're down here with me now. We're in this together.
Definitely been a bit of a struggle. He's had a good performance here at also. He's always been a strong, proficient player, and it's nice to see a little bit of that. So, I don't know. I guess we'll see Lux versus Riven, what's going to happen. I do like what Levy did with the blast cones there, but now he's getting chased out of his jungle. Jankos stealing some of it away, I believe. But he doesn't really mind too much. He's awfully fed still as Smeb is trying to line up another ulti. I love again that Smeb's just moving between these lanes, trying to pick off the next person he can find with that choo-choo train. Mithy, seen a big ulti yet? That one's not it either.
I haven't seen it yet. No, that's very true.
Still nothing.
Next one though. It is a good choice to try and aim for Optimus in the mid lane. He does have the swiftness boost, try and get out faster of that potential bot ulti.
It's Doublelift's time to shine though. 2 items.
And here's Smeb.
Leading the charge, they portal out of the way, but that could be a big knockoff. Jankos though, spell shields it, that's a bit uneventful. But the tower they will get instead, so siege mode enabled for Smeb, that's a tower for fire.
That's a pretty good spell shield that just shields like a train that's coming at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Oh,
He's in. He wants someone. Oh, he's found Optimus. Of course he has. That's going to be the kill, but I think Jankos is going to go down. That'll be a kill for Double Lift. Huge damage on the other end. Now, I'm not too sure what they can do. Double Lift flashes in. Good kill onto Mithy, and they've got Zip pulled back as well. That should be another as Double Lift gets himself a triple.
They're still in front of him. See? I told you guys. Whalers, man. What a beast.
Second best LPL player at all.
Yeah, fine. We agreed on second. That's fine. Whalers, what a beast, man. 8-2 now on this one. He took down Levy once more. Smeb is the only man in the mid lane, and he's walking away now. Still a long way, back in this game for Team Ice, seeing as they're still 6k gold down. Baron would be a good start.
He pings onto the Baron. That does seem like a decent next hit.
All right, let's see. So Edge of the Night was popped by Jankos. Jumps in. Of course he's killing Optimus, poor guy. Goes down, sacrifices his life, and everything looks terrible for Team Ice. Until
great for Double Lift. He's already licking his lips like there's a triple kill here, 2 people around him.
The Penta.
Oh! Double Lift tumbled into it as well when it hit him after it actually connected to Levy first.
That was satisfying.
I mean, hey guys, second best LPL.
Well, it's certainly looking good as far as his scoreline goes. We'll see if he can keep it up. There are plenty of decent targets that he can snipe away, so if this game does get, I'm going to see significantly later, that could be it. But you can see it did most damage in the last team fight.
Mithy had a great team.
I mean, that's all you want as a support. You don't want to deal any damage. Technically as well, you can actually have a good fight as bot if you like land the ulti from max range and then have a good portal, give someone a health pack, and then you actually didn't deal any damage.
That's actually true.
Doesn't the ulti deal 1 damage? I thought it did some. Where's Crapper? Get him back!
Get him back in here!
All right, Ziv and Smeb having a duel for now, but Smeb is got a lot more health, which is going to make this a little unfair. Flashes in, looks for the kill. Ziv just trying to run his way out, but Smeb is not stopping. Little Q there for the slow, but Ziv needs to keep running. Is he going to dive? He will, but Wayless could deter him. Smeb's like, I'll fight anyone else, but I ain't fighting that guy.
Just wait and see whether Smeb kicks a minion just to try and take him out, but hasn't quite got the range. Needs to go back practice, maybe some more Muay Thai.
Yes,
get him in there. Extra kicking power.
They were pretty good in the end.
Well, apparently all you got to do is imagine it's Double Lift.
Yeah,
the power just goes over 9,000 at that point. But that was a pretty sweet video.
Knowing this, Double Lift just picked up a Hex Drinker. Does not want to get himself punched in the head. Uzi, thankfully not on the other team. That should be okay.
I want to see more snipe from Wayless on this Lux here. Last 5 was perfect. He's had a few good ones, a few that missed, left and right. But also, I think Double Lift can be the man in the late game team fights to kind of carry the whole thing. You said it yourself with the Hex Drinker. It's ready.
Oh no, don't get baited. Oh, it's okay. They actually moved
over the wall.
The area. Man, I couldn't quite read them through the fog.
It's okay, this is what all the Lux supports are saying. You just use Lux abilities to get the vision.
I don't need Sidestone,
you don't need anything, full AP. This is basically Wayless playing support from mid lane. It's okay.
Yeah, I don't feel like... Okay, Smeb is now taking some damage, finally!
I mean, for a long time, almost no one was winning that. And I think that's kind of the end result, but Ziv gave it a good go. I'm just going to take the minion wave instead. Welcome to top lane, everyone.
Might still get a big fight up here in the mid lane with 4v4.
No one is coming.
No, we get the tank fight.
Oh, again! There's a sniper, and there's the extra kill for Jankos. 5v3 potential opportunity here.
Oh, let's see if they can start Baron. If Ziv goes back to base, he has TP ready. He's recalling. Ice is running back to the mid lane, though. And now they're all recalling. That is not how you do Baron. Maybe it's a new meta, new patch, I'm not sure. That was a pretty free objective. But anyway, I don't blame them. We want more team fights.
Well, I mean, again, we're kind of used to watching like the old Fnatic style, or some of the other European teams that just run at it at 21 minutes and just go, oh, well, let's take it. Nobody's dead, so when people die, they just kind of think, I guess we should stop.
What do we do now?
Yeah. Oh, gotta spend all that money.
Interesting to see. I guess Wayless is the only LPL player on the team. They're infamous for rushing at the Baron whenever possible, so looks like the rest of Team Ice was able to contain that potential urge.
EU and LPL special is actually the early Baron. 100%.
You should watch EU Challenger. Nobody gets Baron for like 40 minutes.
Oh.
We just sit there.
Gentleman's agreement? Like no one...
Exactly. Just...
it's too good. Don't take it. I don't know how to beat it yet. I'll get there, it's okay. Drop Portal was the way from Smeb, but taken down there for Ziv. Double Lift getting stronger. Infinity Edge, Shiv, and of course that Hex Drinker now done. So If we're looking for that big late game double situation, we're kind of there now, but maybe not doing too bad either.
No. I mean, okay, 0-5. I mean, guess
that's not ideal.
Yeah, I think that's like maybe not the greatest, but Jankos on the other hand had a bit of a tricky start. Has been picking up some kills now, has some good items, going for even more damage with the Dust Blade coming in later. Trying to see if he can one-shot like Double Lift or Optimus in the late game. See if he can carry some of those fights.
It's gonna be Optimus.
It's probably gonna be Optimus.
It's
It's probably gonna be Optimus.
He's got a Rylai's, he's got a Seraphs. Might have some tankiness in there, but I feel like Jankos and Wailers can team up if they can dive on 1 or 2 carries, preferably 2, delete them immediately.
That would be great.
That's definitely a winning team fight for us.
You know Wailers is gonna follow up with some snipes somewhere and see if he can take someone down. So
I'm waiting for the miscommunication. The Lux Bard combination where like, everybody's caught, but Mithy just kind of
saves the day
bad timing
for the other team. It's no good. I do have the Matthias from Wailers though. Upgraded that Dark Seal that he got early, so he does know that kind of the big carry his team needs. He's got the big scoreline, so certainly in all the right places there. So that redemption is done for Mithy as well. Mad Life still working on the A, just kind of realized that, all right, the big fat AP carry is maybe the one I want to mitigate some damage from.
And this 1-8 Ilaoi, a champion that technically should be useless when falling behind. Smeb hasn't really been able to like destroy him for quite a while, and that's suddenly he's trying again.
He's trying very hard.
He has to just poke him down so slowly because the all-in is still tricky. There's some armor penetration for Ziv, there is sustain as well, and of course the big ulti. It's a very slow fight.
No one else is coming. I did check the minimap briefly to see if there was any excitement, but
still no one.
There's none.
Still no one. We can use this time to pump out some stats, maybe. Just got told that Wailers is currently at 41% of the team's damage, which is, is not surprising. He's getting there. He could be #1 soon, Deficio.
With all the bait. Oh, the rest of people coming. Yes, double lift. Surprise.
That's cheating.
That is cheating.
Come on, it was a 1v1. Smeb is actually. Well, so now Team Fire's going Baron? All right.
See, it's Smeb. He's got the brain.
That's it. He's making the call. That's it. Now Double is sitting bottom lane.
Oh, no, baby! Feels bad. Gets himself over the wall, but it's fine. The poke There's another level in there, but he actually jukes around it. Winslide didn't quite go where he wanted it to, but there is the snipe. Optimus manages to take him down.
BB just wanted to buy more time for his team. He got hooked in on purpose, had to run away, ended up dying sadly. Double is still bot lane, split pushing. While his team is about to do Baron, this is technically Season 2 all over again.
And look,
it is.
We've got a brush camp going on. That's wonderful, League of Legends. Oh, that hook's going to miss. Everything's going to miss, actually.
I mean, nobody is going
so
to...
So is that. Damn.
Nobody's stopping Double Lift. That's all. Oh, Optimus! There we go.
Yeah, classic.
I mean, Jankos is dead, but he did get Optimus.
What?
Oh, hello. Good really? Maybe not quite. Wailers top court. That's not what you want, but a good stuff from Mithy. Smeb tries to chase him down with the train. Double Lift has now taken the inhibitor. I feel like that's a bad thing.
I feel like it is.
I mean, no one was stopping him. It didn't seem like a bad thing. Maybe they knew something I didn't. Turns out, no. At least I also know that losing that inhibitor is bad.
It is 4-5 in the bot lane for Zip, though. Wailers might go down.
Oh, Wailers. It's okay. It's not okay. Gets grabbed by Mad Life. And another shutdown. 2 kills now for Mad Life. You go, Mad Life.
Back down to second. As Levy, this time, now they're going to try and head for that Baron. Everybody's half health, but nobody's really got anything here, so...
Kind of a good game without Baron. It's not a fun time.
Ziv is going to try 1v5.
They're even going to let them come in. Ziv pulls one out. Double lift in the back. That's not a good look at all for Levy. He's trying to finish the Baron. He does do so, but now they're going to turn into a baby who gets blown to pieces. He just disappeared, and now Double Lift's going to chase another down. Mithy pops up the flare. Dangerous proposition. Good flash out from under the stun. Portal's out of the way, but Levy's going to chase him down. The rest of the team fires in as well. Double Lift not stunned, and there's the cleanup.
Everything going wrong for Team Ice now. Fire. It all starts with that kill in the bottom lane. Double Lift coming down. Kills Ziv, then the TP up to Baron. They get a few more kills. Bait around the Baron. Double Lift taking in here. Team Fire, they have everything right now.
I don't know why the NALCS squad didn't play this kind of strat. Just let Double Lift go, you know, do everything else.
It's really working.
I know.
Highly competitive game.
Hang on, I don't know. I don't know if that's ever worked in NA before. I might not be familiar with the strategy.
I mean, it works.
Mad Life ruining that Ilaoi 1v4 as well by just chain CCing Ziv.
Terrible performance, but, you know, it's all really on the anticipation of the next time Jankos has his ultimate available.
Which is now.
Yeah.
Basically waiting for Optimus to die.
Optimus comes into vision.
I mean, Optimus could do himself a favor and just buy an hourglass, and as soon as you see Nocturne Tools, you just click it. Oh, Cycle Speed.
Oh, that cannon minion. Yeah. He's been deterred. He's back. Okay, from Optimus isn't bad. Ooh, not enough for a snipe. Oh, gonna try and wait for that to wear up, but Smeb's gonna dive in instead. Maybe he's a target, he's not gonna hit him. But now Whaler's thrown out completely, and Levy's just gonna dive in there. Tower's gonna fall. Smeb.
But that's an
he put an hourglass. I like it. Mad Life finds Whalers there as well. Hooks him in, and that's gonna be another kill. Team Fire. They may not have won the 2016 tournament. They're gonna try and push him for this game. He got Levy, that's not bad, but he's getting shot down by Double Lift. Killers there. Now gonna dance in around Zipkin. Double Lift clean up the rest of the kills. Mad Life again. Huge hook there. Smeb dives into the fountain. That's a quadra kill for Double Lift. And Team Fire, I don't think they can wait for the Penta. They'll knock down the turrets and take the Nexus and win this exhibition game. What a wonderful performance.
Yeah, definitely a game won by superior macro from Team Fire in this game. After they got that kill in the ball lane, they went Baron. Really closed out the game. Mad Life can be happy. 2-1-15 on the Blitzcrank. Didn't get to see the Mad Life, I actually promised. No, I'm sorry.
No, didn't get it. Double Lift. As soon as he logged in Vayne, we knew this was one game. Yeah. That's always how it goes.
Yeah. And as soon as Levy logged in Riven, we were like,
yeah, it was the whole game. Whole game was done.
The key picks.
I was a little sad to not see the Smeb Riven, but turns out the sound just as good. Isn't over the team picks here and there, but a very fun one, and the Hourglass was perfect for initiation towards the end. Right?
I mean,
Does that work?
Yeah,
good.
Gives you armor, you know, there's plenty of good stuff in there.
I mean, Jankos is never going to kill him. He's an assassin. He's not going to get assassinated. That's perfect.
Very disappointed Jankos didn't go for Optimus in that last round. And they actually went for Levy to kill him.
Got a real kill.
I think they could have won if they'd have done
Yeah, I kind of misunderstood the plan there. It was a very clear game plan from Team Ice. Kill Optimus from basically minute 2. When Mithy roamed in, then Jankos was there, then Mithy was there again, and yeah, they kept trying. Everyone else from Team Fire was just kind of running crazier across the map though, especially on top side.
I liked the play where, you know, there was 2 minutes of tank fighting on the bottom lane, then Double Lift roams down.
That was the macro play.
That was it. That's revolutionary here. You've heard of rotations. That right there is the pinnacle. We're going to see that every game.
Rotation.
Every game in LCK next split, okay?
That's it? You've broken the meta game? Amazing.
Everything.
I mean, all jokes aside, like, whoever's calling shots there, I'm not saying there were only Koreans on one team. They had slightly better macro in the fun game, but there were only Koreans on one team, and look what happened.
Well, we did have Whalers on Team Ice, trying his very hardest to carry this game and claim that #1 LPL
only
performer
he
spot.
was the best official.
If only he had been the #1. But sadly,
official next year goal list may have to change, but we are going to send it to the analyst desk for a closer look at that one.
Thank you so much, Ice Pastry. That would be delicious right about now.
That's actually on the prompt.
An ice pastry.
I saw that, the ice pastry.
We invite you, and then you started admitting that everything that we say that's funny
I gotta tell the
scripted.
fans what's scripted.
Oh my god. Okay, very fun game to watch. Ziv was quite funny to me because he wanted to trigger Smeb's PTSD from playing versus your Ilaoi yesterday. Yeah, what did you think of it? What did you think of it?
I think he played fine, but the issue against Sion, I guess, is that the stun is really long, and Ilaoi doesn't work too well against a lot of stuns. So, yeah, Riven got a lot of kills on top lane, and yeah, Waylace tried its best to carry Mithy and Jankos, but...
I know this strategy, though, because this is a bit of training wheels for Smeb. He's now played at least 2 games against an Ilaoi, so Korea 2017 champions.
Korea. Okay. Some interesting things walk down memory lane. Of course, Mad Life, Blitzcrank. Fantastic. It's been a while since we've seen it.
No 2016 games at all. You know, usually you get that one game, but his team unfortunately has been struggling. So no like kind of victory lap Blitzcrank games. Last game, as far as I remember, was maybe All-Stars last year.
You looked it up on your phone a second
I did
ago.
actually. That's also, it's not on the prompter, so it's not scripted necessarily, but it was the final of the regional finals against the EULCS.
It was. Let's see what it looks like to be Mad hooked on life, powered by Acer. He still hasn't Mad Life, but we never really doubted that.
Yeah, and the Bard. You think about Bard, who we've seen a lot of in 2016. Great answer to be able to just hook through the magical journey, you know, as long as the timing is there. And Mad Life was definitely back.
And we
Not
have
100%
another Blitzcrank legend here, by
That's
the
true.
way. Soaz, who played it once in a serious tiebreaker game in the EULCS.
I think I played it twice.
Twice.
No? Yeah, one fun time with to get a lot of kills to Reckless and more seriously.
And when you were like kind of training, wasn't it Mad Life you took inspiration from? This is the guy you looked at, you have to say, for hook accuracy.
Not so much for Blitzcrank, I guess.
Wasn't
but
it?
I don't know.
Wasn't it one?
Fresh then, I guess?
I think besides 2 years ago, Blitzcrank was my most played in solo queue for my 3 first years. But yeah.
Sorry for interrupting. I was just trying to remember. Wasn't it? There's one important match that you guys did it too for like Worlds qualification or playoff seeding or something important back in season 3.
I can't remember. I think it was only for KD of Reckless one time, and the other time it was against
versus Rocket.
EG, maybe?
Yeah. Whoa, we're getting
Turning
old.
back the clock right here. Turning it way back, way back.
Yeah, definitely. Some other cool interactions in that game, and that skin from Sion is amazing. And whenever Mitty sometimes he bar delted, and then Smeb would take the magical journey
He will
with
try
the
to,
frame.
he will try
It was
to.
so funny. Yeah, good stuff, good stuff.
I mean, it's exactly what you wanted, right? Because of the 1v1, the tournament was decided, so you had a feeling we were going to see a bit more fun. You know, BB, the Season 2 Ezreal God, back on that champion. Wayless, super tryharding on the Lux, not necessarily a pick he's known for, but a pick he certainly put to good use. So it was a fun exhibition game, like Pastry Time said, and we still got 2 more.
Definitely was. And one final thing before we go, Levi throughout the whole tournament, actually, from the
true.
GPL. He has done some really good things. His Lee Sin was amazing. People are even, oh, he's so tryhard, but whatever, he's having fun, and it seems to be going easy for him, so that's really nice. Is he a player that's impressed you?
Well, Levi is pretty good, honestly. I don't know so much about his Riven. He was okay, I guess. He was not like super fantastic, but he got a lot of kills going on into early game. But yeah, he's pretty good overall. So.
And look, he's from a region that people don't know a lot about.
Yeah.
Like the GPL, especially after the LMS broke away, and we already had multiple players here talking about, okay, I'm starting to look for, you know, the future, looking for future teams. You got people like even Bengi saying, I'm looking for an audition.
teammates.
So it's kind of one of the interesting scenarios where
he
you're
is
like,
a jungler, so
that's true. All I mean is like, this is an audition for even someone like Levy when it comes to potentially going overseas in the future.
Yeah, fantastic point. Great game, great tournament for him. We are going to take a quick break, but next we melt ice and fire together again for another mixed region matchup. And later, we'll be celebrating League of Legends 2016 with a closing ceremony you absolutely won't want to miss. Don't touch that browser.
你好，你好，你好，你好，你好，你好，你好，你好。
Levi wants to play Riven jungler.
Riven, okay.
Holy shit, that's hype.
And again, Smeb seems to be struggling. Oh, he's actually going all in for it. Levin was thinking about it. Zip gone down with Zip. Should be okay. Smeb's going to pin him to death instead.
I'm coming, I'm coming.
I'm coming, I'm coming.
I'm coming, I'm coming.
Kill, kill, kill.
Oh, Chakos, Chakos.
Nice.
Mad Life.
God lie.
Mitty is around his mid tower. So is Mad Life though.
Oh, baby! Gets himself hooked by the god himself. Should be able to make this hop. No, actually he's got support Mad Life, and Ultimate's going to look to clean it up. Mitty goes to his own. By Mad Life! Can double it, clean up the rest of the kills. Mad Life again. Huge hook there. Smeb dives into the fountain. That's a quadra kill for double there. Knock down the turrets and take the Nexus and win this exhibition game. What a wonderful performance.
Welcome back to Palau, Sant, Jordi, Daniel Dracos here, joined by Aiden, Zyron, Moon, and Isaac Azale, Cummings, Bentley. Now, gentlemen, the stakes may be a little bit lower now, but that just means the mayhem is that much more impactful. We saw it in the last game. Are you ready for some crazy picks?
Oh, I'm ready. I think the stakes are even higher because now there's no excuses. You got to bring out the fun picks and you got to perform on them. And I mean, double if with the premonition there, the ribbon was hype.
And Reckless said Callista, where, I mean, players are telling us they're going to bring out the, the secret sauce, the special picks.
Yeah, and I was actually seeing Bjergsen walking to the stage, he's talking to his player manager. He's like, I want to play something fun. And
Bring
I was
out
like, you
the
want to play
Zed.
something fun? Hey.
Zed's pretty fun. Well, before we get into the game, let's take a chance to run through those lineups beginning on the blue side with Team Fire. In the top lane, it's going to be QTV. In the jungle, Bangi. Mid lane, Bjergsen, 80 carry, Prey, and support Afro.
And then the opposing team is going to be Team Ice, like always. In the top lane, though, it's going to be Mouse. In the jungle, it's going to be Karsa. Mid lane, Maple, 80 carry, Reckless, and support Mata.
And this should be a really good one. I know we already heard Reckless talking earlier on the desk about how he was very excited to play with Mata, and I think he's hoping Mata at least plays somewhat serious, you know, maybe not double jungling. Well, he probably would like to have a support in his lane.
I mean, we take a chance to look back at some of his performance. Mata has had some pretty great moments. 1v1 Yasuo. We talked about it.
Clearly the All-Stars MVP.
Well, Mata also is the guy who's talking about when he is, what is it, 2014 Season 4 Worlds. It's like, what's the best support? Gnar. He's like, Gnar support? Really? He's like, super troll. The guy played Jace in a competitive match on support. Like, he is not afraid to bring out these things and just have fun.
Look, man, I think that's what it's all about. I personally would love to see Gnar support. That sounds like a terrible idea, but I love terrible ideas as a, you know.
Yeah, just like this cast.
Look, man, we're technically Trio NA if we look at Origin, so it was a little bit crazy. But something even more insane, Maple, a player who picked up the Katarina, went off on it, not quite enough to carry a game, but you got to think, if there's a chance to bust it out, this is it.
And I actually think, like, overall, when you're taking Summoners Rift games, fun modes, everything combined, Maple has been the most impressive player at the tournament for me as far as performance. He smashed on Katarina, he smashed on LeBlanc, he was doing incredible in the 1v1s. This guy's the total package.
And that's what I really love about this event is somebody like Maple, he hasn't been here before, right? Overshined by Westdoor in the past, Toys as well from the same region back in the day. And now, it's like, now you get to see Maple on stage. And I feel like, myself, I've grown like a greater understanding of Maple's abilities, him as a person, and that's what I love about All-Stars is now you get to know the players a little bit more when they come out of their shell.
Exactly. That's so much of what the event is for, right? Creating the connections between the fans and the players, and it's the same way here. Like, Levi is not someone that I really got to see a lot of in the past, and seeing him perform on all these different champions, Levi, I don't even know.
No,
We've heard so many different ways
name,
now. He's wanted to change it throughout the tournament, I
Exactly.
guess.
His name has changed since he got here.
Yeah.
So it's like Levy when he got here, then he heard people say it, and he's like, oh, Levi sounds better.
Levi sounds good.
Yeah.
Good genes, too,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah. There you go, high quality.
Sell out. Okay. So, I mean, additionally, when I got to watch this guy in IWCA, I mean, you fall in love with a man when you see him EQ his Cossacks 4 times repeatedly to grab 4 different kills. I don't know if he's going to get the chance to do it here, but we are now into picks and bans. And I'm curious to see what's going to come out. Do you think we're still going to see super serious bans here, or are we just going to see some people spell out some fun 3-letter words?
I really don't think so. We shouldn't be seeing serious bans, and Garen should be a sign of things to come. I mean, the players, you can just look at the cams. In the earlier games, players were looking very focused, very serious in champ selecting, and people seem to be having a bit more fun with it. So I think they are going to be going a little bit more loosey-goosey.
Why would you do that? Why would you ban the Alawi out?
Oh, they are serious picks and bans. You know, this is the Faker x Peke matchup.
Oh, Triple G coming out there.
Yeah, the classic Faker bans, of course, first 3 champions from Korean client. Just wants to ban him out, give Faker the quick shout out. Elise coming in the end to spell out ice. You know, a little brag, a little bravado there, reminding people who came out on top before they get into this game.
They also did actually manage to ban out some champions that are pretty good
Yeah,
here,
I was like,
too.
oh.
So it's like, ooh, we're going to ban Ice, but we're going to pick the best champions there.
All right, here. Bengi, I guess he's still auditioning, right? Gonna go with one of his best champions, the Lee Sin.
You know, we're waiting for some exciting picks. Now, Lee Sin may not be the most unique pick, but always the potential for hype playmaking ability, can do some crazy things. The insect kicks, I'm sure we can expect from Bengi. But they're teasing us right now.
And I mean, Ivern is something that I would love to see. We still haven't seen the Ivern come out yet, and it's a champion that's really strong. It's not just like some troll pick. This champion is ridiculously good, especially, I think, when paired with tanks.
Yeah, but it's not that much fun for the player to play a lot of the times. It's a different type of personality that loves to enjoy Ivern. So yeah, it is going to be the Kazakhs that comes through here for Karsa, trying to be a little bit more aggressive on it. And I love that the Katarina's already locked in too. 2 assassins already for Team Ice, ready to go.
Now I've heard a lot.
Oh, wait.
There it is. It's the Ivern game. We've been waiting for so long. Ivern versus Kazakhs, not a matchup we get to talk about, but finally we get a chance.
Well, it actually could still be Lee Sin jungle and Ivern support. It could be Aframu having some fun. Otherwise, it could be, could be Lee Sin support, could be Lee Sin top lane. We don't really know.
I don't mind, man. The Green Daddy's in the house.
Well, the Donger as well. Heimerdinger making his way into the pick ban. Now I have no idea where anything is going, but if we do see that Ivern in bottom lane, is it a Smite support? Do you just steal a camp at level 1, get that level 2?
Yeah, basically Smite is what you take on Ivern regardless of where you go because you can counter jungle so quickly. So if you know that the guy starts on the top side, go invade. Takes you 4 seconds, put that circle down, end up being the friend of the forest, smite it, and boom, take it away.
Man, friend of the forest, but not friend of the enemy jungler. I'm wondering what Karsa is going to do here. And the rest of his team, you know, the strategy is getting more and more interesting as we move forward. Oh, but there it is.
Go.
We were promised the Kalista pick by Reckless. He said, I'm going to ask Mata. I want Masa to pick it. He wanted Kalista Thresh. I mean, they see it.
The bot lane just gets insta-locked. Draven and Abramu Bard, so it's got to be at least in top lane, I think.
Yeah, they picked an order. They all picked their own champions on the side of Team Fire. But on Ice, the Kled comes in, and this is the Praven for Prey. I mean, he got that name, that moniker, because he was really bad at Draven back in the day.
We'll have to see if anything's changed here on the All-Star stage. And not going to quite have the traditional backup that an 80 carry expects. Of course, Bard going to be a nice pick, but Heimerdinger, maybe something he's not so used to playing with. Now, Mata really taking his time. Remember, Reckless asked for Thresh. I don't know if Mata's going to oblige him. Flashing the Yasuo, flashing the Syndra. Clearly still got the 1v1s on his mind.
Yeah, I don't think he should. I mean, you don't want to get too serious when you have the Heimerdinger on the other team. A lot of fun picks. I'm hoping for something a little bit wacky. I would like the Syndra support. I have actually seen this played where you actually ult first, then you do your stun, you max stun, you can do this massive AoE scatter the weak.
I think that's locked. It is.
Locked.
Oh,
Yeah,
there
great.
it is. Okay, but could it go mid lane? Do we have a Katarina? No, this is just Mata.
I don't think so, yeah.
Mata
Yeah,
at its
Mata.
finest.
And you can see Reckless's face is actually priceless right now. He's not so sure how funny this is. He's like, ooh, I'm unconvinced.
I was really excited about the threat.
I love the contrast here.
Yeah.
Prey was having a good time. It's like, yep.
Well, I mean, one of the beautiful parts about being a play-by-play caster in this situation is that I don't have to wonder what's going to happen. I can ask you gentlemen to tell me, what is this and what is going to happen?
No one knows. Let's be honest here. This is going to be a bit of mayhem.
I predict some fun. That's all I can. That's all I can do. I'm useless right now.
We'll find out. Of course, we're getting ready to move into the game. Kha'Zix in the jungle. We have a Kled in the top lane. Katarina versus Heimerdinger in the mid lane. Lee Sin top 2, man.
The best thing about this is you have Lee Sin and Tree Sin on the same team. So you have so many gap closers for your guys. That's going to be so much fun.
It's just, I don't know what to say. I'm really excited about Ivern, but there's so many fresh picks here. It's just impossible for me to say anything about what's going to happen. I want to see some team fights. I want to see some people murdering each other. Of course, take this opportunity as we get into game. Hashtag FireWin if you believe the Donger, Ivern, Bard, and the rest of the friends can get together. Or if you believe that Mata and his infamous 1v1 Syndra support can come out on top, tweet out with the hashtag IceWin. Or Kled or Katarina. I mean, really any of these champions you should probably be excited for.
Yeah, I think it's actually going to be really interesting. And I don't know if we're actually going to see Barons and stuff, but both the teams actually can kill Baron pretty well. Heimerdinger actually takes objectives like that super, super fast. If you can set your turrets up around that, plus the ult turret, you have Daisy to tank. And obviously on the other side too, we have Kha'Zix, who has the isolation on objectives, and we're going to have Kalista too.
And I absolutely love the fact that Ivern, he can hide the dragon and he can hide the Baron in
the bush.
brush. So they could actually do a sneaky Baron where they literally have everybody hidden in brush.
Kind of gives it away when everyone's missing off that. Like, oh, there's a bush here, I wonder.
Maybe. We don't know, man. We don't know how people are going to play around this champion.
Push it when you walk by and don't actually do it. So then when they walk by, they're like, wait a second. And they walk in.
Oh, not going to get the button here. No gold advantage yet over to Team Fire. But of course, Team Fire playing for some regional pride here, already doing well so far. We're looking to go up 2-0 in these matches.
What they're trying to do is they're trying to figure out where Ivern is starting, and Ivern's trying to figure out where Karst is going to start so that he can counter jungle and get the other side.
And it's actually pretty important to be able to try to do that. If you can 3-buff on the Ivern, it does give you a really good start, a really good head start, especially because you can pass over the buffs as well. Some of your laners can collect.
It does look like Ice is laying in wait here. And you can also see that Maple is waiting for an invade on the top side, or I guess the middle of the blue side. And yeah, they're actually just going to trade here. It'll be interesting.
I actually love some of the chat that's happening right now.
Yeah.
So as Maple says, I 0-time play against your champ. He's talking to Bjergsen. He's like, I've never played against the Heimerdinger before. So even he doesn't know what's about to happen.
Pretty fantastic. In most competitive games, of course, players completely silent. But here, taking the chance to talk to each other. Bangy starting off proccing the passive on the camp there, moving on to the red buff. Pretty sure to smite that one out is going to take blue buff, but it does reset there. That's a little unfortunate.
Yeah, it's a lot unfortunate, actually. As we're going to see Bengi just go over and take his blue immediately. So at least for Karsa, he did start his opponent's buff and should be able to kind of go even there.
Quick use of the blast plant to make it over the wall. Friend of the forest can smite immediately to take that one away. If you haven't played against this champion yet, it's very frustrating.
And now that they're pushing up on the bottom side, level 2 gank, Ivern come in. You have Root Collar, you have Trigger Seed.
Prey's still level
Let's go.
1. Let's see what happens here. Afromove's going to look for the binding.
Find it.
Oh,
He goes in. That's the slow. Mata caught out.
He still has his
taken
binding.
down. Lots of autos going in. Reckless still throwing out a decent amount of damage. Mata no spells. First blood for the Ivern.
Oh, he put the trigger seat on himself. He flashes 70% slow for 3 seconds at level 1 on patch 623. Insane. He didn't even land his Q. He didn't have to use it for so long, and then when he did, he actually missed it and hit it on a creep.
Don't even need to hit it, man. The slow from Trigger Seed, overwhelming there, and Maple holding on, now doing his best to keep up in the mid lane, but Bjergsen unconcerned. He's playing a little PvE.
It's a really good start for Fire because all 4 summoners are down now, and here we have it once again. So he flashes in, gets the slow on both, and just starts punching him, giving him the beat down here. Yep. Does eventually get that first blood.
Knight comes out as well. Mata maybe hoping to get a return kill onto Prey, but no such luck. Mouse and QTV playing an interesting top lane matchup here. Looks to be going pretty well in the favor of Mouse thus far.
And Kled is a pretty interesting champion. It's a champion a lot of people were expecting to see in Worlds and in serious competitive play. We saw it once. I believe it was Odo Omne played it 1 game. Or no, it was actually Splice played it 1 game.
Wonder.
Wonder did play it, and it didn't go well, and then we never got to see it again.
Yeah, it was played a ton in scrims, but the big thing about it is, hold on.
Oh,
he has no
bound into
flash.
the wall. Praven's coming out. It's doing good damage. Ignite goes down. Mata sets the
Dropping
ball.
backs,
It's not
though.
a whole lot left, but his Red is going to be able to get one back. Here comes out. Lots of spears. And Ren, not enough. At the end of the day, though, Banky may be the one who's in trouble. Does manage to land the root collar. Maple going to make it in. Nice kill pickup for the mid laner there. And it's just action across the map.
Oh, no flash available for Banky either. Had to use it there to get the trigger seed in the bottom lane. So went for a really greedy invade.
Yeah, that's pretty aggressive. It doesn't work out from there, but he still got first blood. And he gets a quick trip back to base.
Exactly. Faster. QTV now struggling in these trades, but we do see now the Moby boots picked up for Banky, so it doesn't look like he's going to stop invading the jungle anytime soon. And Portal going to take Fire out there. They're going to spot the control ward, and we'll stick around to take it down.
Yeah, TP from Maple was coming through. And Karsa
no,
did.
Karsa, he just wants to shut him down. He's a friend of the forest, Karsa. You can't do this. Oh, nice fight on the camp.
Gets it, he's going out.
The worst part is the Ivern walk is so obnoxious. It's trying to chase him down.
The swag walk.
He's just overwhelmingly stylish.
The champion gets so frustrating to play against as he gets stronger and stronger. Like once he has Redemption, once he has his Locket, and he's building up these really kind of tanky items, he still actually has a good amount of damage and dueling power with the Daisy, and he's just running around spamming shields with high CDR, with the Athenes, with builds like that. You can hit the 45% CDR and basically have full uptime on your ult.
Yeah, the thing though is he went for the mobility boots here instead of the Ionian boots and lucidity. And Mouse missed the EQ. But
on a rope neck. Karsa goes in, he's gonna leave. This should be an easy pickup. Thunderlord's procs, Pocket Pistol comes out, and Karsa gonna take that one away. Gotta say, Bangy making some good early moves on this Ivern, but Karsa's keeping up so far.
yeah, and it's an aggressive jungler as well. A lot of people were saying, well, can Ivern actually hold up against aggressive junglers? He can, but the aggressive jungler, if it's a really good player, can punish him super hard because he's usually pretty low during those early parts. Bangy got super greedy with a topside invade and used his flash. So Karsa knows that he can walk into the jungle and be perfectly fine against whatever Bangy's going to do. Bangy doesn't have the damage to kill him.
Bjergsen not looking perfectly fine in the mid lane as they continue forward, but...
Oh, triple man. Afro Moon is also here with the Bard Portal.
Way in, 3 people in the mid lane. Trigger Seed gonna go down, 70% slow. Flash out. Blue Collar not gonna connect. And I think what Fire's learned from watching Maple play Katarina last time is that maybe you just don't want to let him have a free lane. Maybe you don't want the Katarina to get comfortably to that mid-game stage.
They certainly don't, and the double buffs gifted over to him from Banky earlier we're not really helping Bjergsen out in that lane. Even just the HP regen plus the Negatron Cloak, it does afford you a pretty easy lane. But Bjergsen has been doing very well for himself, and in comes the Kled ulti.
Charge! Bjergsen's in trouble. Could get locked up here. Exhaust goes down onto the Katarina. Bjergsen bear trap on a pole. Joust through. Mouse takes him down. Skarl gonna make his way out, but QTV's on his way in. Now pulling back as Reckless gets aggressive. A little bit too much so, but Prey is stunned up. Ignite goes down. Heal not going to be enough to take him. Is gonna get 1. Will he look for 2? I don't think so. Yes. Not going to find it in the end, but Banky's now the one in trouble. Non-stop action reset on it. He can't get it one more time. Maple makes it out.
Oh, the triple E to get there. Picks them all up. And QTV, though, might actually have him here. He's going to try to back.
Something for it, Maple. Get some resets on the dagger.
He's going to get the execute.
Oh, yeah, Bjergsen was walking up towards that way, and then he decided to just change route and go towards the mid lane.
There was such good timing on that dive on Bjergsen because he was a few creeps away from 6. He actually hit 6 right as he died. And as you can see, this dive happening, they're flying in, and Bjergsen doesn't have the ultimate to actually retaliate very much here. So as he gets away, just hits 6, but it's obviously way too late there. And just a couple seconds off being able to have that ultimate and perhaps turn that fight around.
Of course, good communication coming in from the side of Team Ice. We have to consider the language barriers here, but of course, Mouse, Karsa, and Maple, all Mandarin speakers, so relatively easy to communicate those more complicated gank timings. Not quite the same state of affairs for old Bengi and Bjergsen.
I mean, one thing that the players do get pretty used to, though, playing a lot of ranked play, is just communicating with pings, right? You can smart ping your abilities now. You can smart ping when you're coming, when you're going to gank. You can target people, and that does really communicate a lot of what you need.
I will say, whenever I watch like an LPL game that has a mixed language team, it is so easy as a caster to know exactly what the team wants to do. It's like, oh, I think they want to do Baron next. It's like 5 on my way pings, 5 help me pings on the dragon every single time.
Yeah, I'm questioning where you learned all this ping communication. I just get the question mark ping in solo queue. That's the only one I ever get, good or bad. Yeah. They're really curious as to why my corpse is on the ground most of the time. I don't quite understand what they're looking for.
Yeah, the pings don't help. They really don't. Just actually makes it happen more often to my experience. I get tilted off that.
Well, of course, no one's getting tilted here. Prey's having an okay laning phase. We'll move forward. 0-1 and 2, but Reckless building up a pretty decent CS lead. And surprisingly, the Central support working out. Seen it once or twice in competitive, as you mentioned earlier, using the ult to set up those stunts.
Yeah, definitely not a common pick, though, and not really a lane that you would expect them to be winning, especially when they got first blooded and then immediately died again, and all that kind of advantage was given over to Prey and Afromu.
Yep, it's the Prey in full effect. They just couldn't deal with Reckless there. And also, like, there's a red buff actually sitting here because Bengi picked it up. You can pick it up as a teammate, and nobody's come to pick it up yet. So, Bjergsen, is that yours? Waddle on over here.
A lot of movement around. Well, Karsa sort of waiting in the wings here. No one wants to take on the Kazakhs quite yet. Maple, of course, here as well. Bot lane potentially in trouble.
Yeah, they have to back up here. Now Bengi's going to be over on the side.
Shovel Blast Cone.
Oh, this is going to be bad for them. We'll see if they can get out.
Locked up, Prey trying to clear the wave with the ultimate there. Does get
Let's go, Daisy!
Wants to go, but Daisy is on the way in. Tempered Fate connects onto 2. Just going to stop that action in its tracks. And ain't nobody trying to fight Daisy.
You see Daisy, everybody has to run away.
The Icon's going to get flashed there as Afromu. And Prey will survive, and Bjergsen was able to push mid lane, so he is winning on farm, obviously down on gold because Maple has been able to pick up these kills, and it just seems every time this guy gets an assassin, he's doing so well on it. It really is showing off a champion that, while it's kind of a fun pick now because it's new, I think it is going to become very standard and competitive, as it seems like it's just straight up good.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Kazakhs and Katarina both quite good champions.
The dream scenario we talked about, gentlemen. There are 3 members hiding in that bush.
Daisy, come back!
Control Ward will spot them out. Daisy's going to drop. Reckless. You monster. Now maybe looking to take the dragon, of course. Haven't seen Twist in a long time, but is good at controlling these objectives.
Oh. Rend it away.
The wall, not going to get it. Maple's 100 blood, though. Maybe biting off more than he can chew. Starts to spin to win. That's going to be enough. Wants to jump in. Prey could be next on the menu. They want more. The resets are coming in. Mouse out of nowhere. Going to grab the double kill. Beautiful play from Team Ice.
Mouse with the teleport and the charge to get in there. And no answer possible from QTV. Ice, and they end up going really far ahead off that play. And they get the Drake to move.
Yeah, they get the dragon, they get all the kills. They're going to get the first turret here as well. QTV pushing up in top lane, but things are looking pretty rough for Fire.
Been a rough road so far already. I mean, we can hope for the Ivern, the Heimerdinger, maybe if they fight somewhere on their terms. I mean, what is the next step here for this team?
Learn your champion a little bit better throughout the course of the game. Pick up what the Heimerdinger does, pick up what all of these guys do, play around it a little bit better. Like right here, like, they don't have QTV. QTV isn't really keeping track of the Kled either. He does have kick, and he sees that Kled just runs all the way away.
Yeah. There's the TP coming in now, so you know Maple can go in. He goes aggressive here. He's able to get so much damage in, and then there's Mouse with the ultimate. Takes down 1, takes down 2. He's able to do it so quickly there, and really showing off the power of the Kled. The initiation from him with that ultimate is so powerful. And once you start triggering the resets for Maple, he's massive.
Oh, Carson's going in though, and he's already looking massive. Bangy's in trouble, tries to get some friends in the forest. Just gives him barely enough life to make it out. Now Karsa has to run. Oh, moving forward, he does go down, but now the bear trap on a rope is going to do a decent amount of damage. Maple left all alone.
Oh, Bangy went in!
Go in! No, don't go in. Just make Daisy go. Maple now caught out all alone. Maybe we'll get another kill. Can't get the dagger to reset the E. Not gonna.
Oh, he ran back into the ult turret.
Tower. Oh, Draven not gonna get it. The fancy footwork shut down for Afromu. Maple living forever.
Oh, that was hilarious. That Bjergsen dropped the ultimate turret there. They ran away from it, and then Maple jumped to a dagger over beside, and you're like, whoops! He took a couple shots. Does end up going down.
And Bengi takes his cue as well to go back in when he seemed to be fine there.
Sometimes you get eager. Sometimes you want Daisy to do the thing, and then you do the thing,
You land the
you
cue.
accidentally die to the Katarina.
Mine's telling you no.
Biggie preparing for next season, learning Ivern as he goes. Some of the nuances there, some not quite, but Prey now getting progressed onto by Reckless. But Mata now going to get alley-ooped into the team fight, flashes over the wall just to secure it, and they're going to get the kill in the end. But Bangy caught between a rock and a hard place. Really nothing left for him. Now running from the control ward. Heal does come out.
Nice ulti from Afro.
JCC is there, does land it. That's 2. Maple now moving in, though. He wants to pick up the rest of the kills. Bjergsen's going to say no. Blast Cone for the disengage.
Yeah, and here comes the Kled ulti. There you can hear it. For Bjergsen.
No. Bjergsen blasts him under the tower. Maybe this is the fight that Bjergsen wants, but he does so much damage. Karsa now moving in, not going to get the reset. Only level 6, or only level 8 rather. Now Maple trying to make his way out. The kick does connect. Lee Sin finally going to grab one, putting some numbers on the board for QTV.
Maple is just tearing through people on this Kled. He has the Black Cleaver already completed and chops down Bjergsen, getting his summoners too.
And Mouse is having the game of his turn so far. And Afro move.
Make his way out. Karsa hungry for blood. The control ward will spot him, but Prey is here. Maybe at least for a little bit of disengage.
He's picking on someone his own size, the Pink Ward.
Having to back off. It's a rough road here for Team Ice. These are a lot of terrifying
0 for 2
chances.
there from Reckless. He failed the blast cone, failed his Q over the wall.
It seems pretty awkward with Callista, though. You have to just stop. You have to accept, I'm not going to jump this time. I'm just going to auto-attack.
QTV, they're closing in on him. Mata is here.
Haven't kind of touched on the Syndra board, but it seems to be doing very well. Mata, hungry for blood this game. We saw in the last play, flashing over the wall just to get the Fate's call. Try to secure that kill in the mid lane.
I mean, like, Reckless himself just this entire tournament has been playing out of his mind. Really going hard in all these game modes. Karsa, though, it is Mouse on top of it.
Oh, the turnaround! Gonna get taught! Oh, that's so much damage. Draven can now afford to get aggressive, but is just gonna back off. Nice play coming to Prey and Afro move.
Yeah, finally gets a cash in, too. Prey had died multiple times there before picking up anything.
Of course, now they're starting to push in. Mouse gonna have to be careful, but he's got backup on the way. Bottom lane coming in. The Mata. Ooh, Mouse is gonna get aggressive. Will get dismounted here. Does have the pocket pistols. Gonna grab one.
Oh, there he goes.
Ooh, little Kled all on his own. Pistol shot. The fadeaway. The double kill. Mouse 6-0-1.
Mouse is doing his best Graves impression there. The buckshot taking down Afromu, and he is just going off. It has to feel so good with the amount of black this guy gets all the time.
Yeah, and I mean, he was voted in, and people were like, what happened? Like, the guy had to leave Worlds a little bit early because of personal reasons, and they were like, okay, let's get it. He's having a great time here, and that's awesome to see. And this Kled, man, once you get ahead, it just snowballs so hard. And I hear it again. It's up at the top lane. He's going to go for a charge.
Moving forward, Bjergsen's the one who's in trouble, though, and now he is going to get stunned up. Maple just taking his time on this sweet kill. He is going to grab it in the end, but the tower can make his life a little bit harder. Still going to grab that one in the end.
Ugh, all those daggers, all those daggers. Once you learn the pattern to picking them up and using the Shumpo 3-4 times in a row, it gets pretty insane. But hold on, he's going to need more.
Forward, here comes QTV, kicks Mata back into the tower. Fade's called. Daisy's here to play, though. QTV not quite behind him. You got to respect the golem, but he gets cut through so quickly. And we're going to drop on the side of Team Ice, but Team Fire are dropping members left and right.
Yeah, these guys are just playing it so well and looking so good on some of these champions. The Kled has been massive. Reckless has been tearing it up on the Callista, one of his signature champions. And now Maple, with the Rylai's completed, there's almost no escaping him.
We check in on the gold, almost 6K in the favor of Team Ice as well as that Mountain Drake. They're just getting farther and farther ahead. You can see some of the differences between these lanes. The Katarina, 1,500, just about ahead of Bjergsen. It's pretty terrifying to play against.
Looking for the Infernal here. TP from behind. You can see it on the minimap, and that means that
they know on Team Fireside, they're surrounded here, they have to get out.
Fancy footwork, the fog of war, the horror movie stream. Where the bad guy's gonna come from, Team Fire doesn't know.
It's from all over.
Oh, trying to take the portal to safety. It is gonna be a magical journey because they're caught behind enemy lines and no one except Bangy made it anywhere he wanted to be.
The important thing to remember in situations like this, you don't have to run faster than the other team, you just have to run faster than one of your team.
Oh, Bangy, the slowest man left, not standing as Team Fire gonna look for the desperate recall here.
Oh, they're in enemy territory.
It's a relentless
Oh,
pursuit.
Mada's gonna check it. He's gonna throw a Q.
Oh, doesn't E? It doesn't use the.
Nothing
Oh no,
moving.
Prey! Oh no!
Aphromoo
not
made
what
it
he
back.
wants. Aphromoo, the lone survivor. The fastest runner on the team side of Team Fire.
I mean, to be honest, Prey started that recall pretty slow. Afro was a good second or two faster. Otherwise, they could have been out of there scot-free.
Yeah, that's when you're like, are we turning? Are we fighting? What are we doing?
This is the future of the new meta. Riptail. We saw it taken last game. We'll see it taken again after not seeing any competitive play for the majority of the season.
Yeah, when you have a 7-0 in one play, you definitely pick that thing up. It'll be on until, what, 28 minutes into the game? Oh, hello!
UTV, that's not what he wanted. Oh,
Delivery.
air trap on a pole doesn't connect. That's a decent amount of damage.
Yeah, 38 minutes.
A 20-minute timer, of course. It's a pretty impressive time period. Ooh, Aphromoo, nice stun over the wall, but Maple, a lot of escape potential here. Is not going to get stunned up. Bangy goes forward. The all channel turret still doing damage. Daisy is on the hunt. Maple doesn't care, but he should because the tower's going to take him down. Prey popping off on the backside.
Bjergsen going to pick up his first kill of the game, so finally getting involved there as Maple and Karsa bite off more than they can chew, and we'll see if Fire can get something back and pick up this Infernal.
They're going to go after the Infernal, but Mouse has his ultimate. He has charge.
See him waiting on the top side. Looks like he's just taking the Scuttle Crab. May just continue to push. He can just make his way down. He has a massive range on the ultimate, but instead...
Yeah, trying to figure out if he wanted to do it or not. But he doesn't. Unlucky.
Team Fire thematically getting the Fire Drake. Feels appropriate. Of course, Automatic's gonna have to be careful not...
Oh, he got him just on the very edge.
The stun coming in. Doesn't matter if you flash, buddy. The Bard Q's still gonna connect.
Prey?
Shielded up, but they should have tried to save Prey because he is the one burning down. Reckless looking for the chance. Not gonna get it. He gets taken out in the end, and Maple caught on the backside, but here comes the charge from the Kled. Not gonna connect. He flashes into the action. Lee Sin's already got a double kill. Aphromoo is now set to fall, but Bangy's doing his best to save. No, portal out. There's simply too many escapes. There's nothing left. Maple trying to make the hero play, but I don't think he has enough damage with the dagger on the backside.
The
the rockets go in, but Bjergsen find too much there. Mouse getting a kill.
Oh, the ulti, the rocket ulti from Bjergsen got immune by the dismount animation from Mouse as he's hopping off. You can't hit him.
Oh, pistol. Oh, nope. Is he gonna get it? Makes it over the wall. Maple's on Oh, the reset from Maple. He wants more. He's not gonna get Bjergsen. The rocket's gonna take him down.
That's what I call playing like a man. Maple is not backing down, embracing the All-Star spirit. You gotta love it.
You gotta go big or you gotta go home. It's the last match he's gonna be played here. Oh man, that was like, it looked like it was gonna be Fire's moment there, but Ice, they turn it around and they almost make it an even trade though.
This has to be the most irritating team to fight in the history of teams.
It looked like it was going to be a 3-0. The fact that they try to get Prey here, it's like, all right, let's get Prey. It's like, oh, he's got all these spears in him, can't rend it. Oh, he gets a shield, walk away. Oh, here comes the Kled from the backside. He just walks forward, flashes to the left afterwards, can't get in on him. Carson has to jump too.
Watch Maple, look at him. QTV is trying to chase him down here on the back end of this fight, and it looks like he's for sure dead. But he's so slippery on the Katarina. He's able to jump back to his dagger, then back to a minion. That has to be so frustrating watching him get away.
You gotta think of these team fights. It just has to be overwhelming to play against this many kind of oddball champions. You've got turrets being set up. You've got Daisy trying to auto-attack you to death. You've got Brush popping up in the middle of the fight. A Katarina with seemingly limitless escapes. Mouse, though,
don't run away.
So lucky.
Run right at him.
This is the man mode. This is what Zale wanted to see. He does get it in the end.
Really good by Maple as well. He threw the Q, and the Q will always bounce about 300 units behind the first person you hit. So it just flies over the wall, gets an E, so he gets a reset on that Shumpo for the kill.
Ice now moving into the bottom side. We'll have to see if Maple can get more resets. He's taking his time in the mid lane, though, to push up. The rest of the team pretty preoccupied with that bot tier 2.
Yeah, QTV is up in the top lane still, and
Does have his TP, but there's not really any good wards here. And
in
comes the Kled charge.
And Mouse doing a decent amount of damage, but Aftermove looking for the disengage. Mouse, the lone man into the tower. It doesn't matter. He takes down Prey. A lot of knockups going in. Karsa looking for another kill. Aftermove barely makes it out. Bengi has to play safe here. Root Caller not going to connect.
QTV still split pushing. He canceled that TP and is going to be pushing into this turret, but I think Ice is just going to try to force the inhibitor turret, and I think they're going to get it.
Yeah, forward Reckless doing decent damage. Karsa as well. Maple even has enough AP to start hitting hard here.
Yeah, and you can see Mouse on the top side. He's going to continue to push and try to get up there and try to stop QTV.
Maple caught up, is just going to snap back to his teammates, trying to make it to safety. Mouse looking for the joust, not going to find it.
Ooh, QTV had used to teleport too and canceled it. So yeah, Mouse has the TP advantage. This just looks pretty bad for a Fire right now. Ice, a lot of advantages.
I like the play coming in from Mata. He says, I know how to counter this Ivern. I'm just going to pick up this Golem and take it away from you. No Daisy, no problem.
We have a conversation about that earlier today, if it happened or not. Obviously, you can.
And here's the dive one more time. Mouse, not afraid at all. Takes down Prey right away. And someone has to soak that ultimate. You need to be the closest person to it, so your AD carry is not and doesn't die at the very start of the fight.
And Mouse, of course, almost going down in a 1v1 against the Heimerdinger empowered tower there. Or empowered turret, rather.
Tower defense, League of Legends style.
Another heal. Oh, Maple hungry for more. Ooh, exhausted the Lee Sin kick. Just carries it right into his teammate there, and QTV making the hero play to save Bjergsen.
Oh, Baron pings onto Baron here. They do have a Callista on the side of Team Ice, so Reckless be able to do a lot there.
Bengi, is he going to burn a smite here? Does have the camp stacked up, doesn't need to. Have to be careful. Reckless very low.
Yeah, Bjergsen's in base, so they're going to have to wait for him. And here comes the Kleddle once again.
Charge, QTV makes it over the wall, but there's just more members waiting for him. Too many jumps, too much mobility. Ice picking up one before they start this Baron.
And that's going to be tough. They can just keep baiting here, and if Fire is not going to come check, they'll start it up, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They have the Callista, has been spotted out by the blue trinket, though.
Isolated damage from the Kha'Zix, the Callista Spears stacking up with Bengi, trying to make his way in. Daisy gets kidnapped, and now the Fate's Call comes in. Bjergsen gets caught out. Daisy finally into the team, but Maple's in the back line. He gets one, looking to get two. Karsa making the bounce house happen as the duo just cuts through the team.
The double resets, tag teaming down Fire, taking out one after another. These guys are just jumping everywhere.
It's so much mobility, and the fact that they're going to pick up a Baron afterwards as well. It's going to be more than a 10K gold lead here, and Ice are just looking on fire.
And most of the time when we cast games like this, there's one champion with resets that we need to watch in a fight, but now there's a Kha'Zix and a Katarina. I can't even keep up anymore. But Afremu,
Maple didn't like that.
A little bit of time.
Didn't like that one bit.
Maple, yeah, gets him. Clean Katarina play coming in. Afremu runs for his life, but the dagger still going to land, hit its mark.
Certainly will. It feels like it's hard to miss when it's point and click, but they are getting another Baron, and they're getting themselves so far ahead. And Bjergsen just can't stay alive in these fights, even with some peel from his team, even with the shields from that Ivern. He's going to go down so quickly, and then the resets start coming in. Once one dies, the rest are pretty much sure to follow.
Oh yeah, and they don't really have any tanks on the side of Fire. Ice, the Kled's going to be able to just rip through anybody. Karsa will get those squishies. And Bengi, he's not hiding the Drake. It's not in a bush.
Stealth comes up, charges on the way in too. Looks like they want to party. Prey's going to be the first target. That's the reset we talked about. Maple's on the back line. Keep your eyes on the blast cone. One going to go down. The double kill for Karsa. Maybe hunger for more blood going to come out here.
Yeah, Maple's here. They definitely
Maple
want
wants it. One dagger for reset. He can get two into the back line. Afremu, nice disengage on the bar.
Oh, poor Prey, man. Poor Prey. Every single time. There's nobody to soak it for him. There's no frontliners. Just gets the Kled ulti almost every time.
Yeah, Prey's not having a good time against all these assassins, all this dive, and here comes a TP right back from Maple, and they're looking to try to finish this game.
Oh, Mouse goes in, and no one's doing any damage. This character is simply too tanky, not getting opportunities to turn back. Karsa wants a little bit more. Dagger does land. Maple goes for it. He's going to jump in, spin to win, trying to get a little bit more. Ooh,
oh, he wanted
not quite enough. Prey does manage to take him down to the end.
Karsa was just the BM recall.
Oh, Fate's Call goes in, and it's Bengi's fate to fall down. Prey, unfortunately, next on the menu. Gets a brief glimmer of hope as he takes down the Katarina and immediately falls. Team Ice cleaning up house.
They take down the Katarina, and they're going to take down the game. The ace for Team Ice as they're going to snuff out Fire.
1-1 now in these last three matches as we approach our final mixed team match. Team Ice, it's crazy picks and an even crazier win, but they're going to close it out with confidence. a beautiful set of fights and an absolutely insane game. Or they're not going to hit. Please hit the nexus. Don't make
it one more time.
Oh, one more. All right. Mata needed the stat pad. Beautiful win at the end of the day.
Taking one for the road there.
And that was a fun one. Mouse just put on absolute clinic on the Kled. 11, 0, and 10 on Kled. And definitely getting some help there from Maple. It was 10, 6, and 7. But really it was Mouse doing most of the heavy lifting. And this guy was everywhere.
He shows up in the mid lane, kills Bjergsen on what was an excellently coordinated dive, and then just starts charging into every team fight. Every time we think, oh yeah, oh they're gonna make it out. Fire's good, they're gonna make it out. Suddenly there's a Kled in the back line, charging through.
Yeah. I mean, right off the start, he wins his lane, he ultimate, kills Bjergsen, TP's bot, kills them. He wins all 3 lanes essentially for his team. That is a fantastic game.
It looks like a good suit there for Mouse. Maybe we'll see it from him in the future. Who knows? Because this champion, I mean, it got a couple of kind of changes / buffs and 1 nerf, but Kled's looking pretty strong. Who knows?
I can't say I fully understand Kled after that game, but an insane champion to watch. It's so much fun to cast as well. Bear Trap on a rope is my favorite ability to say, so always happy to see Kled.
Yeah, definitely a really, really fun one. And I think the best part about a lot of these champions is that we're going to continue to get see Katarina, I think. And I'm really hoping that we are going to see some Kalista coming back with, Blade of the Rune King getting buffed. It seems like people are more willing to play the champion again. And, we saw that champion as a mainstay for so long, and then we haven't for such a long time now. It's really fun to see it come back into the meta.
Yeah, saw a little bit of play as I Am Oakland as well, being busted out by Veritas. A surprising pick. We didn't expect it to do well and went off. It went off here today. It's been doing well in 1v1s as well. So a really fun champion to watch. Always the Fates call makes it so exciting. And additionally, a lot of kind of crazy picks here. Kozik's one of the ones as well that I didn't really expect to see, but now the teams have a little bit more liberty to experiment. Really exciting to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Kalista, a lot of people are saying it's incredibly weak right now. It's incredibly hard to play. May not feel that great, but apparently a lot of these pros still think it's a great champion to gravitate towards. And when you want to have your support, make some plays, even though Mata's on a Syndra, it's still a good champion to pick up.
And to be fair, Mata did pick a playmaking support of his own. a little more damage than I think traditional support position there, but
you got a sidestone though. You got a sidestone.
That's, remember folks, that's the difference.
I was very proud of him. I didn't think there was any chance you were going to see a sidestone, so I was like, oh, yeah, good job. You're supporting.
Yeah, we don't want to set a bad example for Soloku here. If you're support, please buy a sidestone.
Yeah, right. Even if you want to play Syndra support and your team doesn't want you to play Syndra support, still buy a sidestone.
Should be good in the end. Of course, just waiting for a moment for the analyst desk to get set up and ready. But in the meantime, I mean, really looking at those last few plays was just an absolutely insane game. But Mouse feels like the clear MVP.
I agree. I think that Mouse, no deaths in a game mode like this where everybody else has like 4, 5, 6. We have somebody with 9 with Prey. Poor guy. But the fact that he was able to just take over the top lane, it is a favorable matchup for him. But he got some help from Karsa. This guy snowballed. This was Mouse's day. This was Mouse's game.
Absolutely. But of course, for more on that game, let's send it over to the analyst desk for Shocks and crew to break that one down.
Thank you, Daniel Dracos. We were ready, actually, but then Kobe found out his hair wasn't good and we had to fix it for him.
What?
Yeah. Ah! We need that for
Don't make me mad, Sean.
All right. Well, Kobe has joined us as well as sorry.
Whoa.
As well as Papa Mithy.
Yeah, what do we do up here on the analyst desk after games like that?
We analyze them, obviously, and we're going to take a look at the picks and bans like you've never done that before. I thought one thing was really funny. We had Reckless up here before, and he said, I'm so excited to play with Mata, and, we talked about we're going to be taking it serious, and we're going to see what we can do. Mata does whatever the hell he damn well pleases in this tournament. He played Syndra support. Break it down, Mithy.
What is there to say? I've never seen it before.
See, I have seen it before. We had some of this in Korea. Now, the mechanic here is that you ult first, then E, and you actually get multi-man stuns because you have all the extra spheres on the battleground.
Take notes, silly.
It's still around, Mithy.
Give me the pen, give me the pen.
The book's closed. The book should still be closed because there's a lot of silly stuff in this game. The elephant in the room, though, wasn't the Heimerdinger. It was Prey on Draven again. Draven is a thing. It should never be a thing. He doesn't win on this champion. He was awful.
I was going to attack the Heimerdinger. You say that's not a story, but man, he's so squishy. And I don't, profess to be a Donger expert, but I'm pretty sure you build a Zonias on him to try and at least stay alive to let the turrets do some damage. But man, he was just annihilated it very quickly.
I know you guys are afraid of attacking the three-time world champion. Yeah, sorry. But I felt a bit like Bengi was inting it a little bit. After he did a good thing going bot and getting that kill, but after that he gave double buffs to Katarina and it just like went downhill from there. I think it was like 1-9 or something in the end.
Yeah. I mean, all jokes aside, you could tell that he was not really practiced on the champion. There were a couple times, you know, the snare from Ivern, if you click on him afterwards, it takes you into that champion.
You wouldn't know that from the game.
He had a couple really good, you know, high-value snares on these dangerous champions, but then he'd like take the snare in. I'm dead. Plus his pathing a little bit with Ivern, if you prep a camp, then there's a lot of money in there, but you have to return. He would leave those, then get those counter jungled, so that's like losing double time because you already spent the health and mana to prep it.
But
collect, but
he had to follow Mouse around the whole map. Of course, he was putting some insane pressure down. Let's take a look at the Knight of the Living Kled powered by Acer. Mouse was absolutely going off on that champion, not just in the top lane, but literally everywhere.
And it's a pick that we saw, you know, a couple of times. Well, it didn't impress, but you see the champion, see the ultimate, and you're like, this champion has potential. We're waiting for it to hit the competitive realm, and okay, it is a bit of a pseudo-competitive game, but Mouse had a day out in this one.
I heard he's actually a decent pick into Poppy, so I'm excited for IEM Korea. I don't exactly know where it is. Yeah, okay. Okay. So maybe we see it there. We will never know until then.
We will never know until next week.
That's like a couple of days away, actually. It's like the next event on the calendar, but I mean, against Poppy, it's going to be very relevant because Poppy's clearly going to be around for a long time. So any picks that work against it.
That's why I was saying maybe we see that, but we'll probably end up seeing everyone tanking it around.
Yeah, maybe we will. I don't think that would be too much repeated. I always think it's funny to look at these and look who sticks to their own role and then who are the guys who are just really there to have fun. So Mata picked Syndra. Lee Sin for QTV, that's still pretty much in it, but everyone else just played in their role. Björksa did play Heimerdinger, which is, as you said, it wasn't that successful and probably couldn't be successful in any scenario.
One day.
Whoa. You're just ruling out the Heimerdinger success.
No.
There is definitely a way the Heimerdinger can be successful.
For sure, guys. Play as much Heimerdinger as possible in solo. especially mid.
Yeah. All right. Cool. Well, that's one for ice, one for fire. We'll see what happens next. So we're going to take a quick break, but when we return, we will have our final match of the tournament. Make sure you stick around because we'll be ending this week with Mayhem with a special closing ceremony performance of League of Legends music favorites, including a tease of the upcoming Pentakill 2 album. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to Barcelona. I'm Quickshot here with my friends and everybody from the Spanish crowd watching some video games. Team Ice may have taken the tournament, but there is one more shot, one more opportunity for professional players to troll other professional players.
Look at it slip.
I don't know, you have to tell me.
We had spaghetti for catering, actually.
We did.
The real question is, why didn't you just say here with your friends? They're not friends in the crowd?
No, because I'm the villain, remember?
Oh, yeah.
They booed me yesterday, rightfully so.
I also booed.
I know, don't blame me, guys.
So did Greg.
I hella booed you, bro.
I listened back. It was pretty brutal, but you could have been more harsh, I think. Let's take a look at the starting lineups for the last match of All-Star 2016. Starting on the blue side, it is Team Fire. Their mixed team is made up of Impact in the top lane, Rainover in the jungle, Faker himself in the mid lane, Celebrity 80 carry, and Ron OP or Ron Up the support.
And over on Team Ice, in the top lane, it's Soaz. In the jungle, Clear Love. The hometown hero here in mid lane, X-Peke, they love him. And the bot lane duo, Uzi and Albus.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting last game. I love that the players have kind of moved away from, let's just say it, tryharding, and there are actually some fun picks. We've seen in the last two of these matches a Bard in each game. So I'm just waiting, man, at this point.
I hope. You know, the irony is you're probably not going to be able to cast it.
No.
We'll have to see. I want to take a look at how well Peke is going to perform. He's going up against Faker in the mid lane. Peke has looked better than expected. I think it's fair to say managed to make it all the way to top 4 in the 1v1. But what is he going to play in a slightly less than serious game?
Ooh, that's tricky. Definitely not Garen. That one's off the list already. Like, Peke is... He's a veteran mid laner that goes back to season 1, you know? So, like, while Faker plays the Kassadin, he used to play even, like... Peke played Galio in his days as well. Sion, back in the day when Sion was a different champion.
He was Sion, Moby Boots.
Yep, he was a dirty Sion picker for a while. So, I don't know, man. I'm just going to let myself get surprised.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where it's also kind of like, when one team starts trolling really hard in picks, then the other team can start trolling kind of too, right? Like we saw Team Fire, we saw the Heimerdinger and stuff locked in really early, and that gives you the freedom to have some more fun with it.
All right, let's find out what these guys are going to do. All 10 players are in the lobby. We'll be jumping to picks and bans shortly. Rainover versus Clearlove also could be a little bit more fun. Rainover, though, he only plays tanks.
Yeah, he could really play this really unique champion with a twist. Maybe he goes like Tank Rengar or something. That would be troll, in my opinion.
I mean, what other tank could Rainover play? Or rather, let me put it, what other champion could Rainover play and build tank?
I mean, you can build
Ooh, there's a lot.
I know any, but what would you expect?
What I expect?
If he were going to have fun.
I mean, it's going to be Rex. Oh, if he's going to have fun? I don't know, maybe Zach or something.
Okay,
But
Zach's a fun jungler.
I can accept that.
Zach's fun.
Vi is a fun champion as well in the jungle. Because you can at least have fun with like Q flashes and stuff. I think any element where you can do like flash predictions is what you're looking for if you want to have fun as a jungler or support.
To me, just don't pick anything you picked in the LCS last season. Those are the guidelines.
Okay.
Nothing that was competitively viable.
Faker's like, I ain't dealing with this stuff anymore. Bans out the Garen, gets rid of the Galio himself.
Yeah, it's a respect ban. He's never done this before, Crepo. It's purely because of the kills. Yes, there from XPEC. He watched the VODs. He couldn't solve it. Had to ban it away.
Couldn't be stopped.
Nope.
Peke getting that double kill onto Bengi and Faker. Taking a look at the other side, a little bit more try-hard on those bans. Nautilus, LeBlanc, Syndra. I mean, that's a bit more traditional. But now the pressure is on. Team Fire, will you let the side down? Oh, there we go. That's a fun champion. I can accept a Skarner.
That's a steal from Clearlove, though. Clearlove loves going back to the Skarner, but we get the Shaco locked in. Very fun champion to see played, especially with the changes.
He is well. I love it. I love it. And
it's locked, Timo.
Oh,
it's locked already.
Okay, this is great.
Faker did not ban Aatrox, so he can actually pick it.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't Aatrox the equivalent of Timo, but in Korea?
I mean, Faker always bans Aatrox as well because when he was over here, he just bans the first champions on the list. So usually that's like Garen Galio over in Korea, I think, because they spell them differently. Aatrox is what he was known for to ban in Europe. Basically, whenever or in North America, or whenever there was a Aatrox ban, you knew you were playing against Faker.
The funniest part of that was people actually started banning Aatrox themselves to force dodges because if they didn't want to play with their team, you ban Aatrox like, oh crap, it's Faker, get out of here.
All right, take a look at some of the other picks really quickly. Draven, Tristana, Maokai locked in. I don't know if you can hear the crowd in the background at all, but Ebi over on the Spanish stream just lost it with the Maokai lock-in. It was his main that got him all the way to Diamond, and is what he was going to pick if I had banned Renekton.
Unless that's a Maokai support or mid or something, it's unacceptable.
I mean, they're probably picking for themselves at this point. I don't think we need to swap to rush picks. I mean, I don't think in a fun mode everybody's going to go for a Maokai steal, so it looks like Maokai mid versus Brown.
Zed for Faker!
Or for 1OP.
Oh, this is going to be amazing. This is going to be amazing.
Gotta be Faker.
It has to be. There's nearly no doubt in my mind. So, does Peke run Yi mid?
No, I think he's going to play like Maokai mid, is what it looks like. I think it's going to be Clearlove jungling that, but who knows? Maybe it is going to be Yi. It's so hard to tell, right?
After all.
I actually can't hear what they're yelling.
Maybe Paco.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Rengar locked in. I have no idea where anyone's going.
Oh, so it is Faker on Zed, Brand support, Scar, Jungle Team on top. That makes more sense.
Okay, so Albus is actually going to play Ignite Exhaust Rengar support. It is Peke with the Maokai mid.
It is a really strong level 2 power spike champion, like no joke. Like dealing with a Rengar support, you just step away from the brush.
Yeah, exactly. It's that unfortunate counter to the champion is actually the area without the brush.
Yeah. This is where you lean left all the time in the lane.
Hug the river and then hope Clearlove doesn't come to visit you.
Yep.
Now, I've heard Shaco is how it's pronounced, isn't it? Because I really want to say Shaco.
I think it's Shaco. At least that's what I'd say.
I've heard Shaco is absolutely terrorizing solo queue at the minute.
Yeah, it's actually really good, and there's a lot of ways you can build it. Traditionally in top lane, you see AP, I think, a lot more. I've seen a lot of people playing things like actually Proto Belt first Shaco, but you can build it a lot of different ways. You can go Gunblade, you can go AD. The champion is a blast to watch and to play. It's actually really strong.
Not fun to play against, though.
No. The favorite thing for me is the sweeper counterplay against the Shaco. Watching his silhouette change directions as he realizes he's being tracked while you have the sweeper around you, that is one of my favorite things to do as a support, to just mess with him. He's also really strong right now because his AP his auto attack on Q scales from AP, which is really hard to kind of deal with because you can't really itemize efficiently against him.
All right, we'll find out exactly how Soaz decides to itemize in just a moment or two. Team Ice has already been declared the All-Star champions for 2016. This is purely for bragging rights, for victory, for your favorite champion, or for whatever else these pros want to do.
For solo killing Faker, of course. That's what it's all about here. Or for 5v1ing Faker. It doesn't matter. You just gotta get the job done.
As long as Faker dies.
If you solo kill Faker with Maokai, I mean, you deserve it. It's TP Maokai as well. Look like actually they're setting up for a big bot lane fiesta as well. Double TP here versus 0 teleports on the side of Team Fire.
One thing I have found, though, you can't TP if you're dead. Which sometimes, sometimes can work out for the other team.
I mean, Soaz is also carrying that Ignite because that's what top lane Shakos do. They don't need the flash necessarily.
Yeah. The Q becomes a pretty low cooldown, and I'll be interested to see what he actually maxes and stuff. Because I have seen a lot of different ways that people have played it. I've seen Box getting maxed. I've seen Twin Shiv getting maxed. So there's a lot of different ways that people do like to play it.
There is still the new part of the meta where at least these guys will have some knowledge of what's happening level 1, because unless you have an Iron in your game, you can always see where the jungler starts, because he needs a leash so badly to get the sexy level 3 timing that you can always see which side is getting ganked from the minimap.
This is going to actually be a super good leash for Clear Love. With double boxes, he probably doesn't even need to smite if he doesn't want to.
So options for Clear Love then. Decide where he wants to move. Rainova's already picked up that first Spire. We'll have to track how well he can play on the Skarner, and if he decides to build anything other than tank, though I'm not sure Rainova knows how. Even in the fun modes at All-Star, in all the games.
I mean, Skarner, you have to build tank.
You can go Triforce first, though.
Yeah, you can.
I'd love to.
I have seen some Warrior Triforce stuff. Even at Worlds, I think we saw one game of that. So it is something that is kind of legit, but even just going tank, it's going to be really effective, and it'll be really tough for someone like the Yi to deal with that pre-QSS, right? If you're a squishy champion like this and you get grabbed up as the Shaker or the Yi, you're going to get popped.
I don't want to make any predictions here, but I think there's going to be a level 3 gank top because Soaz just gave the most royal of leashes. That's like the ultimate spa treatment for his jungler. Right now, Albus looking for those massive resets.
Hop, 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 hop. It's so funny. All of the autos on the leaf continues to do it. More jumps. Well,
oh god.
Celebrity's being jumped on by Uzi. This could be first blood. A lot of damage going down, but 200 HP for Celebrity and Rana B.
Rana B just flashed back towards him.
Flash back to reality, dude. The pain is still here. I think he wanted to exhaust Albus, but he just misclicked his summoners.
Oh, this is so obnoxious to deal with. Every time you go forward, Albus is just leaping and hopping and skipping, and there's just no way to get away from that.
Rana P is looking for the outplay potential, though. He's playing Crycore Brand.
Oh, no, he has Ignite.
Oh, Peke.
The Flash Fake has already used the Ignite. Could look for the Execute. The Ignite!
Oh!
Peke survives!
He bait the Flash. Peke all calculated, of course. Walks back in.
I don't know if this part's calculated.
Gets a passive proc from his auto attack to just get a little bit of help there.
Still holding on to that teleport, so no summoners for Faker.
All right, Rana P.
Look at that bomb ticking away. Albus gets stunned up. Exhaust comes out. Celebrity, the bomb pops. Defensive hop away from Albus, and he stays alive.
Can we have a moment to just sympathize with Soaz? He gives the Ultra Leash, the king of leashes, to his jungler, and Clearlove says, you know what? I'm used to playing with mouse. I don't think you understand, buddy. There are no ganks coming to this top lane. He has 5 CS.
Yeah, I'll just leave that Shaco up there to lane against Teemo. That's a fun time for everybody.
Sounds like fun to me.
If there ever was a player from the EU top laners who could theoretically hand himself in the top lane, Soaz is going to be one of those guys. He's going to have a lot of time to prove himself, though. As Celebrity and Uzi trading.
Albus gets caught.
A lot of damage.
He's going down.
He did,
That's going to be a solo kill, first blood.
The Icon gets flashed as Rana P and Celebrity are able to take down first blood against Uzi and Albus.
Yeah, I would have thought. Rana P was basically faking it. He was acting like he didn't see Albus in that brush, then just quickly turns around and gets stun combo.
This right here, if you're gonna play Yi, you need to learn this gank. This is called the I'll hold the wave. Part 2 of the gank, I'll push the wave.
It's also so brutal that Impact is running the most evil of Teemo skins to celebrate the ending of All-Star, because he's a figurehead. He was on that gigantic Team Fire animated video.
Yeah, but look, man. This is the stuff that scars top laners for life. If you're off-rolling jungle and you don't get a leash, because somehow some jungler did this to one of the top laners. Had him leash 2 camps in a row with boxes, and then just never visit the wave into a range versus melee matchup. I pity Soaz, man.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough game. A lot of damage onto Peke, but Fake It. It's chunked down by all the minions.
Oh, so as he's teleporting back and he's on the verge of being dove. If they actually pull that off, Jesus, that would be so unfortunate. Clear off right now, pathing mid though.
Yeah, no death mark available for Faker, but he's got the ability to shadow dash over the wall. Look for the clone, look for the clone. Easy peasy Traveler, even leaves Clear Love behind. Waits for the Alpha Strike to finish.
Yeah, and Peke didn't have his flash, so he couldn't actually get flash root and set that up. But even if they got it, I'm not sure they would have killed Faker there. They don't have too much damage. He hasn't even base, so yeah, he's going to be pretty weak at this point in the game.
Yeah, just sitting on that Hunter's Machete, taking a look down the rest of the items. Uzi's got a cult, minus 20 CS for Soaz, teleport used as well. No real surprise.
I want to see the level 6 spike here for Uzi though, because you can actually insect with Tristana. So I want him to hop in, or flash, knock him towards the brush, but then Albus dunks him. That is like the ideal scenario combo.
Or alternatively, hop in, get stunned by Brand, die instantly.
That we'll call method 1 the Crepo approach and method 2 the quick shot approach. And we'll see which one.
No, he's not running Ghost in a useless matchup.
You know the worst part is, I was so nervous about my Roots of Masteries, I forgot to look at my summoner spells. Like, it's such a rookie error. Such a rookie. First time.
Yeah.
Did not do myself proud. Couldn't be much worse than that, so...
Oh, that's definitely true.
Impact's being pushed back, though. Scared of those jacks in the boxes. Yep. Rhino-P's going to stun up Albus, and again, there's just like a gentleman's agreement. Support on support. ADC on ADC.
Yeah, Albus wants to jump in whenever Q is down, so he can at least survive.
Rainover has his ulti.
Though. He really does. Albus is going to get impaled and pulled backwards. Looks like it's going to be a trade 1-for-1. Albus goes down. Uzi, Rocket jumps forward, gets the flash. We jump up to the top lane. Soaz is going to get dropped down. Impact is running for his life, and the Hallucinate not going to be able to pick up the kill.
Oh, there's a Yi coming his way, though. Clear off. As Soaz is dead, he's probably going to wait for the kill credit to expire and then even out the CS here, or the kills.
Still flash available. Flash into Alpha Strike. Wuju style thrown down.
He's blinded.
Impact is just getting so much HP back as well. He's going to be able to survive.
Don't worry. This is, like I said, this is part 2. I'll push the wave.
Oops. Do some AoE. Failed the gang. Pushed away for you, buddy. Here's Faker.
Oh, let's see. What can Faker do? Deathmark and Igniters up. Clearlove begins channeling the Meditate.
Clearlove can juke out of Faker's ultimate, so I don't think he's going to commit out of that one.
Nicely done. So, Clearlove, he throws Soaz under a bus, and then while Soaz is just getting back up and recovering, pushes him off a cliff.
You know, it's more of a no rush 20 champ, you know? You're not trying to do anything too early here. You're scaling, you know. We'll see if we can pull off anything nice later.
Yeah, Soaz trying to pull a freeze here. He's like, if you ain't ganking and push him out lane, I'm parking the bus. I ain't moving. I'm done.
Oh. What a tough situation. 33 CS, an Amp Tome and a Ruby Crystal. How's Albus doing? He's got that Sightstone picked up. No real fun items yet. Rainover's got a Sheen, though. That's a good sign. It could go Frozen Fist, or it could go Triforce, which is what we're hoping for.
Yeah, Frozen Fist is actually pretty decent on Skarner, so I think that's reasonable. Triforce is a lot more aggressive, but pretty good, too.
I love that Rainover also has like 52 CS. He's like rivaling the wins in terms of creep score.
Working on his favor. Pekka, on the other hand, being pushed in under pressure again by Faker. No real surprise.
Expect here with the Maokai. 1 CS lead. Let's see, Impact blind.
Running in there with Highlander.
Is that a gank in the top lane?
Just going to deceive in, and that was just very, very easy.
It's a lock-on. You convince the enemy top laner that you're not coming to gank him.
Next level strategy is being unveiled here. 8 minutes of bluff into the final gank. Jump onto Celebrity, looking for that bowler strike. Albus is not fighting it because he just gets insta-stunned. This is the quick shot, remember, in jumping in, getting stunned, and getting dunked.
Yeah.
They take him down, and Rainover doesn't even have to pull the ulti, so he can make a return later if he wants. And with Impact dying, he doesn't have TP, so Soaz can catch up on farm pretty quickly here, especially if you can pull off a return gank. If you kill someone without TP, they walk their way slowly back the lane, and then they're waiting in the tri-bush, and you get dove again.
And you know. And Peke ready to challenge Faker here.
A lot of support systems. Yeah, Team Fire bringing numbers to equalize. Clearlove doesn't have his ultimate, and Pekka actually just TP back to lane, so can't really make any big plays there either.
Yeah. Soaz is stepping in. I love this in generally in pro play, but when you're running TP champ, just run down the mid lane or the bot lane, make a gank and then teleport back to the top lane. Super unexpected. He is spotted on this board, however. Looking at Faker. This could have been such a good play if there wasn't that pesky little ward.
Yeah, pesky little ward indeed. So as deceives over the wall, still hanging out. If Pekka can lock down Faker now, Flash as well as that clone.
Oh.
Not going to work out.
I wish Uzi had his ultimate available because he could actually go for the insect. Looking for a lane gank from Yi here, but not working out.
Yeah, I think he maybe was waiting to see if Skarner would show up as well, try to do a counter gank, but Becky is actually starting to bully here. He has so much armor.
Pretty good trade. So as going to throw down the hallucinate, should be able to deceive forward, but the ignite, the poison, the blind, too easy. Pekka looking for the kill. Deathmark is out. Pekka chases. He misses it. He doesn't get the explosion.
Poor K.
So close for Becky. Faker ends up walking away with the solo kill in the blue buff, though.
Same for Soaz in the top lane. If you want to fight a team where you need to bring a sweeper to the party, you need to guarantee that these traps are disabled. No shrooms. Surprise, you could have going in though for Faker. Shadow's available.
Alpha strike, Alpha strike. Gets in, and that's just so easy.
I was hoping for Faker to drag Cleal up under the turret, but turns out he probably used the W to farm.
Yeah, I think he used the shadow, just try to push it out and shove that wave. Palau picks up the wave, picks up the kill. He's 2-0, doing pretty well for his team, but he's actually getting out farmed pretty heavily by Rainover, which sometimes can be a little bit misleading because of the types of camps you do take.
I actually talked, I think it was with Kobe about this earlier in the week. So 82 CS to 62 is currently a 300 gold difference, and of course that is thanks to the new pre-season gold adjustments in the jungle camps and creep score. So you've always got to hit X, double check exactly what the variation is.
And so looking for Rainover. I don't know if this is a fight he really wants. We'll see if he can take it.
Level 8 to level 9. Impale is up for Rainover. So it's just running for his life. Get the blast going if you can. Sends them backwards. Here comes Peke. So he stays alive for a few seconds before the poison takes him down. Peke's forced to run away. Rainover escapes thanks to the exoskeleton. And Faker arrives to clean up.
He's too tanky.
Way too tanky.
Way too tanky.
Way too tanky.
Even though he's building full damage.
Yeah. Let's not get into details. He's just too tanky. Just leave it at that.
All right, Uzi enjoying that open up bot lane here. The Demolitionist takes tower aggro. Happens.
Wow, 2 tower shots.
Damage.
Yeah,
he wasn't ready for the AoE from the tower to proc onto Celebrity. Celebrity took that one like a champ. Albus still hopping, skipping. You love ganking mid. By ganking, we mean oops.
All right, let's see
Holding the wave. I got it.
Holding the wave,
worry.
just taxing it.
He got away. I tried.
72 CS at the moment.
Okay.
Is this a taunt? Is that what that is? If you've used Alpha Strike, you're not going to be able to dodge the death mark, but support was coming from Peck here, so I guess.
It was an elaborate ruse.
Yeah.
Faker, man, too good.
Yeah. If I can read that, then Faker's definitely not fall prey to that one.
Faker knew the hybrid AP Maokai was coming in.
Hybrid AP Maokai jumping back in. Pekka wants round 2. It's not going to work out this time, right? In actual fact, he's running away nearly instantly. Clear Love still leaving Soaz out to dry. Will find himself face to face with the Rainover. Impale is available as well. Albus and Uzi instantly back away. They actually didn't look to start that fight. There's not a lot of hard CC in this lane.
Yeah, I don't think it's a fight they want. I mean, if Rainover goes in, they can actually just run forward onto Celebrity, who is like 2 hits of health, right? And then it's like, ooh, what am I doing here?
Oh, here we go. Vision of Celebrity.
Exhausters down, Celebrity's in trouble, flashes away. Albus has already used his Pyroclasm.
Clear Love.
That's not going to be able to kill Albus. Under the tower, Clear Love is meditating. Uzi's rocket jump forward, still can't get the kill. He's alive, finally goes down, and Celebrity with a double.
Nobody focuses the Draven for the reset. Clear Love was so desperately looking for an Alpha Strike reset in the mid lane. Xpaco has fallen as well here. Faker with the solo kill. Ooh.
First tower blood, 7,000 gold lead, 14 minutes into the game. Dragon's gonna go the way of Team Fire.
All right, let's look at this again. Faker sees expected. Not a solo kill, we lied. Rainover came to assist. Look at Faker, he knows that he can press ulti on an impale target. Man, this guy.
I got nothing.
Yeah.
Look, guys, I'm pretty new to this whole patch and new meta, but I do believe that an 8,000 gold lead at 14 minutes, generally speaking, means that there is an ever so slight lead for Fire.
Yeah, I would say that's accurate. I would also say SOAS down 2,000 gold, 0-3 in the top lane. This is generally when you start question marking your jungler.
I was going to say exactly that. This is one time where it legitimately is potentially, or is the jungler's fault.
Oh, it's always the jungler's fault.
Oh, here he is for redemption. So I can't even get
the
close.
blind. Meditator's up. Look at that mushroom damage. clearlove cleans up.
Takes the kill though. Walks away. Gonna Pete or Scar?
Yeah. He's in the building actually. I'm sure he just hung his head in shame. We'll have to ask him on Periscope. That's where he's been hanging out all day. So always is now lingering. Gets caught out by the mushroom. Faker's gonna be able to prick this. Living Shadow forward.
Where's the Q?
Let's
Where is
find
he?
out.
Is that a
Find
Q?
out. No.
Nope. Is he the
Where'd he
sniper?
go? Where'd he go? There we go.
The best trick is to just shadow step in place and just wait for people to run in every direction.
You know what? We have to give major props to our observers for that. Keeping the vision toggled so we don't see Soaz. We're guessing just like Team Fire is guessing. The unsung heroes of the broadcast.
The observers have been doing an amazing job. They did it earlier with the Vayne plays as well from Doublelift. I absolutely love it. And I have to point out, from my boy Rainover, he's building damage. Lucidity boots, he's got the Triforce. Where's the hate now? Quick
There's
shot.
no hate. It's pride. There's enjoyment. It's All-Stars is leveling up Rainover.
All we needed him to do was just lose the tournament and suddenly he could start building right.
I will admit the tank Rengar, not my favorite.
Debatable. Support Rengar isn't working out too much either for Albus.
Who would have thought?
Who would have thought?
Yeah, who'd have thunk it? It
I
looked
mean,
good,
it really,
I
the
think it's
level 2
actually
power
viable.
spike,
Level
right?
power
Level 2 power spike.
Let's
Didn't
see.
work out.
Albus and clearlove, they're in trouble. They're about to get jumped on. Albus, a pair of Ninja Tabby to work with. That's a pick. Is decided to come sacrifice himself as well. Stunned, impaled, dragged backwards, and Team Fire grab themselves 2 exceptionally easy kills.
Uzi must be getting flashbacks to Season 3 Worlds. BG 1v9. Guys, I'm farming. I only just got my Infinity Edge. Can we stop dying, please?
Those were the days. Give him 4 new players and you'll get you to another world final.
Yep. So was. I do love that you can dodge skills with your ultimate. Ideally, you don't use it before Zed actually uses his ultimate, however. So was. It's low.
We're just going to get run down again. Faker correctly predicts this time around. First time around, rather. It's just bad to worse. So as his last game of All-Star 2016, 0-5-2.
And I have been told, Trevor, I need to relay this. Production has asked you to stop complimenting the observers. We're trying to keep them humble.
Okay, my bad. Man, I'll take it down a notch. Okay, keep your focus on Albus better when he's hopping, skipping, and jumping. All right. Let's make sure we.
Let's get some 360 no scopes.
There we go. I'm sure we can land some of those.
The bolas.
Now, as this is the final game mode, do Team Ice do something cheesy like a death bush? And just sit there and wait, because that's the only option they can have left to them.
They got part 1 of Death Bush.
Oh, you can keep waiting.
Done already.
Yeah. The only problem is it might not be the other team that dies when they face check the bush.
Yeah.
I mean, surprise! It's a Rengar with a Ruby Sightstone.
What's he gonna do? He's gonna ward you to death. Peke versus Faker.
He's got minions though.
He's got minions.
Peke outnumbers Faker. Maelstrom goes down. Here comes Rainover.
Look at the Dukes. Look at the moves.
Oh, Death Mark.
What was
that? Oh, this is just nasty.
This is
Rainover and Ron OP.
TP out, Peke.
Let it be a lesson. The Faker's like, what, guys? So are we killing him?
Jump to the middle lane. Uzi and Albus, they're trying to pick a fight with a celebrity, and they'll win that one. Impact goes down with some help from clearlove. And Peke, he survived! He survived! Peke is amazing!
Incredible. Faces down 3 of the world's best and walks away.
Death in the eye. Not even Faker and his jungler take Peke down.
Not this time. But where's Pyroclasm? Already been used. clearlove was just hiding. He's like, Soaz, bro, your problem. Exhaust goes, although, actually, you know what? Props to clearlove this time around is a change of tune. Instead of leaving Soaz out to dry, he sacrifices himself, and now Soaz just goes and
But he learned the valuable lesson. You don't help your top laner. Ooh.
You know, that actually confused me. I was like, hang on a second. Where did he go? Oh, not going to be enough. Not going to be enough. Ignite was used already. Ron truly is OP.
Let me tell you something about observing, though. If they're not showing, like, they generally show you where he's not going to juke you.
Got it. Got it. So
they actually spoil it.
That's true. That's deep.
It's the plot twist.
They actually started, when we started tracking, like, the Ash arrows, They started showing you the ones that missed just to build up anticipation.
Oh, Faker's going for the kill on Uzi.
Will he find it? Not if he misses the shurikens. Even if those had hits, I think that would have been optimistic, but it was still an ignite.
You have to be careful. The second those hits, he pops ignite, and then obviously execute from his ulti comes in.
I think it's important to note as well. Moby boots on Zed with the Seeker's Arm Guard, going for that hourglass. I saw on Sign earlier today. That's the true next level. This is a 2017 season build. Okay, take note.
Very standard. This is something that literally everyone should be doing on Zed.
Oh yeah, Ghostblade, fantastic item in the new meta. Honestly, worth rushing. I would love to see more AD carries pick that up as well. Especially if they're on the enemy team.
Yeah. I concur.
Alright, Operation Protect Soaz is in motion. Peke has been called out. It's like, Paco, I don't have a jungler. Do you want to help me? Okay,
maybe,
got it.
Maybe if Peke stands next to Soaz, we can see what Team Fire decides to do. Will they just, you know, avoid Peke because of just how good he is as a player?
Ooh, Peke is ready to punish an Impact. The bait!
Both just fly upwards. Impact manages to escape, uses that flash. Fireclasm bounces a couple of times, and it's Impact that gets his 4th kill of the game. Now Soaz is sticking around in the river.
He's been procced.
Oh, he's been caught out by another mushroom. There we go, Protobelt's away and being run down by Ron OP and Impact.
He's going to turn around and try and kill Impact. Almost guaranteed at this point.
All right, he's going to have to. Rainover's looking for more. Got the Impale available. And look at this, split pushing. Albus with his long swords. Going to be pushing the middle lane with the help of Uzi.
And this is really the critical point in the game when you get that 2 longsword power spike on your level 10 support Rengar.
So it makes sense, like it augments your Ruby side. So first you need to find the enemy because vision is power and power comes with even more power if you get the longsword.
And responsibility, that too.
No responsibility.
No responsibility.
Oh, take a look at that. Clear left survives. Meditate's going to heal him up. The rest of Team Fire coming to chase. Where is Rainover? Who will he target? Expected will be the man. Impale dragged out of his home and shut down in front of the Barcelona crowd.
I mean, there is something to say for Peke's ability to soak enemy cooldowns efficiently.
I mean, he's creating space.
Yeah.
The question is, what is his team doing with it? Doesn't look like much.
Not filling it.
All right, not this time round. All of those opportunities gone to waste. All right, Impact, can you 100-0 Albus? Seems to be the case. The poison, the ignite, the burning. Gunblade, Wits in. That is your build order. And Soaz waves a friendly goodbye as Team Fire escape with Baron with a 11,000 gold lead. Hourglass is completed for Faker, boys.
Part 1 of the boomerang strategy is complete. This is where you throw them. Step 2 is obviously catching their throw as they go back with much more momentum. That's what Ice is waiting for. The boomerang strategy is known to fail.
Do you know anybody who's actually thrown a boomerang and caught it in real life?
No, that's the problem.
See?
No. Only happens in the movies, man.
But the theory's there, right? I mean,
on paper,
scientifically, the boomerang strategy can work.
On paper and in video games, Sivir.
There we go. No. But yeah, I don't know anybody in real life who's actually pulled that one off.
And that's the problem.
Now this is where we have to change our narrative. We have to look at Team Fire. They've got this monumental lead. They've got Baron. What is an acceptable time frame for them to win this game before we start saying that they are in fact bad?
I mean, that is we are the commentators. We have the power, so we can kind of start that whenever we
define it, because you know that's whenever teams are this far ahead in like a traditional game, we start like judging their ability to close, their communication. So I would ask. Like,
I mean, why don't make it a wager? Over or under 5 minutes?
That works. I can work.
See, I think your skill is inversely proportional to how long it takes. It should take you longer. It's all-stars.
Good take. Okay, so
you should make them suffer. Azale here. Since he is a dirty NA caster, obviously approves of Ice suffering, but I say we put them out of their misery.
That's what I would say as well. So, you know, I'm saying that the closer in, meditating up, Impact's looking for the kill, but it's Faker, the dirty kill stealer. Celebrity comes in, stand aside, as Celebrity kills the local Celebrity. Pick is down, so is running for his life, looking for a reply. He just gets dunked by the spinning axe. That is the ace for Team Fire, and they're opening up the base. It looks like Team Fire agree with Creplo in terms of finishing time frame.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, are they going to stick around? Or are they going to go base? You know, Faker can maybe go for a death cap next. Yeah. See how that works out for him.
I mean, he has that Zonia's Hourglass, which makes it possible to dive the fountain. Does that laser go through it?
I think it does.
Yeah, I think it does. It does kill you underneath. We'll find out shortly. Fakers throwing out the Living Shadow. Decided not to go forward though. Uzi, another tower. Gonna be helped out by Albus, and Albus that gets the kill.
Part 2 in motion.
Part 2, the boomerang.
Pull him in the fountain.
You got bait him in that false sense of security.
Oh,
Open, or
match
is it?
engaged. Peke not going to be able to kill Rono P yet. The hourglass is up, and it's Soaz is on the board.
Finally gets a kill. Peke mastering efficiency, honestly. When you die 6 times, it's almost worth dying a 7th and an 8th. That's what he's looking for here. Look, no gold, but they used their cooldowns. Peke is the master of strategy here.
That's Garner Q. It's going to be on cooldown. They need to capitalize on this window here, Greppo. The time is now.
It's not his fault.
They need to bounce.
It's not his fault his team isn't capitalizing on the Garner Q cooldown.
That's very true.
Sometimes you create space for your team, and you need to buy in.
Exactly.
All right, Soaz going to survive this encounter with Impact, who's picked up a Hurricane, by the way. That is actually a very terrifying Teemo. Throws out the mushroom, Soaz is going to jump in with the clone, and Peke is just waiting over the wall. Oh, man.
Kick him while he's down. He actually was going to kill him that time.
He really was. Albus gets dragged backwards. Here comes Uzi. Support from Clearlove. That's a double kill. The shutdown. Rainover's the target. He's got no impale. Alpha strike, rocket jump, everything being used to throw. And that's a triple for Team Ice.
Oh, Uzi just does this. No.
Oh, where's the whirling deer? Oh, great shot. Great shot.
That's the wrong way.
I don't think they can get to him, though. Clearlove's going to be able to escape this time around.
He's like,
but hey, like this boomerang, the momentum is building. There's kills, there's gold, there's shutdowns for Team Ice.
Favorite here, 13,000 gold behind at this point. The lead has all but disappeared.
Relatively speaking, the axe is on cooldown.
All right,
there we go.
See, 2 more kills. Team Fire.
This is what happens when you capitalize on the axe cooldown, Crepo.
Ace for Team Ice.
Hey!
Let's watch this again. Soaz obviously baiting Fire into a false sense of security here. Looking how dominant they are. It's all an elaborate ploy. Albus as well. Sacrificial Lamb here, baiting the cooldowns from Faker as Clearlove and Uzi jump in. And then obviously the disrespect from Uzi basically telling me, you know what, you can get 2,000, 3,000 more gold. We are still going to win this game.
Yeah, that's that gold lead. Just sort of waving it in their face, saying, go for it. Have a small donation. Have a small assistance.
Yep.
But it will not change the end result because Team Fire have 2 Fire Dragons.
And honestly, with a small loan of about 14,000 gold, Ice could easily equalize out this game.
Very easily, in fact. And I mean, are you in a position to lend them some of that gold, Crepo?
Dude, I'm a support player. I have no gold to spare.
Faker's going to throw down the death mark. It's locked down. There we go! That's what the Zonias is for. He's alive and goes down. It takes Peke that kills Faker in a 4v1. The rest of Team Fire are running to help. Soaz's hallucination is already killed. Peke and Clearlove stunned up in the Pillar of Flame. Uzi looking to kill Impact. Gets the kill. Hops over the wall and escapes. It's a 3 for 2.
3 for 2 here. Good trade. They have the security of the Nexus Tower left here. Low HP Rainover. It's still possible.
Final push. The crowd is in chance. They want Peke to bounce back.
Here goes Soaz.
The Rainover shield comes up. Celebrity kills Uzi. Shuts him down. Grabs the axes. Sets his sights onto Soaz. That's 1 axe, 2 axe. The 3rd will do it. Throws it for the double kill. Easy shutdown. Nexus turret is the focus. Team Fire with 38 kills. Extinguish Team Ice to win the battle at All-Star 2016.
And what a game it was. Meta-defining. Earth-shattering.
One of the main reasons I attended this tournament was to gather knowledge. That knowledge I've definitely gained in this game, and I feel my elo will only rise after this one.
With the level 2 power spike.
Level 2 power spike.
That's capitalize.
On the Rengar.
Pair that with Illusion. Unstoppable.
Sometimes you need to learn what to do, but having somebody show you what not to do can also be a lesson.
That's why I am such a big fan of your stream. It's bookmarked. Open it up. Learn something every day.
Zale, that was pretty brutal, I'm not gonna lie.
Hey, we have to get our wins where we can take them.
Small
It certainly wasn't here at All-Stars. As Team Ice, they gave us the smackdown in the 1v1s.
Oh. In the 1v1s, indeed. That's what sealed the deal for Team Ice. Team Fire, on the other hand, closing out the victory in the last game of the day. Final build, by the way, for Faker. Desperate Drakthar to complement the Hourglass. But gentlemen, as you can see on your screen, Azael, the combined group of Team Ice that helped defeat the North American LCS and the LCK All-Stars.
And the key word there is combined, because you need the combined might of all of these gentlemen to take down Team Fire, but they are very deserving. A lot of excellent players here.
Gentlemen, a lot of excellent players indeed. And we're going to head down to Dash to talk to just a few of them.
Okay, let me present you with this so you can waste this. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2016 All-Star Champions, Team Ice. You can go ahead and pass it down. Of course, as this is an event for more than just these guys, we have to welcome Team Fire. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Team Fire. Don't be shy, gents. Get up here. Come on, come on. Squeeze on up, all of you. Yeah, there we go. Everybody, come on. Come on. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it one more time for all of our All-Stars here in 2016. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to send it back up to the desk for one moment, but we'll be back to speak to Expeke and Bjergsen in just a few minutes, so stick with us.
Thank you so much, Dash. Fantastic seeing both Team Fire and Team Ice there, and also every winning All-Star gets one of those trophies. They'll be super happy. Woo! Take home on the mantelpiece. Really nice. And in general, Team Ice walks away with the victory, but it is so nice to see all these players together on stage, hugging it out, new friendships, maybe new teammates in the future, who knows?
And the trophies are nice, but it's actually all about, being recognized by the fans as one of the best players, the best player in your role, in your region, and then, yeah, the chance to come out here. The last time I saw a lot of these people was at Worlds, at very different circumstances, much more jovial here. But last 3 games especially, just a lot of fun.
Yeah, it really is nice, at the end of the tournament to be able to let it all out. At first we were like, oh, Team Ice already won. That's going to kind of suck for the last 3, but it just means that we get to see all these random champions and them actually try and make them work.
Yeah, definitely. And we are going to get to an interview with a couple of the winners soon as well. And then after that, we'll have the closing ceremony. So it's not over yet here for us. I also just like to thank you guys. It's been really fun. All-Star fun.
Well, you're welcome, Shocks.
No problem. Wait.
No problem.
That's not what I meant.
You have to wait for us to go, oh, no, thank you, Shocks. Thanks for hosting us. It's been great with you here.
I'm just taking a peek to see who's going to be the interviewees. I don't want to spoil it. But as this was the first international tournament on the preseason patch, what did we learn?
A lot of nothing, I think is the only way to put it.
Heimerdinger got nerfed super hard, apparently.
That's
was
one way to look at it.
That was tragic.
Ivern apparently is no good.
Yeah, Ivern, no good.
A lot of Ivern.
Nobody else play him, please.
I mean, on the serious side, Katarina clearly is going to be a thing.
Yeah.
There's almost no doubt about that.
LeBlanc is already receiving nerfs.
Yeah.
I think some of the things we can already kind of scratch off the list. LeBlanc already receiving nerfs. Rengar already receiving nerfs. There's something else on the list.
I'm going to cut you off as Dash is ready with some of our All-Stars. Yeah,
I was like, what is this?
We are gonna
the chop, the good old chop.
We are going to talk to some of our All-Stars.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Expeke and Bjergsen. We're going to talk to them for just a moment while we get set up for a special performance that will take place after this interview. So stay tuned for that. But, gentlemen, All-Stars has come to a conclusion after a long, grueling, but exciting 4 days. Expect I'm coming to you first as the champion of All-Stars here, hoisting the trophy on behalf of Team Ice. How does it feel to get redemption over Team Fire from last year?
I mean, it's great. Even Korea couldn't carry an A this time, so it feels really good, you know?
All right, yeah, Bjergsen, now although the victory didn't fall in your hands this time around, I want to hear what your thoughts are on your experience at All-Stars this year.
I think it was a lot of fun. I think it was good getting a mix of kind of getting to play these games that ended up being kind of try-hard in the 5v5, but also playing like Heimerdinger and Katarina in these fun modes. So it was good having a mix, playing with new players and playing, you know, to win and just playing to have fun and entertain the crowd.
Absolutely. Well, speak to me a little bit about that, XPK. When you come to these events, you guys have been training for so many years, drilling the champions that you consider to be competitively viable. But then you get here and rules are kind of thrown out the window. How do you adjust as a pro? Because these things have been kind of ingrained and drilled into you.
I mean, you just have to not care in the end. Like, of course, you can play what you're comfortable with, but sometimes just getting like we saw the Garen, Galio, Heimerdinger, all these picks that make no sense are more fun. Because you don't know how to play them, the enemy doesn't know how you play them, and it just makes the game way more fun and chaotic.
Now, speaking of which, Bjergsen, at an event like this where you are playing these champions that are unconventional, do you ever come across one that you kind of like maybe ticks in your brain, you're like, maybe this could work competitively if I only gave it a shot?
When I saw the Garen mid, you know, I thought if someone blind picks a melee mid laner, something like Garen or Pantheon has been played in the past can work. So I think most of them probably not, like the Heimerdinger and stuff like that, probably not. But Peke almost destroyed LCK team with Garen, so could be.
Absolutely, and then Expeke, I've got to come back to you one more time. I've said it before, but here you are on this stage in front of the Spanish crowd, being voted in as an all-star, being able to be here. What does this mean to you now to be able to hoist the trophy as well?
I mean, it's all-star is not a great competition in terms of competitiveness, but still, it's really good. It has been really fun. Being in front of all the Spanish fans has been great, and I don't know, I love that. Wish I could repeat it sometime soon.
And Bjergsen, any closing words here at All-Stars 2016?
Just, thank you guys so much for coming out, seeing us, all the fans watching at home. It's been a pleasure playing for all of you guys. I hope you enjoyed it.
All right, well, one more time, ladies and gentlemen, Expeke and Bjergsen, 2 of our 2016 All-Stars. We're going to continue to get set up for this special performance that'll take place in a couple of minutes. But for now, back up to Shox and the rest of the desk.
Thank you so much, Dash, and thank you for your wonderful interviews throughout the event and the wonderful hair. And Kobe was saying, how do you take someone seriously?
I mean, it's the most hair. It was wonderful hair and the most hair. Like,
yeah.
We saw a lot of people with impressive hairstyles. We got Atlas, we got Pulse as well, but you have to say, Dash takes
he takes the cake. He took the cake for sure. We need a couple of minutes, then we get to the closing ceremony. Favorite moments of All-Star 2016, guys?
I mean, I think it's hard to go past Faker versus Mada, the 1v1, the Yasuo versus
That's
Yasuo.
where it all began.
That's where it all began. We saw plenty more Yasuo from Mada as well. That was just, you know, that was the sort of thing that will always be replayed because it was just so awesome.
Definitely love that one. Obviously, also love the Garen double kill on Faker that Peke got. That was what really got the fun champion picking started. But there were so many. I mean,
Uzi winning 1v1 I thought was pretty hype.
that was definitely hype because Uzi's been a guy that everyone always has talked up in that area, and now he's got something to prove it. But also, people like Levi from the GPL, like that guy impressed everybody here. Now he's got a lot of respect from pros across the world. That guy was amazing on Lee Sin, on Riven. And those types of plays are always really fun to watch also.
Yeah, definitely. And also things like Bengi and Faker, probably the last time that they
Sure.
played together in a 5v5 was good to see.
Yeah,
the Baker.
Or 2 for
The Baker
That
as
was
well.
Bjergsen. Baker, yeah. It's pretty funny.
But I mean, the double world champions, 3 world titles. Maybe they'll see play in another All-Star, depending on what region Bengi goes to. A lot of asterisks there, but it does look likely that one era has ended, another one begins.
Yeah, and with that, we have to talk a bit more. Also, Team Fire won last time. It was the first time we had the Fire versus Ice setup, and Korea has never lost, actually, an All-Star event since, well, it was a more serious one back in 2014. They won in 2013, I do believe. Yeah.
They went 3-0
They do a lot of winning.
They do a lot of winning in general. Yeah.
Definitely true. Not going to be the case this time around, though. Team Ice, pretty strong in the 1v1s. That's what really cleaned it up. There's so many points in the 1v1 battles that people who do take that seriously definitely can earn a lot for their team.
And of course, it's not just Team Korea. They went 3-0, but they had, a couple of wildcard wins. So what can you do?
For us, it's almost time to give it over to the closing ceremony. I do also want to say that the end of 2016, but 2017 is just around the corner. So keep an eye on your favorite leagues. Of course, the action returns in a little over a month. We have LCK, EULCS, NALCS, LPL, all the others as well. And wow, is that going to be hyped? The LCK is, of course, the first thing that comes to mind because it's so explosive with the rosters that we're seeing come out.
The obvious stacked teams in the LCK, the top heavy, it looks like, at least this far. But I mean, honestly, EU, NA, a lot of imports going out of Korea once again. I mean, NA top laners, it's pretty much a who's who of Korea a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I mean, it's like half Korean top laners at least now. Even got Someday and Flame and all these big names coming
What
over
does
from
NA
Korea.
top laner mean now, OB?
It means Hanser and Lorlo and who else we have? Who else we have?
That's pretty scary for them, actually. Yeah, and of course, the EULCS, we have a lot of shuffles going on as well. The new Fnatic roster is going to be super exciting.
Vitality? Some promising players as well?
Yes, definitely. And LPL, though, will probably have a rough kind of year. We'll see what happens there.
I mean, a lot of those rosters are in flux, as far as I know. There still are a lot of free agents. I mean, we saw a couple here. Bengi, Mad Life, will they go to China? You still have to think a lot of those teams will retool. So I think it's very hard at this present second to really work out how strong LPL will be next year.
Definitely agree. They are going to have the 1v1 champion for sure, though.
Yeah,
I don't think Uzi's going anywhere. Nope. It'd be pretty hard to pull him away.
Yeah, that was one of my favorite things. Uzi, seeing him so happy. I mean, he's been, and then he laughed at it himself and he said, "Well, I'm glad to finally win a tournament again. Like it's been a while. It's cool to see for him."
I mean, you say again. I mean, this guy really has been the runner-up. You know, Season 3 runner-up, Season 4 runner-up. Never won an LPL split. He hasn't won a lot. This time it's alone. So, I mean, his laning was always his thing. You know, at Worlds, I said, this guy may be the best laner of all time. It hasn't meant tournament victories, but he's got at least something now to smile about.
Yeah, Reckless said it as well when he played the tandem mode and just saw him playing the 1v1. I honestly think he was a bit like dissuaded. Like, this guy is so good. It was insane.
I mean, yeah, there's not much to do, and he's playing Twitch there. And Reckless like, okay, we can go invisible now. And then Uzi pretty much takes over for the rest of it.
I think it was Soaz who was on the desk who was like, apparently Reckless said, yeah, he said one word the whole game, or one letter. He said W. Everything else, no need for communication.
Exactly.
Yeah, we're almost ready for the performance down on stage, which is going to be a walk down memory lane. We saw some of the rehearsals, and yeah, we're gonna cry a bit and smile a bit and headbang a bit. And I think we're ready. So on behalf, I'm sorry, my voice sometimes gets really loud. On behalf of all of us here on the analyst desk, the gorgeous Palau, St. Jordi, our broadcast team, and our fellow broadcasters around the world, with a specific special mention to the LVP, I'd like to thank you all for joining us for All-Star 2016. Now join us as we celebrate the year and go out with a bang.
Damas y caballeros, el All-Star 2016 está tocando a su fin, pero antes de eso nos gustaría daros las gracias a todo el mundo que ha venido al Palau Sant Jordi y a todas las personas que nos han seguido desde el streaming, desde cualquier rincón del planeta. Muchísimas gracias de corazón. Pero antes de irnos, me gustaría que nos acompañarais en la celebración de los increíbles momentos que nos han dejado los eSports en este 2016. Bona nit, Barcelona. Muchísimas gracias. Muchas gracias, amigos.
Make some noise! Can't hear you! Make some fucking noise! See some hands in the air. Come on. You can do it. Thank you. Sing with me!